Xiao Chenxuan, a mechanical engineer specializing in lathes, awoke after a deep slumber to find himself in the year 608 of the Tianshan Empire during the third year of the Jian'an era, becoming one of the 8 sons of the Chu emperor. Initially aspiring to lead a life of indulgence and extravagance, he found himself compelled by his brothers, amidst the turmoil of a chaotic era where the common people suffered greatly. This is the tale of Xiao Chenxuan's journey to kingship, Chapter 1, The Prince Awakens. In the spring of the third year of Jian'an, the world was rife with disorder and heroes emerged in abundance. The Tianshan Empire had long lost its grip on power, with various lords proclaiming themselves kings and emperors, ignoring the emperor's commands. The Chu dynasty lay in the southern region of the Tianshan Empire, in Jingzhou, serving as a crucial hub for economic trade among several states. Prior to the first year of Jian'an, surrounded by the 4 states, the Chu kingdom, for its own survival, was the only vassal state that continued to pay tribute to the Tianshan Empire. In the first year of Jian'an, Chu King Xiao Jing ascended the throne in the Jingchu royal palace, declaring the nation to Chu, thus fracturing the Tianshan Empire into 7 parts. The Anyang royal residence was located on a remote street, 30 miles from the imperial city of Jingzhou, in Zhangjiazhuang, newly constructed under the order of the Chu emperor. Prior to his reign, in the autumn of the second year of Jian'an, the mischievous prince Xiao Chenxuan was falsely accused by the 5th prince, Xiao Chenxuan, of harassing the crown princess, inciting the wrath of the Chu emperor, who promptly banished him from the imperial city. Surprisingly, Xiao Chenxuan did not feel sorrow over his expulsion, nor did he lament being the only son of the Chu emperor who was not a prince. After the arrival of spring, accompanied by a few servants, Xiao Chenxuan frolicked near a cave close to the royal residence. Suddenly, a wild boar charged from the cave, colliding with him and sending him tumbling into a nearby pond, where he was submerged and lost consciousness, remaining in a deep slumber for nearly half a month. Within the luxurious courtyard of the Anyang royal residence, Xiao Chenxuan gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? This is not my room. He quickly rose to survey his surroundings, realizing this was unequivocally not his own chamber. He distinctly remembered prior to his sleep, the global stock market had plummeted due to the pandemic, and he had profited by shorting the Nasdaq with a 10-fold leverage, achieving financial independence. Once the pandemic had eased domestically, he had sent a text to his superior, stating, "Boss, the world is vast. I wish to explore it. If fate allows, we shall meet again." The night before his slumber, feeling liberated from the frustrations of his superior and the monotony of lathe mechanics, he had indulged in excessive drinking. To his shock, upon waking, he found not the familiar surroundings of the Atlantis Hotel, but rather a room adorned with vintage decor. Had he inadvertently wandered into the wrong room in his intoxicated state? Xiao Chenxuan examined the bedroom. The Zeton chair, the redwood walls, exquisitely crafted decorations, and a neatly arranged layout. In the center stood a large pearwood and marble table, covered with various famous calligraphy pieces and dozens of exquisite inkstones, with an array of writing brushes resembling branches. As he pulled back the covers, a sudden realization struck him as he gazed at his hands. Something is amiss. After years of working with lathes, my hands should be calloused, yet they bear no signs of wear or scars. Is it possible that intoxication has smoothed my skin? He promptly descended from the bed, only to notice he was wearing boots instead of slippers. Was this hotel offering a vintage experience? Yet, how could a hotel of such opulence exist? Searching for a mirror, he soon encountered a tall bronze mirror reflecting a striking youth of 17 or 18, with a prominent nose, thin lips, and eyebrows that slanted elegantly into a few strands of dark hair. His handsome profile and features were flawless, yet Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback, for the visage in the mirror was unfamiliar. Could this be a dream? Yes, it must be a dream. Determined to ascertain the reality, he slapped the mirror, only to be met with a jolt of pain surging through his palm. This was no dream. Had he traversed time? No, the reflection was not himself. Could it be his soul transfer? In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. He could not succumb to despair. He had achieved financial independence, liberated himself, but where was he now? Had his freedom taken a celestial turn? Xiao Chenxuan collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. After some time, regaining composure, he scrutinized the room's furnishings, resolving to accept his predicament. The identity of this body must hold some significance. Yet he lamented the absence of any memories of his former self. What if someone inquires about my identity? Would I be exposed? What if they discover I am not the rightful owner of this body? Would the family of this individual eliminate me? Lost in his musings, a young servant entered, his mouth agape in disbelief upon seeing Xiao Chenxuan. Your Highness, you have awakened. Could it be that I have taken on the identity of a prince? If that is the case, a life of extravagance beckons. Xiao Chenxuan remained silent, casting a puzzled glance at the servant, awaiting further explanation. After a prolonged silence, the servant failed to speak. Panic surged through Xiao Chenxuan. Should he dismiss the servant with a wave of his hand? Or what if others come? How shall he respond? He must not be exposed otherwise. Who knows how the original owner treated others? One slip could lead to dire consequences. Master Wang, the prince has awakened. The prince has awakened. The servant's voice echoed through the residence. As Xiao Chenxuan contemplated how to navigate his situation, the servant dashed away, moving with astonishing speed, leaving only echoes of his frantic cries. Steward Wang, quickly inform the palace and the empress. The prince has awakened. The prince has awakened. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Anyang royal residence. After directing a vigilant guard towards the palace, Steward Wang hurriedly brought the royal physician to Xiao Chenxuan's chamber, anxiously inquiring, Your Highness, how do you fare? I have been deeply concerned during your slumber these past weeks. At last, you have awakened. How do you feel? Why are you seated on the floor? Wang San, you should not have allowed the prince to sit on the ground. It is not his fault I chose to sit here. Oh, by the way, I seem to have forgotten some things from before. Is there something wrong with my head? Xiao Chenxuan feigned ignorance with a roll of his eyes. The elderly physician swiftly approached, taking Xiao Chenxuan's pulse before urging him to lie down for a thorough examination. After a while, he spoke leisurely. Your Highness, your pulse is strong, and your vital signs are stable. You appear to be in good health. It seems you may have inhaled water after your fall, which could have impacted your brain, causing temporary memory loss, a condition we often refer to as lost soul. With some rest, you should recover. The physician then inquired, Do you feel any discomfort? I can examine you further. Lost soul. Yes, indeed. How did I not consider that? Excitedly, Xiao Chenxuan sprang to his feet. From now on, regardless of who asked, he could claim to be suffering from memory loss, which was far preferable to confessing that he was not the rightful owner of this body. At that moment, the gloom that had clouded his mind dissipated, and he felt a rumble in his stomach. No, I feel perfectly fine, just a bit hungry. Is there anyone who can bring me food? Xiao Chenxuan pointed at Steward Wang nonchalantly. Your Highness, I am Wang Fuguwei, at your service. Do you truly not remember anything? Tears streamed down Wang Fugui's face as he muttered, What shall I do for the emperor now? I seem to have forgotten who my father is. Remembering only that I am hungry is already a blessing. Could you prepare some food for me? I feel utterly drained without something to eat. I fear I might not even be able to stand soon, exclaimed Xiao Chenxuan loudly. Butler Wang appeared quite embarrassed and, with great enthusiasm, began to make arrangements for tea that moment. Emperor Chu was seated within the imperial capital of Jiangsu, holding a copy of the Book of Filial Piety. Beside him sat his most cherished younger son, Prince Hui, Xiao Chunhao, the 18th born to his favored consort, Consort Su, which naturally intensified his affection. Who could fathom the misdeeds of Emperor Chu in his youth, resulting in 18 sons, yet only a scant few possessed true capability? It remains uncertain whether they are all truly his biological offspring. As for the women and daughters in his life, perhaps only he knows the full extent. Fortunately, the emperor exhibited valor in external battles and was diligent in governance. Caring for his people otherwise, his sons might have consumed his share of meals. Prince Hui sat cautiously beside him, his expression somewhat anxious. As the son of the emperor's most beloved consort, he had been lavished with affection since childhood. After the crown prince, Xiao Chenyu, fell gravely ill, the emperor took Prince Hui under his wing, and it was evident to all that upon the crown prince's demise, Prince Hui would be among the leading contenders for the throne, a notion even the ailing crown prince seemed to entertain. However, the youth had caused the emperor no small amount of worry, often associating with Xiao Chenxuan. The reason was simple. Both were devoid of ambition, spending their days indulging in revelry and amusement, yet they committed no crimes, harassing only palace maids with idle banter and teasing the guards in a moment of good spirits. The emperor noted that the crown prince had managed to rise from his sickbed to pay his respects, prompting a spontaneous decision to assess the crown. Prince and Prince Hui, your illness is not yet fully resolved, yet you come to pay your respects. This pleases me greatly. Nonetheless, the weight of the kingdom shall eventually rest upon you and your brothers. I wish to gauge your perspective on the current state of our Chu kingdom, the emperor said softly. Yes, father. Cough, cough. I believe our Chu kingdom, positioned among the four nations. Cough, cough. He barely uttered a few words before succumbing to further coughing fits. Enough, your rest. I was too hasty sit and listen to your 18th brother's studies, the emperor remarked with a hint of helplessness. Our Chu kingdom is governed by filial piety. This book of filial piety is essential reading for royal offspring. The Grand Tutor has mentioned that the 18th has been diligent in his studies. He should have mastered it by now. Reporting to father. I have read it thoroughly. Xiao Chenxuan replied, lowering his head. Just as he feared, upon learning that the crown prince was paying his respects, Xiao Chenxuan felt a pang of guilt. Recently, his elder brother had fallen into a coma after a fall, and Xiao Chenxuan had been preoccupied with how to visit him. Little did he know, the Grand Tutor frequently reported to the emperor about his shortcomings. Well, if your elder brother is present, then recite it for me and him, the emperor commanded. Xiao Chenxuan glanced at his elder brother, then down at his boots, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered. The master said those who are dear. Dare not harbor ill will towards others. Respect the dear ones. Dare not. After a lengthy struggle, he could not continue. With a thud, the emperor slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. I instructed the Grand Tutor to have you study this text. It has been half a month, and you cannot recite it. Tell me, what have you learned? Startled, Prince Hui quickly knelt, bowing his head. Father, I acknowledge my error. Knowing your error, how many times have you done so? If I do not sternly discipline you, you might truly ascend to the heavens, the emperor retorted, standing abruptly. Father, enough. The 18th brother is young. A bit of mischief is to be expected. Cough, cough. Another bout of coughing ensued, and the crown prince, sitting nearby, slowly rose, his complexion paler than before. In Xiao Chenxuan's eyes, the crown prince appeared akin to an angel, embodying the kindness his elder brother had shown him. The emperor, observing the crown prince's pallor, spoke with irritation. Your health is poor, and those rascals are no better. I wonder if our Chu kingdom can still expand. Its borders, alas. The crown prince shook his head, revealing a sense of melancholy. Were it not for my ailment, I would not burden you so, father. It is my failure to fulfill my duty as a son. I am useless. Cough, cough. On the floor, Xiao Chenxuan sent a grateful glance toward his elder brother, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, your Majesty. At that moment, a small eunuch rushed in, drenched in sweat. The emperor fumed, exasperated by the increasingly unruly behavior of the eunuchs, who dared to shout within the palace. How dare you, you insolent wretches! The emperor's anger caused the little eunuch to immediately kneel, trembling with fear. Fortunately, the emperor was magnanimous. Although slightly upset, he did not dwell on it too long. Speak, what is it that has caused such a commotion? The kneeling eunuch exhaled a sigh of relief and reported, news from the Wang family of Anyang. The Prince of Anyang has awakened. With that, Prince Hui sprang to his feet, bolting out like an arrow, heightening the emperor's ire. He shot a glance at the crown prince and quietly instructed, you are not well. Return to your chambers. I shall summon Consort Yang to see this unfilial son and inquire why he has not yet perished. Chapter 2. The evolution of the Tianshan Empire. After sipping a modest bowl of porridge, Xiao Chenxuan seized the busy steward Wang by the reins. Scrutinizing the elderly man whose hair had turned white, adorned in a scholarly robe, and sporting a goatee, Wang, equally exhilarated, gazed back at Xiao with a serious expression, exclaiming, I knew it. My lord is truly blessed by fate, and the Bodhisattva must be watching over you. Wang's words tumbled out in a flurry, his excitement so palpable that Xiao began to wonder if he were indeed Wang's biological son. With an expression of helplessness, Xiao looked at Wang and remarked, Wang, right? You don't think I'm actually your son, do you? Your excitement is quite excessive. Startled, Wang immediately knelt down, perspiration beading on his forehead, lips trembling as he stammered. "Your Highness, please do not jest. The Emperor would punish me and my entire clan." Xiao extended a hand to help Wang up, patting his shoulder with an air of righteousness. "Is it really necessary to react this way? I was merely making a joke, old Wang. If others see you on the ground, they might think I lack respect for my elders." Wang, speaking in a teary tone, replied, "You nearly frightened me to death. Your Highness, such jokes are hardly amusing. I wish to care for you for many more years." Xiao, observing Wang's distress, bore a wry smile, the remnants of a bitter laugh lingering at the corner of his mouth. "All right, old Wang, it's not that I've forgotten everything. Could you please give me a brief overview?" After nearly a stick of incense's worth of explanation from Wang, Xiao had a general understanding of the history of the Xinzhou continent and his own identity. It turned out that after the Three Kingdoms period, a man named Shangguan Feihong usurped power from the Sima clan and established the Tianshan Empire in Jizhou, altering the course of history. Consequently, the people of Xinzhou were spared the tragedy of the Wuhua chaos, but also lost the grand unification under Emperor Wen of Sui. The nation experienced significant economic development, and the successive emperors of the Tianshan Empire were diligent and frugal, fostering national strength. However, in the year 578 AD, Tianshan Emperor Zhaozong, Shangguan Wei, in his quest for immortality, placed undue trust in eunuchs and favored treacherous officials, plunging the empire into despair. Coupled with natural disasters and human calamities, public discontent grew rampant. During the reign of Emperor Dizong, wars erupted among the feudal lords, leading to rampant military conflicts and continuous peasant uprisings. The Grand General Yang Yong seized control of the court, poisoning Emperor Dizong in 601 AD, which ignited a wave of rebellion among the lords, marking the beginning of chaos. In the spring of 602 AD, the little overlord Su De declared himself emperor in Yangzhou, naming his state Han. That autumn, Duke Yang Wenguang of the Qin state also declared himself emperor in Qingzhou, naming his state later Qin. The following year saw several peasant rebel leaders, including Emperor Liang Lu Wui in Yizhou, Emperor Ming Zhu Wen in Jiaozhou, and Emperor Ning Chunhao in Bingzhou, all claiming imperial titles. By 606 AD, King of Chu Xiao Chenxuan, also known as the favored son of his father Xiao Jing, ascended to the throne in Jingqiu. Thus, the Tianshan Empire had effectively ceased to exist, with the Grand General wielding the emperor's authority, self-styling as a paternal figure, akin to Dong Zhuo after the Three Kingdoms period. Wang vividly recounted the history to Xiao, outlining the general situation of the Chu dynasty. Xiao learned that he was named Xiao Chenxuan, the eighth son of the Chu emperor. Among the emperor's sons, the crown prince suffered from a grave illness, and despite summoning renowned physicians, his condition remained critical, leaving him bedridden. The second prince, Qi Wang, assisted the emperor with state affairs, while the third prince, Yu Wang, though valiant, lacked strategy and was stationed at the borders to fend off incursions from Han. The fourth prince, Wu Wang, though young, was a talented scholar and martial artist, leading the defense against the Liang army while contending for Shu territory, earning considerable prestige in court. The seventh prince had died young, while the fifth prince was ruthless and conspired with the sixth prince, falsely accusing Xiao Chenxuan of harassing the crown prince's consort, enraging the Chu emperor, and resulting in Zhao's expulsion from the royal city. The remaining princes were of similar age, primarily studying at the Royal Academy, including his own shadow, Hui Wang Xiao Chenhao. As Xiao Chenxian smiled foolishly, relieved that he shared the same surname and name, he pondered whether his ancestors would be angered enough to rise from their graves to chastise him for being an unfilial descendant. At that moment, a child's voice echoed from outside, calling, "Elder brother, elder brother." A chubby figure resembling a can of luncheon meat appeared before Xiao Chenxian. The newcomer exclaimed, "Elder brother, my dear elder brother. I thought I would never see you again. I was so worried." Turning to look, Xiao saw a round figure rushing towards him, face shimmering with baby fat. Upon reaching Xiao, the little one embraced him tightly. Following the chubby child were two others, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, walking steadily with piercing eyes that exuded authority, who smiled upon seeing Xiao, and a beautiful woman, appearing around 30, her face radiant with collagen, resembling a charming neighborly sister, devoid of any matronly demeanor. Upon seeing Xiao Chenxian, she burst into tears, crying, "Xin'er, Xin'er, you have finally awakened. I have been so worried. Praying daily before the Buddha for your recovery. Thank you, Bodhisattva, thank you." Xiao Chenxian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. reflecting on whether he would have preferred to have been the original owner of this body. The Chu emperor, seeking to comfort the beautiful woman, said, "Indeed, Xian'an has truly awakened. My beloved, now you can rest easy." Over the days, consort Yang had prayed daily, and the Chu emperor had observed her growing pallor. He too had been deeply troubled, with the crown prince's illness and Xian'an's coma weighing heavily on his heart. After a brief stay at the Anyang prince's residence, the Chu emperor, mindful of state affairs, could not linger. He presented various rare treasures as gifts before preparing to return to the palace. At that moment, the chubby child, he wished for all his sons to value familial bonds, feeling a sense of pride as he looked at the little chubby figure. "Thank you for your grace, father." The chubby child bowed slightly, clasping his hands to express gratitude. "Then you may stay, but remember not to cause trouble." Afterward, the Chu emperor departed. Xiao Chenxuan observed the two remaining individuals in the room, his favored mother, consort Yang, and the reigning Hui Wang. It seemed he was also of noble birth. Though now a prince, he was still a royal. Despite being demoted to a county king, a king nonetheless. Such status was indeed prestigious. Xiao Chenxian's heart swelled with joy, a smirk forming on his face, his mouth watering in a rather unseemly manner. Consort Yang gazed affectionately at Xiao Chenxian and said, "Xian'an, you have just awakened and need to rest well. Allow me to prepare some food for you." Feed him as they began to flow. Alarmed, Consort Yang rushed to embrace him, crying, "Xian'an, do not cry." As long as Xian'an lived well for his mother, that would be her greatest joy, Yang Fei remarked, tears cascading down her cheeks, and after speaking, had no interest in such trivialities. Several maidservants entered, bearing platters of food. A young eunuch followed, carrying a pot of mutton soup. Or after dinner. With sycophants clearing the way for him. His expression was rather unsavory. As dusk approached, old Wang arranged for a few bodyguards. Realizing the truth in his words, old Wang acknowledged, indeed, if the prince were to remain in the Wangfu, he would only grow more foolish, forgetting all he encounters. I shall liberate myself. A new world awaits. Finally, I am free from the petty constraints of leadership. What bliss! He exclaimed. Wearing an expression of utter liberation, I am a prince. I fear no one. Steward Wang observed the exuberant Xiao Chenxuan and the almost frenzied Hui Wang. He provided Xiao Chenxuan with an introduction. West Street was the most prosperous commercial avenue in the state of Chu, teeming with the finest taverns, tea houses, and shops. 21st century, Xiao Chenxuan. Where he now holds the title of Loyal Armed General. Unfortunately, this young man squanders his days in revelry, engaging in brawls, though none can match his prowess. Intrigued by the tale, Xiao Chenxian pondered the potential of befriending such a promising individual, hoping to garner the favor of General Chun. Perhaps he could recruit him as a formidable bodyguard. The thought delighted him. He envisioned himself as the most admired figure in the capital, unmatched by any rival. Entering the Wanhua Tower, perhaps harboring resentment towards the royal family due to his brother's demise. Quickly, the flower contest is about to begin. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it. Two young horsemen rushed past Xiao Chenxuan's carriage. A flower contest? Both Xiao Chenxuan and the chubby boy's eyes lit up simultaneously. Indeed, I have heard from my little eunuch that these ladies are all exceptionally talented in the arts. This shall be worth our visit, right, eighth brother? The chubby boy's enthusiasm was palpable. Xiao Chenxuan, recalling the allure of the KTV princesses, swallowed hard. But, little buddy, you are quite young. Do you think our father would scold me for bringing you to such a place? Alas, who told me to be your brother? Since it's so lively, why don't we go and see? Even if our father finds out, I can tell him I took you to learn poetry and music. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes, we shall go to learn poetry and music. The chubby boy nodded earnestly at Xiao Chenxuan. Ah, such youthful folly. Wishing to learn poetry in a place like Wanhua Tower, Xiao Chenxuan mused, feigning innocence with wide eyes. Surely, this is a venue for the study of the arts. I must see it for myself, as I have no recollection of such a place from my childhood. What a pity. Shameless. It was the first time Xiao Chenxuan witnessed the chubby boy's disdain. However, he paid it no mind, sporting a look that said, "What can you do? I am your brother." He then instructed the guards to wait below, and they confidently strolled inside. If word spread about two princes visiting a brothel, one could only wonder what fate awaited them. Behind them, the guards shouted, "My lord, if..." A group of guards stood frozen, fearing the wrath of Emperor Chu should he ever find out. Yet, Xiao Chenxuan felt no trepidation about this, interjecting, "But I have the little buddy with me. I am amnesiac. Surely it is he who led me here. After all, our father adores him." Xiao Chenhao was nearly struck dumb by Xiao Chenxuan's audacity. Is this truly my esteemed brother? Selling himself out like this, what a decline in moral standards. You, how can you be so shameless? He strode ahead confidently. Xiao Chenhao shook his head, seemingly torn, before hastily following. As they stepped into the Wanhua Tower, unlocked a new realm. Xiao Chenhao, utterly lacking decorum, drooled in sheer delight, embodying the spirit of a carefree youth. Xiao Chenxuan, appalled, quickly distanced himself, adopting an expression of "I barely know him." Seeing their attire, the host approached, recognizing them as individuals of wealth or status. "Welcome, gentlemen. Would you like a private room?" he inquired, his fingers rubbing together suggestively as if to denote the cost involved. Xiao Chenxuan understood immediately, tossing a silver ingot at the host. Unfamiliar with the current pricing, he glanced at the host and, in a bold move, threw a gold ingot as well. Had Steward Wang been present, he likely would have been infuriated to the point of bleeding. The host, staring at the gold and silver in his hand, thought to himself, "A true tycoon. They must be wealthy." With a smile, the attendant remarked, "The finest private room upstairs awaits you, gentlemen. Shall I summon a few lovely maidens to serve you tea?" Xiao Chenhao nodded vigorously. However, Xiao Chenxuan swiftly intervened. "What nonsense! This is no ordinary establishment. Our mere presence here is a significant transgression, and should we indulge in further folly by inviting additional ladies, even in a state of amnesia, I would find myself in dire straits." Xiao Chenxuan could not allow his younger brother to act recklessly. Seeing his elder brother's disapproval, Xiao Chenhao gazed at him with disappointment. His eyes filled with longing. "Ahem, let us not rush. I have brought you here to learn poetry and song, and to witness the courtesan competition. I assure you, the best is yet to come," Xiao Chenxuan replied nonchalantly. Xiao Chenhao, still puzzled, thought to himself how considerate his elder brother was. Moments later, a cacophony of shrieks echoed from downstairs, signaling the commencement of the courtesan competition. Chapter 4. The courtesan competition amidst a cacophony of noise. Several enchanting courtesans took to the stage, each adorned with delicate strands of azure silk that obscured their faces, enhancing their alluring and graceful figures with an air of mystery. The host, a matronly figure, introduced each courtesan as they paraded like models on a runway, before they gracefully returned to their seats, leaving a group of eager patrons drooling, including the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Chenhao beside Xiao Chenxuan. Next came the performances by the courtesans. Some played the qin while others danced gracefully, captivating the audience, their eyes glued to the stage. As the competition commenced, the host called out loudly, "Esteemed guests, should you take a liking to any of our courtesans?" Xiao Chenxuan inquired of the wine server. The server, bowing respectfully, replied, "Gentlemen, you appear to be newcomers. The Orchid Pavilion holds this courtesan competition annually to select the courtesan of the year. Composing a poem that earns the approval of the audience allows you to light 10 lanterns. If you choose not to compose, you may simply pay 100 taels to light a single lantern. Should your favorite courtesan emerge victorious, you may converse with her. However, these ladies offer their talents, not their bodies. If you wish to redeem a courtesan or she consents willingly, well, you understand. The server's smile was distinctly lecherous. Xiao Chenxuan's excitement was palpable. Brother, do we have enough silver? That courtesan is simply adorable. She must become the courtesan of the year. He pointed excitedly at a young woman dressed in a flowing white gown. She appeared delicate, her gaze wistful as if bearing the weight of the world, hinting at a rich backstory that evoked a protective instinct in Xiao Chenxuan. Ah, gentlemen, you have keen eyes. That young lady is the daughter of the Prince of Cheng, Xian'an. The prince opposed the rebel Yang Yong, leading to his family's demise, which has now found its way to our Chu state, the server whispered conspiratorially. Xiao Chenxuan regarded his brother, impressed by his discerning taste. It seems you have a good eye for talent, indeed. Why waste money when a poem can light 10 lanterns? He turned to the server and instructed, prepare paper and ink for me. The server promptly complied. At that moment, Chen Jian'an, seated nearby, was fixated on Xian'an. As if he knew her well, he shouted toward the entrance, illuminate 10 lanterns for the one on the far right. The server announced. Young Master Chen lights 10 lanterns for Xian'an. Upon hearing this, a young man in his 20s, with a face marked by acne and an intimidating demeanor, became visibly irked. This was Yang Jiang, son of the Minister of War, a notorious figure known for his misdeeds and bullying of common folk, earning him the moniker the Scourge of Jingchu. Yang Jiang, leveraging his father's connection to the fourth prince, glared at Chen Jian'an and commanded, light 20 lanterns for Lin Xiner. His disdainful shout was accompanied by a glare directed at Chen Jian'an, taunting, you think you can outspend me? I'll show you who's truly wealthy. The server called out. Young Master Yang lights 20 lanterns for Lin Xiner. The audience erupted in murmurs. Aware of Yang Jiang's claims that his beloved Lin Xiner would undoubtedly win the title this year, and speculating on the consequences for those who dared to oppose him, Xiao Chenxuan turned to Xiao Chenhao, intrigued by the escalating rivalry. What is the situation? These two are quite affluent, indeed. Who is that fellow over there? Xiao Chenhao relayed the details of the opposing party, then proposed, brother, should we aid Chen Jian'an in taking down that insufferable wretch? Just looking at him makes me nauseous. Xiao Chenxuan nodded in agreement, precisely my intention. Why linger here? Let us approach the next room. Perhaps Xian'an will invite us. Meanwhile, Chen Jian'an, with red-rimmed eyes, glanced between Xian'an and his rowdy companions, declaring, brothers, gather your silver. I refuse to believe we cannot outdo him. His companions exchanged glances, uncertain. 1,000 taels for merely 10 lanterns was a sum few could muster. One bravely suggested, young master, perhaps we should reconsider. They have formidable backing. We might not win. Chen Jian'an scoffed, humph. At that moment, the door to their box swung open, revealing Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao. Ah, what a lively scene. We have not been invited. But I trust young Master Chen welcomes us. Xiao Chenxuan remarked nonchalantly. The young ruffians lowered their heads in deference, recognizing the two as scions of influential families, albeit not particularly rowdy. Chen Jian'an smiled. Your Highness jested. This is the Orchid Pavilion. After all, I would not dare impose upon you. He continued. Should your Highness be here to witness my folly, I shan't detain you. However, if you could lend me some silver, I am confident I can best that fool. I would be eternally grateful. This young man, despite his request for funds, bore an air of arrogance that made Xiao Chenxuan wish to slap him. Oh, and what reason do you offer for such a loan? Otherwise, I shall have to. Before he could finish, Chen Jian'an interrupted, indignantly, are you mocking me? Your Highness? I am not to be trifled with. While you may be a prince, within the Orchid Pavilion, a mere slap could end with rumors of rivalry. But should you be seen here, it could lead to repercussions. With fire in his eyes, Chen Jian'an glared defiantly. Such stubbornness. No wonder that wretch dares to bully you. I genuinely worry for your intellect, Xiao Chenxuan retorted. At that moment, Yang Jiang's voice boomed from across the room. Light 10 more lanterns for Lin Xiner. He then laughed mockingly. Look at those poor fools over there. They pretend to have money, but they're nothing but pretenders. Hilarious. Evidently, they were oblivious to the presence of both Master Xiao Chenxuan and Master Xiao Chenhao in the private room he indicated. Subsequently, within Yang Jiang's suite, a group of extravagant youths began to laugh unabashedly. Upon hearing this, the impetuous Chen Jian'an clenched his fists, ready to rush out, but Xiao Chenxuan swiftly restrained him, saying, "Allow me to teach this scoundrel a lesson to relieve your frustrations." When the group of young ruffians assumed that Xiao Chenxuan intended to wield his authority, he instead addressed the approaching scribe, instructing, "Prepare the ink for me." It then dawned on him that the current script was in traditional characters, and he was aware of his own capabilities. In a moment of bravado, he turned to Xiao Chenhao and declared, "Little fatty, today we shall let that group over there understand why the flowers are so vibrant. You shall write, and I shall recite. What do you say?" He then pointed at Chen Jian'an, commanding, "Someone, pour me some wine." Disregarding whether Xiao Chenxuan was merely posturing, Chen Jian'an promptly filled the cup. With a look of skepticism, Xiao Chenhao inquired, "Is this feasible, Brother 8? It was not a matter of distrust towards Xiao Chenxuan. Rather, he was all too aware of his character. Enough of the nonsense. If we do not commence the courtesan competition soon, we shall be delayed until its conclusion. Hurry up." Xiao Chenxuan took the cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. "Is this truly wine? It tastes more like flowery water, devoid of flavor, akin to horse urine." Xiao Chenxuan mused to himself for a while, yet he endured it for the sake of maintaining his pretense. "Bring me more wine." Chapter 5. The poet immortal in wine. Xiao Chenxuan pondered for a moment. If he were to put on an act, he might as well do it convincingly. He then downed his drink in one gulp, his gaze fixed intently on Shangguan Honger, and recited aloud, "Peach blossoms in the heavens bear dew, not mere flowers, but a rare few. In the depths of myriad blooms, waters flow. Alas, a single branch, like a painting, for whom does it grow?" At that moment, unfortunately, he was mistaken. Those nearby were merely scholars, their expressions dull and uninspired. With a slight pout, "Like cold rain, how boundless the feelings, not for spring's governance, the heart's dealings. For you, my love, to be intoxicated." How, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Elder brother." Chen Jian'an knew there was no doubt and quickly called for the waiter to serve more drinks, his own face alight with anticipation. The waiter filled the goblet again and joyfully announced, "Your Highness, please drink." The waiter promptly delivered the message, proclaiming, in the box on the second floor, "Young Master Chen has a noble guest who has composed a poem for Shangguan Honger." Even the most dim-witted waiter knew better than to reveal the authorship, only hinting at the name Elder Brother, lest he offend the nobleman and invite calamity upon his clan. Receiving the poem, Shangguan Honger was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Regardless of whether she would become the courtesan of the evening, this poem would surely make her name resound through the realm. Even as a courtesan, she could hold her head high, ensuring her days at the flower pavilion would not be filled with despair or forced companionship with clients. Clearly, the audience was not devoid of literary enthusiasts. Places steeped in romance and poetry have always been abundant with such characters. A scholar from the Hanlin Academy called out, "The heart's dealings. For you, my love, to be intoxicated, what harm? Only fear the moment of sobriety, when hearts are torn apart." Silence enveloped the room, so profound that even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Must undoubtedly be Shangguan Hong. After all, who could rival a celestial beauty? Humph. Find out who assisted that Chen Jian'an in composing this. He and his companions are nothing but brutish fools, lacking any literary flair. Whoever they are. Should they dare oppose me, I shall ensure their downfall. Bring me 10 lanterns. Damn it. No matter how exquisite the poetry, it only merits 10 lanterns. Young Master Yang grumbled in frustration. Young Master Yang, 10 lanterns for Lin Shiner. The waiter's voice shattered the hall's tranquility once more. Xiao Chenxuan shook his head, alas. Yes, yes. I find this ugly man quite bothersome. Someone, quickly pour wine for my elder brother. Chen Jian'an readily accepted the task. Xiao Chenxuan seized his goblet once more, downing the contents and proclaiming, "Look at how charming Shangguan Honger is. Let us call this one Shangguan Honger. A generation of beauty riding the waves of flowers, countless blooms." yet none can rival her powers. Do not mock the girl from the eastern village, for beauty lies in the simplest of images. After reciting, he drank again and boasted. This fellow had replaced the phrase Western beauty with Shangwan Honger, and truly, Xiao Chenxuan mused. Like 20 lanterns. He then glared at Chun Juanxi's box, inquiring of a few dandy companions. Have you found out who the divine author is? Young Master Yang. The waiter mentioned a person called Elder Brother, and another named Little Fatty. We've been racking our brains, but cannot discern their identities. Whoever they are, they shall face my wrath soon enough. Humph, they dare oppose me. Meanwhile, on Xiao Chenxuan's side, upon hearing that the fellow had lit 20 more lanterns, it appeared he was rich beyond measure. Little Fatty, bring forth a few more poems. I refuse to believe we cannot teach that rascally fellow a lesson. Go, pour more wine for me. With that, Xiao Chenxuan playfully kicked Chun Juanxi. Chun Juanxi, still grinning, replied, Your Highness, rest assured, today I will only pour wine for you. Xiao Chenxuan shot him a glance. It's not you. I'm merely borrowing the works of poets from centuries past. What shall I write? After pondering for a while, King of Chu, captivating city, captivating beauty. Captivating city, neither flower nor mist, the spring breeze, walking alone for miles. More enchanting than Shishi's charm, even surpassing the purity of Zhao Jun. No artifice adorns her, though tales abound. In the depths of the painted tower, the moon once lingered. Like flowers that cause flowers to blush, like willows that incite jealousy among willows. Fear not the songs and dances, lest beauty falter. As colorful clouds rise, trust in Kai. For all of Yangcheng shall be entranced. Behold Shangwan's poetic grace. After reciting, he drank several cups in succession, observing the stunned expressions of the surrounding dandy fellows. As if they had seen a ghost, Xiao Chenxian reveled in his triumph. Little Fatty, am I not splendid? Just asking you. Xiao Chenhao, speechless, turned his head away, wearing an expression of disdain, as if to say he did not recognize this fellow. How embarrassing. Little did he know that his elder brother, upon awakening from his stupor, had become so remarkable. If he himself could awaken in such a manner, he would wish to faint several times. Surely, his father would not demand he study that wretched book of filial piety any longer. Let us see how much silver that fellow possesses. Xiao Chenxian exclaimed loudly. Subsequently, Xiao Chenxian plagiarized several renowned poets' verses, silently reflecting, Alas, the world has changed. I can only borrow your poetry. If you do not come here, your splendid verses would go to waste. I am merely promoting your poetic culture. Though I may be a bit shameless in using my name, I am employing your verses. Indeed, how noble of me. Lost in thought, Xiao Chenxian became quite inebriated, muttering, Poetry and song, I do not merely boast. If you present me with a topic, I could compose for you. As he spoke, he recited a few famous poems by Li Bai and Du Fu, including The Difficult Road of Shuan the Eight Immortals in Wine, repeatedly murmuring a line. The emperor calls, yet I do not board the ship. I proclaim myself a celestial being among the wine. Upon hearing this, Little Fatty trembled in fear, hastily covering Xiao Chenxuan's mouth. If the emperor of Chu were to learn of this, they might truly send the two of them to the west to become immortals. Elder brother, do not speak recklessly. Be cautious lest father learns of this. Xiao Chenhao pleaded, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Little did they know. Why must your majesty inquire of this old servant? Surely, interference of Xiao Chenxian, the seemingly hopeless Shangwan Honger unexpectedly became the biggest dark horse, emerging as the New Year's courtesan. With Xiao Chenxian's praise through several poems, Shangwan Honger instantly transformed into the goddess of men's dreams. At this moment, Yang Zhang's eyes were bloodshot and his face contorted with rage. In his arms, Lin Shiner pouted, saying, It's all that damned Baji's fault. As she spoke, 2 tears streamed down her cheeks. With a loud bang, Yang Jiang slammed his palm onto the tea table, causing wine to splatter everywhere. Losing several thousand taels of silver felt like a significant blow to his pride. In Jingchu, no one dared to challenge him like this. Let us go and wipe them out. I don't care who Ba Gu or Jiu Gu is. Anyone who opposes me will regret it. If he fancies himself a celestial being, Then I shall send him to the underworld to fulfill his wish." A group of young ruffians immediately echoed his sentiments. In Jingchu, who dares to disrespect young Master Yang? If we don't teach them a lesson, where will our dignity go? They all rallied, yes? Let us go and take care of them. Shiner, stay here. Everyone else, follow me. Yang Jiang declared with authority. But I want to see you deal with that Bago. Lin Shiner whined. Stay back. I fear you cannot handle the bloodshed. Yang Jiang chuckled, his hand lingering on Lin Shiner's bosom. You're insufferable. Lin Shiner blushed. Moments later, the group staggered out, intoxicated and brimming with bravado, ready for a fight. In their current state, even if their fathers were present, they might still act recklessly. With a wave of his hand, the young ruffian's followers trailed behind. At this time, Xiao Chenxuan was dazed, his head spinning, loudly exclaiming, "Little fatty, shall we indulge? A man who does not drink is a waste of his existence." Heh, you're not a child anymore. Let us pour a full cup while we wait for Shangwan Honger. Once she arrives, I'll compose a few more verses. Just as he finished speaking, the wooden door of the private room was kicked open and landed at Xiao Chenxuan's feet. Startled, his face paled, and the alcohol rushed from his head. Now, Xiao Chenxuan was displeased. How dare someone kick in his door on his territory in the state of Chu? Who did they think they were, treating him like a mere commoner? Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm trying to enjoy my drink? You just ruined my mood for poetry. He shouted angrily. Xiao Chenhao was equally irate. Not only was the door kicked in, but it almost hit his brother. With his temper flaring, he jumped to his feet. After all, his chosen courtesan had just become a courtesan, and before she even arrived, someone had the audacity to ruin the atmosphere. Did they really think they could bully him? Who the hell are you? Chun Juanxi and the rest of the ruffians quickly gathered around Xiao Chenxian and Xiao Chunhao to prevent any harm. This was not just about showing off. If anything happened to these two young masters, countless heads would roll. Besides, Xiao Chenxian had just helped them out. Are you insane, Yang Jiang, you ugly brute? Some people are not to be trifled with. Take your lackeys and scram, or you'll regret it. You are the ugly one. Ha ha. You think anyone would fear you? Xiao Chenxian, enraged by being called a coward, shouted back. Don't kill them. Anyone who resists, break their legs. I'll take the blame. Hearing this, Yang Jiang pushed a few of his ruffians forward, shouting, So you're the Ba Gu and little fatty? I think I've seen you before. What is your name? Speak up, or you want to know who hit you. The drunken ruffians were unable to recognize Xiao Chenxian and Xiao Chenhao. Ba Gu, look at these fools staring at us. Are they looking for a fight? Xiao Chenhao remarked. Puzzled. You fool. They are probably envious of our looks. Just look at how ugly they are. Xiao Chenhao touched his own chubby face and mused. That must be it. No wonder he is so arrogant. Xiao Chenxian and his crew nearly burst into laughter. Did this guy have any self-awareness at all? Yang Jiang erupted in fury. He despised being called ugly, especially in front of so many people. So you're Ba Gu? Then let us fight. Beat them senseless. He commanded. Without hesitation, his followers rushed forward. Xiao Chenxian, unyielding, retorted, Come at me. I'll take the blame for you. Upon hearing the words I'll take the blame, the ruffians froze, their eyes widening. A prince? Damn, we didn't even notice. They exclaimed, realizing Xiao Chenxian was none other than the 8th prince of Anyang. Their expressions turned to shock as they recalled their earlier bravado, now realizing the gravity of their situation. Chun Juanxi and the others swiftly moved in, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Yang Jiang and his gang, heedless of the potential repercussions. With the prince present, they felt emboldened. After all, they could hardly let such insolence go unpunished. Stop. We were wrong. Please, spare us, your highness. Yang Jiang and his group, once so arrogant, were now pleading for mercy. Xiao Chenhao joined the fray, throwing punches. Xiao Chenxian, unable to watch any longer, thought it unfit for a prince to be so hands-on with these second-generation officials. He pulled Xiao Chenhao back, suggesting they let it go. I can't. I need to vent my frustration. How dare they insult me and call us cowards? Are you comfortable now, brother? He continued, kicking as he spoke. Xiao Chenxian was at a loss for words. With Xiao Chenhao involved, he felt compelled to join in the fray. Fine, let us give them a taste of their own medicine. As they continued to kick the ruffians, Xiao Chenxuan sighed. They didn't even fight back. There's no satisfaction in this. Indeed, it's all your fault, Bago. If you hadn't mentioned my title, I might have felt better, Xiao Chenhao replied earnestly. These two fools failed to recognize the odds stacked against them, unaware of how many adversaries they faced. Truly, what a lonely existence it is to be invincible. Xiao Chenxuan appeared to recall something, tapping his forehead as he remarked, "Oh, that fellow, young Master Yang. Remember to compensate for the door we kicked down later. We are individuals of status, and we cannot damage property without recompense, can we?" "Yes, yes, yes, Your Highness." Wang Yijiang lamented. "This time I have endured an unwarranted beating. Knowing this, why are you not hastening away? Do you expect this prince to treat you to a drink?" Xiao Chenxuan stated. Chapter 7. The influence of family. As Yang Jiang and his group of debauched youths tumbled out of the private room, Shangwan Wanner timidly entered. This day felt like a dream for her. She had never imagined that she could one day become a courtesan, let alone receive such exquisite praise and poetry from the Anyang prince. Even now, it felt surreal, as if she were still caught in a dream, unable to believe that this was her reality. Upon seeing the disheveled state of the room, Shangwan Honger's cheeks flushed a brilliant red, akin to that of a ripe apple. Overwhelmed with shyness, she wished for a place to hide. After all, part of the trouble caused by Yang Jiang with the Anyang prince stemmed from her involvement. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, young Marquis. I am at a loss for words," she stammered. Xiao Chenxuan, eager to display his nonchalance, intended to say, "It's merely a trifling matter, my lady. No need for gratitude." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chun Juanqi. "How could I possibly recognize someone of your esteemed status? I am eternally grateful to the Anyang Prince and young Marquis Chun. I shall repay your kindness in the future." With that, she ran away in tears, evidently stirred by memories of the past. "Miss, please be careful, don't fall," her maid called out, hastily following her. "Damn it, this is all Chun Juanqi's fault. I hadn't even had a chance to speak with the lady." Xiao Chenhao grumbled angrily, rubbing his head in apology. Juanqi expressed his gratitude. "I also ask for your help in speaking to the Wanhua building on her behalf. Certainly, I would like to train the guards in my residence, if time permits." The brothel keeper departed. He rushed to his father's quarters and recounted the day's events in detail, leaving nothing out, unafraid of his father's reaction to his visit to the brothel. Chen Laogong furrowed his brow. "Indeed, your aunt's family was annihilated, leaving only Honger to wander here. It seems fate has brought you together. As her cousin, you must care for her." After a pause, he looked at Chun Juanqi seriously. "You mentioned the Anyang prince composed several poems yesterday, remarkable for both their ancient and modern qualities?" "Yes, father." The Anyang prince is a puzzling figure. Despite his evident talent, he behaves erratically. His title has been stripped by the emperor, yet he shows no resistance. It seems he has greater ambitions. Since you are to train his guards, do so. I too wish to see how far the Anyang prince can go, Chen Laogong mused. "Yes, father, I shall go tomorrow." The next day, as Xiao Chenxuan was engaged in a discussion about the secrets of women's chambers with Zhou Gong, the court was already rife with accusations against him. "Your Majesty, yesterday, the Anyang prince and the Hui prince were seen lingering in the Wanhua building, a place of ill repute. How can the Anyang prince lead the Hui prince to such a place? What will the people think if they learn of this?" Another official stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the Anyang prince and Yang Jiang, the son of the Minister of War, fought fiercely at Wanhua building, injuring over 10 people. This behavior cannot be tolerated. The Anyang prince must be severely punished to give the people a satisfactory explanation." The Minister of War also spoke up. While it's true that Jiang and the Anyang prince had a dispute, the Anyang prince used his influence to command Chen Laogong's son, Chen Juanqi, and his friends to inflict serious harm on my son. My son lies unconscious as we speak. He knelt, tears streaming down his face. A sight that would surely evoke a response from Xiao Chenxuan if he were present. Chen Laogong observed Yang Bing with a disapproving glance, then closed his eyes, feigning fatigue. The emperor was well aware of the events of the previous night and understood that these officials were attempting to use Yang Bing as a pawn against him. It seemed the faction of the fourth prince aimed to eliminate rivals in the court. Perhaps he too should remove a few of the fourth princess supporters. Is that so? Yet, I have heard that the Anyang prince composed some fine poetry yesterday. Did you all hear it? The emperor feigned ignorance. We have heard. The officials replied. The elder statesman said, I heard from my son last night. Your Majesty, the Anyang prince is indeed a great talent. Yang Bing glared at Chen Laogong and then declared, Your Majesty, while the Anyang prince is indeed talented, he did engage in a dispute with my son and his friends. I beseech you to uphold justice for me. I have only this one son, and should anything happen to him, I cannot bear to live. Several fathers of the injured men also stood, pleading, Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The emperor chuckled, recognizing their collusion. I have also heard that some dared to insult the Anyang prince and the Hui prince, calling them useless and calling for their downfall. Have you all heard this? The court fell into a tense silence. No one dared to speak against the emperor's sons. Ah, so you have not heard? It appears you are all quite ignorant. Someone has dared to threaten my sons, and yet you come to me with your grievances about your children being harmed. What use are you if you do not bring me this information? The emperor surveyed the hall, noting that all heads were bowed, none willing to provoke his wrath. Yang Bing and his companions felt the heat of embarrassment. The emperor was clearly addressing them. Very well, since you are unaware. I shall investigate who possesses the audacity to threaten my sons. I have many sons. Each is dear to my heart. Chen Laogong, I entrust this task to you. Is that agreeable? Before Chen Laogong could open his eyes, he heard the sound of kneeling as Yang Bing and his followers prostrated themselves, fully aware of the implications. The emperor was determined to protect his sons, and sending Chen Laogong to investigate would only endanger himself and his allies. Your Majesty, we were wrong. We should not have slandered the Anyang prince. Please punish us accordingly. They had no choice but to admit their error. To continue to slander the Anyang prince would only seal their own fates. Even if they had 100 lives, they would not dare to do so. Indeed, it seems the Anyang prince did compose some remarkable poetry yesterday. The rest must indeed be mere rumors. Despite his flaws, he possesses commendable qualities. The emperor laughed heartily. It seems no need for Chen Laogong to intervene after all. Since you all claim it was slander, then it shall be so. One must not engage in hearsay nor fabricate tales, correct? I perceive that your workload has increased significantly, and you may be feeling fatigued. Perhaps your spirits have faltered. How about I grant you a brief respite? However, this is not merely a suggestion for rest. It is, in fact, a subtle coercion to resign. An elder minister from the Ministry of War glanced at General Yang and then at his colleagues, recognizing that, being the eldest among them, he must be the one to tender his resignation, otherwise, they would all face dire consequences. In due course, the fourth prince would not spare him either. Your Majesty, I find myself unwell and wish to retire to my homeland. I humbly seek your gracious permission. Indeed, Minister Liu, you have reached a considerable age. There is no need for you to return home. Instead, you may enjoy your twilight years in Jingchu. I am profoundly grateful, Your Majesty, to be granted the privilege of residing in the capital during my retirement. This outcome exceeds my expectations. Yang Bing knelt, his head bowed in submission. We all recognize our errors, Your Majesty. We implore you to impose a punishment upon us. It was far better to proactively seek punishment than to resign. Subsequently, the Emperor of Chu, in his desire for retribution, adjusted the positions of a few individuals, yet fortunately, they were not expelled from the court. This was a stroke of luck for them, although their resentment towards Xiao Chenxuan deepened. As the emperor's punishment had not been overly severe, Yang Bing was sentenced to a half-year reduction in salary. Moreover, the emperor offered them a way out by also punishing Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao, ordering them to reflect in solitude for half a month, with the latter confined to the Prince of Anyang's residence, unable to leave even a step. With a poet's son among them, perhaps Xiao Chenhao might learn something. Yet the indulgence of the two princes in visiting brothels would surely tarnish their reputations if word got out. At the Prince of Anyang's residence, Chen Juanxi arrived early. Yet he found the situation quite different from his expectations. He had assumed that the prince would arrange for him and his guards to train, but to his surprise, the prince was still fast asleep well past noon. Thus, he had no choice but to wait in the hall. It was only after having some porridge that Xiao Chenxuan finally appeared, languidly. Ah, Jian'an, I had a bit too much to drink yesterday, and I must have kept you waiting. Have you eaten? I'll have someone prepare something for you. Thank you, Your Highness. I haven't been here long, and I'm not hungry yet. Just then, a loud growl from his stomach betrayed him, causing Jian'an to flush with embarrassment. How could he not be hungry after arriving at dawn and now being well into the afternoon? People are iron, and food is steel. Go ahead. Do not be constrained here. After dismissing Jian'an, he summoned the steward. Old Wang, tell me what is happening in the residence and what business we have. Well, apart from the monthly salary from the palace, the only assistance we receive is from the princess. Or else the residents would barely manage to scrape together a few silver coins. As for business dealings, there is none, the steward explained, recounting how Xiao Chenxuan had previously looked down upon merchants and believed that, as a prince, he should not compete with the common people for profit. What a fool! To disdain merchants while having no money for sustenance. Shaking his head, he said, Old Wang, help me find a blacksmith and a carpenter. Your Highness, what do you need the craftsman for? The steward inquired earnestly. To transform the residence, what else? Hurry. He then retreated to his study for pen and paper. Before long, the steward returned with two honest-looking middle-aged men who bowed and introduced themselves upon seeing Xiao Chenxuan. I am Zhu Laosan, a carpenter in the prince's residence. I am Zhu Afu, also a craftsman, a blacksmith. They introduced themselves in succession. After appraising the two men, Xiao Chenxuan handed each a set of drawings and asked, What family do you have, and what do they do? Zhu Laosan replied, I have 3 sons. They also work as carpenters in the capital. Zhu Afu shook his head, indicating he had no relatives. Without hesitation, Xiao Chenxuan commanded, Zhu Laosan, bring your 2 sons to me. You 4 will construct what is on these drawings for me within 3 days. Is that acceptable? Of course, Your Highness. I will have it done in a day. Zhu Laosan hurried off, presumably to fetch his sons. Xiao Chenxuan turned to Zhu Afu. You 2 have 3 days, understood? Zhu Afu had never seen such items as the frying pan and wok before, yet without hesitation he assured, One day, I will have it ready for Your Highness. He left in haste as well. Once the men had departed, Xiao Chenxuan found himself alone in the kitchen, eager to prepare something to eat. After last night's revelry, his stomach was quite unsettled, and he craved either soup or something spicy. Upon his arrival, the chef greeted him, Your Highness, what brings you here? I'm looking for something to eat, Xiao Chenxuan replied. To eat? Your Highness, just tell me what you wish to have, and I will prepare it immediately, the chef responded. Perplexed, I'll see for myself. Let me prepare something for you to try, and you may learn for the future. By the way, what is your name? Xiao Chenxuan inquired. I am Wang Xian, the steward's nephew. Your Highness, you mustn't. You are of noble birth. How can you cook? Wang Xian exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. It's fine, I ordered it. Does he dare to refuse? Xiao Chenxuan dismissed the concerns. He surveyed the kitchen, noting the presence of mutton, some wild vegetables, a few wild mushrooms, a small piece of pork belly, several blocks of tofu, and a few eggs. A smile spread across his face. Let us get to work. He commanded Wang Xian to cut the pork into cubes, while he himself marinated it with ginger and garlic, preparing to make a syrup for braised pork. Your Highness, why use this cheap meat instead of mutton? Wang Xian asked, puzzled. Just wait and see, Xiao Chenxuan replied, not offering further explanation. He also made a wild vegetable and mushroom 3-flavor soup, along with egg fried rice. Your Highness, the aroma is delightful. It's simply marvelous. If the chefs of the world saw this, they would surely have no place at the table. Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly covered his mouth and dropped to his knees. I apologize, Your Highness. I should not have said such things. Once Xiao Chenxuan served himself, he filled a bowl for Wang Xian, who trembled with excitement. The thought that the prince served him rice was overwhelming. If word got out, it would be worth 100 deaths. Only after Xiao Chenxuan began to eat did Wang Xian dare to join him. Xiao Chenxuan savored a piece of braised pork. Muttered. At this moment, a voice interrupted. Elder brother, what genius! It smells so good. What are you eating? Soon after, realizing I would have to consult the prince later, as he had just instructed me on cooking. With that thought, I hurried off to fetch chopsticks for the two. I can't even return to the palace now, and you indulge in your own feast. I disdain you. I grumbled a few words before grabbing a piece of braised pork and stuffing it into my mouth. The taste was divine. The chef at Brother Ba's residence truly had remarkable skills. Brother Ba, why not send me your chef? Xiao Chenxuan shot me a glare, thinking, dude, I am that chef. Do you dare to use me? The enticing aroma began to tempt Chen Jian'an as well, although he had just eaten at the Wang residence. The fragrance was simply irresistible, and the dishes were unlike any he had ever encountered. The scent of braised pork and mapo tofu made him swallow hard. I felt exasperated. These two had to arrive just as I began my meal. Just sit down. Do I need to feed you both? At that moment, Wang Xian returned with 2 sets of chopsticks, handing them to Xiao Chenhao and Chen Jian'an. They wasted no time, eager to dig in as if fearing I might change my mind. Brother Ba, what kind of meat is this? It's incredible, so tender. And this tofu. Oh, it's simply delicious. This is the best meal I have ever had. They spoke with their mouths full, their words barely intelligible, and quickly resumed their assault on the dishes. Chen Jian'an was no exception. The two devoured their food ravenously, their manner quite unappealing. I could no longer bear to watch and stood up, intending to leave the two to their enjoyment. I was about to take Wang Xian to prepare ingredients and teach him how to cook when Xiao Chenhao's loud voice echoed behind me. Brother Ba, keep the chef here. I'm not full yet. I turned back to the table and was taken aback. 2 dishes had vanished as if licked clean, leaving not a trace behind. Even the fried rice plate shone with cleanliness, while Chen Jian'an patted his stomach with a satisfied expression. Your Highness, this is delicious. What dishes are these? Once this food is served, every restaurant in the land will pale in comparison. Hearing that my cooking surpassed all others sparked my interest. I returned to Chen Jian'an and inquired, tell me about the restaurants in the land. How are their dishes and their business? They're not much different from home-cooked meals. Just a wider variety, mostly boiled dishes. They're packed every day, and if you arrive late, you might not even get a table. I've never seen dishes as vibrant and aromatic as those at the princess residence. Having tasted your Highness's cooking, I feel as though I've wasted years. Returning home, I don't even know how to swallow my family's meals anymore. Your dishes are simply extraordinary. I gleaned no useful information from him. Only flattery for my cooking, which left me speechless. Xiao Chenhao seized Wang Xian, insisting on making food for him. Wang Xian, with a face of despair, cried out, Your Highness, please don't make it hard for me. It's really our Lord who cooked this. Spare me. I truly cannot cook. I don't believe you. My brother won't cook for you. Hurry up. Do you want me to starve? I'm still growing. Xiao Chenhao was relentless, asserting that in the kitchen, aside from the chef, there was no need for my brother. Your Highness, it truly is my lord who cooked this. If you don't believe me, ask him. Wang Xian pleaded, looking as if he were about to burst into tears. Your Highness, please tell Prince Hui to spare me. I found it hard to watch. That little chubby fellow was indeed my creation. How about this evening I teach Wang Xian to cook, and you can eat again? Upon hearing my acknowledgement, Xiao Chenhao could hardly believe his ears. Brother Ba, is it really you who cooked this? Oh, my dear Brother Ba, please, I need another serving. I can't wait until evening. I want it now. Please, he implored. I shot him a look, thinking he was nothing but a glutton. To expedite Wang Xian's preparation of ingredients, I relented and quickly prepared a serving of fried rice to silence him. After instructing Wang Xian to gather the ingredients, I returned to the hall with Xiao Chenhao and Chen Jian'an and proposed, what if we opened a restaurant dedicated solely to dishes like these and created a new wine? I shall name it 3 Days Drunk. Compared to Dukong wine, Dukong is akin to horse urine. Do you think the business would flourish? Upon hearing my plan to open a restaurant specializing in such dishes along with a new wine, Xiao Chenhao didn't care about the profitability and immediately agreed. If my brother says to open a restaurant, it must succeed. Besides, who is my brother? The immortal of wine. Chen Juanxi quickly followed suit, agreeing without hesitation. However, I am without funds. You both have seen. I'm so poor I can only afford cheap meat. Where would I find money to invest in a restaurant? Brother, if you can make even the cheap meat taste so good, I don't care. You lead, I will follow. Xiao Chenhao exclaimed. I nodded in agreement. Thus, I will provide the manpower and personally train them in cooking. You two will need to find a way to purchase a restaurant and cover the renovation costs. I'll take 5, you two split 3 and 2 in proportion. What do you say? I thought to myself, if these two agreed to invest, I could easily teach the staff at the residence and train the maids into proper servers, securing a significant stake without any initial investment. The thought invigorated me. Without a second thought, Xiao Chenhao agreed, demanding a 3-tier share. My brother wouldn't cheat me, would he? Even if he did, wouldn't I still get to enjoy such delightful dishes every day once the restaurant opens? Chen Juanxi expressed his agreement as well. The three of us began to discuss the location and renovation plans for the restaurant. I introduced them to the management model of restaurants in the 21st century, earning their admiration. Chen Juanxi would be the face of the restaurant, while I would train the chefs and servers. Once he secured the establishment, he would follow my guidance for renovations. However, when I mentioned that I would handle the brewery myself, the two immediately protested, insisting that they be included in the venture. The room erupted in a cacophony of arguments until I conceded, offering them a 30% stake in the investment and proposing to allocate 20% of the profits to the Emperor of Chu. Only then did they relent. With the Emperor's involvement, we would be tied to the strongest backing in Chu, ensuring that when my royal brothers plotted against us, they would think twice. Chapter 10. The Art of Training Soldiers. Chen Juanxi had long harbored a desire to observe the guard training at the Wangfu of the Prince of Anyang, yearning to showcase his military prowess to the prince. However, after the trio discussed their plans for the tavern, all thoughts of military talent were swiftly cast aside. Your Highness, I shall not intrude any longer. I'll return home to procure some funds from my father to expedite our venture. Wooden and Oppos, do you agree? Go on. I shan't keep you from dinner. As you know, I am rather impoverished. Fewer mouths to feed means fewer rations saved. They say money opens all doors. Yet I have none. Every grain saved counts, wouldn't you say? Xiao Chenxuan replied with utmost seriousness. How absurd. A prince lamenting poverty, as if he alone were destitute, while the world is rife with the impoverished. If one dared to challenge him, Chen Juanxi would surely make them regret it. Indeed, your Highness speaks true. I shall take my leave now. Very well, off you go. Oh, and take this, study it well, and return to train promptly, Xiao Chenxuan instructed, handing over a paper detailing the training curriculum for 21st century special forces that he had meticulously prepared. Without a glance, Chen Juanxi seized the paper and dashed out, eager to return to his father to secure the initial investment for his entrepreneurial journey. He would not be the foolish son of a landlord. His offspring would be. Bah! He was no fool. Watching Chen Juanxi depart, Xiao Chenxuan shook his head in bemusement. Ah, money, regardless of the era or the individual, the allure of profit is irresistible. No wonder the blind are said to be blinded by gold. Elder brother, you are so poor. It is my fault for not realizing it. I will send someone to the palace to fetch funds for you, Xiao Chenhao said, having overheard his brother's conversation with Chen Juanxi. He felt a pang of guilt for enjoying a lavish feast while his elder brother struggled. At this moment, Xiao Chenxuan was speechless. The little chubby one was truly the foolish son of a landlord, with more funds than he knew what to do with. He had merely jested with Chen Juanxi, yet it was taken to heart. Xiao Chenxuan was nearly moved to tears by the little chubby one's sentiment. Why did so many officials and his father favor him? Alas, the heavens are unjust. He felt it would be remiss not to accept Xiao Chenhao's generosity, fearing the little chubby one might lose sleep over it. With heartfelt emotion, he clasped Xiao Chenhao's hands, overwhelmed. Little chubby, we are truly brothers. At this moment, you are the only one who remembers me. I am so deeply touched. Of course, we are brothers. I will arrange for someone to fetch the funds. And remember, elder brother, prepare a sumptuous meal for me tonight, he said before arranging for guards to go to the palace for money. How refreshing to witness such sincerity. After watching the little chubby one leave, Xiao Chenxuan dismissed the thought of whether Xiao Chenhao would eat that evening and returned to his chamber, collapsing into a deep slumber. In the evening, Chen Juanxi sought out his father, General Chen, to report on his plans to establish a tavern with the two princes. Initially hesitant, General Chun understood that the emperor was in good health, and maintaining too close a relationship with the princes could be perilous, particularly if it involved the crown prince. One misstep could lead to catastrophe, necessitating caution. However, upon hearing about 3 days of intoxication and the emperor's involvement in profit-sharing, the prospect of daily access to such fine wine was irresistible. He slapped his thigh in agreement. By the way, Shir, how did your training at the Wang Fu of the Prince of Anyang go today? We must ensure that you assist in training his guards, as that will better protect the prince, General Chen inquired. Well, Father, I did not actually see the guards are trained today. It should pertain to training, but I did not fully grasp it, he said, presenting the crumpled paper to General Chun. Taking the wrinkled paper, General Chun examined it closely. It detailed various training methods for soldiers, encompassing fundamental skills and unfamiliar exercises. As he read, his excitement grew. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Having spent his life in the military, well-versed in warfare and training, he had never encountered such straightforward yet effective methods. The simplicity of the techniques was striking, and the unfamiliar training items clearly aimed at enhancing a soldier's reaction time, physical fitness, and combat effectiveness. General Chun became increasingly animated, declaring, "Our great Chu shall produce a king of unicorns. The Prince of Anyang is a true talent. Heaven favors our great Chu. Liang Kingdom, beware, for I shall come for you." Chun Juanshi watched his father in awe, fearing he had unleashed a calamity upon himself. Suddenly, General Chen snatched a gun without a firing pin and, without a word, aimed it at Chun Juanshi, exclaiming, "How could I have birthed such a wretched creature? With such a brilliant training method at hand, look at the state you've made of it, you worthless brat. I'll make sure you regret it." Chun Juanshi fled in tears, turning the Chun household into a chaotic scene. Servants and Uncle Fu rushed to protect the young master from his father's wrath, creating a spectacle. Had Xiao Chenxuan been present, he might have casually enjoyed a plate of peanuts in one hand and a wine cup in the other, relishing the rare entertainment. Eventually, amidst the commotion, General Chen's fury subsided, and he turned to Uncle Fu, lamenting, "How could I have such a disgraceful son? It infuriates me. Master, the young master is still quite young. Please show him some leniency. With the eldest and second young masters gone, we must rely on the youngest. If you were to harm him, who would continue your lineage?" Uncle Fu urged. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, General Chun reconsidered, kicking Chun Juanshi lightly and grumbling, "Get lost. You annoy me. Return and contemplate your actions. Tomorrow, hasten to the Wang Fu of the Prince of Anyang for training. Remember to take it seriously and ask the prince if you encounter difficulties." He then instructed Uncle Fu to make preparations, eager to present the training method to the emperor. Upon hearing "Get lost," Chun Juanshi immediately complied, Yes, I understand. I shall take my leave." He swiftly disappeared under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, disregarding what his father intended to do that evening. Chapter 11. The death of the crown prince. As Emperor Chu was departing from the Ganlu Hall, a young eunuch hurriedly approached He Fu and whispered, "Chief He, General Chun requests an audience." He Fu quickly made his way to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty." With a hint of mischief, remarked, "I cannot presume to know, Your Majesty. Even if I did, I would not dare to say. The mind of a ruler is inscrutable." Amused, the emperor chuckled, "You old rascal, do I not know you well? Come, let us return and summon the old general." He Fu then hurried to General Chen, announcing, "Will quickly approached the great hall and bowed, saying." With that, he presented a treatise on military training written by Xiao Chenxuan. The emperor examined the document, glancing at the old general, and asked, "Did you write this, General?" General Chen promptly denied it, saying, No, Your Majesty. I lack such talent. What do you think of this military training method?" After a moment of contemplation, "While I may not comprehend all aspects of the training, I can discern that it enhances a soldier's endurance and maneuverability. What intrigues me most is this method of individual combat, striking the enemy's commander from miles away. Who else could possess such mastery of military training if not you? As the founding emperor of the Great Chu, He was no stranger to the art of warfare. Your Majesty, you may find it hard to believe. Who could have known he possessed such knowledge of military tactics? General Chun reflected aloud. Indeed, your words give me pause, General. This Xian'an, though clever, has often acted mischievously. It seems I have not paid him enough attention to understand him. Very well, General, let Jian'an take charge and ensure they practice diligently, covering all possible training methods. If effective, we shall consider implementing them for the army, but it must remain confidential, the Emperor instructed earnestly. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall return immediately. With that, General Chun prepared to depart. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Urgent news, urgent news. It's dire. A young eunuch's frantic voice cut through the air. The Emperor, puzzled, wondered what could be so urgent. Was there a disturbance at the borders or a rebellion in the ranks? What is the meaning of this panic? What is happening? The Emperor inquired with concern. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is gravely ill, and the imperial physicians are at a loss, the young eunuch stammered. Upon hearing this, the Emperor kicked the messenger aside and rushed towards the Crown Prince's chamber, with He Fu and General Chun hastily following. Before long, they arrived at the Taichung Hall, where a group of imperial physicians knelt with their heads bowed, awaiting the Emperor's wrath. Physician son, explain to me. The Crown Prince was well yesterday, even paying his respects to me. Why has he fallen ill today? The Emperor demanded, his voice laced with fury. Physician son, trembling with sweat, knelt and replied, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince may have experienced a fleeting revival before succumbing. We have done all we can to save him, but I fear you must prepare yourself for the worst. Hearing the term fleeting revival, the Emperor nearly stumbled backward, but General Chun was quick to steady him. Your Majesty, are you well? I am fine. Everyone rise. I bear no ill will toward you. The Crown Prince has suffered for years. Perhaps this is his ultimate liberation. Have you informed the Empress? The young eunuch from the Crown Prince's residence spoke up. Your Majesty, the Empress is unwell. We have deliberated and decided to withhold the news from her for now, in hopes of your understanding. Very well. What is your name? You shall attend to me at Ganlu Hall from now on. The Emperor, rather than expressing anger, inquired about the young eunuch and assigned him to a position of service, a sign of favor. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am but a humble servant, Xiao Gizi. I wish to care for the Crown Prince. Before he could finish, a voice from the Crown Prince's chamber called out, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is failing. He wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch was momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. He trembled, fearing the Emperor's wrath, and bowed his head in supplication, hoping to escape the dire consequences of his earlier words. The Emperor, undeterred, rushed to the Crown Prince's bedside, where he heard the faint voice of his son. Father, I cannot endure much longer. It is lamentable. I cannot remain to care for you and mother. I have been unfilial. After my departure, I beseech you, Father, please take care of mother, and look after my eighth brother. He is the most intelligent among us, sincere in his dealings with others, and will not harm his brothers. I implore you, Father, he must be supported. Fear not, my son. I know you are dutiful. I promise to care for your mother well. Alas, my son. The Emperor's voice faltered as tears streamed down his face. Though he wished to promise the Crown Prince that he would look after Xiao Chenxuan, he could not do so at that moment, knowing that many favored the second prince and fourth prince for the throne. If he were to elevate Xiao Chenxuan to Crown Prince, he would face opposition and unrest in the court. It was wiser to observe who among them possessed the true capability to unify the realm. Yet, he could not fathom why the Crown Prince held Xiao Chenxuan in such high regard. Did he know of his literary talents and martial prowess? Thank you, Father. I must depart now. With that, the Crown Prince relinquished his grip on life. A heavy pall fell over the Crown Prince's residence as the Emperor solemnly commanded, prepare the Crown Prince's ceremonial attire for burial. He shall be interred in the royal tomb. Declare a 3-day mourning period for the Crown Prince, and arrange a funeral for Xiao Chenxuan. With that, the Emperor, appearing much older, swayed as he made his way toward the Empress's quarters, the weight of sorrow evident in his demeanor. Chapter 12. Reactions at this moment. The night in Jingchu appeared particularly tranquil, yet the sounds of insects buzzing in the air were strikingly jarring. A chilling wind swept across the land, and the serene night sky was on the verge of being shattered by the mournful toll of bells from the imperial city. In the Fengyi Hall, the Emperor of Chu comforted the tearful empress. "My dear, the crown prince has departed peacefully. He urged me to take good care of you. You must gather your strength. His 2 daughters still need their grandmother. Spend time with them when you can. The crown prince has left, and I have many matters to attend to." The empress nodded, replying, "I understand, your majesty. You must attend to state affairs. It pains me to think that our son has left behind no male heir." After offering her words of solace once more, the emperor departed for the Ganlu Hall, accompanied by Chief Eunuch He Fu. "Old man, summon Xian'an when he arrives. Since he is to oversee the funeral, I wish to see how he manages the arrangements for his royal brother. The spirit of the crown prince still lingers, and I wish to gauge Xian'an's capabilities." The emperor's voice trailed off, leaving the interpretation of his words unclear. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Release the secret guards. I want to observe what my sons are doing now that the crown prince has passed." "Yes, your majesty. I will make the arrangements immediately," replied the old servant as he exited, leaving no trace of his destination. At the Anyang prince's residence, Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao had just finished their dinner. Xiao Chenxuan patiently explained to Wang Xian how to produce oil and cook. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses echoed from outside. By imperial decree, the 8th prince Xiao Chenxuan is to enter the palace at once. The messenger delivered the emperor's command directly. Recognizing the messenger as General Li Jun, the deputy commander of the White Riders beside the emperor, Xiao Chenhao stepped forward, inquiring, "General Li, why is father in such haste to summon my elder brother? What has occurred in the palace?" "Your Highness, the crown prince has passed away. His Majesty summons the Anyang prince to oversee the crown princess funeral." "I must return to the palace to report," Li Jun replied, swiftly departing without allowing Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao time to process the shocking news. Stunned, the two exchanged incredulous glances. "What did he say?" Xiao Chenxuan asked in disbelief. "He said our brother the crown prince has departed, and father wants you to manage his funeral," Xiao Chenhao replied, still grappling with the gravity of the situation. "What? The crown prince has passed? Father wants me to handle the crown prince's funeral?" they exclaimed in unison. Concerned, Xiao Chenhao said, "Eighth brother, I wish to return to the palace immediately to see father. I worry for him. Old Wang, prepare horses for me and the Prince of Hui, and do so swiftly." Turning to Wang Xian, he instructed, "The lessons I have taught you, I expect you to study diligently these days. I shall return to assess your progress. The preparations are already underway, your highness. Do you have any additional instructions?" Wang, the steward, inquired softly. "Yes, remind Zhu Laosan and Zhu Afu that the tables, chairs, and frying pans they produce are of utmost importance to me. Urge them to expedite the production. As for the other matters in the residence, manage them as you see fit. Anything beyond your authority, delegate to Ma Changshi and Yusima. I do not tolerate idleness, and I have not seen either of them these past few days," Xiao Chenxuan instructed, moving towards the horses, aware of the urgency of the situation. In the Qi prince's residence, the halls were brightly lit, filled with strategists and military generals. "The crown prince has indeed departed. Gentlemen, who will father appoint as the new crown prince, and what should I do?" the Qi prince inquired, surveying those present. At that moment, a man clad in scholarly robes, sporting a goat-like beard and holding a folding fan, spoke up. Known as Su Jingya, the Qi prince's cunning strategist and minister of personnel, he was a man not to be trifled with. "Your Highness, I believe you need not worry. Since ancient times, the eldest has been favored over the younger. The emperor has only one legitimate son, and with the crown prince's passing, you are the eldest," he asserted. Yu Yang, the chief historian of the Qi prince's residence, added, "Lord, you have been assisting the emperor with state affairs in recent years. You are well versed in court matters. Your opportunity is significant. You need only wait." For not contending is a form of contention. The others echoed their agreement. "Yes, indeed, your highness, waiting is wise." Indeed, both Master Su and Master Yu speak truthfully. However, what do you make of the emperor entrusting the funeral arrangements to the Anyang prince? The Qi prince asked. Yu replied, "I believe the Anyang prince lacks ambition and is not a concern. He possesses some talent, but it pales in comparison. Otherwise, how could the 5th prince's minor tricks have driven him out of the imperial city?" Su waved his fan, while not a concern. "We must ensure he does not impede your plans. Keep a close watch on him." The Qi prince nodded, signaling to a guard beside him, "Make the necessary arrangements. Ensure he does not interfere, and act accordingly if needed, he concluded, gesturing across his neck. The guard responded, "Understood, I shall take care of it." At the residence of Chancellor Pei Zhixing, Pei paced back and forth, while Yang Bing and several military leaders in the capital sat at the table, all wearing anxious expressions. Pei kept muttering, "Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst." Turning to the steward, he commanded, "Find an astute guard to assist me. I have urgent matters to discuss." Moments later, the steward returned with a slender young man whose eyes sparkled with intelligence and whose steps were steady, suggesting a background in martial arts. The steward addressed Pei, "Master, I have brought him before you." Pei examined the newcomer and remarked, "Very well. What is your name?" The young man responded, "My name is Qin Yong, from the Pei clan." Pei was pleased with Qin Yong's confident reply, indicating his capabilities. He continued, "I have an important task for you. Should you succeed, I will ensure your rise to wealth and honor." Without inquiring further, Qin Yong bowed and said, "Please, master, give your orders. I shall not hesitate." Pei smiled approvingly and instructed, "Take this token of mine and make haste to Jiangling. Present it to His Highness, the King of Wu, and urge him to feign illness and return to the capital swiftly. Inform him of the crown prince's passing. He will know what to do. Remember, deliver it only to the King of Wu and return quickly. I await your good news." He handed a jade pendant marked with his surname to Qin Yong. Qin Yong bowed, "I will not fail to fulfill your trust." With that, he strode away. Once Qin Yong had departed, Yang Bing asked, "Chancellor, do you believe the prince will return without issue? After all, the military leaders in the border regions face severe consequences for returning to the capital." Pei shook his head. "It should be fine. 1/3 of the military power rests with the prince. If he does not return, the crown prince will certainly be in danger. The crown prince would never entrust military power to the other princes." Yang contemplated this and nodded. "You speak wisely, Chancellor. Our faction stands united behind the prince." Pei gazed skyward and declared, "We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." Meanwhile, the 5th Prince Qing Wang and the 6th Prince Yin Wang gathered in a conspiratorial manner. Though both were princes, their fiefdoms lay far to the north, and if the realm remained divided, they would struggle to secure any influence. "Brother, what shall we do now? The 3rd prince cannot return." The 5th prince, having grown up alongside the 3rd and 6th princes, shared their aspirations for their brother to ascend to the throne. The 5th prince pondered for a moment. Now was not the time for haste. The 3rd brother's foundation was fragile, and they needed to closely monitor every movement within the court. Rest assured, Father Emperor would not hastily solidify the crown prince's position. At present, the kingdoms of Liang, Han, and Ming loomed over them, eyeing them covetously, while Yang Yong of the Tianshan Empire would seize any opportunity. If the 3rd brother and King Wu were not stationed at the border troops, the frontier would be precarious. Should either the 3rd brother or King Wu return, they would undoubtedly report Father Emperor's wrath. "Ah, indeed, Brother 5 is astute. How could I have overlooked that?" The 6th prince exclaimed, tapping his head in realization. The 5th prince continued, "We must keep a close watch on the 8th and the 18th. It is imperative that the 8th does not rise again. I have never comprehended him, and now he eludes me even more. Should he compose an immortal poem, granting him a modicum of time, many scholars may rally to his side. He must not be underestimated. As for the 18th, he is the emperor's sole favorite, if necessary. We may need to eliminate both of them." A shadow of foreboding flickered in the 5th prince's eyes. The 6th prince nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Brother 5's words, regardless of whether he and the 3rd brother would ultimately become mere pawns in the 5th prince's quest for power. Chapter 13. The abolition of human burial. As the princes and ministers believed they had executed their plans flawlessly and succumbed to peaceful slumber, their every action was laid bare before the Emperor of Chu. Suddenly, the sound of a vase shattering echoed from the Hall of Sweet Dew. Startled, Chief Steward, he hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Unworthy wretches, beasts. For the sake of my throne, they would sacrifice their own flesh and blood. You old dog, tell me, what more can these brutes do? Have they longed for the crown prince's demise, and now do they seek my end as well?" With another crash, yet another vase met its fate upon the floor. The emperor's ire flared as he observed the exchanges among the princes and ministers. "Dispatch orders to the kings of Wu and Yu. Without my express permission, they are not to step outside the borders of the military. Should they dare defy this command, they shall face my wrath." The second and fifth princes were also conspicuously involved. It appeared they intended to eliminate Xian'an and Hao. Clearly, Xian'an possessed formidable capabilities. Not only the crown prince, but so many brothers had their eyes on him. Ah, splendid. At least one thing brings me solace. Old dog, ensure Xian'an and Hao are well protected, or I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Chief Steward, he dared not be negligent, and replied earnestly, Yes, your majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. When Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao arrived at the palace, it was already the midnight hour, and the gates were locked. However, the palace was ablaze with lights. Upon revealing their identities, the guards bowed respectfully and allowed them passage. Chief eunuch, he approached the emperor and whispered, Your Majesty, the kings of Anyang and Hui have arrived. The emperor nodded, fatigue evident on his face. Let them in. Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao swiftly entered the emperor's study, where the emperor's pallor was slightly alarming, his eyes bloodshot, and his hair disheveled. The passing of the crown prince had evidently taken a significant toll on him, as it is indeed a profound sorrow for a parent to bury their child. The emperor glanced at the two, his expression softening slightly as he managed a faint smile. You have arrived. Xiao Chenhao, overwhelmed, rushed into the emperor's embrace and wept. Father, how could my brother the crown prince leave us? Father sobbed. The emperor gently stroked Xiao Chenhao's head, offering comfort. My son, life and death are the natural order of things. Do not weep, for your brother watches over us from above. At your age, weeping so openly would only invite mockery. Xiao Chenhao was unconcerned with the opinions of others, as long as his father did not mock him. Father, the emperor turned to Xiao Chenxuan, who was visibly moved by his brother's tears, his own eyes glistening. You have returned safely. I trust your journey was without incident? Xiao Chenxuan replied, Thank you for your concern, father. Why have you not retired for the night? How do you intend to arrange your brother's funeral? After pondering for some time, Xiao Chenxuan found himself at a loss regarding the customs of funerals in a feudal society. Finally, he proposed, I humbly suggest that your majesty abolish the practice of human burial and instead. Before he could finish, the emperor's displeasure erupted. What do you mean by this? With your brother's passing, you wish to abolish a tradition that has been passed down for millennia? Do you intend for your brother to remain alone in the afterlife? I have heard, to seek the longevity of a tree, one must secure its roots. To ensure the flow of a river, one must dredge its source. How can one hope for governance? Though I may be dim-witted, I understand this principle, and how much more would a wise ruler know? This is akin to severing the roots in pursuit of a thriving tree or damming the source while wishing for a long river. All leaders, entrusted with the divine command, must be deeply concerned and act accordingly. Many may begin well, but few can finish strong. Is it not easier to take than to maintain? In the past, they took abundantly, yet now they find themselves lacking. Why is this? Those who are excessively confident in their position will often overreach. Knowing when to exercise restraint for the welfare of the people. When one is aware of the dangers, humility must guide their leadership. Fear of excess should remind them of the depths of the sea. When enjoying leisure, one must consider moderation. When concerned about negligence, one must be cautious from beginning to end. When faced with obstruction, one must be open-minded to receive counsel. When fearing treachery, one must uphold integrity to reject malice. In all matters, cultivate these 10 thoughts. Embody these 9 virtues, simplify one's duties, choose the good, and follow it. Thus, the wise will employ their strategies. The brave will exert their strength, the benevolent will spread their kindness, and the faithful will demonstrate loyalty. When the civil and military spheres are in harmony. Why labor in vain, entrusting others with your responsibilities and sacrificing the path of non-action? Upon hearing this, the emperor's anger subsided. Yet he had failed to fully comprehend Xiao Chenxuan's profound words in his earlier fury. He gravely commanded, Get to the point. Xiao Chenxuan, sensing the emperor's wrath had waned, steadied his racing heart and stated, "Father, I believe that the people are of utmost importance, while the ruler is secondary. The water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Thus, we must be cautious. Consider, Father, in this time of turmoil among the 7 nations, the suffering of the common folk is unbearable. If we in Chu were to abolish human burial, countless lives, those of the common people and slaves, would be spared. They would be grateful to the Chu royal family, fostering trust in our rule. Should we unify our kingdom in the future, we would gain the support of these grateful citizens. If this were to happen, it would enhance our prospects for unification. Your brother in the afterlife would be pleased, for by abolishing human burial, he would be making the greatest contribution to our kingdom's unity." The emperor pondered this and nodded. "Indeed, the water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Well spoken, my son. You are indeed a prodigy." Xian'an makes a valid point. If abolishing human burial benefits the unification of our kingdom, then it is worth considering, regardless of your brother's fate. The emperor then turned to Chief Steward He. "Old dog, transcribe what Xian'an has just said. I must heed this." "Xian'an, what title should we give your proposal?" Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback. Not only was he to have his words recorded, but he would also need to name it. How difficult it was to simply wish to be a carefree youth. Perhaps it could be titled 10 Thoughts to Advise Emperor King of Chu. The emperor promptly exclaimed, "Excellent. Excellent. Regardless of one's accomplishments, if one cannot unify the realm, how can future generations remember them among the many kings and lords? But now, this document will endure through the ages. When people read it centuries from now, they will know who Emperor King of Chu was." He then called out to the palace scribe, "Ensure that every word of my dialogue with the king of Anyang is recorded verbatim for the benefit of our descendants." The scribe responded earnestly, "Yes, your majesty." Xiao Chenxuan could not help but disdain the emperor's vanity in wishing to achieve eternal fame. However, he was more concerned with addressing the issue of human burial. The thought of sacrificing a multitude of lives to accompany a single deceased individual sent shivers down his spine. "Father, I propose we abolish the practice of human burial." The emperor was increasingly pleased with Xiao Chenxuan. If he could articulate the benefits of this abolition, the emperor would undoubtedly support him, for he himself had gained notoriety through the practice of human sacrifice. "Su'en, speak your mind. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Why abolish human sacrifice in favor of burial companionship?" Xiao Chenxuan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Father, consider this. If we abolish human sacrifice and adopt burial companionship, countless innocent lives would be spared. These individuals would undoubtedly express their gratitude towards you. Imagine, millennia from now, the number of innocent lives you would have saved. With this singular act, you could ascend to the ranks of revered monarchs throughout history. This is but one reason. Secondly, by transitioning to burial companionship, we could appoint skilled artisans to craft clay effigies, much like the terracotta army created by Emperor Qin. This initiative could also alleviate some of the citizens' struggles for sustenance. Lastly, those who accompany the deceased in burial are often their own wives and concubines. Father, can you truly bear the thought of such a fate?" The emperor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, disregarding everything else. The abolition must proceed. Xiao Chenxuan's argument was indeed sound. To save countless lives from the clutches of burial companionship, while also providing a means for the populace to earn a living, was a noble cause. Thus, I decree it. The nature of emperors, some seek eternal glory, indifferent to the systems in place. A single war could claim hundreds of thousands of lives, yet they continue to wage battles. My trusted advisor, tomorrow at dawn, convey my edict. Human sacrifice is to be abolished in favor of burial companionship. Ensure the Ministry of Rights articulates my compassion for the people of Chu. The Chu emperor cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chenxuan, realizing why those nefarious individuals sought to eliminate him. Clearly, Su'en was no ordinary figure. Xiao Chenxuan exhaled with relief, recognizing the emperor's tenacity. Yet he had managed to persuade him. Next, he would follow protocol with the Ministry of Rights. And if he could reintroduce the concept of floral wreaths from the 21st century, it would indeed be innovative. After securing the emperor's approval, Xiao Chenxuan refrained from overthinking the matter. However, within a few days, his proposal to abolish human sacrifice and adopt burial companionship spread throughout the streets and alleys of Chu. The entire staff of the prince's residence regarded Xiao Chenxuan as their benefactor, particularly those tasked with attending to the emperor, who acknowledged that had it not been for Prince Anyang, they might have found themselves in the prince's tomb instead, forever serving as Xiao Chenxuan's subjects. Chapter 14. The sold Xiao Chenxuan. After concluding the prince's funeral, the weary Xiao Chenxuan returned to the Wangfu of Anyang, having not closed his eyes for several days. As soon as he entered the estate, he fell into a deep slumber. Little did he know, the emperor was selling him at that very moment. In the Ganlu Palace, the emperor drummed his fingers on the table, gazing at the stone lions outside the grand hall. Turning to Chief Steward he inquired, "Old dog, tell me, whom should I appoint as the crown prince?" The sudden question startled Chief Steward who dropped to his knees, trembling in fear. He dared not involve himself in the affairs of the princes, otherwise he might find himself in grave danger. "Your Majesty, this old servant." The emperor understood his trepidation and reassured him, "I grant you forgiveness." "Your Majesty, this old servant does not dare to discuss the princes," he said, pressing his forehead to the ground. The emperor, feeling helpless, sighed, "Forget it, asking you is futile." He continued, "Consider the fourth prince, he is well-rounded, with considerable support from the court. Even that old fellow Pei Zhixing has cast his lot with him. Holding military power is no small feat. Haraha. As for the second prince, he has managed state affairs for many years, and the departments of personnel and works are already under his sway, as if following the natural order of hierarchy. Haraha. Then there is the third prince, who has the backing of the fifth and sixth princes and has secretly courted many officials. How interesting. Some speculate that I will appoint the Huai prince, while others support this notion. Quite amusing, isn't it? Old dog, what do you think I have left?" Chief Steward he dared not respond to the emperor's musings, replying cautiously, "Your Majesty, under the heavens, all land belongs to the king, and all subjects are his servants, are they not?" At that moment, he longed to weep, realizing that the matter of succession was far beyond his purview as a mere eunuch steward. He was entangled in the emperor's affairs, forced to obey the emperor's every command. "Death defies me. How can this useless Xiao Chenxuan be deemed worthy of the throne? Humph. Send word to Minister Su and Deputy Minister Yu to come to my estate. I have urgent matters to discuss." His guards complied and soon departed. Which must have left a significant impression on the emperor. With the passing of the esteemed prince, if the emperor feels sympathy, he will surely compensate the Wang of Anyang. And that would be disastrous. Minister Su soon joined the conversation. Deputy Minister Yu is correct. The Wang of Anyang has re-entered the emperor's favor, especially with the 10 considerations emerging. The matter of the crown prince's position, clearly aiming to stir the waters. Tomorrow, no one will be appointed crown prince. It would be wise for our faction to propose the Huai prince instead. After all, the gathering was convened under the pretext of celebrating his wife's birthday, inviting various influential figures, primarily those aligned with the fourth prince. In the study, Yang Bing led the assembly, addressing Pei Zhixing directly. "Minister Pei, with the prince's passing, the emperor has acted preemptively, preventing the princes from returning to the capital. News has emerged from the palace that the esteemed prince wished for the emperor to appoint the Wang of Anyang as the crown prince. Do you think the emperor will?" Pei Zhixing shook his head resolutely. "Since this news has been disseminated from the palace, it indicates the emperor's intent to gauge the reactions of the princes and us. Thus, during the morning court tomorrow, propose either the Wang of Qi or the Wang of Yu as candidates for the crown prince. We must wait for the opportune moment to act." We expelled him from the capital, and yet, mere months later, he seeks to rise again. Brother, what do you propose? Should we eliminate him? The fifth prince, Go to the Wang of Anyang and protect him. News has circulated that the prince expressed a wish for the Wang of Anyang to be appointed as the successor. Qin Yuanqi was even more confused. Father, isn't this a good thing? The general, feeling exasperated, lamented, when will this fool finally show some progress? With a scornful glance at Qin Yuanqi, she retorted, I told you to read more, yet you refused to listen. If Qin Yuanqi still fails to grasp this, it is likely that General Chun would have already put an end to him. Oh, had you mentioned this sooner, I would have understood. Father, allow me to summon Uncle Chong and the others. With that, he dashed out. Yan leaped up, cursing, have you lost your mind? It's still dark. It is something more serious than rebellion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenxuan's drowsiness vanished, and he quickly inquired, what is it? Qin Yuanqi hurriedly informed him. The palace has revealed the conversation between Crown Prince Yuan and the emperor before his death. Xiao Chenxuan shot a glare at Qin Yuanqi, retorting, and this conversation has leaked from the palace. How can you not react? Xiao Chenxuan shouted, what? At that moment, the court of the Chu kingdom appeared unusually quiet. The emperor of the Tianshan Empire has sent an invitation for a hunting event on the Double Ninth Festival, where the sons of various nations shall gather. Please make your decision. Upon hearing Huang's words, the emperor laughed, jesting. The emperor of Jian'an must be joking, but Yang Yong is indeed serious. This Yang Yong is amusing. He wants to seize the world for himself. Huh. Dispatch a messenger to respond. The men of Chu will not yield without a fight. Minister Huang inquired again, Your Majesty, which prince shall lead the expedition? The factions of Qi Wang, Yu Wang, and Wu Wang, present in the hall, brightened at the mention of the leader, realizing that such an opportunity would be a disgrace if Prince Xiao Chenxuan was not included. The Qi Wang's supporters were eager to suggest, why not Prince Xiao Chenxuan? The emperor was taken aback. He had just sold Xiao Chenxuan out the day before. Now, with everyone's attention drawn to the prince, he pondered whether to object. Would the court agree with him? Certainly not. He felt he had miscalculated this time. The emperor shot a fierce glance at Minister Huang, who quickly realized he had displeased the emperor. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor declared, Let it be Prince Xiao Chenxuan. Rather than let my ministers suffer, I shall make the decision myself. Except for General Chun and Minister Huang, all bowed in agreement, proclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. The emperor continued, It is only fitting to reciprocate. If the emperor of Jian'an wishes to witness the valor of Chu's men, let it be decided that we shall depart after the beginning of autumn. The emperor shot another glare at Minister Huang, thinking, You have brought me trouble. The entire Chu kingdom would flourish under his leadership. It was, in essence, a trial for Xiao Chenxuan, a chance for growth. The emperor shook his head. A nation can be without a monarch for but a day, and an army without a general for even less. Realizing his suggestion had unintentionally placed him in the crosshairs of the prince's rivalry, he retreated, choosing silence. The emperor, well aware of the implications, asked, Which prince do you all recommend? With narrowed eyes, the emperor awaited the ministers' responses. One by one, they suggested the candidates of Huai Wang, Yu Wang, Wu Wang, and Qi Wang, but none were the figure the emperor sought. Chuckling, the emperor remarked, Which prince do you all believe should be appointed as the crown prince? The late Crown Prince Yuan recommended Duke Ji to me. Do you all concur? The emperor was clearly hinting at Xiao Chenxuan, merely adding fuel to the fire for the factions of the princes. At this moment, the ministers grew restless if they did not act. The crown prince title would surely fall to Duke Ji. Minister Du Wei stepped forward, stating, I believe Qi Wang is a suitable choice. Since ancient times, there has been a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate sons and a proper order of seniority. Establishing Qi Wang would benefit the stability of the court. Furthermore, Qi Wang is intelligent and has assisted Your Majesty with state affairs for many years, ensuring that there have been no slip-ups at the borders. He possesses the ability to govern internally and lead the military externally. I believe Qi Wang is a worthy candidate. Several supporters of Qi Wang echoed their agreement. The emperor, dismissing Minister Du's comments with a casual hum, continued to observe, his interest piqued. At that moment, Minister Zhou Zijin stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, I believe Wu Wang is also a worthy candidate. In times of turmoil, what our nation requires is a prince who can both govern with wisdom and lead with valor, rather than merely a ruler who defends the city. Moreover, Wu Wang has made indelible contributions to the establishment of our Chu kingdom. Appointing Wu Wang would align with the people's wishes. Supporters of Wu Wang rallied behind him. Observing the unfolding spectacle, General Chun, recognizing that the matter of appointing an heir was spiraling out of control, boldly stepped forward. I believe Hui Wang is a suitable choice. Without offering any further explanation, he retreated, leaving everyone astonished, unable to grasp the logic behind General Chen's reasoning. Qi Wang shot him a disapproving glance. Minister Ren Zhong from the Ministry of Justice also chimed in. Your Majesty, I believe Yu Wang is also a commendable choice, before retreating as well. The ministers were left dumbfounded, feeling as if they had wandered into a marketplace. The emperor descended from his throne and walked among the ministers, stating, It has been nearly 3 years since I, Xiao Jing, ascended the throne. The late Crown Prince Yuan has long been plagued by illness and has now passed. My loyal subjects have suggested that I appoint a new heir, and I have no objections. I agree that a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can an army be without a general. The emperor then surveyed the ministers, saying, The late Crown Prince recommended Hui Wang for the position. He spoke highly of Hui Wang's sincerity, unparalleled wisdom, and benevolence, assuring that upon my passing, there would be no conflict among brothers. Some of you have suggested Qi Wang, advocating for the order of seniority, which would stabilize the court. Others have proposed Wu Wang for his unparalleled contributions to the founding of our great Chu. And there are those who favor Yu Wang and Hui Wang. Each argument holds merit. However, as a father, I must ensure fairness in my decision. Yesterday, Prime Minister Pei advised me that the matter of appointing an heir cannot be delayed, as procrastination would undermine the stability of the court and threaten the unity of the realm. Today, esteemed ministers, we gather in council, and I wish to convey a decision that weighs heavily upon my heart. Since the untimely demise of the Crown Prince, I have endured countless sleepless nights. Alas, what if I were to declare Prince Qi as the Crown Prince? What say you, my loyal subjects? Minister Su, beaming with joy, rose to his feet and proclaimed, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. Appointing the eldest son as Crown Prince is a matter of natural order. Minister Yi Yang, equally fervent, stood as well and declared, Your Majesty, whether it be Prince Qi or any other royal, your decision shall surely be a blessing for the realm. The factions of King Wu and King Yu grew anxious. Yet they remained silent, awaiting the emperor's next words. Pointing to the assembly, the emperor inquired, And you, my loyal ministers, do you hold any contrary opinions? After a prolonged silence, he turned to Prime Minister Pei. What is your stance? Daring not to voice outright opposition, Prime Minister Pei replied, If your Majesty has made up your mind, how could this humble servant dare to dissent? Deep down, he understood that even if Prince Qi were named Crown Prince, all of you may speak freely. Yang swiftly retorted, Indeed. The selection of the Crown Prince must be based on merit. After speaking, he returned to his seat. Minister Yi Chun of the Ministry of Works also voiced his agreement. Qi not a man of talent? Yang emphatically responded, Prince Qi possesses talent, yet he pales in comparison to King Wu. Yang, the chief historian of Prince Qi's court, retorted sharply, Old man Yang, as the father-in-law of King Wu, are you not hoping for your children to ascend as crown princess? Yang, incensed, replied, Yang, do not ascribe base motives to a gentleman. I speak solely for the unification of our great Chu. Yang, furious, shot back. You dare call me base? And what of you, Yang? You are but a dog of King Wu. The emperor, his patience waning, interjected, this is not a marketplace. Knighting the realm cannot exclude him. However, your disarray has disappointed me greatly. In such a tumultuous court, how can I expect my Chu to conquer the world? The matter of the crown prince will be postponed. They had hoped for Prince Qi and King Yu to engage in mutual destruction, only to find themselves entangled in a more complex situation. Prime Minister Pei and others exchanged glances, uncertain of what would transpire next. Chapter 16. The Pig Slaughter Feast. Upon hearing Emperor Chu's announcement in the court regarding the potential designation of Wang Wu as the crown prince, Xiao Chenxuan, though the discussion ended abruptly due to a quarrel between the Minister of War and the chief historian of the Qi Palace, felt a sense of relief that his brothers would not seek trouble with him for the time being. However, before he could celebrate, another piece of joyous news arrived. He had been elevated to a princely status. His heart swelled with delight, and he nearly arranged a grand banquet. Yet, upon learning that he would be dispatched to the imperial city of Jian'an, his mood soured, realizing that his adoptive father had granted him the lands of the Tianshan Empire, which seemed to imply that Emperor Chu was a rebel. Xiao Chenxuan's emotions oscillated wildly, akin to having invested in a stock that initially surged only to plummet at the close, leaving him frustrated. Old Wang, procure a pig. Tonight we shall feast on a pig slaughter banquet. He believed that there was nothing that a hearty meal couldn't resolve, and if one meal was insufficient, then two would suffice. Steward Wang complied and departed, but soon returned, bewildered. My lord, are you certain you wish to consume this lowly meat? Xiao Chenxuan wished to reprimand Wang, but restrained himself, concerned that others might misinterpret his actions as bullying the weak. He replied with feigned annoyance, Did you not go to buy it? Steward Wang, resigned, responded, My lord, do you truly wish to purchase? Yes, I need you to acquire 2 more pigs. I intend to treat the nearby villagers to a pig slaughter feast. Remember, all the households in the vicinity. Suddenly, it struck Xiao Chenxuan that pork was becoming less popular, typically consumed by the impoverished who could not afford lamb. If he could persuade the nearby farmers to raise pigs for him, he could amass wealth. How could a dandy of the Chu state lack riches? With this thought, he salivated at the prospect. Steward Wang, sensing his lord's fixation, exclaimed, My lord, are you well? His shout jolted Xiao Chenxuan from his reverie. I'm fine, old Wang. Hurry and buy the pigs. I've instructed Wang Xian to prepare. Wang replied, The farmers have pigs. I will call for them to be delivered immediately. In no time, Chun Juanxi appeared alongside Steward Wang, accompanied by several farmers, hastening 3 pigs back, trailed by a few rugged-looking men who resembled guards. Your Highness, I have brought Uncle Chong and others to assist with the feast. Is that acceptable? As they needed to slaughter pigs, Xiao Chenxuan welcomed them heartily, observing Xiao Chenxuan and Appo's demeanor. Aware that a prince's residence was not a place one could enter casually. Upon their arrival, Xiao Chenxuan greeted them warmly, inquiring, Who among you is in charge? An elderly man, with graying hair and 2 missing front teeth, stepped forward. I am Zhang Laosan, the village head. How may we assist your highness? Xian called Wang Xian over, and the two began cooking. To witness a creature's life and not endure its death, to hear its cries and not partake of its flesh. Thus, a gentleman avoids the kitchen. Yet, in truth, an array of dishes emerged, while the villagers gathered outside, mindful of the sensitive circumstances. Dishes such as braised pig trotters, braised ribs, dompa pork, spicy blood stew, and twice-cooked pork appeared on the tables, each dish emanating a tantalizing aroma throughout the palace. Just as they were about to begin their feast, the Minister of Rites, Huang Qiushui, and the Crown Prince's tutor arrived at the Jiwangfu, escorted by General Chun. They felt a twinge of guilt for their earlier remarks at the court, wishing to apologize to the prince through General Chun. Familiar figures. The palace guards swiftly approached Xiao Chenxuan, reporting, "Your Highness, 3 strangers await at the entrance." Xiao Chenxuan and his companions followed the guards to the entrance. "I pay my respects to the prince. I hope I am not intruding." Realizing it was General Chun, Xiao Chenxian felt a surge of gratitude and quickly reassured him. "General Chun, how could I dare to say you are intruding? You are most welcome. Today, I am celebrating with a pig slaughter feast, sharing joy with the surrounding villagers." Upon hearing the mention of a pig slaughter feast, the Crown Prince's tutor raised an eyebrow, contemplating how a prince could indulge in such humble fare of meat, laughing heartily, "Ha ha! Today, do not take it to heart. See, I have even invited you all to dine. Fortunate, elevated, and hosting a banquet." These actions left the 2 gentlemen bewildered, unable to comprehend the prince's demeanor. As the group entered the grand hall, Xiao Chenxian arranged for everyone to take their seats. The old general and the 2 gentlemen were intrigued by the comfortable chairs. Once seated at the table, Wang Xian approached Xiao Chenxian, saying, "Your Highness, the dishes have been served." Xiao Chenxian smiled broadly and proclaimed, "Today brings me 2 joyous occasions. Firstly, my elevation to a prince, and secondly, I have discovered a method to enrich our farmers, hence we shall revel together. Regarding how to achieve prosperity, I shall keep it under wraps for now, and later, I will divulge the details to you." Village Chief Zhang, invited to the hall, Village Chief Zhang, overwhelmed with excitement, had yet to recover from the news of the prince providing a path to wealth for the farmers, promptly exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you." Xiao Chenxian loudly declared, "Let the feast commence." Observing the inexpensive meat, the Grand Tutor hesitated initially but, seeing the prince indulge, reluctantly took a piece of braised pork. As it entered his mouth, the rich aroma enveloped him. It was tender and flavorful. "Ah, how delightful! This is no mere cheap meat. This flavor is exquisite," he exclaimed, eagerly devouring more. Disregarding his title, old General Chun, seizing a pig's knuckle, took a generous bite. The pork was succulent, melting in his mouth, with a hint of gelatinous skin texture, rich yet not greasy, tender yet not mushy. "This is indeed fine pork," he mused, momentarily doubting his long-held affection for the meat. Xiao Chenxian chuckled, "Indeed." Chapter 17. A good man should drink this wine at this moment. The villagers were devouring their meals voraciously, some even choking on their food. No noble had ever regarded them as worthy. At that moment, Wang Xian's culinary efforts had nearly exhausted the 2 pigs prepared for the villagers. The eldest among them, streaming down his face, startling all the other villagers. Zhang Laosan hurriedly supported Lu Laojian, asking, "Uncle Laojian, what troubles you?" Lu Laojian wept, "Oh, this is no less than what is offered in the imperial palace." He continued, "Children, even if I were to die now, it would be worth it. Should King Ji require anything, you must oblige. The prince just invited me to join the feast, yet I declined. Why? Not out of reluctance, but because I wished to see the joy on your faces as you savored this meal. When I reach the afterlife, I shall recount to others the delicacies enjoyed by the villagers. Ah, this life has been worthwhile." In the hall, Xiao Chenxian and his companions slowed their pace, for they could not lose their decorum in front of the prince. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Laosan stepped out and, after learning the situation, could only chuckle in disbelief. He then instructed everyone to return home, assuring them that the prince had good news to share later that evening, which he would relay to them. At the dinner table, Xiao Chenxian glanced at the oil-slicked hands of the old general and teased, "Old general." Feeling discontented, called out, Wang Xian, Bring forth the distilled spirits I prepared days ago. I refuse to be outdone. Oft, Xiao Chenxuan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, regarded the old general with disdain. The general, but I shall see to it that you are unable to resist this, old man. He opened the jar, and as the rich aroma wafted through the hall, the old general became animated, licking his lips and exclaiming, Your Highness, this jar is rather diminutive, but the fragrance is delightful. Surely, you must have more. Kong Taifu and Huang Shilang, along with Chun Jian'an, eagerly anticipated more of the intoxicating brew, their lips salivating at the scent. Xiao Chenxuan, undeterred, boasted, If you can drink even a fifth of this jar, I shall provide you with as much wine as you desire in the future. Encouraged by the old general, Kong Taifu, ever the pragmatist, retorted, Your Highness, what are you implying? The old general, emboldened by his companion's spirit, declared, Why fear a child? I have never shied away from a drink. With a glint of mischief, Xiao Chenxuan prepared to pour wine for the group. Noticing the eager expressions of Chun Jian'an and Zhang Cuanjing, he gestured for Wang Xian to bring another jar. On the main table, Xiao Chenxuan commanded Wang Xian to fetch 6 cups, aligning them neatly before filling them with the crystal-clear nectar that flowed like a spring. The liquid swirled in the white porcelain, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Good wine indeed, the old general remarked, captivated by the clarity of the beverage. Having lost both of his sons in battle, he had sought solace in drink, yet had never encountered such a pristine elixir. Upon tasting the wine, he coughed. This wine is quite potent. A true man should indulge in such spirits. Xiao Chenxuan, not one to conceal the truth, replied, This is a 3-day brew. And speaking of which, old general, you are now one of the proprietors of this wine. The old general laughed heartily. A good man should indeed partake in such wine. I care not what others think, as long as there is drink to enjoy. He then bellowed, Bring me a larger bowl. This cup is unfit for a man. Observing the general's bluster, Kong Taifu jested, What a pity. Such a fine brew deserves better than to be served in such a vessel. Kong Taifu inhaled the aromatic essence deeply and mused about the hidden treasures within the prince's estate, realizing the extraordinary nature of the evening's revelry. The assistant minister Huang, enticed by the potent liquor, could not resist the allure of the crystal-clear wine in his cup. Ignoring the presence of his host, Xiao Chenxuan, he raised his glass and exclaimed, Cheers, everyone. To no one's surprise, the esteemed Confucian scholar and the royal minister simultaneously spewed forth the wine they had just consumed. The rich aroma of the liquor permeating the entire hall of the royal residence. Having witnessed the earlier embarrassing antics of the trio, only a few sips, found himself somewhat tipsy and began to ramble to Xiao Chenxuan, insisting that his mission was not intended as a slight and that he was, in fact, a vice envoy. Xiao Chenxuan, understanding the gravity of the situation, inquiring why he referred to him as an old curmudgeon. In a moment of distraction, Xiao Chenxuan inadvertently retorted, You old curmudgeon, you're quite the rascal. This left Scholar Kong bewildered, contemplating whether he truly was a scoundrel. Unable to resolve his thoughts, he opted to drink a few more cups, but by the time Xiao Chenxuan turned his attention back to him, Scholar Kong had already succumbed to slumber in the hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Cuanjing, also inebriated, staggered away, requesting Xiao Chenxuan to offer guidance on how to amass wealth once he sobered up. On the side, the father-son duo of Chun Jian'an found themselves reminiscing about the 2 elder brothers lost to time, alternating between laughter and tears. Xiao Chenxuan remained oblivious to the old general's shaking head, filled with regret, all attributed to that wretched distilled liquor. Chapter 18. Recruitment. Upon returning home inebriated, Zhang Laosan discovered that the entire village was gathered at his doorstep, including Lu Laojian. In his drunken stupor, Zhang Laosan informed the crowd that the prince intended to lead their village to prosperity, but due to his excessive drinking, he had failed to relay this to the elder. He promised that after the prince's teachings the following day, he would share more details with everyone. The villagers, invigorated by the prospect of wealth, the common folk could only conceive of earning money through labor, never daring to envision anything beyond that. Yet, the mere thought of prosperity ignited a fervor among them. I will visit the prince's residence tomorrow morning, shrouded in darkness. He arrived. Goodness. Need to be constructed, though not immediately. And knew that 5 taels represented a substantial fortune for them. Indeed, the 2 elders, not daring to hesitate, promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Your Highness." The 2 men were dumbfounded. Why would a tavern require women? Zhang Laosan hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, why do we need women? What can they do?" His face turned crimson, for he had initially intended to refuse the princess' proposal. Xiao Chenxuan, aware of the societal constraints on women, laughed gently. "Do not be concerned. The servers I seek will merely take orders and escort guests to private rooms. In the tavern I establish, no one shall dare lay a hand upon the daughters of our village. You tasted the food at my estate yesterday. It was to your liking, was it not?" Their mouths watering at the memory. They quickly realized that the prince was indeed aiding the villagers. Zhang Laosan, feeling awkward, ventured, "My tavern will open soon, and I will require staff immediately." The 2 men expressed their gratitude once more, assuring him they would complete the task by nightfall, and prepared to take their leave. Before they departed, Xiao Chenxian interjected, "Do not rush to thank me. They fully believed he aimed to assist the villagers, confident that diligent work would enable every household to rebuild their homes, free from the worry of rain leaking in. And chuckled, "Your Highness, it was nothing short of divine. I still long for its taste." Xiao Chenxian wasted no time. "Good to hear. I shall send you both home with half a gene of that wine. However, I have but one stipulation. Those who go must be trustworthy. I will not tolerate anyone revealing even the slightest detail about the production process. Understood?" Zhang Laosan comprehended the implications of the lucrative enterprise and stood tall. As necessary. The distillation process requires constant oversight, day and night. Zhang Laosan replied, "Understood." Xiao Chenxian then continued, "After distillation, we will have spent grains. The village's children can assist me by raising pigs and chickens. As for the piglets and chicks, I may have need of their services. Furthermore, once you have the list, I would like to see suitable locations near the prince's residence for constructing a school, a large one. No, never mind. I will devise a plan and have them executed according to my specifications. All children aged 6 to 12 in the village must attend school, or else their families will not be hired. I will hire a teacher, and when time permits, I will also instruct them myself." What? The prince intends to provide free education for the children, personally teaching them himself. The 2 old men, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly prostrated themselves in gratitude. But Xiao Chenxian hurriedly intervened. The thought of venerable elders in their 80s bowing before him was quite daunting. He feared that a bolt of lightning might strike him from the heavens. Observing the 2 elders, he inquired further, after tallying these individuals in the village, "Is there still a surplus of population?" Old Zhang, eager to respond, chuckled, "Not a chance. All the individuals we offer you are of good standing. How could there possibly be a shortage?" He added, "Your Highness, we have provided you with the able-bodied youth, and you must be aware. There are also those of more advanced age." Xiao Chenxian understood the implications. "Very well, then. Mobilize all those who are willing to endure hardship, regardless of age or gender, and ensure the route from the manor to the capital is well maintained. I require it to accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages running side by side, and I shall provide a stipend of 3 to 2 taels of silver each month. If that is agreeable, then compile the necessary details for me." At this, Lu Laojin and Zhang Laozhan could no longer remain composed. They declared, "Your Highness, your immense kindness shall not be forgotten by us. Regardless of what you command, the entire village will respond without hesitation, even if it costs this old man's life." With a disapproving glance at the two elderly gentlemen, Xiao Chenxuan retorted, "What need have I for your life? You are but skin and bones. No one would want you. Just ensure you manage everything properly. Now, I must attend to the training of the guards. You are not my concern at present." He then called out to the steward, "Old Wang, please make arrangements for these two gentlemen." The two elders would have their luncheon before being attended to again. Just as he was about to depart, the steward grasped Xiao Chenxian's arm and remarked, "Your Highness, where do such funds come from?" To which Xiao Chenxian confidently replied, expressing no concern over the finances. "With the opening of the wine business, we shall reap substantial profits in no time." Upon hearing this, the steward released his hold on Xiao Chenxian, nodding in understanding as he went off to make arrangements for Zhang Laozhan and the others, ambled towards his guard training grounds, muttering under his breath. Greeted him. Chen Juanxi was dumbfounded, realizing the target of his outburst was none other than an irate Xiao Chenxian. His demeanor shifted to obsequiousness, only exacerbating Xiao Chenxuan's anger. "Is that so? Let's see you make me regret it," Xiao Chenxian said before landing another kick. "I tasked you with training, provided the methods, and yet, what are you doing? Do you intend to leave me to be recovered in Xindu?" The mention of Xindu sobered Chen Juanxi. He recalled his father mentioning the prince's impending mission to Xindu, the very nation from which his title originated. He stammered an apology, promising to commence the special forces training immediately. Ignoring Chen Juanxi, Xiao Chenxian addressed the 50-odd guards, demanding the identity of their commander. As the first prince of Chu to establish his own estate, Xiao Chenxuan's benefactor father had generously augmented his guard complement. A guard stepped forward, identifying himself as Zhou Hong, a military advisor. Xiao Chenxian, assessing the robust youth with keen eyes, felt a modicum of satisfaction. He then berated them all, ordering them to run 20 laps around the grounds under threat of being barred from returning home. Declaring that he had no need for incompetent individuals, he concluded by kicking Chen Juanxi once more and ordering him to the palace. Xiao Chenxian resolved to petition his father for a 1,000-strong personal army to train himself, averting any potential crisis in Xindu. He promptly instructed the head steward to prepare horses and, accompanied by Chen Juanxi, set off for the imperial palace. Amidst the ongoing dispute between the vice minister of war and the chief secretary of Prince Qi's estate regarding the selection of a crown prince, Emperor Chu, acutely aware of the urgency of the matter, was beset by worries about the succession, the border troops' pay, and the dwindling imperial treasury. At that moment, Chief Eunuch he approached Emperor Chu and whispered that Prince Ji sought an audience. A faint smile graced the emperor's face. "Ah, the immortal poet of wine remembers he has a father. Tell me, old dog, what do you think brings him here?" The eunuch, eager to please, replied, "Your Majesty, I believe he comes to pay his respects. After all, Prince Ji has not seen your Majesty for several days and must surely miss you." Rolling his eyes at the flattery, Emperor Chu instructed, "Summon him, you old dog." Chief Eunuch he hastened to Xiao Chenxian and announced, "Your Highness, His Majesty will see you." Xiao Chenxian scrutinized the chief eunuch, remarking, "Tell me, old he, are you truly not 20 years old?" Assuming it was a jest, Chief Eunuch he replied, "Your Highness is jesting. This old servant is 55 this year. If only I were in my 20s, I could serve His Majesty for many more years." Xiao Chenxian mused on the eunuch's audacity, marveling at his vitality and the implication of his imminent demise. Upon entering the main hall, Xiao Chenxian greeted the weary-looking Emperor Chu. "This subject greets your Imperial Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years." The Emperor, pleased by the phrase 10,000 years, contemplated its potential for broader application. 10,000 years? If I lived that long, wouldn't I become a tortoise?" The Emperor chuckled. Had Xiao Chenxian known the Emperor's desire to be addressed in such a manner, he would have surely rebuked him for his shamelessness. "I trust you are enjoying yourself lately, Xianer. You didn't invite me to your pig-slaughtering feast," Emperor Chu remarked. Xiao Chenxian was taken aback, realizing that news of the previous day's event had reached the Emperor. "Your Majesty jest. It was merely an experiment. I wouldn't dare subject your Majesty to it if it wasn't palatable. But the result was satisfactory, hence my visit," Xiao Chenxian explained. Emperor Chu, apparently convinced, replied, "You are considerate, Xian and Apos. On your next day off, I shall bring your mother and Hao and Apos, to partake in your pig-slaughtering feast." General Chen claims it was the most delicious meal he has ever had. I wish to see if his praise is warranted. Xiao Chenxuan lamented the apparent lack of self-restraint in the people of this era, especially given his own empty coffers, which necessitated his mother's financial support. With a feigned expression of regret, Xiao Chenxuan replied, "That is unfortunate, father. It seems you will be unable to attend today." Had Emperor Chu been aware of Xiao Chenxuan's true intentions, he might have exclaimed, "Insolent child, return from whence you came. You are thoughtful, Xianer. Tell me, have you any needs that I can assist you with now that you have established your own estate?" Emperor Chu inquired. Xiao Chenxuan, reluctant to directly request military authority, replied with a smile, "Father, I am aware that the imperial treasury is not overflowing. Therefore, Chun Hao, the son of General Chun, it seems you three are competing with the common people for profit." Despite being fully informed of the events at Xiao Chenxuan's estate, Emperor Chu pretended to be unaware. Xiao Chenxuan feigned grievance. "Father, how could I compete with the common people for profit? 3 days intoxication is intended for the wealthy, generating revenue and increasing tax revenue for the nation, thereby augmenting the imperial treasury and providing funds for the consort's cosmetics. Father, is it not difficult for me? Moreover, my mother provides me with a monthly allowance. I am suffering." Emperor Chu sighed in agreement. "Indeed, it is not easy for anyone. I, too, am suffering. Chu is surrounded by enemies. The annual expenditure on border troops is considerable. I dare not even mention the tax revenue. The imperial treasury is indeed depleted. Your mother and the others even weave their own clothes. If that is the case, 1%. Father, you are aware that I must manage production. Battles on all fronts. Private wine production is not ideal. Prioritize the grain supply and the wine industry." Xiao Chenxuan was speechless, lamenting the emperor's indirectness and lack of shame. 15%, no more. I may need to procure and smuggle grain from abroad. If the enemy advances, I fear that not only will I lose the grain, but also the lives of those I send, Xiao Chenxuan conceded. The Emperor of Chu shook his head and remarked, "Is that so? How perilous indeed. It is imperative that I place greater emphasis on the development of our border forces to ensure the stability of the Chu kingdom's frontiers." Alas, faced with such a father, Xiao Chenxuan could only acquiesce. 20%, any more, and I shall not partake. The Emperor of Chu responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, your mother misses you dearly. Why not return to the palace? I shall oversee the royal residence on your behalf, and you may return once you are wed." Xiao Chenxuan was left speechless. This was the man taking charge of his affairs. "Very well, then, 25%, and I shall prepare to export this wine at a premium, with various risks at play. Should you still disagree, perhaps you could sell me off instead." The Emperor of Chu nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad idea. If I sold you, I wouldn't gain much either, so let us settle on this." However, Xiao Chenxuan could not allow the emperor to gain the upper hand so easily. "Your Majesty, I require your endorsement. Otherwise, 20% would be akin to a dagger to my heart." The emperor, perplexed, inquired, "What endorsement? You appear quite distressed." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chenxuan replied, "Let it be the phrase exquisite nectar and jade liquor. Those 4 characters will suffice. Father, this transaction is quite advantageous for you." He. The Emperor of Chu nodded, reluctantly, "I agree. Should you ever require an endorsement in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am most unfazed by trouble." Xiao Chenxuan. Chapter 20. The Iron Hoof of Ma. After being taken advantage of by the Emperor of Chu, Xiao Chenxuan did not immediately disclose the true purpose of his visit. Instead, he went to see his mother, the Empress Yang. Upon his arrival, the Empress greeted him with a joyful smile, saying, "Xianer, have you forgotten your mother since establishing your own residence? It's been so long since you last visited me." In response to his mother's gentle reproach, Xiao Chenxuan could only reflect on the universal truth of motherhood. A mother worries for her child who journeys 1,000 miles. Despite being merely 30 li from the imperial city and having paid his respects to the Empress daily during the recent royal funeral, he could not forget her. However, seeing the delight on her face reminded him of the poem The Song of the Wanderer, and he said, "Mother, allow me to recite a poem for you. Let me know if it pleases you." The empress had recently learned from the Emperor of Chu that her son and the Duke of Hui had been visiting brothels, with the two rascals claiming it was for the sake of studying poetry and song. There, under the influence of wine, Xiao Chenxuan had composed several timeless masterpieces. The empress expressed her concern over his visits to such establishments, insisting to the emperor that it was time to find Xiao Chenxuan a wife to prevent him from falling ill from such escapades. The empress knew that her son's talent rivaled that of Chao Zijiang, and she cherished every piece he wrote. Xiao Chenxuan felt a pang of embarrassment. He had borrowed ideas. How could he compare himself to others? Were it not for the wealth of knowledge from a millennium in the future stored in his mind, he would be unworthy of even carrying someone else's shoes. Yet, he could not admit to his inadequacies. Besides, as a man, he felt a certain pride in thought. If I must borrow, let it be so. He recited, threads in a mother's hands, garments on her child's frame, stitching tightly for the journey, in fear of a delayed return. Who says a blade of grass can repay the warmth of spring sunshine? As soon as Xiao Chenxuan finished reciting, the empress was in tears. Alarmed, he comforted her. Mother, why do you weep? I am right here. I am not a wanderer. I am not crying. I am simply overjoyed. Your father and I are planning to find you a suitable bride to keep you away from those places. Do you not fear the consequences? Xiao Chenxuan, his face flushed, was at a loss for words. Mother, do you understand the essence of love? I wish to find someone I truly cherish. The empress's expression darkened at his words, and she retorted, since ancient times, it has always been the parent's decree and the matchmaker's words. Where do you find the notion of personal preference? Sensing her displeasure, Xiao Chenxuan conceded, very well, mother. If you and father have someone in mind, please let me know. I will abide by your wishes if I am satisfied. The empress nodded in agreement, pleased. After lunch, Xiao Chenxuan returned to the Ganlu Hall. Upon his arrival, the Emperor of Chu smiled and remarked, you went to see your mother, didn't you? It was an obvious statement. Where else could he roam in the palace if not to the empress? Although he was a prince, without the emperor's consent, he could easily find himself in peril. Yes, father. I visited mother and then returned to see you, Xiao Chenxuan replied. The emperor, suspecting ulterior motives, asked, Xianer, you seem to have something on your mind. Do you require my assistance with a few words? Xiao Chenxuan raised his thumb in admiration, thinking, you are indeed shrewd. Father, how could I trouble you? I rode from the manor to the palace and discovered significant flaws in the war horses. I have come to alleviate your concerns. The emperor, unfazed, inquired, oh, what have you discovered? If you can resolve the issues with the war horses, I would not hesitate to assist you. Xiao Chenxuan eagerly seized the opportunity, asking, Father, are you certain you are not jesting? The emperor, slightly irritated, replied, a ruler does not make light of his words. Xiao Chenxuan, still skeptical of the emperor's integrity, pressed on, Father, may I inquire about the annual loss rate of our war horses? Without hesitation, the emperor answered, 70% survive, yet 30% cannot return to battle. Xiao Chenxuan believed the emperor's words, recognizing that without horseshoes, even a horse that survived an injury would be unfit for the battlefield. Then, Father, if I can solve this issue and reduce the warhorse injury rate to below 10%, what would you say? The emperor leaped to his feet, gripping Xiao Chenxuan tightly. What did you just say? Below 10%? Are you certain? In the midst of the 7 kingdoms in turmoil, the prospect of a country recovering first promised an inevitable war. As the emperor squeezed his neck, Xiao Chenxuan gasped, Father, I can hardly breathe. Please ease up. Realizing his own excitement, the emperor quickly apologized. I got a bit carried away. I hope I haven't harmed you. Xiao Chenxuan shot him an incredulous look and retorted, what do you think? The emperor dismissed the incident. Speak quickly. If what you claim is true and not excessive, I will agree. Xiao Chenxuan, unwilling to engage further with the emperor's brutish demeanor, coldly stated, I rode here, and you expect me to return through an area filled with stones? You will understand soon enough. After Zhu Afu crafted a flat-bottomed pan, Xiao Chenxuan had him create iron hooves and cutting edges for the horses. He was now preparing to improve the curved plow. Once the iron hooves were completed, Xiao Chenxuan personally oversaw their installation on the horses throughout the manor. However, Chen Juanxi, being the son of a general, failed to grasp the significance of the iron hooves. The emperor instructed Li Dao, the deputy commander of the White Riders, go. Take me to the stony terrain. I wish to see if what he says is true. Frustrated, Xiao Chenxuan shouted after the departing Li Jun, Commander Li. Remember to maintain your speed. The emperor pondered a moment before directing steward He to summon General Xianlao, Prime Minister Pei, Prime Minister Yao, and the Minister of War, Yongbing. Steward He nodded and sent for them. Feeling somewhat detached from the proceedings, Xiao Chenxuan found a place to sit in Ganlu Hall. These palace attendants lack awareness, he mused. Young Gui, the eunuch, felt a surge of indignation but refrained from expressing it. After all, Xiao Chenxuan was a prince and his savior. Without him, young Gui would be entombed alongside the late Prince Yuan. Your servant, young Gui, will fetch it for you, my lord. The deference of the young eunuch surprised Xiao Chenxuan. Typically, the emperor's attendants kept their distance from princes. Well done, young lad. I shall remember you, he said, taking a sip of tea, only to spit it out in shock. What is this? Salt. How could I forget? We have no roasted tea right now. Unbeknownst to him, his reaction startled young Gui, causing him to kneel. I apologize, my lord. This was prepared according to the emperor's usual preference. I had no idea it would not suit your taste. Please allow me to fetch you. Xiao Chenxuan interrupted. I hold no grudge against you. You are quite commendable. I have high hopes for you. Young Gui was taken aback, unsure of the prince's intentions. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Chenxuan paid no heed to Xiao Gizi's reaction and returned to the side of the Chu emperor, missing the return of Deputy Commander Li Jun of the White Cavalry. Instead encountering General Chun and his entourage. Chapter 21. The wager Pei Zhixing, a loyal subject of the King of Wu, harbored no favorable sentiments towards Xiao Chenxuan. Upon hearing Emperor Chu's introduction, which stated that Xiao Chenxuan could reduce the loss rate of warhorses to a mere 10%, Pei Zhixing regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. With a look of disbelief, Pei Zhixing questioned, "Is it truly possible for your highness to reduce the loss of warhorses to such an extent?" Xiao Chenxuan cast a sidelong glance at Pei Zhixing, sensing the old man's clear distrust. "Why should I feel compelled to explain myself to you?" he muttered under his breath, then turned his attention to Chen Juanqi, who stood behind General Chun. "Who is this old man?" he quietly inquired. Chen Juanqi was eager to commend Xiao Chenxuan, but fear of his father's watchful eyes restrained him, and he replied meekly, "Pei Zhixing, the right minister and a staunch supporter of the fourth prince." Xiao Chenxuan felt a deep sense of injury. "Pei minister, just because you are incapable of achieving something does not mean others cannot. Are you all right?" The emperor, witnessing Xiao Chenxuan's blatant disrespect towards Pei Zhixing, admonished him loudly. "You must not be so rude. Pei minister has traversed more paths than you have consumed salt." Xiao Chenxuan retorted softly, "Indeed, father, your admonitions are just." He then addressed Pei Zhixing, "I beg your pardon, but I have little patience for those who lack ability yet enjoy belittling others, especially those who harbor doubts about me. I may have mistakenly expressed my fondness for such a tone. My apologies." Upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's apology, Chen Juanqi thought to himself that he needed to learn from it. After all, a prince behaves like a prince. He gave a thumbs up, undeterred by the potential wrath of his father. The emperor was exasperated, pondering how he had produced a son of such foolishness that he felt compelled to expel him from his presence. Before he could voice any further thoughts, Pei Zhixing interjected, clearly displeased. "You claim to lack ability, yet your manner of apology is rather peculiar. To simultaneously assert dominance while mocking me hardly constitutes a genuine apology." "Humph. I am aware of the fourth prince's literary talent, but beyond that, I find little merit." Noticing Pei Zhixing's disdain for his son, the emperor chose to remain uninvolved, silently contemplating the spectacle unfolding before him. He settled into a posture of amusement, eager to observe how the two would proceed. Pei Zhixing insinuated that Xiao Chenxuan was devoid of value aside from his eloquence. Unwilling to let the old man belittle him, Xiao Chenxuan decided to engage him in a wager. "How about a bet, Pei minister?" Intrigued, Pei Zhixing chuckled, curious about what wager this frivolous prince could propose. "Oh, I am most eager to know what kind of bet you have in mind." Xiao Chenxuan, anxious that Pei Zhixing might not take the bait, responded, "If you do not believe I can reduce the loss of warhorses to 10%, let us wager on it." Pei Zhixing remained skeptical of Xiao Chenxuan's abilities. "Is that so? What are you willing to wager?" Understanding Pei Zhixing's low opinion of him, Xiao Chenxuan seized the opportunity, stating, "I am rather impoverished and possess little of value to wager, save for a secret recipe for a potent wine known as 3-day drunkenness. If I lose, I shall relinquish my shares to you. If you lose, well." Pei Zhixing recognized the 3-day drunkenness and recalled how Confucian Grand Tutor Kong had boasted about it during court. recounting how he, General Chun, and Minister Huang had been unable to finish a single cask before becoming inebriated. The emperor had merely smiled at the anecdote, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Hearing that Xiao Chenxuan was using 3-day drunkenness as a wager, Pei Zhixing, eager not to miss the opportunity, exclaimed, "Ah, but should I lose? I shall gladly offer 1,000 taels of gold. What say you?" Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback by Pei Zhixing's wealth. Bristled at the suggestion but could not resist the allure of the wager. How enthusiastic! It seems the stakes are rising. Xiao Chenxuan felt a surge of excitement, relieved that he need not resort to his prepared words. "Very well, Yang Shangshu, since you are interested, I shall accept your challenge." Yang Bing. About the 3-day drunkenness you plan to share with Pei Minister. Xiao Chenxuan's regard for the two men increased significantly, and he remarked, had it not been for the urgency of their eagerness to wager gold, he would have reprimanded Chun Juanqi for failing to share such valuable information that could benefit the kingdom and its military. I too possess a stake in this matter. Knowing he might be at a disadvantage, but refusing to concede without a fight, Xiao Chenxian, feeling bemused, realized that even the general intended to profit from this wager, and he would not be able to navigate this without some form of acknowledgement. The emperor, observing the burgeoning stakes, was astonished at the sheer wealth being wagered, contemplating whether his own treasury could muster even 500 taels. "Ah, shall I and Minister Yao serve as witnesses to this wager?" the emperor proposed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Chenxian understood that with the emperor's endorsement, the terms were solidified, leaving no room for retreat. Lest anyone wish to incur the emperor's wrath, Minister Yao chimed in, "Such excitement, I too shall bear witness. I may be poor, but I shall lend my support to this spectacle. As His Majesty has spoken, what opinions could there be?" A few individuals turned pale as they glanced at Minister Yao, who remained oblivious to their expressions. In unison, they expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Minister Yao." Chapter 22. The Chu Emperor's Scheming. Your Majesty. Great joy, great joy. Even before his arrival, the voice of Deputy Commander Li Jun of the White Cavalry echoed throughout the imperial city, stirring discussions among the populace. Was it a celestial omen, or did our Chu army achieve a resounding victory at the border? Before Li Jun reached the gates of the imperial city, a young eunuch scurried to whisper something in the ear of the Chu emperor, whose face was alight with excitement. "My esteemed ministers," the emperor proclaimed, "the sun blazes fiercely. Let us retreat to the Ganlu Hall for a moment's respite. It would not do for you to suffer from heatstroke." With that, the emperor disregarded the others and turned toward the grand hall. Xiao Chenxian understood that these two old codgers were bringing him wealth. It was a foregone conclusion, and he followed the emperor closely, eager to curry favor, even offering support to the emperor, which earned him a scornful roll of the eyes from the emperor. General Chen chuckled. "Ah, Your Majesty, you speak the truth. It is indeed hot. Being of advanced age, I too shall return to the grand hall." He then beckoned Minister Yao to accompany him. Ministers Pei and Yang exchanged knowing glances and followed suit. As they arrived at the grand hall, he remains unmarried. With such a windfall, I wonder if he will squander it on debauchery. It seems I must keep a watchful eye. Had Xiao Chenxian been privy to his father's thoughts, he might have turned on his heel and returned home to sleep, exclaiming, "Imimpi, being a son is too difficult. My esteemed ministers, the moment has arrived." It appears we have results, though. The emperor, perhaps having spent too much time dealing with Xiao Chenxian, had learned the art of suspense. The ministers exchanged glances. "Foiled, my dear minister. Please hurry and serve tea to the ministers. I shall only require a light snack," he instructed, settling comfortably into his seat. Seeing Xiao Chenxuan's calm demeanor, having a fair idea of the results, smiled knowingly. Indeed, just as they took a sip of wine, Li Jun returned, having changed his clothes. As he was always at the emperor's side, with facilities for the white cavalry to refresh themselves. Upon Li Jun's arrival, the emperor softly inquired, Li, acknowledging that being outsmarted by another implied the other had grounds for boasting. Pei spoke up, Your Majesty, as long as it benefits the nation and the people. Upon seeing the iron fittings on the horse's feet, General Chen exclaimed, Indeed, if humans can wear shoes, why not horses? We simply never considered it. We must keep it a secret, should the enemy discover. Before General Chen could finish, the emperor understood the significance of the iron shoes and quickly interjected. If there are any uncertainties, the general may consult Xian. Xian, is it agreeable for the artisans in your employ to assist the general? Xiao Chenxuan, fearing to refuse, replied. Father, there is no issue, but I hold great fondness for this artisan. The emperor, recognizing Xiao Chenxuan's intent to secure benefits for the artisan, replied, Very well. Grant him the title of Master Armorer. He shall oversee the iron shoes. Should he possess additional skills, I trust the general will duly reward him. Eager to maximize benefits for his own people, Xiao Chenxuan was pleased, as he could no longer produce iron shoes himself without risking accusations of rebellion. The emperor, now serious, declared, Gentlemen, should anyone dare to reveal even a whisper of the matter concerning the iron shoes, I shall execute their entire clan. Who among you would dare? Realizing the emperor's resolve, Xiao Chenxuan knew he could not let Pei and Yang leave empty-handed. After all, who knew when they would next offer him wealth? With a sly grin, he began to wiggle his fingers before them, observing their lack of response. Pei, Minister Yang. Might I inquire when you would grace me with your generosity? I find myself in dire straits, unable to afford even lamb and resorting to inferior meat. Yang, incensed, considered giving Xiao Chenxuan a piece of his mind. He had just treated an entire village to a feast, and now this scoundrel claimed he was impoverished. Pei spoke up. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall dispatch someone to deliver the funds at once. Xiao Chenxuan, undeterred, continued, I hold a favorable view of Minister Pei's integrity, yet I wonder. Yang's face turned taut with anger, and he gritted his teeth. I too shall ensure that funds are sent to Your Highness. At this moment, Yang wished to avoid any further conversation with Xiao Chenxuan, fearing he might lose control and strike the prince, a grave offense. Xiao Chenxuan, satisfied, remarked, I knew it. If young Master Yang is so extravagant, how much more so would Minister Yang be? My apologies for the misunderstanding. Minister Yang turned away, refusing to engage with Xiao Chenxuan any longer. General Chen, undeterred by the multitude of matters at hand, jested, Two old fellows, where does the old man reside? Surely, I need not guide you both. Laughter ensued as Pei Zhixing and Yang Bing replied in unison, Rest assured, we shall not forget your contribution. Satisfied, General Chen remarked, the art of preparing the palace's pig feast. Xiao Chenxuan, left speechless. His silent grievances, the voice of Emperor Chu interjected. My loyal ministers, do not burden my son with trivialities. Your gambling is of no concern to me, yet I am wary of the substantial wealth you bestow upon him. Should he squander it in indulgence and lose his ambition, how shall I account to his mother? He continued, simultaneously affirmed, Yes, Your Majesty. Father, I. But before he could finish, the emperor shot him a stern glance, admonishing, Father, I. Declared, Excellent. Your mother and I are considering a suitable bride for you, to steer you away from idleness. He then turned to Minister Yao. I recall you have a granddaughter, around the age of 18, correct? Minister Yao comprehended the emperor's intentions immediately, replying, Indeed, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenxuan stood dumbfounded, realizing the implications of this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 23. The exemplary youth with a serious expression, Emperor Chu spoke, Minister Yao. Bring Xian to me. General Qin and others immediately took their leave. Upon entering the emperor's study, Emperor Chu inquired, "What do you think of Xian, Minister Yao?" Minister Yao awkwardly smiled and replied, "Your Highness, he is a true dragon among men." After a brief pause, he fell silent, aware that the emperor's intentions were linked to a marriage proposal for his granddaughter. Emperor Chu, feeling somewhat bashful, proposed, "If Minister Yao does not mind, I would like to arrange a match between Xian and your granddaughter. What do you think?" Minister Yao hesitated, unsure how to decline. "Your Majesty, there are many chancellors monopolized by the aristocracy. I have risen from humble beginnings to my current position as deputy chancellor. I am known for my integrity and fairness. And even you, your Majesty, have acknowledged my character." Minister Yao's wife had met him during his journey to the capital for the imperial examination, where they fell in love amidst the rain at a temple. They married just before he achieved the highest honor in the examination. However, due to a conflict with a powerful figure, he was demoted to govern Jingzhou, where the couple eventually settled. After Emperor Chu claimed the throne in Jingzhou, he recognized Minister Yao's virtues and appointed him as deputy chancellor, valuing his straightforwardness and reputation. Now, with grandchildren and a loving partnership, Minister Yao hoped for a match based on mutual affection for his granddaughter. He would support her choice, even if it were a beggar. Yet, despite Prince Ji's talents, his reputation was questionable. What if his granddaughter did not reciprocate feelings? Hearing the emperor's proposal, Xian interjected, "Father, I have just turned 18. I am still learning and unprepared for marriage. Might I ask for a couple more years of study before considering such matters?" He added, "Moreover, I have no acquaintance with Minister Yao's granddaughter. If we are to unite without mutual affection, what then?" Emperor Chu scoffed at Xian's reluctance. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents and matchmakers. What is this talk of mutual affection? Minister Yao, feeling slighted, thought, "My granddaughter is the most beautiful in Jingchu. Yet she is the one rejecting suitors. How dare he dismiss her? Your Majesty, the annual youth poetry gathering is approaching. If Prince Ji and Anren meet there and find satisfaction in each other, I shall gladly facilitate their union," Minister Yao suggested. Yet internally, he pondered how his granddaughter might view this prince. Emperor Chu, intrigued by the poetry gathering, considered it an excellent opportunity for Xian. "Indeed, Minister Yao, your suggestion is wise. I shall attend as well. Arrange for Confucian scholar Kong to select some talented youths for me." He laughed. After Minister Yao departed, Xian approached the emperor with a pitiful look. "Father, might you reserve some of the golden funds for me?" Emperor Chu shot him a stern glance. "Are you planning a visit to the brothel?" Xian quickly backpedaled. "Your Majesty, how could I? I am a model youth." The emperor chuckled, "A scion of privilege. And you speak of being exemplary? You jest. Pray tell, what defines this exemplary youth?" The emperor inquired. With a resolute posture, Xian declared, "Of course, it means being articulate, having sound thoughts, maintaining integrity, being diligent in work, and, well, good at studies, perhaps." Emperor Chu nearly struck him in exasperation. "You, a frivolous prince, claim integrity and sound thoughts? Ridiculous. I thought you meant to jest about frivolity and lack of ambition," the emperor retorted. "Now, if there is nothing else, be gone, for your presence vexes me." Xian, feeling the weight of the emperor's words, realized the emperor was drawing parallels in jest. He had just presented the emperor with a significant sum of gold, and now he found himself in this predicament. "Father, I only wish to engage you in conversation. It would be a pity if I could not honor you in the future." Pleased by the mention of filial piety, Emperor Chu laughed heartily. "Ah, Xian, should you wish to honor me, I welcome your offerings any time." Xian was at a loss for words, and the emperor had deftly turned the tables. "Father, I plan to journey to Xindu for the Double Ninth Festival. I wish to personally train some guards for protection while there, as I intend to return and honor you more." The emperor chuckled. "I thought it was something serious. How many do you require?" "I can select a few capable guards from the left military guard." Xian was bewildered. "Not just a few. Father, I wish for more." "More?" The emperor paused. "How many exactly?" Xian held up a finger. The emperor replied, "Very well, I shall grant you 100. Is that satisfactory?" Xian's eyes widened. He hadn't requested that many. "Ah, not quite, father, perhaps a bit more." The emperor finally understood the ploy. "So you seek military power, do you? How about I grant you 10,000 for your amusement?" Xian was taken aback, knowing he could not bear such a burden. "No, father, just 1,000 will suffice." No sign of displeasure. Suddenly, Emperor Chu burst into laughter. I wish to serve you faithfully for many more years. The emperor's vigor made Xian hesitate. He feared his life could be in jeopardy from rival factions. Father. Father, I take my leave. Emperor Chu's patience waned. Leave now, or I shall have your head. Xian retracted his neck. Take care, father. I take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he fled from the chamber. The Emperor of Chu observed the fleeing Xiao Chenxuan and felt a surge of amusement. Old dog. Tell me about Xianer, and speak truthfully. Otherwise, humph. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Chief Steward, he could only respond earnestly, Your Majesty. Although Prince Ji appears timid and apprehensive, I believe His Highness possesses the extraordinary talent to govern the world and the ambition to conquer vast territories. Nodding at the Chief Steward's remarks, the Emperor added, If I were to ask you to choose between Prince Wu and Prince Ji, whom would you select? Can I truly say? Chief Steward, he stammered, fearing for his own safety. For it has long been understood that no eunuch beside the Emperor dares to meddle in such matters. Speak. I wish to hear your thoughts. Over the years, I have regarded you as family, so there is no need for circumspection. The Chief Steward felt deeply touched. The Emperor considered him family, a blessing accrued over countless lifetimes. With tears of joy, he replied, I thank your Majesty. The Emperor smiled gently. Speak freely. If I do not unify the realm in my lifetime, I hope one of them can fulfill that destiny. Chief Steward, he, feeling a sense of bliss even in the face of death, replied earnestly, Your Majesty. I believe that under your rule, it will surely be accomplished. I have faith in Prince Ji. The Emperor, puzzled, inquired, Oh, do not flatter me. Tell me directly why. After pondering for a moment, Chief Steward, he stated, What I observe in Prince Wu is a disdain for imperial authority. I believe he could stand against a multitude. In contrast, I see in Prince Ji a yearning and admiration for imperial power, though he is yet to realize the change within himself. The Emperor regarded Chief Steward, he with a knowing glance, nodding before shaking his head in disbelief. This old dog's views coincided with his own. Chapter 24. The prince's ambition. As Xiao Chenxuan hurried back to the manor, he optimistically believed that his conversation with the Emperor of Chu had yielded a victory for him. He felt that this negotiation showcased his talents splendidly, and he was somewhat elated, humming a tune as he entered the estate, basking in his triumph. Old Wang, go summon Zhu Afu, he commanded. Observing the displeasure on Xiao Chenxuan's face, Butler Wang speculated that Zhu Afu must have offended him. Upon Zhu Afu's arrival, he was met with a few swift kicks and some steamed buns. To his surprise, Xiao Chenxuan's annoyance stemmed from his satisfaction with Zhu Afu's work. Feeling a reluctant fondness for the man, You scoundrel, have you offended the prince? Zhu Afu, scratching his head in confusion, protested, Butler Wang, this is unjust. His Highness has seen my efforts recently and even rewarded me with some silver. How could I have possibly offended him? Butler Wang was bewildered. Wait a moment. Why does the prince seem like a sulking bride? Regardless, he thought it best to take Zhu Afu to the prince to clarify the matter. Upon reaching the hall, Xiao Chenxuan scoffed and presented Zhu Afu with the imperial decree. Zhu Afu quickly knelt, but Xiao Chenxuan disregarded his cowardice and scolded him loudly. Tomorrow, you will report to General Chun. If you dare tarnish my name, I shall have your head. After a moment, he muttered, Alas, I must find another blacksmith. Zhu Afu, stunned by the command to report to General Chun and the prospect of being replaced, cried out, Your Highness, I have made mistakes, but I shall amend them. Must you send me away? He then collapsed to the floor in tears, knowing that the prince valued craftsmen highly, treating them well and never resorting to violence. Xiao Chenxuan was amused by Zhu Afu's antics, finding him quite endearing. Do you not see? His Majesty has granted you an official title. Reporting to the old general is a blessing. With that cowardly demeanor, you are truly embarrassing me. What? An official title? Butler Wang exclaimed, glancing at the decree. By the heavens, you are now the Marquis of Wu, a ninth-rank official under the Ministry of War, responsible for weapon manufacturing. He looked at the earnest Zhu Afu, realizing the man was indeed fortunate to encounter a benevolent master. Otherwise, he might have spent his life as a mere blacksmith. Butler Wang was exhilarated. You fool. Hurry and express your gratitude for the decree, and thank His Highness. You are now an official. Do not forget us humble servants when you rise. Zhu Afu was speechless. What? I have received an official title from His Majesty. My ancestors have been blacksmiths for generations. I am now an official. He turned to Butler Wang. Can you slap me? I must be dreaming. Butler Wang, with no reservations, slapped Zhu Afu on the head. Does that hurt? Yes. Butler Wang, do take it easy. That hurts terribly. Butler Wang rolled his eyes. It hurts? Then it is real. Hurry and thank the emperor. Zhu Afu, finally serious, cautiously took the decree. Such a minor official title, yet it was decreed by the emperor. He must present it with reverence so that future generations will know of his elevation. Kneeling and bowing towards the palace, Zhu Afu proclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor." Turning to Xiao Chenxuan, he added, "Thank you, Your Highness. I, Zhu Afu, shall never forget your kindness." Seeing Zhu Afu now recognized as a public servant, Xiao Chenxuan patted him on the shoulder. "Rise and do well. Do not bring disgrace upon me." Zhu Afu stood, pondering seriously. "Your Highness, may I request a name?" After all, Zhu Afu. He scratched his head, looking bashful. Xiao Chenxuan regarded Zhu Afu, pondering whether such a simple man would become corrupt upon receiving a small title. Would he become a greedy official? Dissatisfied with his wealth and position? That would be a calamity. "Very well, I shall name you Zhuan. Live in peace and be a diligent worker." Zhu Afu, indifferent to the name, accepted it with gratitude. "I, Zhuan, thank Your Highness for the name. I shall not tarnish it." To Xiao Chenxuan's surprise, Zhuan did not stay long with General Qin before he returned, proposing the idea of refining steel. Xiao Chenxuan could only sigh in admiration, recognizing Zhuan as a true talent. After Zhuan departed, Xiao Chenxuan handed another decree to Butler Wang, instructing, "Tomorrow, deliver this to Qin Juanqi. Inform him that I shall begin recruiting 5,000 men in front of the manor, selecting 1,000 for the prince's guard. Those not chosen shall receive 2 taels of silver in return whence they came." Butler Wang carefully accepted the decree, and Xiao Chenxuan continued, "Summon Master Ma and Sima Yu to my study. I have matters to discuss." After returning to his study, Xiao Chenxuan sat on the floor, contemplating his uncertain future. If he could not return to the 21st century, what would become of him? Would he remain a frivolous prince? Or would his brothers allow him to languish while they fought for supremacy? Yet, looking at his own frail limbs, he shook his head in despair. Hearing the prince's summons, Master Ma and Sima Yu hurried to the study. Upon arrival, they found Xiao Chenxuan lost in thought on the floor. Not wanting to disturb him, they stood quietly for a while until they noticed something amiss and approached cautiously. "Your Highness, Your Highness." After several calls, Xiao Chenxuan finally responded, "Here. Please sit." Both men exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, for how could they sit while the prince remained on the ground? Xiao Chenxuan chuckled, realizing his position. "Sit as you please. I am in a state of confusion, and I seek your wisdom." They settled onto the floor opposite him, creating an odd scene reminiscent of 3 children playing house. Xiao Chenxuan spoke first. "You two have been appointed by my father to manage the affairs of the manor and ensure its safety. Pray, share your thoughts on my current predicament and the path forward." Since the emperor had dispatched Sima Yu and Ma Wei to serve Xiao Chenxuan, they were now firmly aboard his vessel. Unless the emperor recalled them, they were unlikely to leave the prince's side. Therefore, in a court without a crown prince, they naturally hoped for their lord to achieve greatness. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sima Yu inquired, "What are your aspirations, Your Highness?" Xiao Chenxuan appeared perplexed. If he chose to be a frivolous prince, his fate would be grim. History shows that the imperial family is often ruthless. Should he instead strive for greatness and ascend to the pinnacle of power? Ultimately, Xiao Chenxuan made his decision. "My ambitions lie ahead, unwavering." Upon hearing his response, both men knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Ma Wei, Sima Yu, pays homage to our lord." In that instant, their roles shifted. If Xiao Chenxuan achieved nothing, they would forever remain merely the steward and strategist of the manor. Now, with his aspirations soaring, if he were to ascend to the throne and unify the realm, they would rise alongside him. It was a gamble they felt compelled to take, for should another prince succeed, Xiao Chenxuan's fate would mirror their own. Xiao Chenxuan observed their earnest expressions, feeling the weight of their shared fate. With no path of retreat left, he resolved to forge ahead. "Please rise, esteemed guests. Since you have chosen to follow me, I vow to honor your allegiance." The two responded earnestly, "We swear to serve our lord unto death." Xiao Chenxuan promptly made arrangements for them, recognizing the scarcity of capable individuals at his disposal. He continued, "In our daily interactions, It would be best to address me as Your Highness. I am aware of your loyalty, yet my strength is currently lacking, and I must avoid drawing undue attention to myself. I shall have Chen Juanxi assist you in this endeavor, while also developing a network of informants. Once your personnel is in place, no issues at all. You may leave now, Xiao Chenxuan instructed. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the study. Eighth brother, haha. Father has sent me to learn from you. The three were taken aback in surprise. Chapter 25. The recruitment of militia. The following day, General Chen and Chen Juanxi indeed delivered 2 pigs to the Wangfu. However, upon arriving at the gates of the Jiwangfu, they were startled by the crowd gathered before Xiao Chenxuan's door. Chen Juanxi hurriedly approached Xiao Chenxuan, inquiring, "My lord, what is happening?" Xiao Chenxuan shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Is this what Steward Wang told you about the recruitment yesterday?" Chen Juanxi was at a loss for words. The peasants and common folk of Jingchu had flocked to the Wangfu upon hearing of Xiao Chenxuan's call for militia, eager to enlist. Xiao Chenxuan found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He had merely offered them a feast and arranged some work, yet the response was overwhelming. Looking at the noisy crowd, Xiao Chenxuan commanded, "Silence, silence." Instantly, the clamor subsided. He addressed the assembly. "Tell me, why have you come to enlist? What drives you to become soldiers?" The peasants exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a slender youth with tousled blonde hair, approximately 15 or 16 years old, stepped forward. "My lord, I wish to be a general. I want to go to the battlefield and eat meat every day." The boy's bold declaration struck a chord with Chen Juanxi, a scion of a military family. Was he so inferior to this child? His father forbade him from joining the army, fearing he might never return, yet was he to languish in idleness? Chen Juanxi glanced at the old general leaning against the gate. The elder's eyes glistened, evidently moved by the boy's words. Xiao Chenxuan, hearing the youth's ambition, exclaimed, "Excellent. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. If all the citizens of Dechu were like you, unification would be assured. What is your name?" The boy stood tall and declared, "I am Zhang Yuhang, and the peasants call me Huangmao." Xiao Chenxuan observed the youth, recognizing his potential despite his humble origins. He resolved to nurture this promising individual. "Very well, I shall remember you. May you succeed in the assessment and join the ranks of my militia." Without hesitation, the boy clenched his fists and replied, I will pass. I want to be a general." Soon, several other youths emerged, echoing, "I want to be a general. I want to be a good soldier." Xiao Chenxian, moved by their fervor, asked, "Are you not afraid of death? For being a soldier often entails peril." In unison, the peasants shouted, "We are not afraid. We would face death 1,000 times." Once again, Xiao Chenxian was touched by their resolute spirit and declared, "Indeed, you embody the valor of the sons of Chu. I, the royal family of Chu, shall not betray your trust. We will unify the realm, providing every household with a prosperous life, where they can feast and celebrate. Today, I shall petition His Majesty to rename our village as General's Village, hoping that each of you becomes a general. In honor of your enlistment, I shall compose a poem titled The March to War. The beacon fires illuminate the western capital, unrest brews in my heart." Better to be a captain of 100 than to be a mere scholar. Upon finishing, Xiao Chenxian proclaimed, "This poem is dedicated to you all." Scholar. General Chen, standing by the gate, gazed intently at Xiao Chenxian, his heart tumultuous. He had never held the Ji Wang in high regard, but the prince's words had left a profound impact on him. The phrase, all containing Xiao Chenxuan's poetry. Why should he, a mere playboy, disregard her? After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Jingchu. Indeed, Yao Anren was tall and graceful. Water, unadorned and natural. Her maid. Please. Full vibrance that left many noble ladies of Jingchu envious. Fuming. Didn't grandfather mention that Xiao Chenxuan is recruiting soldiers? Why don't we go see if anyone shows up? If no one comes, it would be quite amusing. Just imagine how his face would look. Xiao Dai hesitantly replied, isn't that unwise? If my master finds out you're going out again, I will be the one to face his wrath. Yao Anren was consumed by the thought of witnessing Xiao Chenxuan's embarrassment, disregarding all else. We can disguise ourselves as men. Hurry, Xiao Dai. If you don't come, I want to speak to you. Xiao Dai, feeling wronged, agreed. Very well, but we must promise to return immediately, or my master will scold me. Yao Anren affectionately kissed Xiao Dai. I knew you were the best. Quickly, let us change and go. With that, the two hurriedly prepared. When they arrived at Ji Wangfu, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Yao Anren was astonished. Is this truly the notorious playboy? How can the rumors be so inaccurate? She whispered, Xiao Dai, why do people say he is a playboy, devoid of talent? This poem, The March to War, could earn him great renown. And look at him, he is rather handsome. Why do they claim he is lewd? Yao Anren added, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. I must tell grandfather about this playboy and see what sort of person he truly is. His words are so compelling. Xiao Dai felt unjustly put upon. Miss, I only heard what the servants said. At this moment, Yao Anren's perception of Xiao Chenxuan underwent a complete transformation. With the knowledge of Xiao Chenxuan's renowned poetry circulating widely, her esteem for him increased significantly. She mused to herself, I shall undoubtedly make you succumb to my charms. And with this thought, a silly smile spread across her face. Suddenly, a burly man accidentally knocked into Xiao Dai. The man quickly exclaimed, my apologies, my apologies. I am here for the recruitment. I hope I did not bump into you. He reached out to help Xiao Dai, but Yao Anren swiftly intervened, pulling Xiao Dai to her feet. Xiao Dai, her cheeks flushed, replied, It's fine. The burly man, still apologetic, said, I'm truly sorry. I heard that the Prince of Ji is recruiting, and I rushed over from Xiaopei, perhaps a bit too hastily. I didn't expect to bump into you. By the way, are you two here for the recruitment as well? Yao Anren chuckled lightly. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Please go ahead. We're not in a hurry. The man, a bit sheepish, replied, Oh, thank you. Yao Anren then encouraged the burly man to proceed, guiding Xiao Dai towards the carriage as they swiftly disappeared into the throng. At that moment, the burly man, sensing the absence of anyone behind him, turned to find the space behind him empty, devoid of any figures. He thought it peculiar. Those two fair-skinned individuals, speaking with a somewhat delicate tone. Were they not here for the recruitment? Where could they have gone? Chapter 26. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback by the swift recruitment of 5,000 soldiers, which, under the enthusiastic promotion among the villagers and the people of Jingchu, was completed in less than a day. Many citizens were still hurrying to join. Chief Steward, he quietly remarked, however, Your Majesty. We shall first draw from my private treasury. Did not Prime Minister Pei just send money? He wished to further inquire about future expenses. Liang Jun and the others had always believed he had failed to protect them. In warfare, casualties were inevitable. Yet he felt regret that such fine talents would be wasted for a lifetime in his household. Upon their arrival, Emperor Chu set down his chopsticks. You have come, he declared. General Chun and Liang Jun responded in unison. The old minister, commoner, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Hearing Liang Jun refer to himself as a commoner, Emperor Chu was struck by the impulse to execute him, seizing his chopsticks to hurl at Liang Jun, snorting in disdain. At that moment, Liang Jun and the others knelt in silence. The old general understood the source of Emperor Chu's anger. He felt the same, yet these stubborn fellows remained resolute, impervious to persuasion. Your Majesty, temper your wrath, the old general suggested. Thinking of the cause of General Chen's son's deaths, Emperor Chu's anger abated somewhat, though he paid no heed to Liang Jun and the others kneeling before him. Old general, I hear you visited Xian'an's residence. Is there something you are unaware of? Emperor Chu inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty, I accompanied Xi'er and even brought 2 pigs, General Chen replied. Emperor Chu chuckled. Old General. It seems you have developed a taste for pig slaughter. General Chen knew that Emperor Chu would not summon them merely for a banquet involving pig slaughter. Yet, as a loyal subject, he would not press further. Your Majesty, the pig slaughter banquet at the Prince of Ji's residence was exquisite, he added. Emperor Chu nodded. The young men were filled with vigor. He composed a poem, Song of the Military, which further inspired their spirits. Our young men possess great enthusiasm and bravery. He nudged Liang Jun, who was still kneeling. You should express gratitude to His Majesty. Liang Jun, taken aback, stammered. What does this have to do with me? I am still protecting the Prince of Ji. Though his voice was barely audible, the Emperor's keen hearing caught every word. Emperor Chu, exasperated, noted that Liang Jun had taken his role seriously in safeguarding Xiao Chenxuan, dispelling his anger entirely. After glancing at Liang Jun, he declared, I appoint you, Liang Jun, as General Pingbei. You and your companions will hold titles as generals on Yuan, Pingko, Pinglu, and Pingdi. Shortly, Chief Steward, he will provide you with the documents. You are to enlist 100,000 new soldiers forthwith. I shall assign the Zhuo Wu Wei to assist you, and as for Xian's safety, I have my own arrangements. General Chen, observing Liang Jun's lack of reaction to the Emperor's words, kicked him again. You are as useless as mud. Hurry and thank His Majesty. Liang Jun, stupefied, realized he could not refuse. To defy the Emperor would mean death, and what good was protecting anyone under such circumstances? The group quickly responded, Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing their gratitude, General Chen felt a sense of relief, knowing that Liang Jun and the others' talents would not be squandered under his command. In the Yao residence, Yao Anren animatedly recounted the events at the Prince of Ji's residence to her grandfather, Yao Xiang. Observing his granddaughter, Yao Xiang sensed something amiss but did not dwell on it. He then turned to her and asked, Anren, having met the Prince of Ji, what are your impressions of him? Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Anren replied, Today. He told the recruits that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Then he composed Song of the Military. I believe he possesses extraordinary talents. Yao Xiang contemplated this revelation. The rumors circulating outside were misleading. He seemed poised to unfurl his ambitions and soar to greatness. Soldiers indicated he was a man of both literary and martial prowess. Yao Xiang glanced at Yao Anren, who was smiling foolishly. At that moment, Yao Xiang's wife whispered something in his ear. But what if Anren's affections were genuine? Very well, dear granddaughter, you and Xiao may return to your quarters. Grandfather has matters to discuss with grandmother. Reluctantly, Yao Anren replied. Yet in just a day, his wife echoed his sentiment, noting the stark contrast in Anren's opinions. Just yesterday, she had dismissed him as a dandy, and now she spoke of his lofty ambitions. My dear, how do you view the Prince of Ji? Yao Xiang pondered. After a moment's thought, he replied, before he passed. Then shook his head. It is difficult to say. If time permits, anything is possible. Lady Yao continued. And what of Anren's situation? You must lend your assistance, even if. Yao Xiang affirmed, if it truly comes to that, and he possesses such aspirations, I shall surely aid him. Remarks. Everyone voiced their agreement. Pei Xiang is indeed astute. In the Qi King's residence, Su Jingye and Ye Yang discussed the words spoken by Xiao Chenxuan earlier. The Qi King remarked, "My eighth brother is quite exceptional. He conceals himself very well. Su Shangshu, please discreetly reach out to the other 6 nations. If any one of them can retain him in Xindu." Qing Wang, with a dark expression, stated, "Father is truly biased. I shall contact third brother to arrange for the personnel." Chapter 27. The selection begins at dawn. Xiao Chenxuan rose early, leading Xiao Chenhao towards the royal training grounds. Zhang Yuhang was inspired by Xiao Chenxuan's proclamation from the previous day. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. He vowed that becoming a general to protect his homeland would be his lifelong ambition. With a proud stance, Xiao Chenxuan entered the training grounds and solemnly declared, "Silence." My initial purpose in establishing the Royal Guards was to ensure my personal safety during diplomatic endeavors. However, my perspective has shifted. As soldiers, what must the soldiers of Chu face? They must confront tens of thousands of adversaries. Our goal is for the state of Chu to unify the realm, providing our people with a peaceful and prosperous life. Gentlemen, once the selection concludes, I shall train alongside you, transforming the Royal Guard into an indomitable force, the sharp edge of our nation's military. Only then can we engage in the fiercest battles for the unification of Chu. Wherever our enemies may lurk, the Royal Guard shall emerge to vanquish them. You must be aware of Chu's geographical position, surrounded by 4 nations. Whenever disputes arise among them, it is invariably our citizens who suffer. Do you know why? They treat our land as a battlefield, and it is our people who endure the bloodshed and loss. In the face of such circumstances, should we retreat? No, we shall not falter. Though our state of Chu may be small, our spirit remains unyielding. Tell me, where is the bravery of Chu's sons? What should they do when these wolves bare their fangs at us? They should strike them down when they bully our citizens, restoring peace to the realm. Destroy them, destroy them. Zhang Yuhang shouted the first cry, and soon all followed suit, chanting, "Destroy them, destroy them." Xiao Chenxuan echoed, "Those who offend the state of Chu shall face retribution, no matter how far they are." The crowd resounded, "Those who offend the state of Chu shall face retribution, no matter how far they are." Xiao Chenxuan's words stirred Chen Juanxi and Yusima, their blood boiling as they gazed intently at him. This Prince of Ji might very well be the one to lead Chu to unification. Xiao Chenhao blinked at his elder brother, inwardly marveling. Elder brother is truly formidable. I must urge father to consider him as the heir. Observing the 5,000 inspired youths, Xiao Chenxuan secretly sighed with relief. The elimination process was about to commence. He raised his voice again. "Everyone, silence. You are about to face a rigorous assessment. Only those who pass will qualify to become royal guards. Our guards must embody the spirit of wolves. We will fight for our nation and our people. Be advised, I may alter the tasks at any moment. Now, for your first challenge. Within the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, you must run from here to the post outside Jingchu City, retrieve a number, and return to the training grounds. Those who succeed will report to General Chen Juanxi. Those who fail will receive 2 taels of silver from Yusima and will have priority in future recruitments. However, should anyone attempt to deceive the process, I do not wish to see you in Jingchu again, for you would bring shame upon yourselves. Did you all hear clearly?" The crowd shouted in unison. "We heard clearly." "Good. Accompanying me are the personnel from General Chen's estate. Should any unforeseen incident arise, they will handle it promptly. Now depart." As the recruits began to run, Xiao Chenxuan, preparing to rest, noticed Liang Jun grinning at him. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, filled with suspicion. Liang Jun greeted, "Your Highness. The old general has instructed us to deliver 2 pigs to you." However, it was evident that Liang Jun's true intent was to recruit the soldiers eliminated by Xiao Chenxuan. If Xiao Chenxuan consented, Liang Jun could swiftly enlist 4,000 men, far more efficient than recruiting them individually. Xiao Chenxuan was perplexed. "Didn't you deliver 2 pigs yesterday? Why the sudden generosity?" One does not give without expecting something in return. Liang uncle, wasn't he that yesterday? Liang Jun, a seasoned warrior, struggled with the subtleties of negotiation. Liang Jun, blushing, stammered, I. Xiao Chenxuan was filled with questions, bewildered by the situation. Eventually, Liang Jun admitted that the emperor had tasked them with recruiting soldiers. Amused, Xiao Chenxuan realized they were here to offer him 8,000 taels of silver. Liang uncle. Or rather, General Liang, your proposal for recruitment is agreeable. However, I will assure them that if they do not pass my assessment, I shall provide them with 2 taels of silver for their travel expenses. Surely, you would not want anyone to accuse me of failing to keep my word? This revelation made Liang Jun uneasy. Your Highness, this is still your family estate. Indeed, but these soldiers are also for the state of Chu, Liang Jun protested. Seeing Liang Jun attempt to abscond with his 4,000 recruits, Xiao Chenxuan firmly opposed. Oh, is that so? If they fail the assessment, I shall keep them. Alas, my life is precious, whether caring for one or a multitude. I have decided that for my own safety, they must remain. Liang Jun felt an urge to curse. Bewildered by such shamelessness. You dare to take 5,000. Soon there will be petitions claiming you, Prince Ji, are staging a rebellion. However, realizing the potential of the recruits before him, he suppressed his frustration. Very well, Your Highness, I shall take the men. Their travel expenses will be delivered to you tonight. Pleased with Liang Jun's response, Xiao Chenxuan declared, General Liang, you have made this promise willingly. I have not coerced you. Liang Jun's patience was wearing thin, yet he dared not express his ire toward a prince. Indeed, Your Highness, I acted of my own volition. Xiao Chenxuan nodded, truly, General Liang. You are a man of integrity. However, I must clarify that they will be eliminated in batches, so they cannot immediately report to you. Liang Jun acknowledged, I understand. Xiao Chenxuan pondered, by the way, General Liang, I shall consider this a preliminary training for you. Perhaps you could provide some provisions? Liang Jun was momentarily speechless. Provisions for those you eliminate? Your Highness, this might not be appropriate. Liang Jun hesitated. Perhaps I shall recruit them myself. Xiao Chenxuan would not let Liang Jun off so easily. After all, why not save some funds when others were offering themselves? Very well. General Liang, please take your leave. I still have to wait for the soldiers to return. And you, General Liang, in order to save a few coins, how much more time must you expend? Alas, this is indeed your folly. Xiao Chenxuan, not one to adhere to conventional methods, felt a surge of frustration. What a scoundrel of a prince. While he could recruit soldiers himself, gathering 4,000 to 5,000 men would inevitably require time, and they too would need sustenance. Gritting his teeth, he finally conceded, very well. I agree, but it must be based on the standard provisions for 4,000 men. Should there be more, I shall willingly recruit them myself. Upon hearing General Liang's agreement, Xiao Chenxuan chuckled softly. All right, as General Liang has decreed, am I not of such a nature? Look how accommodating I am. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Liang? Then, glancing at the adoring Xiao Chenhao beside him, he commanded, Little fatty, arrange for the slaughter of a pig to host General Liang for a celebratory feast. As Xiao Chenhao prepared to leave, Liang Jun's expression darkened. Was there truly such a lack of shame? Moments ago, he was addressed as General Liang, but now, with a mere payment, he was suddenly Uncle Liang. There is no need to trouble the two princes. I shall arrange for personnel to receive the provisions myself, Liang Jun stated before turning on his heel to depart. Xiao Chenxuan, feigning innocence, turned to Xiao Chenhao and lamented, Little fatty, is it truly so difficult to be a good person? Am I not doing this for his benefit? Alas, being a good person is indeed a challenging endeavor. In response, he was met with the collective scorn of Xiao Chenhao and the others. Chapter 28. Perseverance is victory. On the official road from the Wangfu training ground to the Jingchu post station, 5,000 individuals commenced their vigorous run. Initially, the distance between them was negligible, except for Cheng Erniu and Zhang Yuhang from Xiaopei, who exerted all their strength. Zhang Yuhang sprinted ahead, muttering to himself, I aspire to be a general. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it deems worthy. They must first endure hardships. He repeated this mantra, while Cheng Erniu chuckled foolishly beside him. I am Li Erniu, what is your name? You are so feeble, yet you can run so swiftly, he exclaimed with a grin. Zhang Yuhang, observing the jovial giant, swung his arms vigorously. Oh, Cheng Erniu, haha. I must say, your name suits your stature perfectly. I am Zhang Yuhang, but you may call me Huang Mao. Panting, Zhang Yuhang asked, How much longer until we reach the Jingchu post station? Cheng Erniu replied with a hearty laugh. Fine. I shall call you Huang Mao then. We should arrive in about half a stick of incense. He continued. Huang Mao, look. Many have not been able to keep up. Who would have thought you, so thin, could endure this long? Zhang Yuhang, feeling slighted by Cheng Erniu's remarks, retorted, You oversized simpleton, my goal is to become a general. What is a mere run to me? Watch closely. Cheng Erniu grinned vacantly. Me too, he. Zhang Yuhang focused on regulating his breath, enveloped by the sound of rushing wind. He had never experienced such tranquility in the world. Suddenly, I can't take it either. I'm giving up. Another voice echoed, followed by the sounds of surrender. As soon as they uttered their resignation, officials arrived to register their information and announced their elimination, instructing them to return the way they came. Half a stick of incense later, Cheng Erniu and Zhang Yuhang reached the post station just as a short, dark-skinned individual rushed ahead, panting heavily. I'm so tired. Number 1. I am in Tingyong, number 1. He exclaimed joyfully before sprinting back. After exchanging glances, the two followed suit. Surprisingly, within a brief period, less than 4,000 remained of the original 5,000. At that moment, two plump individuals lagged behind. They were brothers, Lei Banghua and Lei Lin, common folk from Jingchu. Their father had perished in battle against the Liang army, and they joined the royal guard not only to make a living, but also to avenge their father's death. They yearned to contribute to the unification of the Chu kingdom, despite their meager strength, and were willing to risk their lives if necessary. The stout Lei Banghua struggled to keep pace and contemplated urging his brother to give up. However, the words caught in his throat. He recalled how their father had died in combat, forcing the two brothers to beg for survival until the establishment of the Great Chu, which finally granted them land and citizenship. Otherwise, they might have starved long ago. Shaking his head, Lei Banghua resolved, no matter what, I must persist. I must avenge my father and strive to be a useful person for the impoverished. He urged, Brother, hurry. We must keep up. The others have already disappeared. I know. I'm so tired, brother, Lei Lin replied. Keep going. We cannot be eliminated. Lei Banghua encouraged, and they resumed their run. As nearly 3 sticks of incense passed, Xiao Chenxuan began to worry, recognizing that the physical capabilities of these individuals could not be compared to those of the 21st century. If anything were to happen, his conscience would be troubled. Although lives might seem expendable, each was a living being. Xiao Chenxuan instructed his guards. Relay the message to monitor the situation. For those eliminated, ensure they return promptly. General Liang's men will escort them back. Prepare the silver as well. The guards complied without delay. At that moment, a short, dark-skinned figure approached Chun Juanxi, presenting his number tag obtained at the post station. I made it. I made it. The individual exclaimed. Upon recognizing him, Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback. This individual possessed remarkable physical prowess, demonstrating potential for roles as a scout or special forces. What is your name? He inquired. In Tingyong, came the immediate response. Excellent. I shall remember you. I hope you will always forge ahead with courage, Xiao Chenxuan remarked. The young man smiled and replied, Thank you, my lord. I will strive to move forward. He then stepped aside, panting as he took a moment to rest. As the run progressed, more individuals surrendered, while some began to faint. Yet, like the Lei brothers, there were those who, despite their slow pace, persevered. Less than a kilometer from the Wangfu, Zhang Yuhang could no longer continue, gasping heavily. I say, big fellow, you should. Go ahead. Don't mind me. I truly cannot run anymore. Though he voiced his inability to continue, Zhang Yuhang's feet did not cease their movement. Cheng Erniu, observing his exhausted companion, thought to himself that despite Zhang Yuhang's frailness, he had persisted. Their conversations along the way had made Cheng Erniu consider Zhang Yuhang a brother. No, we are almost there. I will carry you, he exclaimed. Xiao Chenxuan had not prohibited mutual support, nor had he mentioned anything against carrying others. With that, Cheng Erniu rushed to Zhang Yuhang's side and lifted him onto his back, running with determination. Suddenly, Zhang Yuhang relaxed, and before he could protest, he fainted. Minutes slipped away, and one by one, individuals returned. To Xiao Chenxuan's dismay, Zhang Yuhang was nowhere to be found. He hoped this young man, with aspirations and actions, would succeed. With proper guidance, he could become a valuable asset. Just then, a large figure appeared, carrying someone. It was Zhang Yuhang, being brought back by the sturdy Cheng Erniu. Xiao Chenxuan approached them swiftly, impressed that a capable individual had returned with a fainted companion. He nodded approvingly but then shook his head, recognizing that this strong man would be someone he could trust on the battlefield. Take care of Zhang Yuhang. You strong fellow, come here. Cheng Erniu feared he would be eliminated, exclaiming, My lord, I saw Zhang Yuhang could not go on, so I carried him back. I do not want him to be eliminated. He is strong. Please allow us both to pass. If I am wrong, I will accept elimination. Indeed, this giant displays loyalty and righteousness. He would make a fine addition to my personal guard, Xiao Chenxuan mused. What is your name? Cheng Erniu, he replied. Xiao Chenxuan nodded, saying, Well, comrades on the battlefield should assist one another. You can rest now, and I hope you will succeed in all your assessments. Cheng Erniu was overwhelmed with excitement. He had successfully passed. Yes, I will definitely succeed. Thank you, my lord. After 3 sticks of incense had passed, 2,700 individuals had succeeded, while nearly half had been eliminated. On the road, the Lei brothers observed the dwindling numbers. Brother, are we eliminated? Look, those who have stopped. Or there is hardly anyone left. Woe is us, are we eliminated? Lei Lin lamented, collapsing momentarily before rising again. Hearing his brother's words, the weary Lei Banghua trudged forward, saying, Brother, regardless of the outcome, we must finish this run. Perseverance is victory. And so, he assisted his brother, continuing their arduous journey. After a short while, he had struggled during his university's 3,000-meter race. Upon entering the training ground, Lei Lin cried out, Brother, we have been eliminated. Lei Banghua stared blankly at his brother, repeatedly murmuring, eliminated. Observing them, Xiao Chenxuan recognized those with capabilities or exceptional circumstances. He valued such spirit, individuals who, regardless of hardship or fatigue, would persist unwaveringly. These two would remain. Only this group of novices remains. Excellent. However, it is with regret that I inform you that the path ahead will be even more arduous and exhausting. So, who among you wishes to withdraw now? If you hesitate, this group of novices will have to endure further trials. Some of you may suffer for just a few days, while others may endure for a month or more, only to face elimination once again. Is that not a grave injustice? Haha. Now, those who wish to leave still have the chance. Joining General Liang's ranks would be an easier, more pleasant alternative, where you would still receive a soldier's pay without the hardship. If any of you wish to take your leave, I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. If you are late, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Oh, not a single one has moved. What a bunch of novices. I told you so, yet you would not believe it. Therefore, congratulations once again. I shall soon become your nightmare. Despite Xiao Chenxuan's lengthy speech, the crowd remained unresponsive. Well then, since you have chosen to stay, brace yourselves for the impending nightmare. In 5 days, you will face a new round of assessments. May the goddess of fortune be with you. Yusima, distribute the prepared wooden poles, 2 for each person. Once completed, commence running around the training ground, 50 laps to be exact. Let us begin. After announcing this, Xiao Chenxuan exited the training ground. Upon hearing the requirement of 50 laps, Chun Juanxi exclaimed, My goodness, will they be able to run without collapsing? Your Highness, won't 50 laps wear them out? Xiao Chenxuan, too, felt uncertain, having only witnessed such endurance training on television in the 21st century. Yusima deftly distributed the wooden poles to everyone, while Cheng Erniu stood aside, bewildered, as no one was assigned to partner with him. He picked up a pole and foolishly began to run along, observing the crowd's efforts. Xiao Chenxuan felt quite satisfied. As time passed, some individuals began to faint on the training ground. Unable to contain himself, Chen Juanxi approached Xiao Chenxuan and asked, Your Highness, is this safe? Is this really a physical training exercise? Xiao Chenxuan realized that Chen Juanxi was supposed to be participating in the training himself, yet he appeared to be merely spectating. No, this is a test of endurance. Why aren't you training alongside? Are you here to watch? Hurry up and join Cheng Erniu. Chen Juanxi's eyes widened in disbelief as he replied, What? Your Highness, is this training method reliable? Perhaps I should ask my father to send over some skilled men to assist you. With that, he attempted to slip away. Xiao Chenxuan bellowed, Get back to the training ground, or you shall never set foot in my palace again. Hearing this, Chen Juanxi slapped his own mouth, muttering, I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly, before running back to the training ground, hefting a wooden pole. Cheng Erniu, noticing Chen Juanxi struggling with his pole, grinned and said, Hey, General Chun, you've got some strength. How about a sparring match? Frustrated and with no outlet for his anger, Chen Jian'an shot Chung Erniu a fierce glare, thinking, "You fool, I'll show you what one day if you dare challenge me." Xiao Chenxuan, observing Chen Jian'an's expression while running on the training ground, couldn't he help but chuckle to himself, thinking, aren't the instructors on television always shouting into megaphones, rallying their troops? Yes, yes. He quickly ran over to Usima, picked up a brush, and began to sketch. Before long, a megaphone appeared on the paper before him. He instructed the nearby guards, "Take this to Zhu Laosan and have them create several of these for me," ensuring they're well made and covered in paper. In half a stick of incense's time, the guards returned with the requested megaphones, and Xiao Chenxuan's face lit up with mischief. He distributed the megaphones to the guards and commanded, "Follow my lead and shout aloud. Everyone halt." At this moment, those carrying wooden poles thought they might get a moment's respite, but Xiao Chenxuan boomed, "Listen up. I will ask you a question, and your response will be, pests. What are you? You will respond, pests. I will ask again, and you will sing, pests. We are pests. We are pests. The just Prince G, will surely eradicate the pests. Eradicate, eradicate. Do you hear me?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the prince's peculiar antics. "Your Highness, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Are you insulting everyone?" Chen Jian'an protested. Xiao Chenxuan replied sternly, "From this day forth, this will be your training chant. Besides this, I will compose military songs for you. Listen well, novices. There is no good or bad in being a soldier. A soldier's duty is to obey orders without question. Henceforth, you must remember, first, obey, second, fully obey, third, absolutely obey. The essence of a soldier lies in obedience. Do you understand? Respond to me." A resounding "we understand" echoed from the crowd. "What do you understand?" Xiao Chenxuan demanded. In unison, they shouted, "Obey, obey, obey," including Chen Jian'an, who joined in with enthusiasm. Xiao Chenxuan beamed with satisfaction. "Good, very good. Now run." As everyone began to run, Xiao Chenxuan, holding the megaphone, shouted, "What are you?" The crowd replied loudly, "Pests." "What are you?" he asked again. The chorus rang out, "Pests. We are pests. We are pests." "Sing it," he commanded. "Pests. We are pests. We are pests. The just Prince G, will surely eradicate the pests. Eradicate, eradicate." The refrain echoed repeatedly. As time dragged on, Xiao Chenxuan grew increasingly bored, while those carrying the wooden poles remained engrossed in their chant. Xiao Chenxuan handed the megaphone to a guard and sat down alone, silently reflecting, what an adorable bunch they are. Should I teach them unity is strength tomorrow, and perhaps use loyalty to the nation as the team song? Little did he know, shortly after he walked away, Yu and Zhang Yuhang. Xiao Chenxuan, infuriated, shouted, "What is going on here?" No one wished to suffer in vain only to face elimination. Such an outcome would not only be unjustifiable, but also a source of shame. Chen Jian'an, shedding his previous nonchalance, took the lead in running, reflecting on the grueling endurance training from the day before that nearly took a toll on him. Despite his commendable skills and years spent training alongside soldiers in the military camp with his father, this level of harsh training was unprecedented for him, and he was the only one who hadn't completed the 50 laps. As he observed Chung Erniu and Zhang Yuhang running alongside him, both of whom had finished the 50 laps the fastest the previous day, he noted that Chung Erniu had managed to carry a wooden post all on his own. "Hey, you two, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Can't you see the others behind you are struggling to keep up?" Zhang Yuhang, with his head down, continued running and replied without a moment's hesitation, "General Chun, my conviction is to become a general capable of charging into battle and capturing cities. Until I meet that standard, I shall never relent." After saying this, he quickened his pace, his frail body showing no signs of yielding. Chung Erniu's response left Chen Jian'an momentarily speechless. I didn't think that much. I saw the little yellow-haired guy running fast, so I followed him. I want to look after him." I've already considered him a brother. If he wants to be a general, then I want that too. Contemplating their words, Chen Jian'an fell into deep thought about what his life might have been like if his father were not a general. Would he have been leading a life of indulgence? Or perhaps he would have been even less capable than the simple-minded Cheng Erniu. As he pondered, his pace slowed until the lay brothers caught up with him. Yusima and Ma Changshi referred to Xiao Chenxuan as Your Excellency when alone, but in the presence of others, they addressed him as Prince to avoid revealing his ambitions for the throne. Have you encountered any issues? You seem weary, Xiao Chenxuan inquired with a smile about the training conditions. Yusima enthusiastically reported, Today everyone is quite motivated. With only 4 days left until their second elimination, they are training with grit and determination. Xiao Chenxuan nodded. Seeing his arrival, did not cease their running but continued, which pleased him greatly. At this rate, I will teach you further methods. Our army must embody discipline. For a disorganized army is an unacceptable one. Yu Gang responded with a respectful gesture. Understood, Your Highness. Xiao Chenxuan gazed at the training soldiers before turning to Yusima. Have them halt. I have something to convey. Yusima swiftly called out to the troops. Everyone, stop. The prince has an address. In less than 10 breaths, all soldiers set down their wooden posts and called out in unison, We pay our respects to the prince. Please instruct us. Breathing heavily, their faces glistening with sweat, they stood before him, drenched in their exertion. Xiao Chenxuan surveyed them with satisfaction. Well done, everyone. I am pleased with your training today. Yet I must emphasize that you currently lack spirit and discipline. The essence of an army lies in its soul and its direction. So, what is the spirit of the army? Today, I will enlighten you. It is the responsibility and mission borne by the sons of Chu to protect our homeland and its people. It is the readiness to sacrifice oneself for the nation's safety. It is the heroic spirit to charge into battle, to capture cities and fortresses. We shall always lead the charge, building a formidable wall of flesh and blood for the unity of our state. Upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's words on the spirit of the army, all stood tall, chests out, sweat still glistening on their brows. Here, your servant responds. You are, after all, the 7th rank appointed officer by His Majesty. In my absence, you will be the supreme commander of the guard. Collaborate with Yusima to ensure the effective training of the troops. Understood, Chen Jian'an replied, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through him at the prospect of leading the army. He silently vowed, Perhaps I am destined for the battlefield. He cast a heartfelt glance at Xiao Chenxuan, realizing that the prince was indeed his benefactor. Xiao Chenxuan then turned to the assembled group. Henceforth, I shall divide you. I appoint Cheng Erniu as the team leader and Lei Lin as the assistant. Can you fulfill this? Cheng Erniu, bewildered, asked, Your Highness, what does team mean? The others regarded Xiao Chenxuan with curiosity, eager for clarification on what a team entailed. You need only know that you are responsible for training 700 men. I will explain the rest later. Understood? Oh, I understand, Cheng Erniu replied. Can you both manage this task? I will certainly succeed, Your Highness, Cheng Erniu declared. Lei Lin, however, appeared stunned. During the first assessment, my brother and I nearly collapsed. Thankfully, the prince showed mercy. Now, I am to be the deputy leader, he exclaimed with excitement. Thank you, Your Highness. We can do it, right? Xiao Chenxuan called out. I did not hear you. Yes, we can. We will certainly succeed. They chorused. Xiao Chenxuan nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yuhang will lead the second team, assisted by Lei Banghua. The third team will be led by Ting Yong and Lu Jia, while the fourth team is entrusted to Zhou Bing and Su Jianfeng. The selected leaders readily accepted their roles, and soon Xiao Chenxuan organized the group into 4 teams while teaching them basic commands such as attention and at ease. Attention! Xiao Chenxuan brandished a vine whip, exuding an impressive authority. The previously scattered group quickly formed into 4 neat squares, standing tall with pride. Xiao Chenxuan expressed his approval, stating, While I may not be able to train alongside you for long periods, remember that I am always watching. Now, I shall teach you a military song, the battle hymn of the sons of Chu. Once the melody resonates, We shall charge forth without hesitation. Xiao Chenxuan surveyed the assembled crowd and proclaimed, I shall first sing a rendition, and thereafter you shall follow my lead in learning this song. Entitled Loyalty to the Country, I implore you to honor this military anthem and not to tarnish its significance on the battlefield. Yusima, please distribute the lyrics to everyone. Upon finishing his words, the guards swiftly disseminated the lyrics of loyalty to the country, meticulously transcribed from the previous night throughout the royal residence. Loyalty to the country? A splendid title. The battle smoke rises as we gaze northward. The dragon ascends, horses neigh long and loud, and the sword's aura is as chilling as frost. My lord, this composition of long and short verses is truly magnificent. The fervor it evokes courses through my veins. I long to stand on the battlefield and vanquish 1,000 foes. Yu Gang's fervent gaze was fixated on the paper in his hand as he offered his enthusiastic approval. Of course, a song that has endured for a millennium cannot be anything less than exceptional. After reading, Chun Juanshi clenched his fists in excitement. This is the life I yearn for. I was born for the battlefield, eagerly anticipating the arrival of war, aspiring to surpass all the great generals of the realm. That is my true ambition. Even the illiterate Chung Erniu chimed in. What the prince says is indeed wise. I yearn to enter the battlefield at this very moment. Feeling an immense surge of strength, I long to engage in fierce combat. Zhang Yuhang declared, My lord, we men should embody such valor. Xiao Chenxuan smiled with satisfaction and stated, I have composed a melody to accompany these verses. From this day forth, you shall all learn this military song. Trembled in anticipation. Xiao Chenxuan raised the corners of his lips, his expression brimming with passion as he declared, Henceforth, I wish for loyalty to the country to receive His Majesty's approval as the official anthem of our great Chu. Xiao Chenxuan had already risen, clutching the rattan whip he had used the day prior as he made his way to the training grounds. To his surprise, Chun Juanshi and Yusima had already gathered the soldiers and commenced their training. Upon seeing Xiao Chenxuan's arrival, all the soldiers respectfully saluted, proclaiming, We greet His Highness. Xiao Chenxuan felt a swell of satisfaction at the sight. The soldiers displayed a proud spirit and an electrifying fervor in their training. Thanks to Xiao Chenxuan's painstaking guidance the previous day and the mutual assistance among the literate and already adept soldiers, today the 2,700 recruits could recite the entire loyalty to the nation from memory, their voices ringing out with the resounding military song across the training grounds. Smoke rises, gazing northward at the realm. The dragon banner unfurls, horses neigh long, the sword's aura sharp as frost. Hearts like the vast yellow rivers flow. In 20 years of turmoil, who can stand against us? In a frenzy of hatred, where the long blade points, countless loyal souls lie buried in foreign lands. What care for 100 deaths in service to the homeland? Suppressing sighs, words escape me, tears of blood fill my eyes, hooves head south, eyes gaze north, gazing north. The grass turns green and yellow, dust rises, I wish to guard the land and expand our borders. The illustrious Great Chu shall receive accolades from all sides. The soldiers sang this anthem repeatedly, embodying the proudest warriors of the empire. Their resonant voices heralding the glory of soldiers for the first time upon the land of Great Chu. Meanwhile, in the newly named General's Village, all the villagers stepped out of their homes, standing quietly in their courtyards, listening intently. Among them, Zhang Yuhang's father was visibly moved. Did you hear that, my child? Are you listening from above? The boy has enlisted. All good men should serve in the army. Yet, the grandeur and aspirations of His Highness's army shall be sung by him. No, by Yuhang himself. He shall surely become a general. We can no longer call him merely the boy. Our general's village shall forever remember this moment. No matter the time, Yuhang and the others should aspire to this. The 2,000 children sang for the first time, their voices proclaiming the fate and future of the state of Chu, heralding their own destinies. As Great Chu was established amidst the clamor of war from the borders of Liang and Han pressing ever closer, Xiao Chenxuan's loyalty to the nation emerged like a phoenix. I've been so busy training that I forgot, Xiao Chenxuan replied, realizing he had been informed of the event 2 days prior by his adoptive father and Minister Yao. But he genuinely did not know the specific time of the conference, having rushed to train the soldiers at dawn. Xiao Chenhao paid no heed to whether Xiao Chenxian had truly forgotten. He tugged at his sleeve, insisting they leave. Wait. What is the rush? Can't you see I'm still training the soldiers? Xiao Chenxian protested. I'm anxious. So many young ladies from noble families will be there. This opportunity comes only once a year. We must hurry. Xiao Chenhao exclaimed. Upon hearing the mention of young ladies, Xiao Chenxuan's interest was piqued. After all, he had yet to meet any beautiful young ladies in this setting. He feigned reluctance and replied, All right, fine. But tell me, Xiao Chenhao, have you grown fur on your head? Why are you always thinking about girls? Xiao Chenhao, feigning annoyance, retorted, Are you going or not? If you're not, I'll leave you to your training. Xiao Chenxian could not let Xiao Chenhao depart first. He had no knowledge of the poetry conference's location. He quickly tried to appease him, placing a hand on Xiao Chenhao's shoulder. Hey, how could I not go? I'm coming now, let us go. With that, the two made their way to the carriage that had been prepared for them. Along the way, Xiao Chenxian found himself perplexed. Isn't a poetry conference held only in prosperous times? Could there be a mistake in the records? Come on. It depends on who the ruler is. Our father is a lover of poetry and holds scholars in high regard. He is keen on hosting the poetry conference and discovering talent through it. Xiao Chenhao explained. Xiao Chenxian suddenly understood. Oh, I see now. He continued. Typically, at the poetry conference, a few judges from the Imperial Academy present a topic, and the children of officials, nobles, and scholars compete in poetry composition. The winners receive prizes, right? Xiao Chenxian grasped that the ancient practice of poetry creation had become a prevailing trend. Cultivated from the top down. No wonder scholars of old were invariably fond of composing verses, engaging in poetic exchanges, drinking, and boasting. Additionally, spring outings and autumn climbs required poetry as well. Upon arriving at the venue for the poetry conference, the hall was already teeming with people, gentlemanly. Who could rival him upon his arrival? Indeed, he is quite charming and talented, not to mention a prince. Others echoed in agreement. At the sight of Xiao Chenxian, long lashes fluttering slightly, and her flawless skin exhibiting a delicate blush. Her thin lips resembled rose petals, tender and dewy. Xiao Chenxian felt himself fall head over heels. Standing there dazed, his heart racing, nearly drooling, instantly resembling a lovesick fool. Fortunately, Xiao Chenhao was there to remind him, Eighth brother. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Chenxian whispered, Xiao Chenhao, who is that girl over there? At the mention of a beauty, Xiao Chenhao's interest peaked. Eighth brother, are you foolish? That is Jian'an, the most beautiful woman in Jiangchu. Haven't you heard? Father has arranged a marriage between you two, and you even declined her politely. How bold. Eighth brother. You're turning down such a beautiful sister-in-law, truly a loss for the kingdom, haha. Upon learning that it was Jian'an, the granddaughter of Minister Yao, Xiao Chenxian felt like smacking himself. How foolish he had been. Such a lovely lady, and he had pushed her away. Oh, how his heart ached. Fortunately, Minister Yao had mentioned that if he and his granddaughter genuinely fell in love, he and his adoptive father would facilitate their union. Xiao Chenxian felt a surge of excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, silence. At his command, gathered here. I have finished speaking. Please wait patiently. At that moment, Xiao Chenxian pondered whether he should showcase an exclusive performance for Jian'an. Yang materialized in the hall. Yang Zhang approached Jian'an's desk. She replied dismissively, Indeed. What? Does young Master Yang lack in eyesight? Hearing the exchange, a student from the Taishua awkwardly chuckled, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Young Master Yang, should you not mind, feel free to sit. Yang Jiang was pleased with the student's deference and discreetly gave him a thumbs up, thinking, what a talent. Meanwhile, Jian'an shot the young man a fierce glare, but he paid her no mind as he turned to leave. Unashamed, Yang Jiang took a seat and remarked, Miss Anran, you truly deserve the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangchu. Your delicate beauty surpasses that of blooming flowers. With fingers as slender as scallions and lips resembling vermilion, every smile and frown captivates the heart. Although our fathers are good friends, this is our first encounter. Do you believe in love at first sight? Jian'an had heard of Yang Zhang's notorious reputation as a debauched scion known for his vile deeds, having no regard for the innocence of countless young women. She realized he had now set his sights on her. Thankfully, her grandfather had previously refused the notion of marrying her to Yang Jiang, or else. With a frosty demeanor, she retorted, "Young Master Yang, that sounds like an overabundance of love at first sight." Yang Jiang, misunderstanding her sarcasm, beamed with confidence. "Ah, Miss Anren, you truly understand me. Every person should experience love at first sight at least once in their life. It seems I have provided many with such an opportunity." Haha. Yao Anren felt an even greater revulsion towards Yang Jiang, whose shamelessness was repugnant. She coldly stated, "Young Master Yang, I am not familiar with you. Please call me Yao Anren. Anren is reserved for my family and friends, not for every Tom, Dick, and Harry." Yang Jiang appeared embarrassed, seemingly stung by her words. He replied slowly, "Miss Anren, I hereby declare that tonight I shall visit your home to propose marriage. Regardless of our previous unfamiliarity, your father has consented to our union. Do not assume that your grandfather's position can nullify the agreement between our fathers." His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the hall, leaving them astounded. The world had become utterly absurd. Yao Anren's father had supposedly made a verbal promise to Yang Shangshu regarding their children's marriage. Gasps filled the air as disbelief reigned. Yao Anren, the most beautiful woman in Jingchu, was to fall into the clutches of this beast. Just as Yang Jiang finished speaking, Xiao Chenxuan approached with disdain etched across his face. "Oh, who do we have here? Is this not the infamous son of Yang Shangshu? It seems he has forgotten to close the windows and doors while stepping out. I heard young Master Yang's looks have transcended human imagination, but alas, it seems he is also deaf. Perhaps he has been spurned by Miss Lin of the Wanhu Lu and has lost his mind, thinking he can bite anyone in sight. What a pity." Yet he indulged in nefarious activities. How fortunate that her grandfather had intervened. Xiao Chenxian's ire grew as he slammed his hand on the desk before Yang Jiang. Unbeknownst to him, the desk had been previously marred by a mischievous student, and with his forceful strike, it shattered, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Regaining his balance, he glanced at the wreckage, cursing under his breath, "Is this desk made of wood or water?" Meanwhile, Yang Jiang turned pale at the sudden display of force. An unbearable stench filling the hall. Instantly, everyone covered their noses, casting disdainful glances at the quaking Yang Jiang. Yao Anren was equally astonished. She had heard that Prince Ji was uneducated, yet he had earned the title of Poet Immortal at the Wanhu Lu, despite being a seemingly inept young lord. How could he shatter a desk with a single slap and terrify the son of Yang Shangshu to the point of losing control? This was a tale of three becoming a tiger. Such rumors were untrustworthy. He was clearly a courageous, decisive, and dashing young man. Yao Anren's cheeks flushed. When had she ever claimed that her future husband must be a man of great learning and grace? It seemed that Prince Ji's words had inadvertently painted him as the ideal suitor. Yet, recalling Xiao Chenxian's heroic demeanor stirred feelings within her heart like a fawn leaping in her chest. "Thank you, Prince Ji, but I never made such a declaration." Yao Anren found herself explaining, her face growing even redder as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Xiao Chenxian, having unintentionally displayed his prowess, felt a sense of satisfaction at Yao Anren's gratitude. He mused whether he should learn from Yang Jiang to express his admiration for Yao Anren. "Miss Anren, I didn't mean to swat away a fly with too much force. I hope I did not frighten you." The two individuals paid no heed to Yang Jiang's embarrassment and continued their conversation. Yang Jiang, observing them, felt his resentment deepening, harboring a desire to claim the heads of both Xiao Chenxian and his companion. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "May Prince Ji enjoy a lifetime of fortune, otherwise this humiliation will be etched in my memory forever." He contemplated that as long as he refrained from provoking Xiao Chenxian, his father, a high-ranking official, would shield him from any repercussions. Moreover, his father was an ally of the King of Wu, the most powerful prince of the Great Chu. If one day the King of Wu ascended to the throne, their fortunes would rise, and he would ensure that Xiao Chenxuan repaid him 100-fold. Wasn't Jian'an hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jingchu? He envisioned sending her to the Wanholu as an entertainer. With this thought, Yang Jiang felt a surge of arrogance once more, issuing threats towards Xiao Chenxuan and bellowing at his sycophants. Damn it! Why aren't you leaving? Do you wish to witness my disgrace further? Yang Jiang's lackeys, heads bowed, quietly followed him away. Xiao Chenxuan, unfazed by Yang Jiang's words, regarded him merely as a foolish jester and resumed his quiet conversation with Yao Anren. Chapter 33. The green-hatted Yang before Xiao Chenxuan could inquire about Yao Anren's measurements, height, and weight. Several judges from the Tai Academy entered. The shameless Kong Taifu approached Xiao Chenxuan and whispered, "Your Highness, His Majesty has appointed me as the teacher for both Prince Ji and Prince Hui. Henceforth, they shall be my cherished disciples. Alas, in my old age, I can only teach these two princes." Following this, a smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums spread across Kong Taifu's face as he incessantly stroked his goatee. "You shameless old man. I thought you would be left abandoned in your twilight years. Yet here you are, weeping to His Majesty to let the two princes take you as their master." Remarkably, His Majesty consented. "It seems you are seeking a peaceful life," a senior behind Kong Taifu remarked with a sardonic tone. Kong Taifu rolled his eyes at the old man and retorted, "What of it, old Yang? You only take in one disciple a year. Last year, you even took in a closed-door disciple from your lineage. Must I not take in students too? Are you envious of the talents of the two princes? Oh, I suppose your closed-door disciple is too embarrassed to be seen with you, fearing it would tarnish your reputation? Haha, none of my disciples have ever brought shame upon me. I wonder about the disciples of the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince." The old man emphasized the title Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince with disdain, intending to sow discord between Xiao Chenxuan and his royal siblings. Xiao Chenxuan felt a strong aversion to the old man's words and turned to Xiao Chenhao, asking, "Who is this old man?" With a mischievous grin, Xiao Chenhao reached out and ruffled Xiao Chenxuan's hair, saying, "This old fellow, don't you remember? He is Yang Tungwen, the green-hatted Yang. He is the very instructor you detest the most at the Tai Academy. By the way, brother, you truly are a bane to the Yang family. First, you brought trouble to Minister Yang. Then you terrified the ugly Yang Jiang into wetting his trousers, and now here comes another one. What do you plan to do?" Upon hearing the name he loathed most, Xiao Chenxuan became intrigued. "Green-hatted Yang? What does that mean?" Xiao Chenhao whispered, "This old fool, despite his age, has not mended his ways. A few years back, he visited a brothel and took a young beauty, just at the tender age of 18, as a concubine. It's unclear whether he lacked prowess or if his concubine had insatiable desires. First, one of his disciples had an affair with her, which was discovered by the steward. To prevent the steward from reporting it, the concubine then seduced the steward. Eventually, during a confrontation between the disciple and the steward regarding the concubine, the scandal broke, shocking the entire Jingchu region. Green-hatted Yang ended up killing his steward and expelling the disciple from his sect. Yet it remains a mystery why he still keeps that concubine in his residence." "Ah, Kong Taifu, Father Emperor has truly appointed you as the teacher of my 18th brother and me. You have worked hard, and my brother and I will certainly study diligently and will never commit any acts of disrespect towards our teacher." Xiao Chenxuan's veiled insult left Yang Tungwen's face flushed with anger as he huffed. Today's poetry contest will surely show the princes that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. In truth, Yang Tungwen longed to say that this debauched prince could barely compose 2 lines of poetry, yet he dared not openly challenge a royal, opting instead for a subtler approach. Scholar. Such behavior is unbecoming. Those of my forgetfulness. Felt his nephew's reputation was being dragged through the mud once more in this poetry contest. Although he admired Xiao Chenxuan's literary talent, he disdained his ruffian demeanor. Before Xiao Chenxuan could retort, Kong Taifu interjected, unable to remain silent. He had not only recognized Xiao Chenxuan's talent, but also valued his sincerity and generosity. Otherwise, after the crown prince's demise, he could have awaited the emperor's designation of a successor before teaching. So why would he shamelessly beseech the emperor to allow him to instruct the princes? Is knowledge merely inscribed on one's face or spoken from one's lips? How was I to know you possessed such gifts? No wonder you produce such outstanding disciples. Kong Taifu's remarks were aimed at Yang Tongwen's ability to cultivate remarkable students. Though the implication was that they had taken advantage of his own wife, such sentiments were never openly articulated, even in this heated exchange. Yang Tongwen was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "If old Kong is so confident in Prince Ji, would you dare to have your disciple compete against mine?" Hearing this challenge brought a smile to Xiao Chenxuan's face. "I am a paragon of virtue from a millennium hence. How dare you look down on me? I know things that are beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. Who could possibly fathom the treasures I hold within? Oh, I admire good people like you and Minister Yang. So how about a wager with your disciple? At least there would be a reward, wouldn't he there, Director Yang? I am indeed quite busy. You know I lack for neither wealth nor glory. The famed 3-day drunk and pig slaughter feast are both served from my estate. Soon enough, you might find yourself dining in the finest taverns across the realm, courtesy of my hospitality. What do you have to offer?" Without giving Kong Taifu a chance to respond, Xiao Chenxuan jumped in, eager to flaunt his prowess before Jian'an. Director Yang was unwittingly offering him a perfect opportunity. Director Yang was nearly brought to tears with frustration. How could a prince behave like a common rogue? Just the other day, he had tricked Minister Pei and his cousin. Was he now preparing to swindle him too? Yet, Yang Tongwen doubted Xiao Chenxuan's ability to triumph over his disciple, knowing that losing would not diminish his pride. Humph. Boasting an amount 500 taels more than Minister Pei and Yang Bing combined. What a concept. He was truly wealthy beyond measure. Ah, Director Yang, with such wealth. I beseech you not to cast blame upon my disciple. Upon hearing Yang Tongwen's words, Xiao Chenxuan pondered if his disciple, Dai Yin, truly was a prodigy. Such talent would only serve to elevate my own stature before Jian'an. Indeed, I relish witnessing the confidence of others, eagerly anticipating the moment when my disciple learns just how many eyes the king of horses possesses. Yang Tongwen, not wishing to prolong the conversation with Xiao Chenxuan, fearing that excessive dialogue might lead to his own vexation, replied, "Very well. I look forward to seeing Prince G's talents shine as brightly as your eloquence." Xiao Chenxuan retorted, "Huh? Indeed. The emperor has arrived." Chapter 34. The Art of Representation. His Majesty, the Emperor of Chu, gestured for everyone to rise. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Gentlemen, please be at ease," he proclaimed, taking a seat at the head of the assembly. Without waiting for anyone to speak, the emperor continued, "You are the future of our Chu kingdom. Today, I, along with Minister Yao and others, have come to witness the talents of our scholars and to discover potential talents. As you all know, the 7 kingdoms are in turmoil, and talent is scarce. Our kingdom may lack many things, but we cannot afford to be deficient in talent. I hope you will all showcase your abilities. I eagerly await your remarkable works." Also a means of selecting talent. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Xiao Chenxuan, observing the emperor's arrival, couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, wondering if the emperor had come to impose upon him once again. Beside him, Xiao Chenhao whispered, "Elder brother, why has father come? Had I known, I would have stayed at your residence to enjoy a feast." Xiao Chenhao was genuinely intimidated by the emperor. It was either reading or reciting verses that awaited him. Xiao Chenxian shot a glance at Xiao Chenhao, retorting, "All you think about is food. You'll soon resemble a pig." Though their voices were low, the emperor overheard them clearly. He cast a knowing glance at Xiao Chenxian, a playful smile on his face as he feigned ignorance. "Showcasing the grandeur of our royal family." The emperor, choosing not to expose the jest, replied, "Is that so? I shall await the results with great anticipation." Poetry gathering. Turning to Minister Yao, he commanded. Acknowledging the emperor's decree, turned to the central hall, his demeanor resolute. "Gentlemen, A chill ran down Xiao Chenxuan's spine. Had his subtle gestures caught the emperor's attention? The emperor's gaze felt particularly sharp. At that moment, the academy judges presented the topics. And Kong declared, "Gentlemen, we have deliberated and decided that since it is spring, and our kingdom's finest are gathered here, you may write on the themes of spring and study." The emperor nodded approvingly. "Excellent. This topic is quite fitting." With the prompt established, the emperor's approval spurred the attendees into deep thought, while Xiao Chenxuan, with a carefree demeanor, observed the flurry of activity around him. Yang Tungwen, a rival, glanced at Xiao Chenxuan with a grin, remarking to Kong, "It seems the Prince of Ji is not as formidable as he appears." Kong merely huffed in response, uninterested in engaging. Yang's mood soured at the lack of attention, but he quickly shifted his focus to the diligent student, feeling quite secure about his pupil's abilities. Xiao Chenxuan chuckled to himself upon hearing the themes of spring and study, amused that the judges had not presented more challenging topics. He contemplated jotting down his thoughts while observing the other scholars, who appeared perplexed and indecisive. As for Dai Yin, a prodigy among them, the themes of spring and study posed no challenge. After a brief moment, he set down his brush and looked over at Xiao Chenxuan, who was still lost in thought, his expression one of foolish delight. Dai Yin couldn't help but feel disdainful. The rumors of the frivolous prince relying on others for his poetry were indeed true. Seeing Xiao Chenxuan's lack of progress, Dai Yin grew concerned. Is the Prince of Ji out of inspiration? Xiao Chenhao, glancing at Dai Yin's completed work, grew anxious. "Elder brother, are you all right? Look, even Yang's student has finished." Xiao Chenxuan remained unfazed. "Have you forgotten my illustrious reputation at Wanhualu? Why fear that little child? I'll recite." "You write." Preferring to avoid the risk of writing complex characters incorrectly, he instructed Xiao Chenhao to transcribe a poem he recited. "Encouragement for study reading is worth an inch of gold. Not a soul to lead me in jest, while Confucius and Mencius wisdom I pursue." Satisfied, it is the time for a young man to study. With black hair unaware of the diligence needed early. Only in white hair does one regret the late pursuit of learning. Well, that will suffice, he concluded. The first poem also speaks of the importance of study, after all. He nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Chenhao, pleased with the outcome, blew on the paper and handed it to Xiao Chenxuan, exclaiming in admiration, "With my elder brother here, the rest shall pale in comparison." Xiao Chenxuan basked in his brother's admiration, feeling quite elated. "All right, everyone, time is up. Please submit your poems for review. After we have judged them, we will offer our comments." As a stick of incense burned down, Kong rose and instructed the attendants to collect the students' compositions. Following this, the emperor and the judges would evaluate the works, ultimately deciding on the finest poem. Observing Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao's calm demeanor, Dai Yin approached. "Prince, if such a simple prompt as spring and study leads to your downfall, I shall be quite disappointed." He regarded Xiao Chenxuan with disdain. Both learning and character could not possibly succeed. Xiao Chenxuan smiled, placing a hand on Dai Yin's shoulder, teasingly asking, "Do you know what my greatest virtue is?" Dai Yin, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Chenxuan, looking down from his elevated position, proclaimed, "I specialize in silencing dissent." Dai Yin stood dumbfounded for a moment before recovering. "Then let us await the results. I am eagerly anticipating your capitulation to my teacher." With that, he tossed his sleeves dramatically and strode back to his mentor. Xiao Chenxuan watched the departing spokesperson, pouting slightly, and chuckled. This little brat must not have faced any setbacks. Today, I shall teach you the ways of the world. Chapter 35. A brother's desire to meet. Xiao Chenxuan gazed intently at the departing spokesperson, having resolved to impart a profound lesson, to remind him that even a prodigy is not infallible, and that one must not grow too arrogant. How could a poetry gathering be devoid of wine? Look at eighth brother, unable to put pen to paper. Should I lend you a hand? Haha. Upon hearing himself referred to as eighth brother, Xiao Chenxuan wore a look of bewilderment, but was quickly enlightened by Xiao Chenhao's whisper. Xiao Chenfeng, our fifth brother, is the reason you were banished to Zhangjia village by father. Realizing that the hypocrite before him, with his insincere demeanor, was the one responsible for his predicament, Xiao Chenxuan felt a surge of displeasure. How dare this fellow attempt to belittle him again without considering his own worth? Is that so, fifth brother? Have you perhaps drunk too much? Speaking such nonsense. I wonder if fifth brother has ever heard the saying? Xiao Chenxuan, perplexed, inquired, "Oh, what saying? I am quite curious." Xiao Chenxuan shook his head, initially reluctant to escalate matters, but upon observing Xiao Chenfeng's faux smile and the concealed malice in his eyes, he felt compelled to respond. The people of Jingchu often say that a biting dog doesn't bark. Have you ever heard that, fifth brother? Xiao Chenxuan's insinuation that he was akin to a dog enraged Xiao Chenfeng. Before he could retort, Xiao Chun ran beside him, veins bulging in anger, declared, "How dare you insult fifth brother? I shall make you pay for your words. Just wait and see." With that, Xiao Chenran prepared to strike, for in his eyes, strength alone determined dominance. Xiao Chenfeng, dumbfounded by the absurdity of having such a foolish ally, thought to himself how he wished to exploit the third brother without being burdened by Xiao Chenran's presence, fearing a decline in his own intellect. It would be even better if one were to perish in the process. However, with their father present, he knew that should a serious altercation ensue, ascend to the throne. He would not shy away from adding fuel to the fire. "Thank you, second brother. I shall certainly strive to meet your expectations." Regardless of the truth. Indeed, second brother, Xian, internally branding him as a sycophant, significantly increase. Cheerfully, he said, "Splendid. No trouble at all. I shall take my leave now. Fifth and eighth brothers, you may continue your conversation." With that, he departed with his aides. Lowered his head, appearing bashful yet brimming with confidence. Yang, the instructor, selected the work submitted by his disciple, the spokesperson, and approached the emperor, whispering, "Your Majesty, Minister Yao, this is the work of my disciple. I kindly request your feedback." He became the center of attention. Xiao Chenxian observed the spokesperson, who was reveling in his moment. The spokesperson indeed lives up to his title of prodigy. Satisfied with Yang Tongwen's disciple, Minister Yao passed the spokesperson's poetry to Emperor Chu, quietly requesting, "Your Majesty, indeed, there are talents emerging from the banks of the river. The prowess of our spokesperson is truly commendable. No wonder he is hailed as the prodigious youth of Chu." Upon hearing the emperor recite the poem, adopted a demeanor of seriousness and respect. The emperor began, "Late spring the early trees sense spring is fleeting. A myriad of flowers compete in vibrant hues. The mountains and willows lack inspiration. They only know how to scatter like snowflakes across the sky." Well said. The spokesperson truly lives up to his title as a prodigy, exclaimed one of the judges. Another added, "Indeed, the talent displayed is remarkable. Although plants are devoid of emotion, they can still possess understanding and imagination, which is indeed rare. Bah, this little brat has some talent." Why do so many people say it's good? I don't understand. Observing Xiao Chenhao's bewilderment, Xiao Chenxian advised, "Little plump one, remember this, in any situation. Learn to analyze and judge. Just because others deem something good does not mean it is the best. Without critical thinking, you risk being misled." Xiao Chenhao appeared enlightened. "Oh, After that, Kong Taifu fell silent, closing his eyes to meditate. Yet he continued to boast. This is how a son of Chu should present himself. This work is commendable, though it slightly pales in comparison to the spokesperson's. Who is Sumu? Is he the son of Su Jingye from the Qi royal residence? A young man heard his name and stepped forward. I am Sumu, paying my respects to your majesty. The emperor surveyed the handsome young man with a distinguished air and nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Are you related to Su Jingye? Sumu replied, Your majesty, there is no familial connection. We merely serve in the Qi royal residence. The emperor acknowledged this and continued, Your writing shows promise. Keep up the good work. Sumu nodded and withdrew, his expression unchanged. Xiao Chenxuan scrutinized him briefly and thought to himself, he is indeed a remarkable figure. His subtlety and talent is quite formidable. Meanwhile, upon realizing he was outdone by Sumu, the spokesperson's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly deflated. This. Yang Tongwen has read Xiao Chenxuan's poems, and they are both exceptional. I cannot bear this. It feels as though the ground has fallen from beneath me. He muttered in despair. The emperor and others observed Yang Tongwen's reaction and moved forward to read Xiao Chenxuan's works. Encouragement for learning one as I read. I hardly notice spring has deepened. Every moment is precious as gold. It is not the sage who brings laughter. In the first poem, the student reflects on the engrossing nature of study, unaware that spring is fleeting, equating time to precious gold. If not for the sage's jest, he would be deeply engaged in the teachings of Zhou and Confucius. The second poem encourages youth to cherish their formative years, to study diligently, and to strive for accomplishments. Otherwise, they will reach old age with regrets. The judges, including Minister Yao, carefully handled Xiao Chenxuan's poems, treating the original manuscript with utmost reverence. Your Highness. Those poems are the work of my elder brother. His achievements are my own. Xiao Chenxuan's talent captivated Yao Anren, her gaze fixed on him. To accept this. Consumed by jealousy and self-interest. As he stated, Oh? This spokesperson, prodigy, fails to appreciate his potential, destined to achieve nothing grand. The Prince of Ji is a renowned scholar whose reputation resonates throughout the realm. Not only has he penned countless poems at the famed Flower Pavilion, but his 10 reflections on advising the Emperor of Chu has become a timeless classic. To harbor doubts is truly foolish. Seeing the Emperor of Chu's fury, Yang Tongwen grew anxious. Without concrete evidence, His Majesty would surely not be lenient. He could not allow his most esteemed disciple to fall from grace, for that would spell eternal obscurity. He stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty. The spokesperson is young and momentarily reckless, speaking candidly and inadvertently challenging Your Majesty's authority. I beseech your forgiveness. The spokesperson, agitated, grasped Yang Tongwen's arm, insisting, Teacher. Seeking a place to settle down and await the unfolding drama. Yang Tongwen wished to intervene further, yet the spokesperson brushed him aside. The emperor, however, was not inclined to believe the spokesperson, for he had witnessed Xiao Chenxuan and Apos' eloquence firsthand. With a scowl, he commanded, Very well, list them out for me. To compose poetry on the spot. Should he succeed, I will willingly accept any punishment. Before the emperor could respond, Xiao Chenxuan readily agreed, for poetry could be effortlessly composed, even if inspired by others. It was still uniquely his own. How could a mere child cast doubt upon him? Moreover, he sought to claim the 2,000 taels of gold belonging to his mentor. Yang. Very well, the prince declared, I shall show you that while a man may lack many things, he must never lack integrity. Chapter 37. The disloyal, filial-less, unkind, and unjust. Xiao Chenxuan's agreement left Dai Yin in a state of disbelief. He gaped, astonished. You really agreed? Xiao Chenxuan, disinclined to engage in further conversation, replied curtly, "What question do you have? Speak it forth swiftly." Observing Xiao Chenxuan's displeasure, the crowd began to murmur. The Prince of Ji seems to be angered. Yet, they knew they could not act rashly. Should Dai Yin deliberately pose a challenging question, and if Xiao Chenxuan momentarily faltered, it would only serve to confirm suspicions of someone writing on his behalf. Some shook their heads, while others looked forward to Xiao Chenxuan's display. Only Xiao Chenhao chuckled, convinced that his elder brother would surely put on a grand show, muttering, "Look at you, I never expected you to be someone who cannot bear to lose. Just wait and see how my brother teaches you a lesson, and then you'll know where to weep." Apart from Xiao Chenhao, Emperor Chu also harbored confidence in his son, believing that Xiao Chenxuan was not the kind of person to engage in deceitful practices. There was no need to bow to someone of such poor character. Confronting challenges head-on was the essence of a true son of the Chu royal family, which only added to his satisfaction with Xiao Chenxuan's demeanor. Yao Anren, her cheeks flushed, approached Xiao Chenxuan and quietly said, "Your Highness, you should not have agreed so hastily. What if he deliberately tries to corner you?" Grateful for Yao Anren's concern, Xiao Chenxuan's eyes glimmered mischievously, almost drooling at the thought. After a moment, he replied with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Anren. I am not one to be easily intimidated by a mere child." Yao Anren's face turned crimson again as she covered her face and hurried away. As a woman in a feudal society, asked Xiao Chenxuan. Otherwise, he would have no defense against accusations of slandering a prince and would find it impossible to make a name for himself in the Chu kingdom. Very well. Let us see if the Prince of Ji remains confident. Prince, are you not a connoisseur of wine? Then please compose a poem about wine. I trust you will have no trouble with that. He added a stipulation that the poem must express sentiments about his master and those like him who possess talent yet remain unrecognized. Furthermore, the quality of the poem must not be subpar, otherwise he would not believe it. At this moment, Dai Yin trembled, his expression twisted with hatred. Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback. What? You think this will be difficult? Wine? You are practically offering me your head. Figures of the six kingdoms. Huh? Su Mu stepped forward, ready to serve wine to Xiao Chenxuan. He quietly said, "Your Highness exudes such grandeur. I, as a humble servant, wish to pour wine for you, anticipating your masterpiece." Xiao Chenxuan paid no heed to who it was and called out, "Excellent." Holding the wine in one hand and the jug in the other, carefree and unbothered by worldly affairs, as if a celestial being had descended. Suddenly, Xiao Chenxuan laughed heartily, proclaiming, "How pitiful it is that a man of such poor character would ask me to compose a poem about unrecognized talent." The crowd was dumbfounded. Why complicate matters with such antics as drinking and mocking? In that moment, the entire hall of the Tai Academy fell into a profound silence, as if cloaked in the darkness of night, where even the sound of breathing felt intrusive. Xiao Chenxuan recited a poem he had borrowed from Li Bai, unabashedly declaring, "Listen well, everyone. This piece is called Invitation to Wine. Invitation to wine, do you not see the waters of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirrors of high halls lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow? In life, when one is in high spirits, one must indulge. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven bestowed my talent surely has its use. Even if I spend a fortune, it will come back to me. Let us roast lamb and butcher oxen for joy. One must drink 300 cups at a time. Yao Xiang, Su Mu, let us drink. Do not pause. I shall sing a song for you. Please lend me your ear. Bells and drums, fine delicacies are not precious. I only wish to remain drunk and never awaken. Since ancient times, sages have all been lonely. Only drinkers leave their names. Once, the Chun king feasted in Ping Lo. 10,000 coins for wine, revelry unrestrained. Why does the host say there is little money? Just buy more wine to drink with you. 5 flower steeds, cloaks worth 1,000 gold, Call the boy to exchange for fine wine, and together we shall dispel the sorrows of eternity." Upon finishing this poem, Xiao Chenxuan took another hearty swig of wine, indifferent to the astonished expressions of the onlookers. As soon as he completed invitation to wine, Dai Yin transformed from disbelief to sheer shock, spewing blood and laughing boisterously. "Ha ha ha! Heaven bestowed my talent surely has its use. Woe is me! I am but a small man, measuring a gentleman's belly with a petty mind. How can there be any useful talent?" With laughter giving way to tears, Dai Yin appeared utterly exhausted, disheveled, pulling at his hair in madness, crying and shouting as he fled the scene. Yang Tongwen watched his beloved disciple driven to madness by Xiao Chenxuan's poetry. Regardless of Emperor Chu's presence, his eyes reddened, trembling with rage, he shouted, "Prince of Ji, how malicious you are to drive Dai Yin to madness. I will never rest until we are foes." Upon uttering these words, "You take in disciples, impart knowledge, yet fail to teach them how to be a decent person. Dai Yan's downfall is due to your poor character. Unworthy of being a teacher." Yang Tongwen was rendered speechless. He acknowledged that he had failed to guide Dai Yin properly, but that was a matter of Dai Yan's own poor nature. "What crime have I committed? Dai Yin's misconduct is solely due to his own character." Xiao Chenxuan laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Old scoundrel Yang, if you stand against me, it is akin to standing against the Chu royal family. This is disloyalty. Your father has passed, and you indulge in the pleasures of the brothel. This is unfilial. You strive to revive your fallen house, yet your concubine and disciple engage in a scandal, and upon discovery, you murder the steward in cold blood. This is unkindness. Furthermore, you impart knowledge to your disciples without teaching them virtue. Do you not see that you are disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust?" As Xiao Chenxuan spoke with increasing fervor, as if untouched by drink, his thoughts were clear, and his speech flowed effortlessly. Upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's words, Yang Tongwen collapsed onto the ground, stammering, I am not. The crowd was left agape, eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Xiao Chenhao's mouth dropped open. He had merely intended to tease his brother, yet Xiao Chenxian had voiced everything. Was it the wine that loosened his tongue? Perhaps he should refrain from drinking in the future. It was truly terrifying. Yang Tongwen stumbled like a ghost, making his way toward the exit, muttering, I am not disloyal, unfilial, unkind, or unjust. I am not. Watching Yang Tongwen's disgraceful retreat, Xiao Chenxian felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, calling out after him, old scoundrel Yang, do not forget to send money. Having spoken, Xiao Chenxian collapsed to the ground, succumbing to his inebriation and drifting into slumber. Chapter 38. The grand opening of the tavern in the early morning. After waking from a drunken stupor, Xiao Chenxian felt a severe headache and a burning sensation in his stomach. He rose and gulped down the hangover soup prepared beside his bed, which provided him with some relief, easing the dull ache in his head. After finishing the soup, he began to hum a tune as he made his way to the Wangfu training grounds, disregarding the antics he had engaged in at the poetry gathering the night before. His rendition of Jian'an Jiu had driven both Yang Tongwen and his disciple to madness, prompting Emperor Chu to hastily conclude the poetry event, declaring Xiao Chenxian the top poet of the year. Subsequently, he arranged for Xiao Chenhao to escort Xiao Chenxian back to the residence. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Xiao Chenxian was greatly astonished by the sight before him. Over 2,700 soldiers were energetically sprinting while shouldering wooden pillars, with the palace guards joining in. Their synchronized steps and high morale were evident, and sweat had thoroughly soaked their uniforms, yet their pace showed no sign of slowing. Each soldier's face radiated determination. Eliminate anyone, but the evaluations must proceed. You must ensure that the soldiers remain vigilant. I will later seek my father's approval for them to remain and form a battalion. Hearing Xiao Chenxuan's words, Yu Gang was elated. Recognizing the potential in such promising recruits. However, if the prince did not seek the emperor's permission, it would be unwise for any royal, including the former crown prince, to train an army of 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers independently, as it could lead to rebellion if not handled with care. Understood, Your Highness, Yu Gang replied. Xiao Chenxuan then waved to Chen Juanxi, who was busy training. Upon noticing the gesture, Chen Juanxi quickly set down the wooden pillar and rushed over. "Greetings, Your Highness." Xiao Chenxuan was quite pleased with Chen Juanxi's progress over the past few days and remarked softly, "Well done, the training results are evident, and I am very satisfied." Juanxi beamed with excitement and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will strive to transform them into the elite soldiers you desire." Xiao Chenxuan nodded and gestured towards the training soldiers. "Now, tell me how you and Yusima plan to proceed with their training." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Juanxi responded, "I believe that soldier training is not merely a facet of military life, but also an experience of military culture. Regardless of whether they are on the battlefield, warriors should collaborate and foster mutual respect and camaraderie. Additionally, Yusima and I have studied your military ideological training. Yes, Your Highness, Malwei replied. Complemented the yellow partitions that separated the walls. The floor was laid with deep gray marble, and the hall gleamed with golden accents as per Xiao Chenxuan's instructions, exuding an air of grandeur and nobility. The second-floor private rooms maintained the same color scheme, but featured more exquisite materials. The walls were adorned with various paintings, each possessing its own aesthetic value, and every corridor displayed Xiao Chenxuan's poetry. Each private room boasted windows overlooking the bustling streets of Jingchu, with a central table set for 8. Following Xiao Chenxuan's orders, Wang Xian had prepared several signature dishes for the tavern, each a specialty of the Wang Fu. The kitchen, as Xiao Chenxuan had specified, was to remain a secret space, inaccessible to outsiders. Of course, even if someone attempted to uncover culinary secrets, they would need extraordinary courage, as 2 princes and a general were involved, not someone to offend lightly. Xiao Chenxuan and old General Chen agreed to set the tavern's opening for tomorrow, March 15th. Once the date was confirmed, Xiao Chenxuan promptly ordered large notices to be displayed in front of the tavern, announcing its grand opening on March 15th and inviting all to attend. Additionally, under Xiao Chenxuan's directive, the children of Jian'an village began distributing flyers prepared by him. At this stage, since he had yet to refine the art of printing, the flyers were hand-copied and posted around the area. The content of the flyers read, "This tavern will open on March 15th. Customers spending or pre-storing more than 1,000 taels of silver will receive a diamond membership card, allowing them to make reservations for private rooms on the second floor without prior notice. A gold membership card is available for those who spend or pre-store 500 taels of silver, granting them access to the main hall at any time. However, reservations for the second floor must be made in advance. A silver membership card, available for 100 taels, allows dining only in the main hall. A regular membership, for 50 taels, requires a half-month advance reservation. All membership cards may be lent or gifted." The flyer further stated that all customers visiting the tavern on opening day would have the opportunity to participate in a lottery. The grand prize would be lifelong complimentary dining and lodging services at the tavern, along with 10,000 taels of silver. The second prize offered 5,000 taels. The third prize 1,000 taels, and a lucky prize would grant a 50% discount on dining for a year. Once the flyers were posted, they attracted the attention of numerous nobles and commoners alike. "Is this for real? If we win, will they actually pay us?" "Yes. The grand prize is 10,000 taels, plus free dining for life. Don't you know who owns this tavern? It's Prince Ji, along with General Chen." A rotund man interjected confidently. "Indeed. It belongs to Prince Ji and General Chen. How could it possibly be a fraud? Then I shall come tomorrow and try my luck. What if I win?" "Agreed. Brother, shall we go together tomorrow?" "Absolutely." The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. Chapter 39. The Fallen Merchant on the morning of March 15th. The western street of the Jingchu imperial city bustled with excitement. Groups of people gathered in front of the Tianxia restaurant, which was adorned with festive decorations, marking the grand opening. The joyous crowd surged like a tide, filling the entrance. Each restaurant's security was overwhelmed by the throngs of eager diners, their enthusiasm ignited by the celebratory atmosphere, creating a scene of remarkable festivity. Observing the crowd, The restaurant's manager, General Chun, stepped forward with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. I am Xiao Zhongmao, the manager of Tianxiao Restaurant. I sincerely appreciate your presence for our grand opening today. However, as you can see, the turnout is overwhelming. I kindly ask everyone to form a line. Our servers will distribute numbered tickets in the order of your arrival, and you may enter to dine as your number is called. After the manager stepped aside, the servers approached, each holding a stack of ticket numbers. Wait. Really rendering the crowd speechless. Their beauty was simply irresistible. What are these dishes? I've never seen anything like them. I thought only the prince's kitchen served such delicacies. Look at all this. Boiled pork slices, mouth-watering chicken, spicy bullfrog, ham, braised fish, and braised pig trotters. Wow. Whatever you choose will be a newly crafted dish from the princess kitchen, ensuring you won't regret your visit today. Having never encountered such a menu, the first rascal asked, "How about you help us select a few signature dishes?" The server hesitated, realizing that every dish could be considered a signature. "How about I randomly select a few for you? If you're not satisfied, you can order more later." "All right, let's do that. And bring us a pot of 3 days drunk. If we don't get to drink it here, it would be a pity, considering it's hard to find elsewhere." "Understood. Please wait a moment." With that, the server took the menu and departed. Before long, all the dishes arrived in the private room. "What are these dishes? They look delightful. I wonder if they taste as good as they look." One rascal eagerly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. As soon as the dish touched his lips, he was taken aback. This is absolutely delicious. It's unlike anything I've ever had before. It makes the food I used to eat seem like swill. I fear I may never want to eat at home again. Indeed, I must come here every day. Not only is it beautiful, but the food is simply incredible." They devoured the dishes voraciously, leaving the plate spotless, and promptly ordered more. The restaurant bustled with patrons entering and exiting, each clutching their numbered tickets. Those waiting outside grew anxious, fearing they might miss their chance to dine. However, those who emerged wore smiles of satisfaction, patting their bellies as they approached the lottery box. One young rascal, just out of a private room, exclaimed to his companions, "Brothers, let us make this our regular spot. I just spent 500 taels on a gold membership card. This way, we can dine in the main hall anytime, and even reserve private rooms when needed. The food here is just too tempting. Yes, I got a silver membership card. I may not be as wealthy, but with a silver card, I can still enjoy the main hall." They laughed. Afterward, they gathered around the lottery table, where a box contained numerous folded slips of paper. One by one, they drew slips, each reading, "Thank you for your patronage." They assumed this was merely a light-hearted gesture from the prince in promoting their cards. Then, the rascal who had acquired the silver card opened his slip and gasped, "Brothers, am I seeing things? It's the second prize." His companions hurried to examine the slip, confirming it was indeed the second prize. "Really? Let us hurry to claim it." They rushed to the redemption area. "Could you check if this is a winning ticket?" they asked the staff. The attendant inspected the slip and proclaimed, "Yes, congratulations. You have indeed won the second prize. Please leave your information, and I will inform Manager Xiao to present your award." The attendant's voice resonated throughout the hall, igniting excitement among all the patrons. With the second prize drawn, hopes soared for the third and first prizes still to be claimed. The silver card winner, Han Shun, the son of a minor official, was so elated by his good fortune that he immediately upgraded to a gold membership card and generously distributed 300 taels to his friends before heading home, as he had never seen so much money in his life. Regrettably, after the second prize was drawn, it took a long time before any customers won the consolation prizes, and the first prize remained elusive. In the hall, Minister Yao and his granddaughter joined the festivities. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yao Anren asked her grandfather, "Grandpa, how do you think the prince and his team came up with so many delectable dishes?" Yao shook his head. "Indeed, they are clever. Even a lottery is a brilliant idea. They must be making a fortune today." Yao pondered the implications of the membership system, realizing its potential for significant revenue if the emperor appointed the prince to oversee commerce. In a corner, a destitute merchant sipped 3 days drunk and ordered a dish of twice-cooked pork. By the time he finished, he was utterly inebriated and stumbled to the checkout. Time to settle the bill. The server presented the merchant's order. Yes. Having fallen so low that he contemplated ending his own life, he felt there was no luck left for winning. He casually picked a ticket and lazily opened it. To his astonishment, it was the grand prize. Suddenly, the effects of the alcohol dissipated, and he turned to the nearby attendant, exclaiming, "I won. I won. Please check if I have indeed won the grand prize. Or am I merely seeing things through the haze of intoxication?" Chapter 40. The old man lost his horse. How can one know fortune or misfortune? The waitress glanced at the card and, with a face full of envy, said to the destitute merchant, "Indeed, congratulations. You have won the first prize." The announcement of the first prize instantly silenced the entire hall, and the fallen merchant was regarded with the same awe as a national treasure, every gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe. Wow, there really is a first prize. Look at his shabby appearance. Surely his ancestors are smiling upon him. Oh, why am I not so lucky? The crowd buzzed with excitement, while the destitute merchant, hardly believing his ears. The waitress called out, "I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness." Look around. Who had traveled great distances from the Persian Empire, engaging in overseas trade of silk and pottery. Unfortunately, on his return from the Persian Empire the year prior, clinging to a piece of debris that washed him ashore, where he was rescued by a fisherman. After nearly 3 months of hardship, he returned to Jiangchu. Leading to his imprisonment for half a month, only recently released. Heartbroken and desperate, Chang'an's plight, the impassioned Xiao Chenxuan was filled with indignation. "Brother, I shall take action against these villains. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with. How can such shameless individuals exist? We must avenge this wrong." Xiao Chenxuan, equally enraged, exclaimed. Chang'an, quickly replaced by a moment of softness before vanishing again. Observing Li Chang'an's expression, Xiao Chenxuan was astonished. It seemed he had the makings of a successful merchant. The rapidity of his emotional transitions went unnoticed by others, and Xiao Chenxuan admired this. "Very well," he said earnestly. "A true man is not merely defined by a woman or material possessions. Your tears are disheartening. You are a man of courage and insight. I am in need of someone to help establish a trading caravan, traversing coastal nations. You possess maritime experience. If you agree, I shall offer you a share in the venture. What do you say?" Upon hearing that the prince sought his assistance in forming a trading caravan and would grant him a share, Li Chang'an was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt. "I do not require any shares. I only ask for your assistance in reclaiming my rightful estate and ensuring that my wife and childhood friend receive their due punishment." Xiao Chenxuan was pleased with Li Chang'an's response. He was aware of his limits and displayed loyalty, opting for justice over vengeance against his wife's family. Xiao Chenxuan nodded. "Very well, I shall grant your request, but it will not be my doing. It will be upon your hands in due time, understood?" Li Chang'an, thrilled that Xiao Chenxuan had accepted his terms and promised him the chance to personally punish his wife's family one day, expressed his gratitude with repeated bows. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will not disappoint you." Xiao Chenxuan helped the ecstatic Li Chang and Apos, and to his feet, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Do not worry. Those who have wronged you will regret their actions today. You owe them a debt of gratitude, were it not for their treachery. How could you have won 10,000 taels? It may not equal your previous fortune, but it will ensure your livelihood. And now, you have encountered me." Xiao Chenxuan left the sentence unfinished. Yet all in the hall understood that meeting such a noble benefactor as Xiao Chenxuan was akin to finding a kindred spirit in a moment of despair, a rare opportunity indeed. With the support of this esteemed prince, Li Chang'an felt euphoric, embodying the adage, "The old man lost his horse. How can one know fortune or misfortune? Work diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly," Xiao Chenxuan concluded, arranging for Li Chang'an to receive the 10,000 taels and for guards to escort him back to the duke's residence. As they walked down the corridor to the office on the second floor, Xiao Chenhao, filled with indignation, remarked, "Brother, why not simply help him reclaim his property from those who took it?" Xiao Chenxian shot him a glance and replied, "Li Chang'an is now under my protection. I shall certainly support him, but he must learn to navigate this himself." Xiao Chenhao nodded, acknowledging his brother's wisdom. Upon entering the office, they found General Chun inebriated. His face flushed, who, upon seeing the two princes, exclaimed loudly, "Haha, your highnesses, I never imagined making money could be so effortless." He trailed off, interrupted by a drunken hiccup. Chapter 41. Flying tigers and fierce wolves. Observing the inebriated General Chen, Xiao Chenxian was filled with confusion. A man of such caliber, who had weathered countless battles, how could he lose himself over a mere trifling profit? However, when he lifted the ledger presented by manager Xiao Zhongmao, his composure faltered. Good heavens! There were 14 diamond members alone, and the number of gold members exceeded 50, not to mention the countless silver and ordinary members. Had every affluent individual in Jingchu flocked here? Xiao Chenxian inhaled sharply. It was no wonder General Chun claimed that earning money was so effortless. With such daily income, the tavern's annual revenue could rival half the treasury of the Chu kingdom. As he contemplated the tavern's business, now on a steady path, under the current operational model, it should easily surpass 1,000 taels of silver daily. And with the 3-day drunk, the prospects were simply unimaginable. Naturally, if Xiao Chenxian merely wished to indulge as a debauched prince, such wealth would suffice. Yet, if he aspired to achieve greatness, to ascend to the pinnacle of power, or even to become the sovereign of the world, this sum was utterly inadequate. In that moment, he felt adrift. Days later, the assessment of Xiao Chenxuan's royal guard had concluded. He announced that no one would be eliminated. Those who did not pass would form a separate unit. Xiao Chenxian raised his voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, since you have been retained, prepare for even harsher trials ahead." In unison, they responded, "We fear not. As long as we can remain, we shall endure any hardship." Satisfied? To celebrate that everyone can stay, we shall have pork stew with vermicelli, along with a bowl of rib soup for each person. What? The royal residence has developed a new dish of pork stew with vermicelli, accompanied by rib soup? Upon hearing of the meat and rib soup, disbelief washed over the soldiers. Chung Erniu seized Zhang Yuhang and exclaimed, "Did I hear correctly? The royal residence has just concocted pork stew with vermicelli. A dish only available here and at the first restaurant in the realm." Zhang Yuhang mirrored the astonishment. Meat? Rib soup? Others echoed the sentiments of Chung Erniu and Zhang Yuhang, particularly the Lei brothers, who appeared considerably leaner after days of training. "Brother, am I dreaming? I cannot believe it." Lei Lin was incredulous. Although they had been well fed these past few days, never had they enjoyed a meal like today's. Before Lei Banghua could respond, Xiao Chenxian stepped forward and declared, "You have not misheard. To celebrate your retention as the Royal Guard's 2 legions, it would be worth it. Indeed, when have soldiers ever enjoyed such treatment? Surely, even the officials of Jingchu cannot boast of meat at every meal." Fervent glances. "Brother." Who understood immediately and instructed everyone to disperse toward the dining hall. Upon arrival, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. They gaped in astonishment. Indeed, there was meat. Several large pots brimmed with vermicelli and meat, while nearby, large pots simmered with bones for soup. They licked their lips, apart from the new year. When had they encountered meat? After days of rigorous training, the soldiers formed an orderly line to receive their portions. Although the servings were modest, not a single soul complained, each gazing at Xiao Chenxian with gratitude, loyalty blossoming in their hearts. Xiao Chenxian surveyed their expressions, thinking how wonderfully endearing they were. Such small gestures of kindness inspired such profound gratitude, compelling them to fight bravely for him. He felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that the best he could do was to enhance their training, increasing their chances of survival on the battlefield, as everyone set aside their bowls to reduce unnecessary sacrifices in battle. Bleed less in war. The crowd echoed loudly. Xiao Chenxuan continued, "Good. I have stated before that I shall mold you into an invincible force. Your training will be the most grueling, the most taxing. Remember, your sole task now is to obey orders without question. Is that clear?" "Clear," they replied loudly. Hearing their spirited response, Xiao Chenxuan exclaimed, "Excellent." The 1,000 who have not been eliminated stepped forward. As soon as the words left his mouth, 1,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation, as if rehearsed. Observing the assembled troops, Xiao Chenxuan nodded in approval and announced, "I hereby name you the Flying Tiger Legion. Like tigers in the mountains, your roar shall shake the heavens, causing the earth to tremble. Can you accomplish this?" "Aye. Flying Tiger, Flying Tiger, Flying Tiger," they boomed, confidence radiating from their chests, their voices echoing into the skies. Xiao Chenxuan then turned to the remaining 1,700. "Though your assessment may have fallen short, you are still the finest in my eyes. Strive to surpass them and become another formidable force. I shall name you the Fierce Wolf Legion, as the name suggests. You are a fierce wolf army, elite wolf riders. At all times, you shall not return until the enemy is vanquished. Do you understand? Fierce wolf, fierce wolf, fierce wolf." 1,700 voices roared in unison. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Xiao Chenxuan contemplated the necessity for a resolute and quick-witted intelligence corps, preferably composed of literate individuals. This train of thought led him to recall the underground operatives of the Communist Party, who infiltrated every stratum of society, from the highest military and political leaders to the common people. With a clear objective in mind, Xiao Chenxuan resolved to select a portion of individuals from the two teams to form a clandestine unit, aptly named the Eagle. Only those with the keen vision akin to that of an eagle could provide the Flying Tiger Army and the remnant wolves with vital intelligence and espionage, ultimately becoming the watchful eyes for the unification of the state of Chu. "Very well, everyone, proceed to the training grounds," he commanded. Subsequently, he instructed Chun Jian'an to implement the training regimen he had devised before taking his leave. Chapter 42. The Literary Hall. Initially, the Tianxia Tavern flourished, followed by the establishment of the Flying Tiger Army and the Remnant Wolf Army, causing Xiao Chenxuan's brothers to become restless. In the Qi Prince's residence, the second prince, Qi Wang Xiao Chenlong, sat anxiously in the main seat, addressing Su Jingye, who was leisurely sipping tea. "Minister Su, which exceeds the established protocol of the Eastern Palace. Is this a deliberate move on his part, or does it hold another intention?" Su Jingye pondered for a long moment, then set down his teacup and rose, stating, "Your Highness, I suspect His Majesty is concerned that the Ji Prince's mission to Xindu will not be peaceful, hence allowing him to recruit soldiers for his protection. However, the Ji Prince is renowned as a wine immortal, admired by scholars and literati throughout the realm. If he leverages his mission to Xindu to gather troops, supported by the wealth from Tianxia Tavern and Sanrizue, he could soon become a formidable adversary. We must prepare ourselves, Your Highness." Qi Wang nodded, then helplessly shook his head and sighed. "My dear eighth brother, indeed. One must see with new eyes after a separation of merely 3 days." Yu Yang, seated respectfully nearby, stood up and said, "Your Highness, the most prudent course of action is to eliminate the Ji Prince. If we cannot do that, we must clip his wings. Otherwise, if he returns from Xindu and we have failed to neutralize him, the repercussions could be dire." Su Jingye shook his head. Clipping his wings is no simple task. He has few he can trust, primarily General Chun and Confucian Master Kong. One is a loyal marquis with military command and exceptional prowess, making him difficult to deal with. A careless move could lead to our downfall. The other, Master Kong, is the Crown Prince's tutor and a revered scholar, with students scattered across the realm. Should anything go awry and suspicions arise, we would find it hard to justify to the learned populace. The only feasible option is to eliminate the Ji Prince directly, but such an overt action would surely attract the Emperor's scrutiny. For now, We must resort to subtle strategies. Otherwise, we will have no other recourse. Upon hearing Su Jingye's suggestion of subtlety against Xiao Chenxuan, Qi Wang's eyes brightened. I am curious to know your plan, Minister Su. Yang. He would not dare inquire further if the prince wished to keep him in the dark. The following morning at court, Emperor Chu sat solemnly upon the dragon throne. Esteemed ministers, the tensions among the Han, Liang, and Tianshan kingdoms have somewhat eased, relieving pressure on our borders. The geopolitical landscape is now somewhat stabilized. Yet a new war could erupt at any moment, as each nation aspires to unify the realm, myself included. However, my foremost concern is the peace and prosperity of our Chu kingdom, ensuring our citizens can live in contentment. Our primary task is to develop the economy and stabilize public sentiment. When our treasury is abundant, it will be time for Chu to ascend to supremacy. Esteemed ministers, I am all ears for your governance strategies. Qi Wang stepped forward, a smile lingering on his lips, which would garner support from scholars and diminish Xiao Chenxuan's influence over them. To his surprise, the emperor brought it up himself, aligning perfectly with his intentions. Your Majesty, I believe that for our Chu kingdom to unify the realm, we must valorize martial prowess, yet governance and economic development necessitate a focus on culture. I propose the construction of a literary hall to gather the essence of the realm's scholars, which will undoubtedly yield sound governance strategies. Emperor Chu responded with interest. The idea of establishing a literary hall is splendid. Pei Zhixing, upon hearing Qi Wang's suggestion, realized that the prince sought to attract the literati to his side. If Qi Wang succeeded, it would undermine the support that the Wu Wang had among the scholars. Your Majesty, Pei Zhixing interjected, I believe that while the establishment of a literary hall is commendable, considering Qi Wang's busy schedule, it would be prudent to summon Wu Wang back to the capital to oversee its establishment. The fifth prince, Qing Wang, and the sixth prince, Yan Wang, voiced their dissent, aware that whichever faction gained the emperor's favor would hold an advantage. The ongoing struggle among the three factions for the throne left them at a disadvantage. The fifth prince stepped forward. Father, I wish to relieve your Majesty of burdens by establishing the literary hall. Emperor Chu glanced at Qi Wang, Qing Wang, and then at Pei Zhixing, realizing that few of his sons were content to remain passive. He chuckled. Oh, Qi Wang, Wu Wang, and Qing Wang all wish to preside over the literary hall. Whom should I appoint? The usually unassuming Yan Wang interjected. Your Majesty, the situation at the borders is ever-changing. We must not let our guard down. The border forces of the three kingdoms should not be underestimated. I propose that third brother and fourth brother remain stationed at the borders. Their respective strengths, one in literature and the other in martial prowess, complement each other well. Thus, the representatives of the Yuwang faction also urged Emperor Chu to recall Yuwang. Noticing the emperor's lack of response, they quickly modified their stance. Your Majesty, it seems the scales are evenly balanced. This poses a dilemma for me, as the emperor expressed his dissatisfaction. While the old general's suggestion aimed to break the deadlock, some held different views. Yu Yang jumped up. Minister Pei, old general, Qing Wang, have your hands reached too far? The literary hall was first proposed by Qi Wang. What concern is it of yours? His Majesty sought our counsel. If you are capable, why not devise your own ideas? Yu Yang stepped forward once more. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take heed. Emperor Chu was displeased with Qi Wang's lack of discipline and failure to acknowledge his faults. However, considering that the literary hall originated from Qi Wang's proposal, granting it to another would imply an endorsement of Qi Wang's words, allowing others to freely seize his ideas. To prevent such a precedent, Emperor Chu declared, after much contemplation, I have decided that the establishment of the literary hall shall be entrusted to Qi Wang alone. Having spoken, He rose and departed, not uttering the words of withdrawal from court. It was evident that the Emperor of Chu was quite displeased with the events of the day. Upon hearing the emperor's consent to the establishment of a literary academy for Prince Qi, Pei Zhixing and the others could hardly maintain their composure. However, melodic laughter and soft whispers of women, whether sweet or crisp, concealed his true identity from all, including the masked men below, who only knew him as their savior during times of peril. They were named Chang'e through Changjiu. Another, Chang Shursen, stepped forth, being the most skilled among them, tasked primarily with assassination. Without question, he replied, "Yes, master," before retreating. The silver-masked man then commanded, "Chang'e, keep a close watch on the court officials. It would be best to grasp their weaknesses for future use." Chang'e responded, "Yes, master. Over the years, I have gathered considerable information about them. It is surprising how these officials, who preach righteousness, are secretly involved in all manner of vice and crime." The silver-masked man laughed heartily. "Excellent. If they were not so corrupt, they would not serve my purposes." He then turned to Chang'e, "Monitor the two at the borders closely. If the opportunity arises, leak some vital information to the kingdoms of Han and Liang, ideally ensuring they never return." Chang'e stepped forward and affirmed, "Yes, master. I shall set this in motion." The silver-masked man coldly instructed, "Go forth. Conduct your duties with diligence. One day, when I ascend to power, I shall not forget your loyalty." The group immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Thank you, master. We vow to serve you unto death." Meanwhile, in General Chen's residence, the old general and Liang Jun, who had just recruited soldiers, were enjoying dinner. The feast, provided by the Tianxia Tavern, had left Liang Jun inebriated and infuriated, as he exclaimed, "How shameless is the King of Ji! He is nothing but a rogue." The old general shot Liang Jun a disapproving glare. Has the King of Ji offended you? How dare you insult a prince? Do you know the consequences?" With that, he raised his cup and drained it of its contents. Liang Jun, flushed with embarrassment, stood unsteadily, realizing his words had crossed a line. He offended me, but he has indeed wronged me." The old general chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, pray tell, how has he wronged you?" Liang Jun, undeterred, declared, "That day, when the King of Ji was selecting soldiers, we delivered 2 pigs and 8,000 taels of silver, agreeing that he would give me the soldiers he eliminated. However, after the first day, he handed over only 2,300, refusing to return the rest or my money, which was allocated by the court for recruitment. Isn't that utterly deceitful?" Intrigued, the old general mused, Someone is actually buying discarded soldiers. I thought it a grand affair. You paid, and the King of Ji granted you the eliminated soldiers. Is that not a mutual agreement?" Liang Jun, furious, retorted, "I had clearly negotiated for 4,000 out of his 5,000 soldiers, yet he withheld 1,007. How can this be justified?" With that, Liang Jun drained his cup in frustration. The old general, observing Liang Jun's demeanor, shook his head in resignation. Liang Jun, after finishing his drink, stumbled to his feet, stating, "Master, rest early," before calling upon several accompanying officers and heading outside. Emboldened by drink, Liang Jun, upon exiting the general's residence, declared to his comrades, "I cannot endure this humiliation. The King of Ji must either return my money or provide me with soldiers. Brothers, let us confront the King of Ji for an explanation." The inebriated officers echoed in unison, "Let us go and demand an explanation from the King of Ji." As they spoke, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, heralding a potential storm. One officer suggested, "Perhaps tomorrow would be wiser? It is late, and the King of Ji's residence is far. What if it rains heavily?" Liang Jun, lost in his drunken bravado, shouted, "What is there to fear?" With that, they climbed into their carriages, setting off towards the King of Ji's residence. In the dark of night, after a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder, an eerie silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, several shadowy figures flitted past Xiao Chenxuan's window. Inside, Xiao Chenxuan, in high spirits, reveled in the recent successes of the Tianxia Tavern and the rapid advancements of the Feihu Army and the Kamlang Army under the intense training of Chun Juanqi and Yu Gang. He believed that with steady progress, he could soon wield immense power, basking in the company of beautiful women. Before darkness fully descended, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare a feast of braised chicken wings, sauced beef, and a few side dishes, inviting Li Chang'an, whom he had met at the Tianxia Tavern, to engage in casual conversation. Chang'an, during your extended stay in Persia, have you ever encountered a food called potato or chili pepper? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. Chili pepper? Potato? I have never heard of such things. What are they like? Xiao Chenxuan struggled to describe, recalling after a moment. Chili peppers might be called demon fire, red and slightly shorter than chopsticks, about the thickness of a pinky. Potatoes are known as earth eggs or something similar. You plant one in the spring, and by summer, you can harvest a bounty. Li Chang'an was astonished that Xiao Chenxuan, a prince, was aware of the demon fire and earth eggs from afar in Persia. Your Highness, I have seen demon fire. It is popular in the humid regions of the Persian Gulf, as it is believed to dispel moisture. Earth eggs exist there too, but they are said to cause smallpox, so they are not favored, consumed only by the impoverished. Xiao Chenxuan, thrilled to learn that Li Chang'an was familiar with chili peppers and potatoes, grasped Li Chang'an's arm and exclaimed, "Do you know if anyone has brought potatoes and chili peppers to the divine land?" Startled by Xiao Chenxuan's fervor, Li Chang'an stammered, "Your Highness." Realizing he had become overly animated, Xiao Chenxuan quickly released his grip and apologized. "Forgive me, I got carried away. Do you know where they might be found?" Li Chang'an remarked, "Your Highness, along the grand thoroughfares of the divine land, there are numerous merchants from the north. Some of them enjoy carrying chili peppers with them, indulging in a taste now and then. However, I am uncertain about potatoes. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself to inquire tomorrow about their presence among the northern merchants and will promptly inform you if I find any." Xiao Chenxuan nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall accompany you on this endeavor tomorrow." Having satisfied his hunger, Li Chang'an, after receiving his first task from Xiao Chenxuan, prepared to consult Butler Wang about the whereabouts of the northern merchants, intending to lead His Highness there the following day. Just as he was about to bid farewell to Xiao Chenxuan, a sudden intrusion occurred as a group of unexpected guests leaped through the window. Chapter 44. Assassins. Chang Shisan, accompanied by several masked men, stealthily infiltrated the residence of Prince Ji, silently scaling the roof of Xiao Chenxuan's bedroom, all without arousing the suspicion of the guards. This demonstrates the formidable prowess of Chang Shisan and his companions. However, as he lay atop the roof, Chang Shisan felt an unsettling tension. Ever since the order to assassinate Xiao Chenxuan had been issued by his master, his left eyelid had been twitching, a phenomenon he had never experienced during his previous missions. Once on the eaves, Chang Shisan began to survey the surroundings of the princess residence, but found nothing amiss. Inside, Xiao Chenxuan was engaged in a lively conversation with a man named Li Chang'an. Suddenly, a clap of thunder startled Chang Shisan, causing his heart to race. However, despite the thunderstorm, there were no signs of rain. A chilly wind began to blow, marking the first instance of such peculiar weather during his missions. In the darkness of the night, with the wind howling, Chang Shisan silently hoped for a smooth operation. The thunderclaps did not deter Chang Shisan and his companions from their mission. They continued to encircle Xiao Chenxuan's bedroom. Under Chang Shisan's direction, Chang Shiba and Chang Jiu eliminated the patrolling guards and donned their uniforms to take their place. This was the first time they revealed their true appearances in front of Chang Shisan, but for the sake of their master's task, they were willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives. Inside, Xiao Chenxuan and Li Chang'an were so engrossed in their conversation about peppers and potatoes that they failed to notice any disturbances outside. After their discussion, Li Chang'an stood to leave, prompting Xiao Chenxuan to rise as well to bid him farewell. Noticing Li Chang'an's departure and seeing Xiao Chenxuan stand, Chang Shisan feared that Xiao Chenxuan might discover the altered appearances of the guards and grow suspicious. To preempt any complications, Chang Shisan resolved to eliminate Li Chang'an as well. With that, under Chang Shisan's command, they burst through the window. The sudden intrusion shocked Xiao Chenxuan, who wondered how assassins had so quietly infiltrated his bedroom while the guards remained oblivious. At that moment, both Xiao Chenxuan and Li Chang'an shouted in unison, "There are assassins!" Upon hearing their cries, Chang Shisan decided to act swiftly and commanded, "Let us make quick work of this, lest we alert the guards outside." He lunged at Xiao Chenxuan with a dagger, but to his astonishment, Li Chang'an kicked his arm, sending the dagger flying from his grasp. Surprised, Chenxuan and his companions simultaneously recognized Li Chang'an as a formidable opponent. Xiao Chenxuan, shielded by Li Chang'an, was horrified as the dagger hurtled toward him. Grateful for Li Chang'an's unexpected prowess, he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Trembling, he feigned calmness and inquired, "Who sent you?" "If I recall correctly, I have wronged no one. Reveal your master, and I shall offer you double what he pays." Chenxuan laughed derisively. "You foolish prince. No one hired us. We have come purely to take your worthless life." Enraged by the insult, Xiao Chenxuan, aware of his perilous situation, attempted to negotiate. "You must understand. To assassinate the reigning prince is a crime that could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan." Chenxuan scoffed. "We have come to kill you. Do you think we fear such consequences?" Xiao Chenxuan, desperate, pressed on. "Then at least tell me your names. If you kill me, I shall be a lost soul in the afterlife." Chenxuan laughed heartily. "Ask the king of hell. Perhaps he will enlighten you. Brothers, let us make haste. Do not allow him to delay us. Attack." With that, they charged at Xiao Chenxuan and Li Chang'an with their weapons drawn. Li Chang'an positioned himself in front of Xiao Chenxuan, shouting, "Your Highness, stay behind me. If there is an opportunity, you must flee." Touched by Li Chang'an's courage, Xiao Chenxuan recognized the man's loyalty and responded, "Very well. I will keep an eye out for an escape. Can you handle them alone?" With a wry smile, Li Chang'an replied, "Your Highness, I will do my best to stall them, hoping the guards will arrive in time." He did not genuinely rely on the guards, understanding they might arrive only to collect their bodies. After speaking, he struck one of the masked men in the neck, causing the assailant to collapse, blood spilling forth. The remaining masked men showed no sign of regret for their fallen comrade, instead pressing their attack on the duo. Li Chang'an seized a weapon from one of the assailants and once again shielded Xiao Chenxuan. "Your Highness, protect yourself," he urged, launching another series of strikes at the attackers. Realizing Li Chang'an's combat skills surpassed his own, Chenxuan grew anxious and instructed his companions, "You hold him off. I will deal with the worthless prince." In unison, the masked men affirmed, "Understood." As they engaged Li Chang'an, Chenxuan lunged at Xiao Chenxuan once more, dagger aimed at his chest. With a sudden crash, Xiao Chenxuan had grabbed a bowl from the table and hurled it at Chenxuan, inadvertently knocking the dagger aside. Shocked, Chenxuan could hardly believe that the so-called worthless prince had reacted so swiftly, managing to avert his lethal strike. Determined not to underestimate Xiao Chenxuan again, Chenxuan prepared for another assault. With no time for hesitation, Xiao Chenxuan realized he could not withstand another strike. In a desperate act, he seized an oil-soaked dish and flung it towards Chenxuan's feet, knowing the marble floor would become perilously slippery. Indeed, as Chenxuan lunged forward, he kicked the dish, spilling oil across the floor. His foot slipped, causing him to miss Xiao Chenxuan and instead graze his left arm with the dagger. Fortunately, the blade was not poisoned, but the pain elicited a cry from Xiao Chenxuan. Hearing his cry, Li Chang'an turned back to him. "Your Highness, are you all right?" He swiftly dispatched another assailant, positioning himself protectively before Xiao Chenxuan. This sudden turn of events once again astonished Chenxuan, who showed no signs of retreat and shouted, "Quick battle, swift resolution." At that moment, the door to Xiao Chenxuan's bedroom was forcefully kicked open, crashing to the ground at Chenxuan's feet, as everyone gazed in astonishment at the newcomer standing outside. Chapter 45. The unyielding ones. The intruders who forcefully kicked open the door were none other than Liang Jun and his companions. After gathering their breath, they arrived at the residence of the Prince of Ji and, following the guard's announcement, sought out Butler Wang. They demanded that he lead them to confront Xiao Chenxuan. However, upon reaching the door of Xiao Chenxuan's chamber, they were halted by two guards stationed outside. Butler Wang was perplexed. The prince had summoned Li Chang'an, and there was nothing clandestine about it. Why then were the guards denying them entry? The guards did not even address him directly, merely stating that the prince was occupied with important matters and that all unnecessary personnel should remain at a distance. Observing the unfamiliar guards closely, Butler Wang noted their demeanor. They spoke with their heads bowed. Were they to consider themselves unnecessary? Suddenly, a foreboding thought flickered in Butler Wang's mind. Something was amiss. The prince was in danger. Before Butler Wang could voice his concern, the two imposter guards, Chang Shiba and Chang Jiao, realized they had been recognized and exchanged glances. In an instant, they drew their weapons and lunged toward Butler Wang and his companions. Despite having consumed considerable alcohol, Liang Jun, a seasoned leader with years of military experience, remained alert. As he witnessed the attack from the two false guards, he sprang forward, swiftly disarming Changshiba and seizing him by the hair. In a panic, Changshiba, caught off guard by the seemingly intoxicated men, launched a desperate assault against Liang Jun. Yet, Liang Jun, a battle-hardened general, effortlessly pushed Changshiba aside, slamming his head against the ground. With a fist the size of a hammer, he pounded mercilessly, the scene turning gruesome. Before Changshiba could even struggle or alert his accomplices inside, he succumbed to death. Meanwhile, the other imposter, Changjiu, found himself kicked down by a subordinate of the Qin family, landing at Butler Wang's feet. To everyone's astonishment, Butler Wang delivered a decisive kick, snapping Changjiu's neck with remarkable efficiency. Witnessing this brutal act, Liang Jun and his companions were left in disbelief. This was a man of formidable ruthlessness. After vanquishing the two imposter guards, Butler Wang, anxious for Xiao Chenxuan's safety, hurriedly approached the door to his chamber, only to find it locked tight. In a fit of urgency, Liang Jun kicked the door wide open. Upon seeing Butler Wang and the others, Xiao Chenxuan exclaimed with a mix of relief and urgency, "You arrived just in time. Had you been a minute late, I would have perished." Li Chang'an, upon seeing the arrival of his comrades, felt a wave of relief wash over him. The crisis was averted, and now he could focus on dealing with the masked assailants. Aware that their mission may have failed, Changshusan and his group realized they might be left behind in the prince's residence, their hearts heavy with dread. They had sensed the ominous air that surrounded them all day. It was as if fate conspired against them. Sighing in resignation, Changshusan shouted, "Brothers, attack." They charged toward Xiao Chenxuan. "Dare you harm our prince? I will ensure you find no rest in death." Butler Wang lunged toward the masked assailants, seizing one by the wrist and drawing blood from his blade. Ignoring the pain, he twisted the assailant's arm with a swift motion, dislocating his shoulder, eliciting a scream of agony. At that moment, Liang Jun and the others, mirroring Butler Wang's aggression, surged forward to confront the masked men. Liang Jun, moving with remarkable speed, darted in front of Changshusan, pulling him back to his previous position and delivering a fierce blow to his forehead. The clash was intense, and soon enough, Changshusan managed to slice Liang Jun's arm, blood seeping through the wound and staining his clothing. As Butler Wang dispatched one of the black-clad assailants, he leapt into the fray, delivering a swift kick to Changshusan, disrupting his attack on Liang Jun. Li Chang'an, "Protect the prince. Liang Jun, let us deal with them together. We cannot allow a single one to escape." With those words, Butler Wang struck Changshusan in the abdomen, and Liang Jun followed suit with a lightning-fast kick, sending Changshusan flying. As he crashed to the ground, Changshusan coughed up blood, two of his teeth mingling with the crimson fluid. Seizing the moment, Liang Jun lunged to capture him alive, but Changshusan, in his final act of desperation, crushed a hidden poison capsule within his mouth, laughing maniacally before succumbing to death. Liang Jun, witnessing this, called out to his companions still engaged in combat, "Be wary. They likely carry poison in their teeth." Before he could finish, the remaining masked assailants began collapsing one by one, lifeless on the ground. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Who were these individuals? The realization that their leader had perished instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining assailants, who followed suit. It was then that the palace guards arrived, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing the bodies strewn about, they were left dumbfounded. An assassination attempt on the prince had occurred, and they bowed their heads in shame. Fortunately, the prince was unharmed. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences for their failure in protecting him. Butler Wang, infuriated by the tardiness of the guards, berated them. "You have truly shamed yourselves. So many intruders infiltrated the estate, and you were oblivious to it. You shall now await the emperor's judgment." As the guards, tasked by the emperor of Chu to protect Xiao Chenxuan, knelt before him, they were filled with dread, knowing they had nearly allowed the prince to be slain. "Please, punish us, your highness," they murmured, heads bowed. Xiao Chenxuan, still trembling from the ordeal, fought to regain his composure. With a feigned calmness, he turned to Liang Jun and his companions, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I am deeply appreciative of your timely arrival. You have saved my life. It is our duty to protect the prince. There is no need for such formality," Liang Jun replied, still shaken by the near tragedy. Had they arrived even a moment later, the outcome could have been dire. Contemplating the fallen masked assassins, Xiao Chenxuan pondered who would go to such lengths to take his life. He was left without answers, resigned to investigate further. As his gaze fell upon Li Chang'an and Butler Wang, he was struck by a newfound curiosity. A seemingly destitute merchant wielded such skill, and his frail-looking butler was clearly a master in his own right. It appeared that true martial prowess was abundant in this era. Turning his attention to Liang Jun, who bore injuries from the skirmish, he inquired with concern, "General Liang, how fares your injury?" Liang Jun noted Xiao Chenxuan's own wounds, but felt a surge of gratitude for the prince's concern. The guilt of having sought out confrontation with him moments prior weighed heavily on his conscience. "It is but a minor injury. Your Highness, what of your own wounds?" Butler Wang, finally noticing the blood trickling from Xiao Chenxuan's arm, hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, how severe is your injury? I shall summon the palace physicians at once." Before Xiao Chenxuan could respond, Butler Wang dashed outside. Xiao Chenxuan glanced at the individuals on the ground and huffed, "Why have you not yet dealt with the bodies? Do you wish for this prince to take matters into his own hands?" Upon hearing his words, the others promptly rose to attend to the grim task at hand. Chapter 46. The Ungrateful Wolf. Xiao Chenxuan. As the others tended to their wounds, Xiao Chenxuan fixed his gaze firmly upon Liang Jun and the others. Having indulged in drink late into the night, their uninvited presence at his royal residence could not possibly be a mere coincidence. They had come to collect a debt. Xiao feigned ignorance, nursing his injuries with exaggerated groans, his demeanor painted with a mask of suffering. Liang Jun observed Xiao's expression, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, the nearby deputy general, Chen Song, was undeterred by such sentiments. They had come to confront Xiao Chenxuan, and his injuries would not deter them from addressing the matter at hand, especially as they had recently saved his life. "Your Highness, did you not mention that you would be culling 4,000 soldiers from the recruits you enlisted? Why has there been no further action on this?" Liang Jun wished he could slap some sense into this dim-witted noble. If one truly had the audacity to confront the prince, it should be done with a modicum of subtlety. Liang was at a loss for words. Xiao Chenxuan continued to feign agony, his facial muscles contorting like a pained gourd as he gasped for breath and rubbed his bandaged left arm, pretending not to hear Chen Song's inquiries. "Hiss." Noticing Zhao's lack of response, Chen Song pressed on, "Your Highness, we agreed upon the dismissal of soldiers. What is the status?" Xiao feigned confusion, looking at Chen Song with a puzzled expression. "Ah, General Chen, what did you say about dismissing him? Having just saved him, they could not be treated with such disdain." Chen Song replied with irritation, "Your Highness, the soldiers you promised to dismiss." Xiao feigned enlightenment, exclaiming, "What? Dismiss soldiers? Oh, how could you say such a thing? General Chen, I would never dismiss a single soldier in my lifetime." Upon hearing such an absurd proclamation, both Chen Song and Liang Jun were rendered speechless. The prince was clearly being unreasonable, playing the role of a rogue and tearing down the bridge after crossing it. How could the Prince of Ji be so unreliable? After accepting their funds for recruiting soldiers, he simply reneged on his promise, and given that they had just rescued him, was he not a classic example of an ungrateful wolf? Ignoring his own pain, Liang Jun stood up and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Since your Highness refuses to dismiss any soldiers, might we request the return of the surplus funds? That money was allocated by the court for our recruitment efforts." Xiao Chenxuan was at a loss for words. These rascally generals had come to his residence in the middle of the night over a paltry sum. It was quite amusing, especially considering how much they had drunk, seemingly oblivious to the potential consequences. He had no intention of easily returning the funds, feeling that their unexpected rescue was merely a coincidence. "What nonsense is this? Am I in need of money?" Liang Jun felt a surge of frustration, nearly cursing under his breath. "If you are not in need of money, then why cause harm to us? Since your Highness is not in need, might you return the excess funds to facilitate our recruitment efforts?" The notion of returning the funds seemed absurd to Xiao Chenxuan, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "General Liang, do you recall what was said initially?" Without hesitation, Liang Jun replied, "Your Highness stated that the 5,000 recruits you enlisted would be assessed, and those eliminated would be handed over to us. We would pay 2 taels of silver per soldier and provide some living expenses for those dismissed after training." Xiao Chenxuan chuckled, "Indeed, each soldier receives 2 taels of silver along with living expenses. I received 8,000 taels from you, of which 5,004 were allocated for your recruitment expenses, while the remainder served as their living allowance. Is this not correct?" Liang Jun and the others found themselves at a loss for words. It appeared that the Prince of Ji had never explicitly promised to dismiss 4,000 soldiers. Furthermore, They had agreed to cover the daily expenses for training the soldiers, despite them having only spent a single day under the princess' command. Did they consume dragon meat during that time? Such extravagance. Xiao Chenxuan found their expressions amusing and casually suggested, "Let us make a deal. I shall not take advantage of you, and if you wish to indulge in 3 days of revelry, I shall provide sufficient provisions." For Xiao Chenxuan, 3 days of revelry was merely a matter of food. With several thousand taels of silver, he could procure ample supplies to intoxicate them thoroughly. However, for the others, such an offer was of considerable value. Without further thought, they eagerly accepted. "Very well, Your Highness, this is a promise," they reiterated, clearly anxious that Xiao might backtrack on his word. Once they departed, Xiao Chenxuan furrowed his brow. Today had been a close call, in these dire times. Devoid of martial prowess and surrounded by weak allies, if he did not devise a means to bolster his own safety, he could easily meet a grim fate. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and deep within, he felt an unsettling anxiety. Though martial arts in this era could not upheave mountains, the combat prowess displayed by figures like Li Chang'an suggested that agility and skill were still possible. Recognizing he was no martial genius, Xiao Chenxuan believed that without a decade or two of training, he could never reach the level of Li Chang'an. Time was of the essence. He muttered to himself, "Steel, firearms, how could I have forgotten?" It was imperative that he develop these advanced weaponry to safeguard his life. After all, there is a saying, no matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife, let alone a firearm from another era. Yet, the current technological capabilities were woefully inadequate for crafting precise firearms. A firearm was a metal tube designed for shooting. Should he successfully create such a revolutionary weapon, the ensuing war for the unification of the Seven Kingdoms would be inscribed by his own hand. As a modern mechanical engineer, Xiao Chenxuan understood the principles behind firearms, but lacked practical experience. No steel? Then there is copper, he thought, without regard for the late hour or whether the artisans were asleep. He summoned the guards to increase patrols and ordered, "Go, summon the craftsmen from the 8 provinces to me." Watching the guards depart, he took up his brush and began to sketch, absorbed in his research, disregarding whether his instructions were clear. Before long, the guards had gathered carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and other craftsmen. Upon seeing them, Xiao Chenxuan realized he had not specified whom to summon, but he paid no heed to their bewildered expressions as he presented them with the schematics for the firearm. To his astonishment, the carpenter Zhu Laosan's 3 sons gazed at the blueprints with fervent interest. The eldest son, Zhu Lei, stammered, "Your Highness, what is this? It resembles something my brothers and I have been experimenting with." "What?" Zhu Lei's words left Xiao Chenxuan incredulous, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. The second son, Zhu Jian'an, clarified, "Your Highness, what my brother means is that your drawing resembles the contraptions we've been toying with." Xiao Chenxuan rubbed his ears, convinced he had not misheard. True talent indeed. These carpenters were engaged in the study of firearms. "Are you truly saying what I think you are?" In unison, the 3 sons of Zhu Laosan affirmed. "Yes, Your Highness. We would never deceive you." Xiao Chenxuan was elated, rewarding all the craftsmen generously. He retained a blacksmith and the 3 Zhu brothers and commenced their research together. The following morning, the news of an assassination attempt on Xiao Chenxuan spread throughout Jiangchu, inciting the Emperor of Chu's fury, as it was evident that one of his own sons was implicated. In the imperial court, the emperor erupted in wrath. The assassination of the prince is truly outrageous. Some individuals seem to believe that they can act without consequence. Should I uncover the truth, they will regret their actions. White Guards, are you merely idle bystanders? My son was attacked within the palace, and you remain utterly oblivious. What purpose do you serve? Li Jun, the deputy commander of the White Guards, was struck with fear, his face ashen, and he immediately knelt. "I am guilty, Your Majesty, please punish me." Chu cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling Li Jun and replied tersely, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. If you fail to uncover even the slightest clue, do not expect to return." Though the consequences of failure were not explicitly stated, the courtiers recognized the gravity of Chu Di's expression, understanding that should the emperor discover the truth, none would escape unscathed. However, in matters of the royal family, discretion reigned supreme, and the assembly chose to remain silent. In the dimly lit chamber of the Wan Hua Pavilion, a man clad in silver mask shattered numerous priceless porcelain pieces in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Useless, utterly useless. You cannot even deal with a powerless fool. and yet you have lost so many of your own. What value do you possess? The men in black below him hung their heads, none daring to respond to the silver-masked man's tirade. Chapter 47. The Devil's Fire in the Early Morning. The assassination incident at the residence of Prince Ji cast a shadow over the upper echelons of Jiangchu. During the court meeting, the news of the multiple attempts on Xiao Chenxuan's life incited the Emperor of Chu to fury. Historically, the imperial family had always been ruthless. Yet the open fratricide while he still drew breath was a blatant affront to his authority, one that the emperor could not abide. He issued a direct order to the White Cavalry Division to investigate the mastermind behind the assassins, thus igniting a campaign against crime in the imperial city of Jiangchu. Kong Taifu, Xiao Chenxuan's esteemed mentor, along with other literati such as Minister Yao, were incensed. They believed that if Prince Ji were to be successfully assassinated, it would result in an irreplaceable loss for the state of Chu. Talents like Xiao Chenxuan, who could compose poetry and excel in military training, were invaluable assets for governance. Throughout history, the emergence of a great talent could alter the fate of a nation, a fact beyond dispute. Old General Chun, a partner to Xiao Chenxuan, was particularly furious. In his view, Prince Ji was a man deeply loyal to his friends. Although he often appeared timid, his approach to matters was astute. Since ancient times, great achievers have tended to conceal their talents while assessing the situation. Furthermore, throughout their collaboration, the general had found Prince Ji's charisma profoundly captivating. Had Xiao Chenxuan not been of royal blood, the old general felt they would have become lifelong friends. Therefore, he could not bear to see such a talent lost amidst the royal family strife. After the court session, the old general returned home and summoned Qin Jian'an, unleashing a torrent of anger upon him. As the commander of the prince's guard, it was a bitter irony that the assassination attempt had occurred within the prince's residence. Amid the general's wrath, Qin Jian'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he and his uncle Liang had confronted Prince Ji the previous night. Otherwise, he might have encountered nothing but the prince's lifeless body today, a thought that would have burdened him with guilt, especially since Prince Ji had not only aided him, but had also helped him discover purpose in life. After enduring the general's reprimand, Qin Jian'an hastily made his way to the residence of Prince Ji, rallying the guard and proclaiming loudly, "As the protectors of Prince Ji, we have failed in our duty to safeguard him, leading to his assassination attempt last night. We deserve the harshest punishment. Henceforth, we shall take turns guarding the prince's chambers to ensure that such foolishness never recurs." Upon hearing the news of the assassination attempt, the guards were filled with rage. Since joining the prince's guard, they had been relieved of their familial burdens and enjoyed ample meals. They clamored to uncover information regarding the assailants, determined to seek justice for the affront against Prince Ji. Qin Jian'an, observing the fervor among his comrades, reiterated, "I believe His Majesty has already instructed the White Cavalry Division to investigate the assassins. However, we must not place all our hopes in them. From this moment on, we must learn to gather intelligence on our enemies, seize control of the situation, and protect our prince. Starting today, we shall intensify our training to meet the prince's expectations and ensure his safety." "Yes," the guards responded in unison, fists clenched in determination. Qin Jian'an, inspired by their spirit, surveyed the assembled group before his gaze settled on Tingyong. And Tingyong stepped forward, standing tall and looking at Qin Jian'an with anticipation. Recognizing the confidence radiating from Tingyong, Qin Jian'an declared, "Excellent. From today, you shall lead a team to seek out information regarding the assassins. Can you fulfill this task?" Overjoyed at the prospect of leaving training to pursue the assailants, Tingyong responded eagerly, "I assure you, I will complete the mission." He then stepped back, mentally compiling a list of potential informants. Meanwhile, the remaining guards resumed their rigorous training, understanding that the assassination of Prince Ji was the gravest insult to their honor as his protectors. As for Xiao Chenxuan, after a night of rest, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Although unaware of the identity of the orchestrator behind the assassination, he had no doubt that it was his half-brother. The motive for the attack was clear. The composition of his guards surpassed that of any previous Eastern palace, creating a profound sense of insecurity that led to the desire to eliminate him. In light of this, Xiao Chenxuan resolved to swiftly bolster his own power and delve into the study of advanced weaponry, thereby enhancing his strength. With clarity in his heart, he knew that his adoptive father would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation and provide him with satisfactory answers. Even if the inquiry yielded no results, he would find solace in other aspects. With this in mind, Xiao Chenxuan called upon Wang Xian, the head chef of the Tianxia Tavern, to prepare a lavish breakfast for him, casting aside concerns about the implications of the assassination attempt on Jingchu. Following his meal, he summoned Li Chang'an and, along with his younger brother Xiao Chenhao, set forth toward the western street of the imperial city. Upon reaching the western street, Xiao Chenhao, like a wild stallion, paid no heed to the mingling of various characters or the safety of the surroundings. Entering a merchant's establishment, Xiao Chenxuan was astonished by the multitude of foreign merchants present. Although not all hailed from distant lands, it was evident that the level of openness between nations had greatly increased, as evidenced by the number of foreign merchants in Jingchu alone. Having frequented the imperial palace, Xiao Chenhao had traversed the western street numerous times, but had never before visited a foreign merchant's shop. Observing the golden-haired, blue-eyed merchants, he was filled with curiosity and repeatedly tugged at Xiao Chenxuan, demanding an explanation. Frustrated, Xiao Chenxuan wished he could return to the palace immediately. Noticing Xiao Chenxuan's displeasure, Xiao Chenhao mistakenly believed that his brother's mood had soured due to the assassination attempt. He silently resolved to urge their father to intensify the investigation, seeking justice for his brother. After visiting several establishments without uncovering any leads on potatoes or chili peppers, Xiao Chenxuan was on the verge of giving up when a foreign merchant, with golden hair and blue eyes, appeared before them, holding a porcelain doll-like girl who clutched a bright red chili pepper. Xiao Chenxuan burst into laughter, striding towards the girl and exclaiming, "Little sister, may I have that pepper? I will trade you something delightful in return." The little girl, frightened by his approach, hid behind her father. The merchant's expression darkened at the sight of Xiao Chenxuan seizing the pepper from his daughter, but upon noticing the prince's luxurious attire and the numerous guards surrounding him, he quickly quelled his anger. "Young master, you desire the pepper from my daughter?" the merchant inquired, puzzled. It was rare for anyone to show interest in such a fiery item, especially given that it primarily appealed to those from Persia, let alone the sweet-toothed residents of Chu. Without hesitation, Xiao Chenxuan responded, "Indeed. How many of these do you possess?" The merchant was taken aback by the prince's genuine interest. "To be frank, this pepper is exceedingly spicy. Consuming it feels as if 1,000 ants are gnawing at you. For those unaccustomed to it, one bite will leave them feeling as though their throat has been taken from them. Only we Persians dare to eat such things. I advise you, young master, to reconsider." Upon hearing about the Hu people from Persia consuming it, Xiao Chenxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared that this time he had made considerable gains. After all, those who traveled thousands of miles to Jingchu would undoubtedly band together for warmth. It seemed there would be no shortage of chili seeds. Xiao Chenxuan directly took 2 ingots of silver from the hands of his guard and handed them to the Hu merchant. "Since you are aware of the edibility of this item, I shall spare you the explanation. All you need to know is that you and I have both discovered it. And I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly." Chapter 48. The clever Aston Hu merchants gazed at the figure of Xiao Chenxuan before them, seemingly quite intrigued by the devil's fire, and their minds immediately began to stir with schemes. "This young master," Aston introduced himself, "comes from the land of Persia, and I am but one of a handful who remain in Jingchu. Most have gone to places like Xindu, hence the devil's fire is indeed scarce." Xiao Chenxuan, perceptive as ever, recognized that Aston was a shrewd businessman. Noticing his interest in the chili pepper, Aston promptly raised his price. To avert unnecessary complications, Xiao Chenxuan directly retrieved several pieces of silver from his guard, smiling as he declared, "Do you see this? If you can procure all the chili peppers for me, it shall all be yours." A blind man, upon seeing money, would surely open his eyes. How much more enticing for Aston, who realized that by simply assisting in the search for a mere weed-like devil's fire, he could earn such a fortune. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Surely this sum could sustain an ordinary household for an entire year. A significant client, undoubtedly. Good, good, good. I understand. I shall gather all the Persian merchants and have them deliver their devil's fire to you, young master. With that, Aston left his daughter in the company of Xiao Chenxuan and hurried to rally his companions, unperturbed by the thought of Xiao Chenxuan absconding with her. Before long, Aston had assembled a dozen merchants from Persia, each carrying a basket brimming with vibrant red chilies. Approaching Xiao Chenxuan, Aston's face radiated with delight as he bowed deeply, saying, "Young master, all the devil's fire is here." After delivering his message, Aston adopted a rather obsequious demeanor, his fingers fidgeting as his gaze fixated hungrily on the silver in Xiao Chenxuan's hands. The sight of the overabundance of chili peppers brought a broad smile to Xiao Chenxuan's face. This was far more than he had anticipated. With ample chili seeds now assured, he could indulge in hot pot at his residence. The mere thought made his mouth water, prompting him to generously instruct his guard to distribute a piece of silver to each merchant. Is this all? Have we forgotten anything? It was not that Xiao Chenxuan doubted the merchants, but rather that having spent so much money, he did not wish to allow them to retain any of the goods for themselves. The merchants nodded eagerly, assuring him, "Everything is here. We promise there are no leftovers." Though they were unaware of Xiao Chenxuan's true identity, they recognized that he was not one to be trifled with. As a businessman who had traveled from afar, the principle of cordiality for profit was well understood. Just then, a merchant woman suddenly spoke up, as if struck by inspiration. "Young master, do you desire devil's fire seedlings? I have cultivated a few in my courtyard." Upon hearing of the seedlings, Xiao Chenxuan inquired of the group, "Do you all have seedlings?" They collectively nodded in affirmation, and he was greatly pleased. After issuing further instructions to his guard, he entered the alley where the merchants resided, akin to an invading army. Upon witnessing the well-cultivated seedlings, Xiao Chenxuan was overjoyed. It was late spring, the perfect season for planting chili seedlings. With a grand gesture, he distributed another piece of silver to each merchant, marking the beginning of his extravagant spending spree on the divine continent. Each merchant received 3 pieces of silver in total, their spirits soaring as they bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you, young master." Delighted by the unexpected acquisition of chili seedlings, Xiao Chenxuan was unconcerned with the financial outlay. Instructing his guards to uproot the seedlings and load them onto carts for delivery to the royal residence, he appointed Aston to oversee the planting of the chilies, lamenting only that the merchants had not brought any potato seeds. Upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's plan to send the chilies to the royal residence, the merchants were struck with fear, hastily kneeling and pleading for a refund. Xiao Chenxuan waved his hand dismissively, asserting with authority, "The silver I have spent requires no return. You need only keep an eye out for any merchants who may possess potato seeds. If you find any, I shall certainly reward you handsomely." Xiao Chenxuan's generosity compelled the merchants to express their gratitude through fervent bows. Aston then stepped forward, thumping his chest and declaring, "Young master, I see you value the potato seeds greatly. Allow me to care for my daughter while I search for the Persian merchants who traveled with us to the divine continent, to secure the potato seeds for you. What say you?" Aston was wagering, testing whether the esteemed Prince of Ji, Xiao Chenxuan, placed significant importance on the potato seeds. If so, assisting him in this endeavor could lead to great fortune. Leaving his daughter in the prince's care could also be fortuitous for her, as not just anyone could afford to support a courtesan of noble lineage. Growing up in the residence of the Prince of Ji could elevate her prospects beyond those of a mere courtesan. Xiao Chenxuan regarded the resolute Aston, recognizing him as a clever merchant. Upon learning of his identity as the Prince of Ji, Aston sought to gamble his and his daughter's future, proving himself to be a man of ruthless ambition, so easily parting with his daughter to a stranger. Xiao Chenxuan scrutinized Aston until the latter bowed his head, sweat beading on his brow, before Xiao Chenxuan finally smiled and said, "Very well. I shall entrust this matter to you. The expenses for your journey may be claimed at the Prince of Ji's residence. If you can locate the potato seeds, you shall be rewarded with great wealth." The prospect of potatoes, which could yield an astonishing 20 dan per mu, was enticing. Any nation would covet such a crop. For a merchant, though, titles and official positions were mere fantasies, yet wealth would be guaranteed. Aston, upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's agreement, immediately knelt, vowing, "I assure you, I will fulfill this task." After speaking, he discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, internally marveling at the overwhelming aura of authority radiating from the young prince. Unfazed by Aston's thoughts, Xiao Chenxuan said sternly, "But remember, if you assist me, you must be wholly devoted. Should you act with treachery for personal gain, I will not hesitate to reduce you to ashes. Do you understand?" Aston comprehended all too well. Having been avaricious before knowing the Prince of Ji's true identity, he had gambled not only his fortune but also his daughter's happiness. No master would tolerate betrayal from a servant seeking better prospects. Aston prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead dusted with grime, and earnestly declared, "I understand. If I were ever to betray you, may the heavens strike me down." Xiao Chenxuan knew that in ancient times, oaths were taken seriously. Whether in the divine continent or elsewhere, a genuine vow would not be easily broken, barring those of cruel disposition. Yet, Aston was merely a man seeking fortune in a foreign land. Xiao Chenxuan nodded, helping Aston to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, serving me will not leave you wanting." The Prince of Ji himself, tending to his attire, deeply moved Aston, who responded, "I understand, and I shall never betray your trust." Xiao Chenxuan nodded once more, turning to Aston's daughter. He inquired, "Little sister, what is your name?" The porcelain doll-like daughter of Aston shyly replied, I am Enike." The little girl, having spoken, retreated behind her father, too frightened to meet Xiao Chenxuan's gaze. In her heart, she silently thought, "This big brother is truly terrifying. Even grandfather must kneel before him." With a helpless smile, Xiao Chenxuan remarked, "Your daughter is quite endearing. I shall take her as my apprentice." Chapter 49. The dogs released by the two ministers. Prince Ji has taken his own daughter as a disciple, and Aston, filled with excitement, kneels to express his gratitude. The onlookers around him gaze with envy, murmuring among themselves, "Anik is truly fortunate. Not only is she beautiful, but now she has been accepted as a disciple by a noble. Indeed, we all hail from Persia, yet our fates diverge so greatly. Just look at Aston. He has such a lovely daughter and now has caught the favor of the nobility. Surely, he will achieve great wealth and honor in the future. I hope he will not forget us." Aston's wife's brother, with tears glistening in his eyes, remarks, "Indeed, my brother-in-law has gained the favor of the noble. At last, he will no longer need to run about with Anik. Sister can rest easy in the heavens." Hearing the whispers, Xiao Chenxuan finally comprehends why Aston entrusted his daughter to him. It turns out his wife has passed away. In these tumultuous times, to care for a family while also raising a daughter is indeed a formidable challenge. It appears he had misjudged Aston earlier. Outside the alley of Shijiahulu, Shangwan Honger and her maid, holding a guqin, approached the Wanhua pavilion. The maid, Xiao, whispers, "Miss, what do you think? That scoundrel Yang Yong has sent people to urge you to get close to General Chun, to incite rebellion against him. Should we go?" Shangwan Honger glares at her maid, visibly displeased, and replies quietly, "What nonsense you speak. Are you not afraid of being overheard?" The maid, feeling aggrieved, pouts and says, "Xiao only speaks out of concern for you, Mississippi. That rascal Yang Yong has slandered the prince, accusing him of rebellion and murdering over 300 members of our household, forcing you into this den of vice. Now he dares to ask you to help him incite General Chen's family. What a delusion." The mention of her father and family stirs painful memories in Shangwan Honger, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggles to suppress her emotions. "Xiao, do not speak of such things again. The fall of the Wang family is solely due to Yang Yong's schemes to usurp the emperor's power. This is not the emperor's doing. Should the emperor regain his strength and reclaim control of the Tianshan Empire, as a member of the royal family, one must be prepared for sacrifice. Even if it leads to my demise, I would rather die than betray my kin." Although Shangwan Honger leaves her words unfinished, Xiao understands her mistress's deep-seated hatred for Yang Yong and knows she would never assist him. Apologetically, Xiao says, "I am sorry, miss. I did not mean to speak out of turn." Before she can finish, a vile voice interrupts their conversation. "Oh, Miss Shangwan, where have you been? It seems you have become even more enchanting in just a few days. You are positively tantalizing." The newcomer licks his lips lewdly, a grotesque smirk plastered on his face. The two women look up to see Yang Jiang, the notorious scion of the minister, approaching with a stranger, followed by a group of sycophants still grinning lasciviously. Before Shangwan Honger can respond, Xiao angrily retorts, "What business is it of yours where we have been?" As the infamous Yang Jiang begins to harass Shangwan Honger and Xiao in front of the crowd, he sneers, "I had not noticed, Miss Shangwan, that your maid possesses such a fiery disposition. I wonder if she is equally spirited in private." He continues, "There is no need to visit the Wanhua pavilion. Why not sing a tune for me right here?" With a wave of his hand, his entourage encircles the two women. Yang Jiang reaches out to stroke Shangwan Honger's face. Turning to his companion, "Su, you have just arrived in Jingchu, and I have yet to introduce you to the delights of Wanhua Pavilion. Look, Miss Shangwan is the star attraction." The young man beside him, Su Song, son of the Minister of Personnel, has just arrived from his hometown. Ironically, their fathers are political rivals, yet here they are, finding common amusement. "Ah, Yang, your suggestion is delightful. I have not encountered such beauty in Xiaopei. I trust you do not mind sharing?" Yang Jiang laughs heartily, "Of course not. We are brothers, and sharing among brothers is only natural. Besides, Jingchu is known for its abundance of beauties. Su, you should stay here. Nothing is more enjoyable than reveling together. Despite her overwhelming fear, Xiao Chenxuan musters her courage to protest. You scoundrel! Remove your filthy hands. She struggles to break free from Yang Zhang's grip, but to no avail. As he pulls her closer, leering, Miss Xiao, I request a tune and a song from you. How delightful! You seem eager to nestle into my embrace. If so, I shall redeem you from Wanhua Pavilion. Fury ignites within Xiao at his words. This wretch, oblivious to his own repugnance, dares to assault her in public. Xiao cries out, You lecher! Release my mistress at once, or the young Lord Chun will ensure you regret this. Yang Zhang's expression darkens, and he spits on the ground. Who is this young lord you speak of? Is it that useless son of General Chen? At that moment, he becomes even more grotesque, his hands reaching for Xiao chest. Desperation seizes Xiao as tears stream down her face. Yang Zhang, reveling in her distress, bellows, Cry all you want. It only makes me cherish you more. As he continues to grope her, she evades him, and the more she struggles, the more his interest piques. Xiao, in a desperate plea, cries, You ugly beast! Spare my mistress. You may do as you wish with me, just let her go. You must know that Lord Chun will avenge her. How dare you threaten me and call me ugly? Yang Zhang seethes, his rage boiling over. Whether it is the young lord or the prince, I shall deal with you both. If you deem me ugly, then prepare to face my wrath. Cornered, Xiao braces herself to push Yang Zhang away and hurl herself against a nearby building, determined that this beast shall not tarnish her purity, even if it costs her life. Xiao Chenxuan successfully found the chili he sought, and, in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, took the porcelain doll Anike as his apprentice. He then departed with Xiao Chenhao, Li Chang'an, and others. Given that Hulu was a refuge for many fleeing merchants, the environment was particularly chaotic and rife with dangers. A careless moment could lead to an assassination, leaving Xiao Chenxuan with nowhere to lament his fate. Upon exiting the alley, he encountered a throng surrounding two women, boldly proclaiming that regardless of whether they were the young marquis or the young prince, they would deal with the ladies. Xiao Chenxuan felt a surge of indignation. How could Jingchu harbor such ruffians? He inquired, Who are those scoundrels? Beside him, Xiao Chenhao seethed with anger, appalled that such insolence could be directed even at a prince. Baga, that hideous Yang Jiang, and the other is Su Song from the Su family, he noted. Xiao Chenxuan then called out to Yang Jiang and the others with a loud, mocking laughter. Oh, what a surprise. I thought it was someone of importance. It turns out to be mere hounds unleashed by the Su family. You truly disregard my brothers. As his words echoed through the alley, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 50. Dog bites dog. Xiao gazed at the devilishly charming and carefree Xiao Chenxuan, her heart leaping as if she had discovered a lifeline. She cried out in desperation, I implore you, my lords, save me. Save me. Beside her, the maid Xiao shouted, Please, my lords, save my young lady. Save her. With a sudden burst of energy, Xiao broke free from Yang Zhang's grip, turned, and sprinted towards Xiao Chenxuan and his companions, pulling the pleading maid along with her. Meanwhile, Yang Jiang and Su Song, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale as if faced with a formidable enemy, their mouths twitching in fear, paralyzed by dread. For Yang Jiang, the appearance of Xiao Chenxuan felt akin to the arrival of a demon, having suffered multiple defeats at his hands, leaving him with a psychological scar. His legs trembled nervously, reminiscent of a stray dog, too frightened even to wag its tail, desperately attempting to calm his fear while forcing a grim smile. My lords, we were merely jesting with Miss Xiao. Just a harmless prank, heh. No need to take it to heart. After all, it would be quite unnecessary to trouble you over such a trivial matter, wouldn't you agree? Yang Jiang stammered, attempting to salvage the situation. Su Song quickly chimed in, Yes, just a joke. Yet, his expression was as grim as if he had just lost a loved one, while he continued to chuckle foolishly. Xiao Chenxuan understood that these two were audaciously relying on their status as sons of high officials. As he looked at Xiao rushing towards him, her tear-streaked face evoked a strong desire to protect her within him. Anger surged as he turned his gaze towards Yang Jiang and his companion. Oh, so I too was not merely jesting with you. How could that be? Without waiting for a response, the furious Xiao Chenxuan commanded his guards, Go. Break the limbs of these two worthless fools, but be careful not to kill them. Yang Zhang's face contorted with hatred as he spoke in a low, venomous tone. Prince Ji, we were at fault today. We asked for your mercy, Tearing our faces would benefit no one. How dare you threaten me? Xiao Chenxuan scoffed, refusing to be intimidated by the likes of them. I am a prince. I will not be cowed by two useless scions. With a wave of his hand, he proclaimed with authority, Go, show no mercy. Life or death is inconsequential. Yang Zhang's expression darkened, but recognizing his culpability, he refrained from resistance, believing that Xiao Chenxuan would merely seek to discipline his lackeys rather than inflict mortal harm. He relaxed, feigning a smile as he said, Haha, thank you, Prince Ji, for teaching these fools a lesson. We are grateful. However, they were utterly unprepared for Xiao Chenxuan's next words. Oh, is that how you thank me? While your sincerity leaves much to be desired, I shall still indulge you. Our little jest has yet to truly commence, and I wonder if you two are a bit too eager in your relief. The two were momentarily taken aback, confused by Xiao Chenxuan's intentions. Turning to his companion Li Chang'an, Xiao Chenxuan instructed, Chang'an, personally ensure that these two fools have their limbs severed. But remember to ask them which of their limbs dared to reach for Miss Shangwan. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiang and Su Song were left speechless. This tone was clearly not that of jest. They had never encountered such a situation before. It was evident that their limbs were in dire jeopardy. Their faces turned bitter, and they suddenly fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. My lord, we were wrong. Please, spare us, let us go. Xiao Chenxuan chuckled at their plight. Oh, I did not realize you had a penchant for kneeling before others. Beside him, Xiao Chenhao also laughed. Oh, look at young Master Yang and young Master Su begging for mercy. You too, with your cowardice, look down upon us little princes. Yet here you are. Did you not intend to deal with Miss Shangwan? Yang Jiang and Su Song, beads of sweat pouring down their foreheads, felt their resolve crumble. Su Song sobbed, Yes, yes. You are right, Prince Hui. I am but a coward. Please spare us. I have just come from Xiaopei and did not know that Miss Shangwan was a favored one among you. I swear, I will never tease her again. If I break this vow, may I meet a terrible fate. With a frown, Xiao Chenhao turned to his elder brother. Elder brother, we cannot let them off so easily. Had we not arrived in time, who knows what these two fools might have done to Miss Shangwan. Furthermore, if they merely claim to stop teasing her, they will likely harass others. Xiao Chenxuan looked at his brother in astonishment, wondering if he was being cunning or simply thinking logically. Since Prince Hui has spoken, Chang'an, do as Prince Ji suggested. Hearing his brother's endorsement, Xiao Chenhao felt a mix of pride and confusion, pondering how he had come to such a conclusion. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, eager to impress, approached the two, ready to enact the punishment. As Li Chang'an advanced, Su Song was filled with dread, imagining the horror of being crippled for life. Please, don't come any closer. Young Master Yang, my lords, I beg you. I did not tease Miss Shangwan. Truly, please don't break my limbs. Desperate, Su Song fell to Xiao Chenxuan's feet, clutching his shoes and weeping, My lord, spare me. Spare me. I do not wish to be maimed. Xiao Chenxuan, dark-faced, kicked Su Song away, turning to Li Chang'an. Take him away. I find him insufferable. Su Song, fully terrified, began to betray Yang Jiang. My lord, it was all Yang Jiang's doing. I just came from Xiaopei, and I have harmed no one. Truly, my lord. Xiao Chenxuan laughed sinisterly at this betrayal. Ah, so it is dog bites dog after all. You have sold out your good brother. It seemed the dramatic conflict between their families was about to unfold. Since Su Song sought mercy by implicating Yang Jiang, Xiao Chenxuan was determined to assist him, eager to witness the spectacle of two highborn officials facing the consequences of their actions. Observing the hostile expression on Yang Jiang's face, Xiao Chenxuan remained indifferent, dismissing him as a mere waste, incapable of causing any significant upheaval. He turned to Li Chang'an and remarked, Chang'an, since young Master Su has been ensnared by foul play, it stands to reason that young Master Yang is not innocent either. A minor lesson should suffice. Let us not take things too far. How could Xiao Chenxuan, who found amusement in harmless spectacles, possibly deliver a fatal blow to Yang Jiang? Such an act would not only complicate matters for himself, but also squander an opportunity for entertainment. Upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's words, Su Song was taken aback. In his attempts to sever ties, he had already thoroughly offended Yang Jiang, yet the Prince of Ji desired this. Su Song glanced at Yang Jiang, whose eyes now reflected a desperate urge to end his own life, causing Su Song to tense up in horror. Li Chang'an, understanding the situation, seized Yang Jiang's hand, and with a sharp crack, dislocated it. The agony that ensued was excruciating for Yang Jiang, a heart-wrenching lament escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenxuan's guards had just concluded their business with Yang Zhang's lackeys. Subsequently, Xiao Chenxuan waved his hand, leading away the weeping Shengwan Honger and Xiao Chenhao, departing quietly, leaving only the echoes of Yang Jiang and his companions' pained cries behind them. Chapter 51. The aftermath of a heroic rescue. Xiao Chenxuan never anticipated that he would experience a day defined by the gallant rescue of a damsel in distress, which left him elated. He promptly declined to let Shengwan Honger and her maid Xiao return to the Wanhua Pavilion. His peculiar rationale was that having just dealt with the troublemaker Yang Jiang, he feared they might retaliate against Shengwan Honger. Thus, he escorted both her and Xiao back to the residence of the Prince of Ji. It remained uncertain whether the two were left speechless from fear or another emotion. Regardless, they found themselves following Xiao Chenxuan into a carriage en route to the princess estate. They seemed oblivious to the fact that Yang Jiang and his entourage likely remained in the alley near Hulu, lamenting their misfortune. Furthermore, it was conceivable that their fathers, Minister Yang and Minister Su, would be embroiled in conflict upon discovering the day's events. After dinner, in the dimly lit hall of the prince's residence, Xiao Chenxuan observed Shengwan Honger, who cast her gaze downward, her delicate features radiating an exquisite blush. She fidgeted with her hands, which inadvertently caused her ample bosom to sway under her thin garments, a sight that was utterly captivating. Shengwan Honger regarded Xiao Chenxuan with a look that mirrored the foolishness of Yang Jiang and his ilk, feeling a sense of injustice and growing apprehension. Although the prince had aided her on 2 occasions, she never contemplated offering herself to him, feeling quite challenged by the situation. Was she merely escaping the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair? Meanwhile, maid Xiao, wide-eyed, observed her mistress, shook her head in disbelief, and turned her gaze to Xiao Chenxuan, who was now undeniably displaying a foolish demeanor. Xiao felt a mix of happiness for her mistress, believing that the prince's interest in Shengwan Honger was evident, especially given his poetic tributes that had elevated her to the status of this year's courtesan. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed over her. As a woman of the Wanhua Pavilion, her mistress could hardly aspire to be the prince's legitimate wife, at best a concubine. Moreover, the rogue General Yang Yong of the Tianshan Empire had recently sent threats and temptations to both her mistress and herself, pressuring Shengwan Honger to befriend Lord Chen Xiao to incite rebellion against General Chen, with the aim of assisting in the downfall of the Chu dynasty. Xiao was torn between her joy for her mistress and her worry for her safety. At that moment, both she and her mistress were dependent on the prince's protection, and being under his roof, they could not afford to offend him. It was perhaps best to hope that the prince would not take an interest in Shengwan Honger. Thus, Xiao felt compelled to voice a cautionary reminder. Your Highness. Xiao Chenxuan finally swallowed hard, wiping his mouth, realizing that his behavior might have appeared somewhat unseemly in the eyes of the 2 women. Blushing, he stammered, Miss Shengwan, I did not intend any offense. It was merely that your beauty reminded me of the phrase fish sinking and wild geese startled, flowers shamed, and the moon in sorrow, and I momentarily acted thoughtlessly. I beg your pardon. Hearing this, Shengwan Honger felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. While the prince had complimented her beauty, his request for forgiveness suggested that he might view her with disdain, perhaps due to her status as a woman of the night. Had she not once been a county princess? With a flushed face, she replied, It's nothing. Although she verbally dismissed the matter, her mind repeatedly echoed the words Xiao Chenxuan had recited. As she glanced up at him, her heart raced, wondering if he truly found her beautiful. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenxuan indulged in fantasies, reflecting on his heroic rescue of Shengwan Honger from the clutches of Yang Jiang. He mused, will she perhaps offer herself to me? Convincing himself, he thought, with my charm and status, finding someone like her would be a rare fortune. He even contemplated dismissing her maid Xiao to pursue his desires more boldly. Certainly, it would be a lie to claim he was uninterested in such a stunning beauty. In this feudal society, where polygamy was commonplace, it was almost expected for a man to frequent establishments of ill repute unless he were impoverished. As he sank into his thoughts, Shengwan Honger, blushing, took her leave with her maid Xiao and returned to the room that had been prepared for them at the prince's estate. Watching her depart, Xiao Chenxuan was filled with regret. Why couldn't he simply express his affection for such a captivating young lady, even if they could not engage in intimate pursuits? Wouldn't it be delightful to sit and converse with her? Rising from his seat, he grasped his ear and struck his forehead in frustration, then kicked over the furniture in the hall before storming off to his bedroom to sleep. However, After witnessing the enchanting Shangwan Honger, sleep eluded him, and he tossed and turned like a fish in the vast ocean of his bed. Back in her room, Shangwan Honger, with a flushed face, asked her maid, Xiao, "What kind of person do you think the prince is?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao replied, "While I wouldn't say he rivals Pan in beauty, he possesses a refreshing elegance and extraordinary talent. His ability to compose exquisite poetry for you is a testament to his remarkable qualities, truly a man of both talent and appearance." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Honger blushed and scolded, "Xiao, you silly girl. I asked about his character, not for you to ramble on about his looks." Noticing her mistress's lovesick demeanor, Xiao teased, "Oh dear, you can't possibly be falling for the prince, can you?" Shangwan Honger lowered her head, her posture betraying her unease. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. She pinched Xiao and exclaimed, "Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly like him? Just look at my status. He could never be interested in someone like me." Despite her words, her demeanor was tense, her bright eyes flickering, and her delicate features betraying a hint of vulnerability. Even her pale lips quivered slightly. Xiao sensed that her mistress might genuinely have feelings for Xiao Chenxuan, her voice taking on a plaintive tone. "Mistress, I believe the prince might have feelings for you too. However, if that scoundrel Yang Yong discovers this, I fear for your safety." As the night progressed, Xiao Chenxuan finally succumbed to sleep, only to find himself dreaming of Shangwan Honger for the first time since arriving in the land of Shenzhou. In his dream, her long, fair legs were accentuated by nearly transparent garments, her watery eyes glimmering, and her lips curling into a gentle smile. With delicate hands, she caressed his face, her fingers trailing down his cheek, igniting a spark of desire within him. A mischievous smile played upon her lips as she beckoned him deeper into the realm of his dreams. Chapter 52. Jealousy over a courtesan? In the glorious hall, the weary Emperor of Chu was preparing to conclude the morning court session. With a perfunctory tone, he inquired, "My esteemed officials, is there any matter that requires my attention?" The Minister of War, Yang Bing, stepped forward, his face contorted with suppressed emotions, expressing indignation as he spoke. "I, Yang Bing, wish to report on the actions of Prince Ji, Prince Hui, and the son of Minister Su Song." The emperor's expression remained impassive as he settled back onto the dragon throne, leaning forward with his hand propping up his head. His gaze fixed on Yang Bing with evident displeasure. "Oh, Minister Yang, why do you accuse Prince Ji, Prince Hui, and Minister Su's son? As far as I know, they have had no prior interactions." Yet, undeterred by the emperor's discontent, Yang Bing fell to his knees with a thud, declaring, "Your Majesty, the Prince Ji has set a poor example for the royal heirs. My son, along with Su Song, engaged in a public quarrel over a courtesan, during which Prince Ji and Prince Hui ordered their servants to assault my son, leaving him gravely injured. Subsequently, Su Song took advantage of the situation and broke my son's legs. He is yet to awaken from his slumber this morning. I implore your Majesty to seek justice for my son." As Yang Bing spoke, the court was abuzz with murmurs, particularly among the faction of the third prince, including the fifth and sixth princes, who appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. Was a conflict brewing among the factions of Qi, Wu, and Ji? Is this the second time we have heard of Minister Yang's son being in a coma? What could have happened? A courtesan? Who possesses such allure that they incite jealousy among princes? Indeed, it seems the Prince Ji is quite the nemesis for the Yang family. Quiet. Do you not see the emperor's displeasure? Upon hearing the whispers, the court fell silent. Even Pei Zhixing, the prime minister, found himself bewildered by Yang Bing's audacity to accuse two princes and a minister's son without prior consultation. Yang Bing's reckless actions could jeopardize the greater ambitions of the Wu faction. Pei Zhixing resolved to teach Yang Bing a lesson, casting a fierce glare his way and signaling to the Wu faction members to refrain from involvement. As the onlookers absorbed Yang Bing's theatrical display, the emperor initially felt a flicker of anger. Did Yang Bing not recognize the character of his own son? Yet, upon reflection, he understood Yang Bing's fury over his son's broken legs and softened his demeanor, donning a gentle smile as he reproached his chief eunuch, Hifu. "Why have you not yet assisted Minister Yang to his feet?" Hifu quickly complied, helping Yang Bing rise. Su Jingye then stepped forward, clasping his hands before the emperor. "Your Majesty, Minister Yang's words are misleading, unjustly implicating Prince Ji and Prince Hui. The incident was instigated by Minister Yang's son, Su Song, who, along with others, publicly harassed a respectable woman. When Prince Ji and Prince Hui happened by, They intervened to protect her, which led to a confrontation with Su Song and his associates. In the ensuing scuffle, Su Song's injury was an unfortunate result of the ensuing chaos. Taking a moment, Su Jingye turned to the furious Yang Bing. The princes merely defended the woman and did not intend to harm your son. I apologize for your son's injuries, which my household is prepared to cover, and I ask for your understanding regarding his youthful impetuosity. As a cunning politician, Su Jingye's mind was sharper than Yang Bing's bluntness. Following the incident, he had strategized to distance his son from the debauchery associated with Yang Bing's offspring. By aligning with Prince Ji and Prince Hui against Yang Bing, he sought to eliminate a rival while also shielding his own family. After outlining his intentions, Su Jingye promptly rode to the Qi Prince's residence to strategize with the second prince, Xiao Chenxuan. Upon hearing Su Jingye's account, Yang Bing's frustration grew. His son had suffered dislocation at the hands of Prince Ji's followers, and though it was merely dislocated, it would take considerable time to heal. Yang Bing's eyes darkened with rage as he clenched his teeth, unable to contain his fury. Su, do not presume too much. Your son has incapacitated mine, and you dare feign righteousness? Do you think me an easy target? Su Jingye merely raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips as he replied, Oh, Minister Yang, I understand your feelings. My household is deeply regretful for your son's injuries and will cover all medical expenses. Such quarrels among the young are regrettable, and I ask for your leniency. Fury ignited within Yang Bing. Su Jingye, do not take advantage of my patience. Your negligence in raising your son has led to my child's injuries. I beseech the emperor to intervene on my behalf. The emperor's face darkened slightly. Was Yang Bing indirectly criticizing him for his own parenting? Before the emperor could respond, Su Jingye interjected. Minister Yang, do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of the events at hand. Moreover, according to the laws of Chu, what punishment should be meted out to a noble's son who harasses a respectable woman? Does your son not hold the prince's status in contempt? Yang Bing knew his son had indeed harassed a woman in public, yet he could not fathom that his son would openly insult a prince. Little did he realize, his son had indeed made such a statement, and the guards who returned only recounted the tale of his broken legs, omitting the context of his actions. Minister Su, this was merely a matter of jealousy over a courtesan. How could my son be accused of disrespecting the royal family? Frustration surged within Yang Bing. The actions of Prince Ji had already humiliated his son, and now he sought to hold the prince accountable for the grievous injury inflicted upon his child. There could be no reconciliation. He must tarnish Prince Ji's reputation to secure support from the officials for his son's honor. The Emperor of Chu was increasingly furious. That old rogue Yang Bing, with his veiled insults aimed at others, had failed miserably in educating his own offspring. Now, he dared to attribute the injuries sustained by Xian'an and Su Song, inflicted by his inept son, to jealousy over a courtesan. If such words were to circulate, Xian'an would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions. The esteemed Prince of Ji, embroiled in a public dispute over a mere courtesan, would surely tarnish his reputation among those unaware of the true circumstances. Consequently, regardless of Xian'an's remarkable qualities, the throne could never be entrusted to him. Do you truly believe my Ganlu Hall resembles a marketplace? The emperor exclaimed. Since you both persist in your conflicting narratives, I shall summon the parties involved through the White Cavalry. With a dismissive wave, he instructed Li Jun, the deputy commander of the White Cavalry, to carry out his orders. As for the notice regarding absence, it stated, due to other commitments today, I must take a day off from writing. Thank you for your understanding and support. The notice continued. The content is currently being typed. Please hold for a moment. After the updates are made, kindly refresh the page to receive the latest information. Chapter 53. A pair of extra eyes as a habitual late riser plagued by a persistent tendency to linger in slumber. Xiao Chenxuan struggled throughout the night before finally succumbing to a dream of flight entwined with Shangwan Honger. Little did he anticipate that early in the morning, under the guidance of Steward Wang, a contingent from the Imperial Guard would burst into his chamber, startling him awake from a dream where he had been foolishly grinning. Upon awakening, Xiao Chenxuan was consumed by fury, his initial impulse to retaliate against Shangwan Honger thwarted by the unwelcome intrusion. His eyes brimmed with indignation as he bellowed, "You dare disturb my peace." After this outburst, he noticed the guards donned in the attire of the Imperial Guard, prompting a belated realization that they had been dispatched by his father, the Emperor. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly apologized, "My apologies. I was still in a daze from sleep and startled awake by your sudden arrival. Please forgive my rudeness." As a mere officer of the Imperial Guard, the subordinate dared not accept the apology of a prince. He immediately bowed deeply and replied, "Your Highness, I am unworthy of such an apology. His Majesty requests your presence at the palace. You and Prince Hui must come at once." Perplexed by his father's early summons, particularly since he had largely withdrawn from court affairs after being exiled from the imperial city, Xiao Chenxuan inquired of the officer, "Pray tell, what urgent matter has prompted my father to summon us?" The officer, a mere captain with a modest command, felt flattered by being referred to as a general, but he responded respectfully, "I am but a lowly captain, Your Highness. You may call me Situ. As for the nature of His Majesty's summons, I am afraid I am not privy to the details. I only know that Minister Yang reported to His Majesty regarding Prince Hui and yourself, and the Emperor wishes for you both to confront him directly." Observing Situ, robust and seemingly simple-minded yet quick-witted and courteous, Xiao Chenxuan found himself intrigued by the officer's dual nature. Situ, as a captain of the Imperial Guard, held a respectable rank, and Xiao Chenxuan speculated that such a blend of intelligence and strength was indeed rare among the ranks. Excited by the potential alliance, Xiao Chenxuan disregarded the reasons behind the summons or the involvement of Yang Bing, focusing instead on winning Situ's favor. "Ah, your modesty is misplaced, Situ. You are an officer of the Emperor's personal guard, a rank of considerable importance. It is clear to me that you possess both wisdom and martial prowess, a true gem waiting to be recognized. I firmly believe that if given the opportunity, you shall soar to great heights, achieving ranks and honors beyond your current station." Flattered by Xiao Chenxuan's praise, Situ felt a swell of joy, recognizing that the prince's acknowledgement could provide him the opportunity he had long sought. With the absence of a crown prince and the uncertainty surrounding the future of the throne, aligning himself with Xiao Chenxuan could prove beneficial. After a moment's contemplation, Situ replied respectfully, "I am grateful for your Highness's kind words. I shall strive to improve myself. Should your assessment hold true, I vow to honor the Emperor's investment in my training and will not forget your recognition." Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback by Situ's swift alignment with him. Had the ancient customs of humility truly diminished? He thought, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement. He dismissed any further concerns, realizing that having Situ as an ally would provide him with valuable insights into court affairs, thereby offering him an edge over his rivals. With a smile, he clapped Situ on the shoulder, saying, "No need for such formalities, Situ. I have faith that you will indeed rise to prominence. Remember, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Trust in your capabilities, for I will not misjudge your potential." As Xiao Chenxuan and his brother Xiao Chenhao arrived at the Ganlu Hall, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to a steam chamber. The courtiers fanned themselves, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, their eyes filled with resentment towards Yang Bing, who they wished could be dealt with swiftly. "This heat is unbearable, and summer has not even arrived," one lamented. "Indeed, if it weren't for Minister Yang's indulgence in his son, we would not be standing here like this," another grumbled. "With the arrival of the Prince of Ji, I fear trouble is brewing," a third whispered. As Xiao Chenxuan entered, dark clouds gathered ominously above, casting a shadow over the hall, mirroring the tension in the air. Meanwhile, Su Jingye's son, Song, entered with the Imperial Guard, head bowed and face flushed, standing behind the two princes. They then addressed the drowsy Emperor, "Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty." The Emperor, rubbing his eyes, gestured for the head eunuch, Hifu, to dismiss the others. Peering at the two princes, the Emperor's expression remained stern as he scolded, "Prince Ji and Prince Hui have certainly grown bold, assaulting the son of a high-ranking official. Do you intend to jeopardize the future of our kingdom?" Regardless of whether the Emperor's anger was genuine, the two brothers immediately knelt, murmuring, "We dare not, Your Majesty." Chapter 54. Death at the hands of one's own dare not. "I see it is perhaps you all are too afraid to act," the Emperor of Chu remarked with a gentle smile that radiated affection. Upon witnessing his father's benign expression, Xiao Chenxuan's anxiety dissipated, realizing that his father was not genuinely angry. Gaining confidence, he feigned innocence, bowing his head with clasped hands, and said, "Your humble son is terrified and does not comprehend what father means. When have I and the 18th brother ever harmed that minister's nephew?" Xiao Chenxuan was not foolish enough to admit that he had instigated the punishment of Yang Jiang, the foolish son of Yang Bing. Instead, he deftly redirected the blame back to the Emperor, adopting an expression of utter innocence and grievance. The emperor cast a glance at Xiao Chenxuan, who bore an expression of stubborn defiance. With a huff, the emperor shook his head and then looked at Yangbing, who was seeking justice for his son with visible disdain. He tapped his fingers on the dragon throne, sitting up straight, and declared, Minister Yang, I believe that although the princes of Ji and Hui are mischievous, they would not so easily harm others. Young Master Su, for all appearances, is gentle and does not seem to be a person of cruelty. I have summoned the parties involved. You may feel free to inquire. Should they have harmed your son without cause, I shall ensure justice for both you and your son. The emperor's promise sent a chill through Yang Bing's heart. Had his foolish son truly committed some grievous act, perhaps even insulting a royal prince? Or was the emperor deliberately testing him? Yang Bing rubbed his forehead. Feeling worn down since the altercation between his son Yang Jiang and Prince Xiao Chenxuan at the Flower Pavilion. After the recent incidents that left his son with broken legs, he had grown increasingly fatigued and gaunt, his once sharp features now dulled, and his graying beard adding to his air of weariness. Your Majesty, I have received word from my guards that the Prince of Ji first had my son's guards' hands and feet broken, and then proceeded to severely injure my son. Furthermore, young Master Su took advantage of the situation, and once the two princes left, he broke my son's legs. I beseech your Majesty to take my son's plight into consideration. As he finished speaking, tears streamed down Yang Bing's face. Turning around, Xiao Chenxuan caught sight of Yang Bing's theatrical display and could not help but think that if there were an Oscar for acting, this old rogue would surely win it. The way Yang Bing was playing the victim was reminiscent of the finest actors of the 21st century. Moreover, the old man had the audacity to place the blame on them, conveniently omitting the reasons behind the altercation. The emperor wore a bemused smile, but said nothing. Xiao Chenxuan, unfazed, pondered how this old man could concoct such flimsy excuses. Since this was the case, he felt compelled to offer an appropriate response to this old rogue's efforts. Before Xiao Chenxuan could voice his rebuttal, Xiao Chenhao, who had been watching the emperor intently, interjected, Father, do you know why my elder brother struck young Master Yang? It is because young Master Yang raised a good son who brazenly harassed common women in the streets, my brother, and I merely acted to right this injustice. As for young Master Su breaking young Master Yang's legs, I cannot speak to that. Perhaps he deserved it. The emperor shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chenhao, and after a grunt, fell silent, awaiting the explanations from Xiao Chenxuan and Su Song. Yang Bing once again pleaded, Your Majesty, the Prince of Hui also acknowledges that the Prince of Ji attacked my son. I implore your Majesty to consider my son's plight. Xiao Chenxuan, observing Yang Bing's performance with a sigh of exasperation, decided to indulge the old man, asking, Minister Yang, I have a question for you. Might you be willing to answer it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bing, though not as cunning as Minister Pei, was no fool either. He gestured for permission and replied with a knowing smile, Prince of Ji, please go ahead. Xiao Chenxuan, with a playful smirk, inquired, Might I ask whether the kingdom of Chu belongs to my family, the Xiao, or to you, Minister Yang? Upon hearing this, Yang Bing immediately sensed the impending danger, his expression shifting to one of alarm as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Prince, what do you mean? Of course, the kingdom of Chu belongs to your esteemed royal family. Please do not accuse me falsely. My loyalty to the kingdom is as clear as day. Xiao Chenxuan, with an air of innocence, replied, I believe what you say, Minister Yang, but your son's behavior tells a different story. He brazenly declared in public that regardless of whether they were minor lords or young princes, he would subjugate their virtuous women. I was led to believe that the kingdom of Chu was your domain. For how else could your son act with such impunity, causing chaos in the community? Yang Bing was struck dumb. Had his precious son truly uttered such words? Such treasonous remarks could only be spoken by a rebel. But if his son had indeed said such things, what could he do? His position as a minister was in jeopardy. This cannot be. My son may lack talent and virtue, but he would never utter such blasphemous words. After speaking, Yang Bing sank into despair, feeling utterly defeated. It was clear that the Prince of Ji was not merely questioning him, but had seized upon his son's misdeeds to entrap him. At that moment, Yang Bing bit his lip, suppressing the urge to defend his son, anxiously awaiting the emperor's response. The emperor's expression darkened. Did Yang Bing's son truly disregard the royal family? Did Yang Bing himself hold the royal family in contempt? The emperor's anger was palpable as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang Bing, softly uttering in him. That sent Yang Bing crashing to his knees, his forehead hitting the ground of the Ganlu Hall, trembling in fear. Your Majesty, my son speaks thoughtlessly. He means no harm. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." Meanwhile, Pei Zhixing, standing at the forefront, shook his head and sighed. Yang Bing's indulgence towards his foolish son had led to this unfortunate outcome. It was clear that Yang Bing did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Rather than seeking to accept the emperor's punishment, he was pleading for mercy. It seemed necessary for Pei Zhixing to fulfill the wishes of the Prince of Ji and eliminate this troublesome old man, lest the ambitions of Prince Wu be thwarted by this incompetent father-son duo. Before the emperor could speak, Pei Zhixing stepped forward. Just when everyone assumed he was there to plead for young Master Yang, his words shattered all expectations. "Your Majesty, this old minister believes that the fault lies with the father for failing to educate the son. Young Master Yang, being an old man with a late-born son, has evidently lacked proper discipline. If he cannot even educate one son, how can he be trusted to govern the entire Ministry of War? I suggest that Minister Yang return home to properly educate his child. Does your Majesty agree with my assessment?" The emperor was utterly taken aback. What was Pei Zhixing attempting? Was he retreating to advance, or was there another motive? Yang Bing, however, could hardly believe that he had not fallen victim to the likes of the princes, but had instead been undone by his own kin. With tear-filled eyes and trembling lips, she fixed her gaze intently on Pei Zhixing, her face a mask of disbelief. How could Pei Xiang abandon her? Did he harbor some deeper intention? "Pei Xiang, you." Pei Zhixing, disregarding Yang Bing entirely, addressed the emperor once more. "Your Majesty, this old minister believes that Yang Xiangshu should concentrate on the education of his son and is unfit to continue serving as Minister of War. I humbly request your decision on this matter." Chapter 55. The wall falls, and all push against it. Xiao Chenxuan stepped forward, disregarding whether Pei Zhixing intended to act as a mediator or not. He directly took over Pei Zhixing's words and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I concur with Minister Yang's assertions. If Minister Yang has failed to properly educate even a single son, how can we, the state of Chu, entrust the Ministry of War to him? Moreover, it is well known that Minister Yang's son squanders money daily. I respectfully request that the censorate pay a visit to Minister Yang's residence." Before the emperor could respond, Yang Bing, feeling the pressure, faltered. He had indeed embezzled funds over the years, primarily for the benefit of the crown and for his own gain. If the censorate were to investigate his home, he feared not only the emperor's wrath, but also that of the crown. His priority was no longer to seek justice for his son, but to secure his own position. With a brave demeanor, he addressed Xiao Chenxuan, saying, "Your Highness, what do you mean? I have served the state with integrity throughout my life. How could I embezzle funds from the Ministry of War? I have labored day and night, trembling with vigilance, and never engaged in such disgraceful actions. Yet, my loyalty has been met with such accusations from you. I find this deeply unjust." Yang Bing then straightened his posture, exuding a sense of defiance as he declared to the emperor, "Your Majesty, should I be found lacking in managing the Ministry of War, I willingly offer to step aside. However, if your Highness continues to slander me, I shall not yield. I implore your Majesty not to heed the falsehoods propagated by your Highness and to uphold my honor." Before the emperor could interject, Yang Bing's former rival, Su Jingye, stepped forward, a sly grin adorning his face. He bowed to the emperor and stated, "Your Majesty, I support the proposal from your Highness. Let the censorate conduct an inquiry. If Minister Yang is truly innocent, why fear an investigation? I, for one, find it hard to believe in Minister Yang's integrity." At this moment, Yang Bing's resentment towards Su Jingye was palpable. It felt as though Su was pushing him toward the gallows. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, and if circumstances allowed, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this old rival. Alas, the moment had passed, and he could only glare at Su Jingye, reminiscent of a furious lion poised to strike. Beside him, Pei Zhixing shook his head, realizing that Yang Bing's fate was all but sealed. It was cunning of Xiao Chenxuan to exploit Yang Bing's reckless son's extravagant lifestyle to implicate him. Everyone was aware that Yang Bing's ancestors had amassed considerable wealth, yet it had long since been squandered by the youthful indiscretions of Yang Bing and his brother, Yang Tongwen. Had it not been for Yang Tongwen's steward, who possessed financial acumen, the Yang family might have faced ruin long ago. The once prosperous Yang household was now in decline, unable to sustain such lavish expenditures. Pei Zhixing pondered deeply before stepping forward once more to address the emperor. "Your Majesty, I stand in agreement with your Highness. Allow me to lead the censorate in investigating whether Minister Yang has embezzled funds. This would restore Minister Yang's honor." After a brief pause, he continued, Should I oversee this investigation, it would demonstrate our state's commitment to addressing corruption among officials. Furthermore, it would assure the common people that every tax collected is for their benefit, not for the enrichment of individuals. I humbly request your Majesty's consent to restore Minister Yang's reputation. Yang Bing widened his eyes in disbelief. He perceived Pei Zhixing's intentions as a betrayal. If the censorate were to find any evidence of his wrongdoing, this cunning old fox would surely ensure his demise. Yang Bing lamented his predicament. Although his son had been injured, he was still alive. Why pursue justice now? He feared for his own life. And the thought of Pei Zhixing's machinations filled him with dread. Pei Zhixing, fully aware that desperation can drive one to extreme measures, swiftly added, Minister Yang, I seek to clear your name. Consider not only your plight, but also that of your unconscious son. With that, Pei Zhixing closed his eyes, adopting an attitude of detachment, as if the outcome did not concern him. All present understood that Yang Jiang was Yang Bing's lifeline, and Pei Zhixing, too, was leveraging this fact to protect himself. Should Yang Bing dare to implicate the crown, he knew his family would face dire consequences. Struggling through his turmoil, Yang Bing finally composed himself. At his age, he had experienced much. He could only hope that the crown's emissaries would spare his life. If not, he resolved that even in death, he would seek vengeance against the crown and Pei Zhixing. At that moment, the faction aligned with Wang Wu also rose, voicing their support for Pei Zhixing's proposal to send the censorate to Yang Bing's residence. Yang Bing turned to his former colleagues, who had once treated him with utmost respect. Now, they seemed eager to sever ties with him, illustrating the truth of the ancient adage, when the wall falls, all push against it. As the sovereign of Chu, the emperor was aware of the corruption within the Ministry of War. With the scales tipped, he understood the necessity of restoring balance, especially regarding funds that were vital for the survival of the military. His expression grew serious as he declared, if there is corruption within the Ministry of War, it must be addressed. I agree to the investigation. Minister Yang need not fear. I trust the censorate will conduct their work fairly and justly. If there are no grounds for suspicion, I shall ensure Minister Yang's name is cleared. Pei Zhixing, I entrust this matter to you. Let us await the outcome. Dismissed. It was evident that the emperor had long been aware of the corruption. His demeanor suggested that he intended to unearth the truth. Even Pei Zhixing felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing that failing to expose a few corrupt officials might lead to his own downfall. I accept the decree. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly. No innocent person shall suffer, nor shall any wrongdoers evade justice. Pei Zhixing's expression was strained as he contemplated the implications of taking down Yang Bing and other key figures within the ministry, individuals who were crucial to Wang Wu's faction. He sighed heavily, lamenting that it was the foolish young father and son who had chosen to provoke the formidable Xiao Chenxuan. Meanwhile, Su Song, tense with anxiety, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve upon hearing the emperor's decree. Had he not been promised a confrontation with Minister Yang alongside Xiao Chenxuan? He felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. As he relaxed, Su Song realized he was drenched in sweat. Turning to his father, he saw a look of disappointment in his eyes. With a hint of contrition, he spoke softly, I did not mean to disappoint you. This is my first encounter with such matters, and I admit I was somewhat anxious. I assure you, I will be more cautious in the future. Is there to be a next time? Su Jingye felt a profound disappointment in his son. Truly, comparisons can evoke deep frustration. Observing the composed demeanor of Wang Ji, who appeared utterly unfazed and even conspired with others to bring Yang Bin down, he could not help but reflect on the shortcomings of his own offspring. His son, so ineffectual, elicited a shake of the head from Su Jingye, filled with a sense of resignation. With a gentle kick to his son, Su Jingye finally led Su Song out of the Hall of Sweet Dew. Chapter 56. Saltpeter. As the crowd departed, Xiao Chenxuan stood in a daze, perplexed by Pei Zhixing and Pei Xiang's actions. They exhibited an air of righteous indignation, displaying an attitude towards Yang Bing that suggested a desire for swift retribution. Was this a self-inflicted wound, or a strategic retreat to safeguard Yang Bing? Xiao Chenhao, equally baffled, struggled to comprehend the cunning maneuvers of the old fox Pei Zhixing. After much contemplation yielded no answers, he chose to relinquish the matter, assigning a few of his guards to keep a close watch on Pei Zhixing and his companions. He then linked arms with Xiao Chenhao, humming a tune as they departed from Ganlu Hall. Upon arriving home, they were met by butler Wang Fugue, who informed them that Miss Shangwan had already taken her leave, leaving behind a message of gratitude for the prince's life-saving assistance. Xiao Chenxuan was utterly speechless. Where had the fundamental trust of humanity gone? Did not ancient customs dictate that one ought to repay a life-saving grace with one's own life? Little did he expect that after rescuing Shengwan Honger and fighting for her sake, she would slip away quietly, putting on a facade of sorrow. He did not mind that Xiao Chenhao was present in his study and summoned his chief steward and the Sima to inquire about the military training and the operations of the taverns and wine markets. As soon as they entered Xiao Chenxuan's study, the impetuous chief steward Ma Wei began to prattle excitedly about the state of the royal tavern's operations. After listening, Xiao Chenxuan was astonished to discover that he was receiving tens of thousands of taels in revenue daily. Was he being forced to live a life where he counted coins until his hands cramped, indulging in a haze of opulence? What about the emperor's share? Has it been delivered? He inquired. Ma Wei, brimming with enthusiasm, stood up and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Your Highness." Due to the recent popularity of 3 days of intoxication sweeping across Jiangchu and even the entire realm, merchants from the 7 kingdoms have flocked here, purchasing in large quantities and verbally agreeing to long-term cooperation. I never imagined that 3 days of intoxication would be so wildly successful. Currently, our winery is overwhelmed with production demands. As for the emissaries sent by His Majesty and General Chun, we conduct a rough distribution of profits daily, sending the emperor's share to the palace while a portion of the marquis profits is also taken by His Majesty. Upon realizing that his wealth was being appropriated by his father, Xiao Chenxuan sprang to his feet, filled with indignation. What? My father has seized my share. I have heard of paternal exploitation, but never of a son being robbed by his father. What is he thinking? Xiao Chenxuan was left dumbfounded. Was his father planning to rob him after taking from Xiao Chenhao? He recalled the sleepless nights of his previous experiences with paternal theft and could only offer a consoling reminder to Xiao Chenhao. Little fatty, did I not instruct you to send someone to participate in the management? What is going on? Did your envoy not report that the emperor has pilfered from you? Xiao Chenhao, upon hearing his brother's words, became even more incensed. Are the people I sent fools? How could something so significant transpire without a report? Realizing he had perhaps said too much, Ma Wei felt the urge to slap himself but refrained, fearing the pain. He then attempted to clarify, "Your Highness, please do not be too upset. The emissaries from His Majesty mentioned that the profits taken were primarily for your safekeeping, to be used for your future establishment, while leaving you the majority, which still amounts to thousands of taels monthly." Xiao Chenhao was unconcerned about how much his father had left him. The fact that he had been robbed necessitated an explanation. Besides, would he even require such a sum for establishing his own office? Disbelieving his father's claims, he quickly informed Xiao Chenxuan and hurried back to the palace to confront Emperor Chu. Xiao Chenxuan, meanwhile, was taken aback by his chief steward's lack of foresight. After giving Ma Wei a resentful glare, he inquired, "You've stated all the positives. Have there been any issues or challenges?" Ma Wei, realizing his previous comments had caused discomfort, scratched his head awkwardly and lowered his gaze. "Your Highness, 3 days of intoxication has no problems, but the tavern has encountered some issues." Xiao Chenxuan, puzzled, wondered what kind of problems could arise in a tavern co-owned by himself, the Marquis, and General Chun. What issues? Who would dare cause trouble for the best tavern in the realm? Ma Wei blushed and stumbled over his words. Well, it's not that precisely. Many taverns have begun offering stir-fried dishes, resulting in a significant loss of clientele for our establishment. Xiao Chenxuan had initially anticipated a grave issue, only to find it was merely that other taverns were imitating stir-fried dishes, a situation he had long foreseen. Isn't this merely a matter of time? A clever chef could replicate stir-fried dishes after a few experiments. Did not Wang Xian follow my orders to introduce a new dish every few days? Indeed, Your Highness, that was executed as per your instructions. However, the competing taverns are offering stir-fried dishes at even lower prices, thereby attracting a segment of lower-quality customers. Hearing that the competition had only attracted lower-quality patrons, Xiao Chenxuan nodded in understanding and asked, "What about their stir-fried dishes? How do they compare?" Your Highness, after learning that other taverns had begun offering stir-fried dishes, I invited our chefs to visit and taste theirs. While their flavors do not measure up to those at our tavern, the difference is noticeable, albeit not astronomical. Yet, due to their lower prices, we have lost some of our smaller clientele. Xiao Chenxuan nodded, expressing his understanding. He then inquired, "Are there any other issues?" After pondering for a moment, Ma Wei replied, Your Highness, I have heard from the management staff that the weather this year is unusually hot, causing discomfort due to overcrowding in the tavern. What nonsense. With so many patrons in such a confined space, of course it would be hot. This is not the 21st century with their conditioning or fans. Oh, but wait. Can't we use ice to cool things down? We could even make ice cream. By heavens, I have stumbled upon yet another lucrative opportunity, Xiao Chenxuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. He then addressed Ma Wei. I can resolve this issue, provided you procure a substantial amount of saltpeter. Saltpeter? How can saltpeter alleviate the heat? Ma Wei questioned internally, perplexed. Leave the details to me, Xiao Chenxuan replied cryptically. Just ensure you obtain the saltpeter without anyone else knowing. This must remain a secret among us. Upon hearing the directive to keep the search for saltpeter confidential, Yu Gang interjected, Your Highness, if it must remain undisclosed, why not assign that group of youngsters to handle it? They have been training daily without any practical tasks. Xiao Chenxuan suddenly realized the wisdom in Yu Gang's suggestion. Indeed, he had his royal guard to undertake such assignments. He nodded in agreement and turned to Yu Gang, asking, Have there been any issues with their training? Upon being queried about the training, Sima Yu Gang stood tall, determined not to follow in Ma Wei's foolish footsteps and disclose the matter of the marquis finances being seized by the emperor. He patted his chest confidently, assuring, Rest assured. Your Highness, everything is proceeding according to your plans, and the training is systematic. Even General Chun is quite strict. The guards now refer to him as Jin, the King of Hell. Though this reeked of self-promotion, Xiao Chenxuan felt satisfied upon hearing that the training was going well. He chose to ignore Chun Juanxi's antics and directly asked, And what of my promising recruits? How are they faring? Has anyone exhausted their training efforts on behalf of this prince? Upon hearing the prince inquire about several promising candidates, Yu Gang became intrigued and exclaimed, Your Highness, I must say, those young men are indeed remarkable. They not only strive for excellence in every aspect and train diligently, but their character is also commendable. However, besides them, there are a few other commendable candidates. If your Highness finds the time, I would encourage you to take a look. I am confident that you shall not be disappointed. Observing Yu Gang's arrogant demeanor, Ma Wei felt a wave of nausea. After all, were they not all trained according to the prince's directives? What was there to boast about? Just as he was about to deride his colleague, an unwelcome voice shattered the tranquility of Prince Xiao Chenxuan's study. Your Highness, he is dead. A man has died. Chapter 57. The death of Minister Yang. Upon hearing the words of the newcomer, Xiao Chenxuan was rendered utterly speechless. The prince had died? Yet here he was, alive and well. Who was it that had perished? What kind of people had he surrounded himself with? Earlier, he had referred to them as a bunch of pigs. Was he truly nurturing a herd of swine? A flurry of questions erupted in his mind, and he retorted with irritation. Who died? May your entire family perish. Am I not living quite splendidly? It was only then that the breathless guard realized he had inadvertently proclaimed the prince's death. Upon hearing his sovereign assert that he was indeed thriving, the guard stifled a laugh, fearing the consequences should the prince decide to punish him on the spot. After regaining his composure, he stammered an explanation. No, your Highness, it is Minister Yang who has died. Xiao Chenxuan struggled to believe his ears. This was absurd. Yang Bing, the old rascal, had just confronted him that very morning. How could he now be told that Yang Bing had departed this world? Xiao Chenxuan was incredulous. Are you jesting with me? Was Yang Bing not in fine form earlier today? How can you expect me to believe that he has passed away? The guard, at a loss for words, decided to lay out the facts. Your Highness, it is as follows. You instructed us to keep an eye on Minister Pei and others, did you not? Shortly after, Pei and the officials from the censorate arrived at Minister Yang's residence and discovered a substantial amount of illicit silver. The records indicate that there are hundreds of thousands of taels in gold, along with countless jewels and silver. Faced with the undeniable evidence of Minister Yang's embezzlement, it became clear that he had indeed misappropriated military funds during his tenure at the Ministry of War, substituting inferior supplies and even engaging in the smuggling of military provisions for personal gain. The sheer audacity of a minister committing such transgressions was staggering. If Yang Bing had not had accomplices, how could he have committed such a heinous act that warranted annihilation of his clan? Unless, of course, he was plotting rebellion. Otherwise, there was no justification for anyone to absolve him of such grievous crimes. Yet, if the wealth amassed by Yang Bing was intended to aid his estranged brother, King Wu, why would Pei Zhixing, that cunning fox, conspire against Yang Bing? effectively severing ties with King Wu. The stakes seemed too high. Xiao Chenxuan was left even more perplexed. Tell me, how did that old rascal meet his end? The guard animatedly recounted. Upon the discovery of the illicit fortune at Minister Yang's estate, he seemed to go mad. Crying out loudly, my ancestors have taught me well. The sons of the Yang family ought to be merchants, not officials. I never anticipated that in my generation I would disgrace my ancestors' teachings. My brother Yang Tungwen and I have both entered the realm of governance. But my brother succumbed to madness due to the verses of King Ji and remains missing. Now, I, Yang Bing, face execution and the extinction of my clan. Though my ancestors possessed great wealth, my own generation has enjoyed a life of luxury. Yet, in the pursuit of ambition, I resorted to bribery and corruption, climbing the ranks to become a high-ranking official. But alas, the merchant's nature led me to sell out my country and disgrace my military, accumulating vast wealth, only to leave behind no power or riches in death, and my family faces total annihilation. As I reflect on this, my heart is filled with sorrow. How tragic. Xiao Chenxuan fell silent, taken aback by Yang Bing's lamentations before his demise. However, he questioned why Yang Bing had only come to such realizations at the end of his life, when he had been entrenched in corruption and greed without a moment's thought. He had punished Yang Bing's son, yet the old man sought to defend his offspring. What about the countless soldiers and civilians who had perished due to Yang Bing's avarice? Who would seek justice for them? The complexities of human nature eluded Xiao Chenxuan's understanding. Is that all? He inquired. The guard nodded, affirming, yes, that is all. After expressing those thoughts, Minister Yang whispered something to Minister Pei, who inquired whether Yang wished for his son to survive. Upon hearing those words, Yang Bing descended into madness, laughing maniacally before quietly stating, Pei Zhixing, you are ruthless. You have made me bear the brunt of this calamity, and I accept it. I also accept the destruction of my family, but I hope you, old fox, will keep your promise. Otherwise, I will await your arrival in the afterlife. Xiao Chenxuan mulled over the implications of Yang Bing's words. The old rascal was clearly a scapegoat. But what did this mean for Pei Zhixing and his ilk? Did King Wu and Pei Zhixing share some unspoken understanding? After much contemplation, Xiao Chenxuan turned to his guard, eyes wide with curiosity. If those two cunning foxes were whispering, how did you come to know of their conversation? Are you attempting to deceive me? Feeling unjustly accused, the guard straightened his back, brimming with confidence as he replied, Your Highness, it is not boasting. I possess keen hearing, akin to that of a keen-eyed hawk. I can hear even the faintest sounds, be they insects buzzing above or ants scuttling below. Xiao Chenxuan regarded the guard anew, pondering if his words held truth. If so, he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Regardless of the veracity of the guard's claims, he was determined to learn how that old rascal Yang Bing had met his end. What is your name? The guard, thrilled by the inquiry, beamed as he replied, Your Highness, my name is Gua Yuanfang. Gua, as in to hear, Yuanfang, meaning far away. Xiao Chenxuan was left speechless. How could this fellow have such audacity? He retorted, You will accompany Usima to the army and focus on enhancing your reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills. The guard, elated at the prospect of serving the prince, nodded vigorously, adopting a comically subservient demeanor. Xiao Chenxuan, exasperated, kicked Gua Yuanfang in the rear and declared, I merely wish to know how that old rascal met his end. Realizing he had yet to convey the crux of the matter, Gua Yuanfang quickly added, After Minister Yang spoke with Minister Pei, he dashed headlong into his own front gate, resulting in his demise. Minister Pei immediately ordered the officials from the censorate to handle the matter delicately, while he personally oversaw the removal of Yang Bing's body and apprehended dozens from the Yang residence. However, I was concealed atop the roof of the prince's palace and did not witness the unconscious state of young Master Yang. Interesting, Xiao Chenxuan mused. The two cunning foxes could not forget their dealings, even in death. It was clear that Yang Bing's embezzled wealth was intertwined with King Wu and Pei Zhixing. Once he pieced together this information, Xiao Chenxuan dismissed Gua Yuanfang and summoned Ma Wei and Yu Gang to deliberate on the forthcoming actions of King Wu. Meanwhile, at the Pei residence, Pei Zhixing's expression darkened as he rubbed his forehead, pouring himself a cup of tea. He placed another cup across the table and murmured to himself, Minister Yang, it is not my intention to force your demise, but your son is utterly worthless. You know too much, and my master fears that your precious son might fall into the hands of others, jeopardizing his grand designs. Thus, I must heed my master's orders and send you on your way. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have left your secrets in my master's grasp. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Take your time on your journey, for you may encounter me along the way. Haha. Chapter 58. The misfortunate Xiao Chenhao. The following day, Xiao Chenxuan, for the first time, rose unusually early to attend the court assembly, eager to witness how Pei Zhixing, that cunning old fox, would explain the death of Yang Bing to his imperial father. Upon entering the Ganlu Hall, he spotted the rotund figure of his brother, Xiao Chenhao, limping toward him. The once even path appeared rugged under his cumbersome gait, creating a comical and amusing sight, with a resentful expression etched upon his face. As a good brother, Xiao Chenxuan truly wished to avoid mocking him, yet the sight of Xiao Chenhao's awkward walk was simply too ludicrous, which caused Xiao Chenxuan to stifle laughter, his face turning crimson as he pounded his chest. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he burst into hearty laughter. Haha, little fatty, what happened to you? Did you fall while sneaking to the latrine at night, or did you trip over a melon rind? Haha, you've cracked me up. Don't tell me you were teasing some young lady in the palace last night, and ended up falling off the bed, looking like this. Ahaha. Xiao Chenhao glared at his brother, his veins bulging, eyes wide with fury, teeth clenched, fists cracking ominously, resembling an enraged lion fixated on Xiao Chenxuan. Yet, as the mood shifted, he adopted a demeanor of worldly wisdom, patting his own chest and sighing dramatically. Silence yourself. And you dare laugh? It is all your fault, you know? Alas, how could I have such a brother? What a tragic fate. Xiao Chenxuan, perplexed, mused how his brother's foolish demeanor had anything to do with him. You're blaming me? A toad attempting to swallow arsenic? Mind your own business, he retorted, slapping Xiao Chenhao on the shoulder. Hey, hold on. I ask you, where have I ever wronged you? You're the one to blame for your current state. Have I not always been the first to share delicious food and drink with you? Look at you, nearly resembling Sun Wukong's second disciple, Sha Hashang's second brother. Who do you think is responsible for this? It's none other than me. And you dare accuse me? Truly an ungrateful wretch. Xiao Chenhao shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Chenxuan. You're the ungrateful one. Your entire family is filled with ungrateful souls. Oh, but wait. I seem to recall your family includes myself as well. He pondered, utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what his brother was rambling about. Who was Sun Wukong, and who was Sha Hashang? And who the devil was the second brother? Brother, where have I been ungrateful? Please clarify. What merits have you acquired? Who are these second disciples you speak of? Xiao Chenxuan stifled a laugh, quickly replying, No, it's not what you think. Even if you don't know who the second brother is, just understand he is a celestial being, utterly formidable, wielding a nine-toothed rake. He is invincible across the world. Hearing he resembled a celestial being, and a formidable one at that, only fueled Xiao Chenhao's anger. He sighed. Ah, brother, do you truly believe there are gods in the heavens? Are they happy? Whenever father scolds me, the crown prince always intercedes on my behalf. I wonder if the crown prince is up there too. Without a second thought, Xiao Chenxuan replied dismissively, I don't know, but if they exist, they should be happy, right? Oh, speaking of the crown prince, have I ever treated you poorly? Xiao Chenhao became even more despondent, lamenting, How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a state. If only I were a celestial being, I wouldn't face any blame from father, nor would I suffer his wrath. If he dared to, I would wield that nine-toothed rake you mentioned. Haha. Then, Xiao Chenhao mused aloud. But I'm not a celestial being. Rather, I must be the most unfortunate soul in the world. Nothing I do succeeds. Everyone looks down upon me. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water feels like it's stuck in my teeth, and eating sweet cakes burns the back of my head. Just when I manage to earn a little money, father robs me, mercilessly beating me. Sigh. Xiao Chenxuan, at a loss for words, patted Xiao Chenhao on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Unbeknownst to him, he applied too much pressure, landing right on Xiao Chenhao's injured spot, causing him to jump in pain. After a moment, a beleaguered Xiao Chenhao opened his eyes, their focus lost, only the pupils occasionally moving. Tears streamed down his face as he complained, Brother, do you think you've gone too far? Your actions led father to take my money. He took it, and I accepted it, yet he made me aware of it, prompting me to confront him. To my surprise, father, devoid of any shame, began to beat me without hesitation, questioning what I needed the money for, rebellion or visiting the brothel. I merely replied that I'd only visit the brothel. How could I dare rebel? Father flew into a rage, grabbing a stick and beating me mercilessly. Look at my hands and feet, all swollen. You mock me, and then you hit my sore spots. Sob. Only then did Xiao Chenxuan notice the numerous bruises beneath Xiao Chenhao's loose garments, a patchwork of colors that made his scalp tingle. Goodness, has that old man treated his favorite son so harshly? Just for saying I'd visit a brothel, he has beaten him to such a pitiful state. If I were to rebel, wouldn't I be killed outright? Then a thought crossed Xiao Chenxian's mind, fearing his father might also turn his wrath upon him. When Xiao Chenhao sought money from him, he had not intervened, instead encouraging him, "Don't be timid. If it's yours, take it back. Brother supports you." With this realization, Xiao Chenxian felt a surge of panic and immediately turned to flee, only for Xiao Chenhao to grip him tightly, one hand still wiping his tears, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Trying to escape? Father summoned me to stop you. I didn't believe you would come. Who would have thought Father anticipated your arrival? You thought you could run away? Huh?" Xiao Chenxian was speechless, wondering if their father had truly predicted his visit as a spectator to the unfolding drama. Surely, he could have simply summoned a guard to notify him. He would not dare step foot outside Ganlu Hall. But to have Xiao Chenhao, this bumbling fool, intercept him? Who in their right mind wouldn't want to flee? After much struggling, Xiao Chenxian was unable to free himself from Xiao Chenhao's chubby grasp, resigning himself to accompany his brother toward Ganlu Hall. Upon their arrival, Xiao Chenxian was immediately struck by the oppressive atmosphere within the hall, where all the officials wore sorrowful expressions, save for Pei Zhixing, who feigned composure, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile. This inexplicable silence sent a wave of unease through Xiao Chenxian, prompting him to pull Xiao Chenhao closer and whisper, "Little fatty, aside from Yang Shangshu's death, has anything else significant occurred? Why do I sense something is amiss today?" Xiao Chenhao cast a disdainful glance at his brother. "Oh, is this truly my brother? So cowardly. Far less impressive than that second brother you mentioned. Haha." Upon hearing Xiao Chenhao's words, Xiao Chenxian was left dumbfounded. "What do you mean, second brother? Just who was crying moments ago? How could you say I am inferior to him? I feel as though I have insulted the second brother." Chapter 59. The Angry Emperor of Chu. The voice of Chief Eunuch He Fu, reminiscent of a duck's quack, suddenly echoed from outside the Ganlu Hall, instantly resonating throughout the entire chamber. Following this, the figure of the Emperor of Chu emerged, clad in a black dragon robe, his expression stern and imposing, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The civil and military officials present in the Ganlu Hall finally reacted, loudly proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." However, the inexperienced Xiao Chenxian, who had never attended the morning court, knelt foolishly on his own, shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's words, the crowd turned to him, utterly dumbfounded. There was the sight of the Duke of Ji, Xiao Chenxian, kneeling with his head bowed. "Ah, the Duke of Ji's flattery is quite the spectacle. Long live. Does this not imply that your majesty shall live a long life and reign forever?" Little did they know, the Emperor of Chu was not swayed by Xiao Chenxuan's antics, and his subsequent words left the assembly even more astonished. "Long live. I see you all are eager for my demise. How can you speak of long life?" Xiao Chenxian was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't the morning court always characterized by officials kneeling and calling out, "Long live the emperor"? Why did it feel as though he had misread his lines? Furthermore, given his address, one would assume the emperor would be pleased. Yet, he was scolded instead. With a thick skin, Xiao Chenxian attempted to flatter once more, saying, "Your son dares not presume. Father Emperor, you are the sovereign of the realm, the supreme ruler, destined for longevity. It is not excessive for me to call you long life." Having spoken, Xiao Chenxian suddenly felt at a loss for words. Compared to the likes of Ding Chuanxiu, a mere figure in the martial world, who could command respect with grandiose titles, how could he, as a ruler of a nation, lack such gravitas? At that moment, discussions began to ripple through the Ganlu Hall. Indeed, the Duke of Ji is so talented. How do we not think of such an excellent address? Calling His Majesty long live is entirely fitting. Yes, from now on, we shall all refer to His Majesty as long live. Yet, among the princes in the Ganlu Hall, several cast disdainful glances at Xiao Chenxian, with the Prince of Qi muttering under his breath, "Flatterer." Only Xiao Chenhao's admiration for his elder brother grew deeper upon hearing the discussions, noticing the shift in sentiment. The emperor's expression softened slightly as he mused inwardly, "Long live the king. Long live. Long live. It does sound rather pleasant, and the title suits me well. The emperor chose to ignore Xiao Chenxuan, offering a dismissive hum before addressing the civil and military officials. You may rise. The officials stood up, and He Fu's voice resonated once more. If there are no matters to present, the court is adjourned. The crafty old fox, Pei Zhixing, leisurely stepped forward. For today was the day he was to report on Yang Bing's affair. Your Majesty, this old minister has a matter to present. The assembly knew that Minister Pei was about to address Yang Bing's treason and corruption, causing even the emperor to sit up straight in anticipation of Pei Zhixing's account. The emperor, however, remained nonchalant. Proceed. Pei Zhixing was keenly aware that the emperor's calm demeanor indicated that his wrath was on the verge of eruption. Today, he needed to tread carefully. As the executor of the Yang Bing incident, he had to provide an explanation to the emperor. For not only the emperor, but also the millions of soldiers on the frontier would demand accountability from him. After careful consideration, Pei Zhixing resolved to shift the blame for the corruption and treachery entirely onto Yang Bing and some of his associates. Clearing his thoughts, he bowed before the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I bear guilt. As the head of the officials, I have failed to properly oversee them, disappointing Your Majesty's expectations. I implore Your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. The old rascal dares to play this game with me. The emperor's dissatisfaction grew, yet he could not offend everyone. Narrowing his eyes, he said ominously, Speak, I shall declare you innocent. Upon hearing the emperor's words of innocence, Pei Zhixing feigned a heart-wrenching expression, saying, Your Majesty. During Yang Bing's tenure as Minister of War, he secretly engaged in the buying and selling of official positions, forming factions for personal gain, colluding with merchants to sell military supplies to foreign nations, replacing our Chu's military needs with inferior goods, leading countless soldiers to their demise on the battlefield. Just yesterday, I and the officials from the censorate discovered countless treasures of gold, silver, and precious paintings at Yang Bing's residence. Seeing these truly pained my heart. After speaking, Pei Zhixing patted his chest and managed to squeeze out a few tears. The emperor erupted in fury, slamming his palm against the dragon throne, roaring, How dare you? Pei Zhixing, unable to meet the emperor's gaze, lowered his head somberly and continued, Under the pressure of the censorate and myself, Yang Bing confessed his crimes of embezzlement and smuggling military supplies. Knowing his sins were deep, he lacked the face to confront Your Majesty. Before we could apprehend him, he took his own life at the gates of his residence. As for his accomplices, they primarily consisted of some officials from the Ministry of War and a few smugglers from Jingchu. Yesterday, with the assistance of the censorate, we personally captured these individuals, all of whom have been sent to the dungeons. However, this morning, the dungeon guards reported that all those captured committed suicide. I feel immense shame. I have let down Your Majesty's trust. My oversight has been lacking, and I implore Your Majesty to punish me. After finishing, Pei Zhixing knelt down, bowing his head in a pose of submission, appearing quite pitiful. Xiao Chenxuan watched the scene unfold with a roll of his eyes, wondering how everyone seemed to be acting at the level of a leading actor. Truly, it was a waste of talent not to pursue a career in the theater. Yang Bing and his ilk are so audacious. The emperor's face twisted in anger, resembling a lion in a fury, flames of wrath igniting the entire hall. Then, feigning confusion, he turned to Li Jun, the deputy commander of the 100 Riders, and inquired, Commander Li, is what Minister Pei said true? Li Jun understood that the emperor was feigning ignorance. The censorate had already briefed him on the entire matter the previous night, while both he and Chief Eunuch he were present. Furthermore, today, most of the prisoners in the dungeons were notorious embezzlers who had committed suicide, and the emperor had instructed him to keep a close watch on the guards' every move. He silently mourned for himself, knowing the 100 Riders would also face punishment today. Your Majesty, what Minister Pei stated is indeed true. It is our 100 Riders' negligence that failed to uncover Minister Yang and others' heinous crimes in a timely manner. We implore Your Majesty to impose punishment. The emperor let out a cold huff, remaining composed as he sighed and waved his hand, saying, Alas, what use are you all to me? As for the 100 Riders, your oversight has led to this. Your salaries will be docked for half a year. Commander Li immediately knelt, accepting the decree with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor continued, Send word down the ranks. All guards on duty yesterday shall be apprehended for questioning. Should there be any resistance, their entire clan shall be executed. Li Jun promptly rose and dashed toward the hall's exit, while Pei Zhixing, kneeling on the ground, turned pale, appearing lost, as if he feared the emperor would uncover some flaw during the guard's questioning. Hastily, he diverted the topic, saying, "Your Majesty, I have instructed the censorate to compile the unknown funds acquired from Yang Bing and others through embezzlement and bribery, and they have been handed over to the treasury. I request Your Majesty to send someone to verify the accounts later. Additionally, their families are currently detained in the Dali Temple." Upon hearing that the funds had been handed over to the treasury without a single coin directly given to him, the emperor's anger surged once more. He seized a stack of memorials and hurled them at Pei Zhixing, thundering in outrage. "How could you betray my trust like this? Just look at what you have done. Smuggling and trafficking in military supplies, substituting inferior goods for the essential military equipment of my Chu kingdom's border troops, while residing comfortably in the capital, indulging in luxury, colluding with officials and merchants alike, buying and selling positions solely for personal gain. Have you ever considered the dignity of my Chu kingdom? Day after day, you audaciously proclaim aspirations of unifying the realm and providing the common people with a clear and bright world. It appears to me that you are merely fostering a culture of corruption and greed." Chapter 60. The Minister of War and the Old General. After listening to the dialogue between Emperor Chu and Pei Zhixing, the crowd finally comprehended the reason behind the emperor's unprecedented fury. It was not merely the corruption and illicit trade of military supplies by Yang Bing and his accomplices. It entailed a far graver matter, one that led to the mass suicides of numerous officials, an occurrence rarely seen throughout history. Not only was Emperor Chu elevated above the rest, perplexed, but so were his courtiers. Even if these individuals had indeed engaged in the sale of military supplies and bribery, such transgressions would not warrant immediate execution. Why then did they all resort to suicide? The gravity of this revelation was staggering. Who was behind Yang Bing and his cohorts? What kind of conspiracy were they orchestrating that necessitated such drastic sacrifices? In the wake of the emperor's wrath, the courtiers bowed their heads, shrouding the grand hall in an eerie silence. The emperor rapped his fingers against the dragon throne and calmly proclaimed, "Enough of today's events. I wish for those lurking in the shadows to remember this. The net of heaven is vast and impenetrable. Do not presume yourself clever, for I am not a fool. Take heed." With this, Emperor Chu ceased his inquiry into Yang Bing's affairs. Pei Zhixing, kneeling on the ground, felt as though a great mercy had been bestowed upon him. He exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and dared to glance at the emperor. However, upon finishing his statement, Emperor Chu cast his keen gaze among the princes, ultimately resting upon the face of the fifth prince, Xiao Chenxuan. After a moment's pause, his scrutinizing eyes swept across the civil and military officials, causing Pei Zhixing to lower his head once more in fright. "I impart upon you this maxim: loyalty to the emperor in life and filial piety in death. I hope each of you remembers this, otherwise, my blade shall be reserved for you." The officials, heads bowed and hands clasped, responded in unison, resembling a herd of sheep in their deference to the emperor. Leaning against the throne, Emperor Chu pondered for a moment before speaking again, "Though I shall not delve deeper into Yang Bing's case. Those who have derelict their duties must provide me with an explanation. Your Majesty, please exact your punishment upon us." Lu Ming, the Minister of Justice, stepped forward, kneeling in submission, fully aware that his fate was sealed. With so many corrupt officials imprisoned under his jurisdiction committing suicide within a single day, he felt grateful that the emperor had not yet taken his life. Zhou Mingyuan, the chief censor, also knelt, though he knew that the deaths of Yang Bing and the corrupt officials bore little relation to him. His subordinates had merely been cooperating with Pei Xiang's actions. He had not anticipated such a catastrophe to unfold so rapidly, yet he still had to accept his share of responsibility. If I recall correctly, Minister Lu, you have served for 5 decades, have you not? You are not young anymore. Perhaps it is time for you to enjoy a peaceful retirement in Jiangchu." Emperor Chu remarked calmly, casting a brief glance at Lu Ming. The old minister expressed his gratitude for the emperor's grace. However, Lu Ming pondered whether the emperor intended to keep him under surveillance rather than allowing him to retire in peace. Fortunately, he had led a life of integrity, remaining untainted by corruption, and thus felt no fear of scrutiny. He could still enjoy time with his grandchildren in Jiangchu, a consolation in itself. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Ming reluctantly removed his official hat and slowly handed it to the chief eunuch, He Fu, with reddened eyes before departing. Watching Lu Ming leave, Emperor Chu sighed, acknowledging the gravity of military affairs. The emergence of such a problem in the Ministry of Justice necessitated a significant figure to take the blame. Although he understood that Lu Ming was a man of integrity, it was only fair that he be allowed to retire in peace after such tribulations. Let Zhou Mingyuan be appointed as the magistrate of Jingshu County. The current magistrate, Mei Ji, is of advanced age and has submitted his resignation multiple times, all of which I have graciously declined. This time, I shall grant his wish. Thank you for your benevolence, Your Majesty. Both Zhou Mingyuan and Mei Ji replied in unison. Zhou Mingyuan could hardly believe his fortune. Though he had been demoted, he would still serve as a magistrate beneath the emperor's watch, participating in court meetings and absorbing the emperor's wisdom, an unexpected blessing. Pei Xiang, you are not young either. Let this matter rest. You may rise, the emperor instructed, showing no resentment towards Pei Zhixing, who had executed Yang Bing's orders. With tears streaming down his face, Pei Zhixing expressed his gratitude. I am grateful for your Majesty's forgiveness. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my duties henceforth. Emperor Chu waved his hand, skeptical that Pei Zhixing, a cunning fox, could truly commit to such diligence. After surveying the officials, he stated, My loyal ministers, Yang Bing has committed heinous crimes and has taken his own life in shame. Minister Lu has chosen to retire, and Chief Censor Zhou is being reassigned. Who among you has suitable candidates for their positions? The officials, still reeling from the storm of the emperor's fury, were hesitant to respond. Even the princes, who typically vied fiercely for positions of power, remained unusually quiet, each casting glances at one another, unsure of who should speak. The silence enveloped the hall of sweet dew, as if time itself had halted. After a prolonged moment of waiting, Emperor Chu broke the stillness with a dismissive grunt. Prince Ji, you two have attended court today. How does it suit you? Since the entire court has chosen to remain silent, why don't you make a recommendation? Caught off guard, Xiao Chun was astonished at the request for his input. He knew nothing of the court officials and had no acquaintance with them. Who could he recommend? This was merely inviting trouble upon himself. However, since he had been asked, he could not disappoint the emperor. Perhaps he could appoint General Chun to the position of Minister of War. After all, he was an ally, and more importantly, it would prevent him from causing havoc in the taverns and wasting resources. Father, might it be possible for the old general to assume the role of Minister of War? Xiao Chen suggested, voicing his proposal. Is the old general not too advanced in age? Xiao Chen's second brother, Prince Qi, murmured skeptically. Xiao Chen glanced at his brother and smiled. Even Jiang Taigong was 80 when he met King Wan. Can the venerable Lien Pa not still dine? Besides, the old general is not yet at the age of confusion. Prince Qi's objection to the old general's age fell flat in light of Xiao Chen's comparison. General Chun was taken aback by Prince Ji's unexpected recommendation to take over the beleaguered Ministry of War. He glared at the prince, incredulous. As a pillar of the nation, a first-rank official, and a loyal marquis, who would willingly seek out such trouble. Yet, he found himself irked by the suggestion that he was too old. Thankfully, Prince Ji was indeed a partner in arms, and his words about Jiang Taigong and Lien Po were encouraging. Was he to be compared unfavorably to those venerable figures? To everyone's surprise, Emperor Chu remarked, Prince Ji makes a valid point. Old General, I understand you have spent your life on the battlefield, yearning for glory. However, at present, all nations are in a state of recuperation, with no wars to engage in. Do not dwell on the misfortune that has befallen the two young princes. It is unseemly for you to drown your sorrows in drink at taverns, tarnishing the noble image of the esteemed generals you are likened to. Instead, I implore you to take on the burden of managing this troubled ministry, ensuring that when the time for battle arrives, our Chu nation remains unscathed. Should you wish to return to the battlefield then, I shall find someone to take your place. Your servant obeys the command, the old general responded. Feeling a sense of resignation, could he truly refuse the emperor? Of course not. Yet to claim he was unaffected by the tragic fate of his two sons would be disingenuous. Was it not the emperor's favored son, Wang Wu, who had caused this calamity? Otherwise, he might well be stationed at the frontier now. However, as a loyal servant of the state, he could not betray his principles and rise in rebellion over such sorrows. How should one live, if not by one's own means? If there are mistakes, they must ultimately be attributed to the King of Wu. The Minister of War, although not in complete command of military power, holds a significant position of authority, and in critical moments, he can lend support to the King of Ji. After all, he is an ally of my family. Furthermore, he can impede the ascendance of the King of Wu. With such thoughts in mind, I gladly accepted the role. Upon the appointment of the old General Chun as Minister of War, the kings of Qi, Qing, Yan, and the Chancellor Pei widened their eyes in astonishment, showing no hesitation, and immediately prepared to vie for the two crucial positions of Chief Justice and Grand Inspector. Chapter 61. The Lone Dog with the endorsement of the Emperor of Chu. Xiao Chenxuan recommended General Chun for the position of Minister of War. Meanwhile, the King of Chu and the Blue King had just prepared to contend for the significant posts of Grand Historian and Chief Justice. Before they could voice their intentions, the Emperor of Chu, akin to a harbinger of doom, effortlessly dispelled their aspirations with a few casual remarks. One might say that life resembles a play, and the play mirrors life. Some opportunities, once missed, can only be regretted. This sentiment was likely meant for the disheartened King of Qi and his companions. I see that the Minister of Personnel, Wei Qi Jing, possesses commendable character, adheres strictly to etiquette, and is upright. Let him serve as Chief Justice. The Minister of Works. 1. Has sufficient credentials. Transfer him to the Ministry of Personnel to succeed Wei Qi Jing. Minister Yi Chun. Please draft a couple of names for me to recommend someone to replace the Minister of Works. Deputy Minister of Revenue, Du Wei, should also explore other positions. He is still young and should learn more. Thus, the appointments for Grand Historian and Chief Justice have been decided. I trust there are no objections from you all. The princes within the Ganlu Hall and the civil and military officials were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. This is settled so quickly? Just moments ago, you were asking everyone for recommendations. With the Emperor having made his decision, who would dare to voice dissent? Aside from Deputy Minister Du Wei, who was exhilarated at the prospect of being promoted to Grand Historian, the others remained silent. The Emperor nodded. Since there are no objections, let it be so. Your will shall be obeyed. The officials chimed in unison, like a group of obedient cats responding softly. With no one opposing him, the Emperor smiled slightly and then stood, yawning tiredly as he spoke. All nations have verbally agreed to temporarily cease hostilities in the Tianshan Empire. With no battles at the borders, all nations will enter a phase of recuperation. Pei Xiang, Yao Xiang, and the old general have worked hard. Please prepare a decree for the return of Kings Wu and Yu to the capital. I have missed them greatly. After years of warfare, they deserve some rest. Upon hearing the Emperor's command, the three immediately stepped forward, nodding in acknowledgement. After years of turmoil, the various nations of the Shenzhou continent were weary. It was a relief to have reached a verbal agreement to temporarily enter a phase of recovery, as all nations eagerly sought to restore their economies and military strength in anticipation of the next great conflict. The two prominent figures of the Chu royal family had also participated in this long war under the Emperor's leadership. Now that a rare opportunity for rest had arisen, the Emperor naturally wished to summon them back. Upon hearing the Emperor's intention to recall the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 5th princes, the King of Qi and the Blue King exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing, yet they refrained from protest. Seeing the three acquiesce, the Emperor, appearing fatigued, weakly declared, "You may leave the court now." Once the Emperor departed from the Ganlu Hall, everyone began to disperse. However, Xiao Chenxuan, who had anticipated an exciting spectacle, felt utterly disappointed by the abrupt conclusion. Would he truly let the matter of Yang Bing slide without scrutiny? Would he allow Pei Zhixing and others to feign action? There was no substantial operation, and they had sacrificed the political career of the Chief Justice in vain. Meanwhile, Yang Bing's foolish son remained missing, and the officials at the Grand Historian's office, who had been present, offered no accountability. What was Pei Zhixing really up to? There had been no substantial developments, and he was one of the catalysts for the downfall of the Yang family. If Yang Jiang were to survive and hide, he would surely harbor a deep resentment towards him and might even seek to assassinate him. With this thought, Xiao Chenxuan felt a twinge of fear and decided it was prudent to return home and have Ting Yong investigate the matter. Wait, no. It seems I must rely on myself. I must ensure Ting Yong finds this rogue. Otherwise, my life might very well be forfeit at the hands of Yang Jiang, and none would shed a tear for me. Just as he prepared to leave for the estate, a young eunuch stopped him. "Prince Ji, please wait. His Majesty wishes to summon you." What could my father want with me? I haven't erred lately, nor have I made any wagers or offered him money to extort. Xiao Chenxuan pondered, puzzled. He then pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket and discreetly slipped it into the young eunuch's hands, whispering, "What did my father wish to discuss with me?" With the allure of silver, the young eunuch beamed and answered, "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I do not know the specifics, but I heard His Majesty summoned you and Lord Yao. Lord Yao has already gone to the Emperor's study." "Lord Yao? Are you certain?" Did he not summon me as well? Interjected Xiao Chenhao. Your Highness, I can assure you, it was I who notified Lord Yao. But His Majesty did not mention calling for you, the young eunuch replied with a grin. Xiao Chenxuan chuckled to himself. Could it be that my father and Lord Yao intend to fulfill their earlier promise? Are they to arrange a marriage between me and Lord Yao's granddaughter, Jian'an? He laughed heartily, muttering to himself, I am about to bid farewell to my single life. Soon, I shall have a girlfriend. With that, he turned and playfully slapped Xiao Chenhao's face, reveling in the moment. Xiao Chenhao stood bewildered. His brother seemed to have lost his mind. What else with all this excitement over a mere summons? What is a single dog? When did my brother have a girlfriend? Brother, what is a single dog? Who is this girl you speak of? I know nothing of this, he queried, confusion written all over his face. Xiao Chenxuan rolled his eyes in disdain, glancing at his rotund brother. If not for being part of the royal family and having such a good father, you would likely never find a girlfriend with that appearance. Why do you pry into such matters? A single dog is someone like you, so why bother asking about a girlfriend? Go play. I must see father and have no time for you. With that, he patted the young eunuch on the shoulder, slid another silver ingot into his hands, and said with a grin, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to seek me out. I will be your backing. Who would dare bully you in the palace? Just mention my name, and I shall look out for you. Without waiting for the young eunuch's response, he strode towards the emperor's study, leaving Xiao Chenhao still in a daze. In a secret chamber of the Wanhua Tower, a silver-masked man was seething with rage, smashing several precious ceramics as he shouted, Yang Bing is utterly useless. For the sake of his inept son, he persistently pesters that old fool, the Emperor of Chu. Now, he must send him to meet the King of Hell. Are you satisfied now? After his tirade, the silver-masked man turned to the group of masked men beneath him, instructing, ensure that Yang Jiang is well taken care of. Convey to him the events surrounding the extermination of the Ji family. And when he seeks revenge for his family and father, provide him with whatever he desires, money or people, but do not reveal a shred of our secrets. Understood, master, responded Chang Shi, stepping forward. The silver-masked man continued, Chang Yi, the assassination attempt on Ji Xiao Chenxuan failed, resulting in significant losses. With Kings Wu and you returning to the capital, you are responsible for managing their return. It would be best if they do not come back. Indeed, my master. Another masked man stepped forth. Chapter 62. The arranged marriage. In a buoyant mood, Xiao Chenxuan, embodying the demeanor of a carefree youth, bounded towards the study of Emperor Chu. Before he could approach the door, he overheard the jovial conversation between the emperor and Prime Minister Yao, punctuated by their occasional laughter. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chenxuan decided to eavesdrop, but as he leaned closer to the door, the emperor's gruff voice resonated from within. Come in. Why are you sneaking around like a thief at your age? Startled, Xiao Chenxuan's face turned pale, his mind racing with questions. Could there be surveillance? Did his father have a peephole? How could he possibly know of his arrival? Embarrassed and flustered, he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside the study, trying to appear inconspicuous, resembling a comical thief. Greetings, father. Greetings, Prime Minister Yao. He stammered, a sheepish grin on his face. By the way, father, does this room have a peephole? How did you know I had just arrived? A peephole? What do you mean? Are you referring to a cat's eye? The emperor inquired, bemused. No peephole. Then how did you notice me? Do you possess some sort of clairvoyance? Xiao Chenxuan wondered aloud. Father, you misunderstood. The cat's eye I mentioned is a device installed on doors that allows one to see outside clearly from within, he explained. What nonsense. Why would you need such a thing? Are you hiding something? The emperor retorted, skepticism evident in his tone. Not at all. I merely thought it would be beneficial for our nation. If we install it on the doors of our generals during wartime, enemy spies would be deterred from eavesdropping on our strategies. Xiao Chenxuan asserted, desperately trying to salvage his dignity. Is that so? Perhaps I have misjudged your intentions, the emperor conceded, though skepticism lingered. Your Majesty, I assure you, I only wish to serve our kingdom, Xiao Chenxuan replied, feeling the heat of embarrassment. Enough of this frivolity. Do you know why I summoned you today? The emperor asked, his tone shifting. Xiao Chenxuan shook his head. You're not a child anymore. It's time to find you a princess to keep you in check. I promised Prime Minister Yao before the poetry competition that if you and his granddaughter were mutually agreeable, I would arrange this marriage. Do you have any objections? This was precisely what Xiao Chenxuan had hoped to hear. No objections, father. I certainly need someone to manage me, and Miss Yao seems quite fitting. Oh, by the way, father, Isn't it customary to issue a decree for such marriages? It would make for a cherished family heirloom, he added, grinning. The emperor and Prime Minister Yao chuckled at his enthusiasm. They represented the wishes of both families. After all, the tradition of matchmaking is rooted in parental consent. The emperor, smiling, said, "Very well, I shall issue a decree. Hifu, prepare the edict." The head eunuch quickly took up his pen, ready to record the emperor's words. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, I, Prince Xiao Chenxuan, distinguished and talented, am to wed the granddaughter of Prime Minister Yao, Miss Jian'an, who is wise, gentle, and virtuous. Thus, I declare our union, permitting Prince Xiao Chenxuan to take Jian'an as his bride on an auspicious day. So it is decreed. The emperor recited the decree with a hint of indifference while Hifu swiftly transcribed it, presenting the document to Xiao Chenxuan, who was overwhelmed with joy. Although he held great affection for Jian'an, the decree solidified their union, ensuring her compliance. "Thank you, father," Xiao Chenxuan exclaimed, carefully accepting the decree, his heart soaring. "Old minister, convey my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of Anren," Prime Minister Yao added, bowing respectfully. "There's no need for such formality. Xiao Chenxuan will require your guidance to keep him on the right path," the emperor responded. "Of course, your majesty," Yao replied. The emperor continued, "I propose we hold the wedding on the Dragon Boat Festival, a day of festivity and remembrance for Chu Yuan. It would be fitting for our people." Prime Minister Yao nodded in agreement. "Your majesty's choice is indeed wise. I have no objections." "Then it is settled," the emperor concluded. Upon returning home, Yao informed Jian'an's maid, Xiao Dai, to summon her mistress for the decree. However, the mischievous girl, upon learning the news, rushed to tease her mistress instead. "Miss, wake up. Something huge has happened. You must get up," Xiao Dai exclaimed, her voice echoing through the room. Jian'an, groggy from sleep, merely glanced at her maid before sinking back into slumber, irritated. "Xiao Dai, stop making a fuss. What could possibly be so important? Let me sleep a little longer." Xiao Dai, confused by her mistress's indifference, exclaimed, "Miss, the emperor has arranged a marriage for you, and it's not with Prince Xiao." At the mention of the emperor's decree, Jian'an sprang up, alarmed. "What? The emperor has arranged a marriage for me? Did grandfather agree? No way. We must hurry to find grandfather and persuade him. I will marry no one but Prince Xiao. I'm trying to tell you. You were the one who lingered in bed. Don't blame me." Xiao Dai feigned innocence, knowing Jian'an was already irate. With a laugh, she added, "Besides, I don't like that debauched prince anyway." Realizing she had been tricked, Jian'an's temper flared. "How dare you play with me, little girl? You will regret this." Upon finishing her words, Jian'an rose and charged toward Xiao Dai. However, to her surprise, Madame Yao entered the room, her expression one of discontent. "You are soon to be married, yet you continue to act so erratically. Once you arrive at the residence of the Prince of Ji, how will you fulfill the role of a matriarch?" Chapter 63. Ambush on the way in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed since the Emperor of Chu had bestowed marriage upon Xiao Chenxuan and Jian'an. The kings of Wu and Yu, stationed at the borders, had each received the imperial decree and were making arrangements to return to the capital after ensuring the security of their territories. On this day, at the junction of Xiushan, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou, Chang'e, who had previously appeared at Wanhua Tower, emerged like a phantom, clad in dark attire, his expression grave and his voice hoarse as he spoke. This Xiushan, true to its name, is exceptionally beautiful, a splendid place indeed. It seems the heavens have favored the king of Wu, providing such picturesque mountains and waters as a backdrop. I imagine that even if the king were to descend to the underworld, he would find joy in such a setting. I hope the king of Yu, Chang'e, also has a smooth journey. May we send off these two brothers together, on the road to the Yellow Springs. They may still keep each other company, Chang'e remarked solemnly, observing the inevitable route the fourth prince, the king of Wu, would take back to Jingchu. Report from our spies indicates that today is the day the king of Wu returns to the capital. Everyone stay alert. The moment the king sets foot in Xiushan, we must act swiftly to ensure he does not return. This place shall serve as his final resting ground. Chang'e concluded, feigning sorrow for the king with a grand demeanor. Could you enlighten us? Who is our master? Why must we eliminate the king of Wu and the king of Yu? One man inquired, earning a sharp glare from Chang'e. Who our master is does not concern us. We need only know that he is our savior. As for the kings of Wu and Yu, their military exploits earn them favor in the Deep Palace. If we fail to eliminate them, the throne will remain unoccupied, and we shall never ascend to ranks of power and wealth. Moreover, our master, upon ascending to the throne, would not wish to bear the disgrace of fratricide. We must ensure the King of Wu and the King of Yu are dealt with permanently, Chang Yi asserted. Upon hearing Chang Yi's words, silence enveloped the group, all acquiescing to his reasoning. Only Chang Yi understood that they were willing to risk their lives for their master's salvation, engaging in unsavory deeds. When their master ascended to the throne, it would surely be the end for them. For such a powerful figure would not allow anyone to unveil his dark side, especially not one as ruthless as their master. The fourth prince, the King of Wu, was renowned for his valor in battle and cunning strategies. Recently emerged from the barracks, he exuded an air of authority, surrounded by hundreds of guards on horseback, whose movements were synchronized and vigilant, scanning their surroundings with keen eyes. As they departed the military camp, they encountered no immediate danger, yet the guards remained on high alert. Upon entering Xiaoshan, an eerie silence enveloped the valley, devoid of even the faintest sounds of wildlife. The commander of the king's guards halted their advance, stating, "Your Highness, the valley is unusually quiet. It feels ominous. Please allow me to send someone to investigate for potential ambushes." The King of Wu, calm and collected, replied softly, "Better to be cautious than to err. It is natural for someone to wish to prevent my return to the capital. After all, Xiaoshan is an ideal location for an ambush. If someone were to wish for my demise, this would be a fitting place for it." The commander nodded in acknowledgement, understood. "Your Highness, we shall investigate and ensure no opportunity is provided to any would-be assailants." The fourth prince, appearing unperturbed, simply remarked, "Go ahead, but exercise caution." Before long, the commander dispatched a group to scour the valley for signs of any climbers or suspicious traces. To their dismay, they found no evidence, and the guards returned to report, "Your Highness, all appears normal. There are no signs of anyone having climbed the valley." The king furrowed his brow, wondering if he had overreacted. He instructed another guard to toss stones into the nearby thickets. As the stones landed, birds erupted from their perches, and a few crows cawed in alarm. The fourth prince finally felt somewhat reassured and said, "Let the empty carriages proceed ahead. We shall lead our horses along the sides of the valley to avoid any potential attacks from above." "Your wisdom is commendable, Your Highness," the commander praised. "Enough flattery. General Sima, we must act swiftly. Ensure we pass through within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, or else." "Yes, Your Highness," the commander replied, quickly giving orders. The hundreds of guards formed two lines, advancing towards the valley's edges. One guard swiftly guided the king's carriage through the valley. However, they had not traveled far when a thunderous roar erupted from the valley, like a torrential flood crashing upon them. Commander Sima shouted, "Enemies are attacking. Protect the king." Sweat beaded on Sima's forehead, and he took a sharp breath, relieved that they had positioned themselves along the valley's edge. Had they not, the consequences would have been dire, with stones raining down from above. The king's foresight had indeed proven wise. As the stones fell, they did not disrupt the formation of the king's guards. The king commanded his troops to release the reins of their horses, preventing any panic that might result in trampling. The freed horses bolted, only to be struck down one by one, gruesomely transformed into mangled corpses, painting the valley with blood. Witnessing the brutal demise of the horses ignited a fierce anger within the guards, who vowed to make the assailants pay dearly for their actions. Once the barrage of stones ceased, hundreds of masked assailants descended from the mountain, using ropes to lower themselves, charging directly at the king's guards with agility and strength that rivaled their opponents. The king's guards quickly regrouped, engaging the attackers in fierce combat. Years of battlefield experience had honed their skills. They were not a mere band of soldiers, and soon the masked assailants began to fall. Observing the tide of battle, Chang Yi shouted, "Focus on the target and resolve this swiftly. Protect the king." Commander Sima's voice resonated as the guards swiftly closed ranks around the king, ensuring no enemy could approach him. "How dare these scoundrels attempt to ambush me? They truly underestimate their own folly. Slay them without mercy. I am no soft target. Today, they shall pay a price for their audacity," the king declared, rallying his men. Inspired by their master's words, the guards remembered that their lord was a formidable opponent, and they unleashed their fury upon the masked assailants, showing no mercy as they slaughtered their foes with the swiftness of butchers. Before long, dozens of masked figures lay lifeless in pools of blood, staining the valley crimson, reminiscent of blooming azaleas in spring. Chang Yi and his companions were taken aback. realizing that while they had only managed to take down a handful of the king's guards, their own forces were crumbling like potatoes underfoot. They could not afford to lose this battle. Do not underestimate them. They are seasoned warriors. We must adjust our strategy, or we shall all perish, Chang Yi cautioned. What should we do? We cannot afford to lose like this. One of the masked men exclaimed in desperation. Chang Yi furrowed his brow, reflecting on the dire situation. If the King of Chu faced a similar fate and they failed to achieve their objective, they would return to their master empty-handed, and he would not take kindly to that. With resolve, Chang Yi gritted his teeth and bellowed. Detain that group of guards. I shall proceed to achieve the objective. Chapter 64. The injury of King Yu. After dispatching a guard with a swift punch, Chang Yi hastened towards King Wu. However, before he could reach the king, he was intercepted by several guards, each appearing fearless. Chang Yi was taken aback. If this continued, he would likely be overwhelmed and perish before even approaching King Wu. Furthermore, the king, whose martial prowess was not inferior to his own, had already slain several of his brothers. Determined, Chang Yi quickened his pace, weaving between the guards until he finally stood before King Wu. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a lightning-fast punch aimed directly at the king, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, to his dismay, King Wu merely scoffed, his form flickering before vanishing, leaving only an afterimage. Chang Yi's fist collided with the phantom, and his expression froze in shock. He realized he had severely underestimated King Wu, a true paragon of the Chu royal lineage with terrifying combat abilities. It seemed that fulfilling their master's orders would prove to be quite a challenge. In contrast to Chang Yi's flamboyant style, King Wu's movements were straightforward and brutal, deploying powerful battlefield techniques. After exchanging dozens of blows, King Wu suddenly appeared to Chang Yi's left, striking him with a resounding punch to his arm. Instantly, Chang Yi's face drained of color as his left shoulder dislocated and hung limply. At that moment, he comprehended that King Wu's martial skills were beyond his capacity to counter. Retreating a step, he forcibly yanked his dislocated arm back into place, eliciting a sharp crack. Despite the agony, blood oozed from his bitten lip as he swiftly retreated. King Wu coldly remarked, "Resign yourselves to your fate. With your meager strength, you dare to ambush me? If you reveal who sent you to obstruct me, I may pretend this day never happened, sparing your lives and allowing your departure. Otherwise, none of you shall leave this beautiful mountain." Chang Yi scoffed, considering the king's assumptions absurd. Did he truly believe they were afraid of death? If he wished to keep them all, he would need to demonstrate the capacity to do so. With that, Chang Yi stepped out of King Wu's striking range and shouted, "Brothers, retreat." The remaining 100 or so black-clad men quickly regrouped, using one another as shields as they began their withdrawal. On the other side, Commander Sima, with bloodshot eyes, bellowed, "Pursue. Spare not a single one." However, after pursuing for less than 500 meters, numerous arrows rained down from the mountainside, prompting King Wu to call for a halt. "Do not pursue the desperate. These individuals have likely prepared an escape route. Should we continue, we will be the ones to suffer." At that moment, the sky darkened ominously. Clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled, heralding an impending storm. A fierce wind howled through the valley as rain cascaded down like a torrent. With a grim expression, King Wu commanded, "Retrieve the bodies of our fallen brothers. After the rain, find a suitable place for their burial. General Sima, tally the casualties and ensure their families receive compensation. We must not let their sacrifices go unacknowledged." "Yes, my lord," Commander Sima replied, disregarding the downpour as he and the uninjured guards began tending to the battlefield, collecting the bodies of their slain comrades. After the rain subsided, blood stained the valley, and the mournful cries of King Wu's guard echoed through the air. Their brothers, once valiant warriors on the battlefield, had been mercilessly cut down by these villains, leaving the remaining guards in deep sorrow. They did not perish in honorable combat, but fell prey to the blades of scoundrels, fueling their rage. Clenching their fists, they cried out in unison, "We implore you, my lord, to seek justice for our fallen brothers. Their deaths were too unjust. Lead us to avenge them." King Wu spoke calmly, "Rest assured, I will not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. I shall ensure those who lurk in the shadows will pay their respects in the halls of Yama. As for these rogues, it is only a matter of time before they meet their fate." Grateful for their lord's promise, the guards immediately began digging graves, laying their deceased comrades to rest, while tears streamed down their faces as they covered the bodies with earth. Meanwhile, King Wu, his expression inscrutable, furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the direction of Jingchu, a cold smile creeping across his lips as he muttered to himself, "Heh, who among the Jingchu faction is so discontent with tranquility? My father reigns in the prime of his years, yet the realm remains in chaos. The great Chu has yet to unify, and they already wish to eliminate me? Truly foolish, attempting to pluck ripe peaches before they are ready. Heh, I wonder if my third brother has also fallen victim to an ambush today. If so, a grand performance is about to unfold." In another part of the valley, however, Prince Yu was not as fortunate as King Wu. The chaos of battle erupted around him, but the assailants were not solely the black-clad figures. Liang state soldiers were also among them. The entirety of Prince Yu's guards suffered heavy casualties, and he himself was gravely wounded. Fortunately, the prince's guards fought valiantly, managing to repel the black-clad attackers, allowing Prince Yu a moment of reprieve. Fuming with rage, Prince Yu bellowed, "Damn it! Who dares to seek my demise? Not only have they dispatched so many black-clad thugs, but they have also allied with the Liang state. Truly despicable." The commander of the prince's guard spoke softly, "My lord, the black-clad figures are clearly agents of Jingchu, yet it remains a mystery as to who desires our demise. Could it be King Wu? Aside from him, I can think of no one else with such power. Even the second prince, King Qi, likely lacks the capability." While Prince Yu appeared uncouth and unrefined, he was, in truth, bold and astute, having learned to think critically through years of warfare. That is unlikely. King Wu is far too clever to engage in such foolishness. The realm remains divided, and my father is in his prime. If I were King Wu, I would keep someone like me on the battlefield instead of hastily eliminating me here. If anyone were to harbor suspicion, it would be King Qi, who likely does not wish for both of us, armed princes, to return to Jingchu and vie for the throne. The others are inept and lack the guts. Yet, if both King Wu and I were attacked, King Qi would certainly be a prime suspect. Why would he take such a risk, creating two powerful adversaries? My lord, who do you think could be behind this? The guard commander inquired, equally perplexed about who sought to kill Prince Yu. Prince Yu began to suspect his own brothers, but quickly dismissed each one, save for the dark expression of his sidekick, Qing Wang, lingering in his mind. Surely, he lacks the audacity for such a plot. After a lengthy consideration, with no suspects emerging, he recalled the survivors and immediately inquired, "General Situ, have any of the captives revealed anything?" General Situ, embarrassed, lowered his head and replied, "My lord, it is entirely my fault for not discovering their poisonous intentions in time. Just as I prepared to interrogate them, they all bit down on their teeth and succumbed to the poison." "What? They are all dead?" Prince Yu slammed his palm against the stone wall, aggravating his injury, before waving his hand in resignation. Chapter 65. Proving innocence as night descended. The entirety of Jingchu fell into an eerie silence. Even the usually bustling Wanhu Lu seemed to have dulled, as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. Within the concealed chamber of Wanhu Lu, a man adorned with a silver mask spoke in a somber tone to the figures standing before him. The assassination attempts on King Wu and King Yu had ended in failure. Alas, Chang Yi and Chang Er truly are inept. What a stroke of misfortune. My lord, you are overly concerned. King Wu and King Yu are seasoned generals. A failed assassination is not entirely unexpected. Opposite the masked man stood a refined gentleman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, whose elegance and demeanor revealed him to be the silver-masked man's uncle, a close confidant of similar age. Uncle, while it is understandable that Chang XIII's attempt on Xiao Chenxuan, that fool, ended in failure due to intervention, the botched ambush by Chang Yi and Chang Er is inexcusable. They meticulously planned for days, yet still failed. What kind of useless subordinates have I raised? Uncle, keep a close watch on Chang Yi and Chang Er. They possess far too much knowledge. With two princes attacked, that old fool Chu Jing will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. If he uncovers any clues, and if they choose to end their lives to silence the matter, ensure that their remaining family members are well taken care of. If they resist, then assist them in their departure, but remember to leave no traces behind. Understood. At this juncture, King Wu and King Yu may have already begun to suspect King Qi. I hope they turn against one another. Such discord would facilitate your grand ambitions. However, I fear King Qi will seek to prove his innocence to the emperor. Whether King Wu and King Yu will believe him remains uncertain. Proving innocence? In this palace, who dares claim to be innocent? Since that old fool intends to investigate the assaults on his precious sons, Let us assist him in this endeavor. Oh, what course of action do you propose? Aside from King Qi and that fool Xiao Chenxuan, devise a plan to have all adult princes of Jingchu face assassination attempts. I wish to see how that old fool will conduct his inquiries. Your command is noted, but if all adult princes are attacked, does that not include you as well? Could it be? Haha, if we must do it, let us make it as convincing as possible. Only then will that old fool be inclined to believe. My lord is wise. Such chaos will surely cast suspicion upon King Qi and Ji. However, if you are attacked, how will your mother react? That is of no concern. To achieve great things, one must act decisively. My mother will be in your care, but do not leave any traces. In the residence of King Qi, upon learning of the attacks on King Wu and King Yu, King Qi felt an immense headache. Among the princes of Jingchu, he was the one who least desired the return of the two powerful kings. However, he saw no need to orchestrate their assassination. After all, should he ascend the throne in the future, he would require their support to unify the realm. The Minister of Personnel, Su Jingya, furrowed his brow, fanning himself slowly before finally speaking. Your Highness, I believe your immediate course of action should be to present yourself before the Emperor and prove your innocence. Otherwise, you may be the only prince among the others with the capability to assassinate both kings, making it difficult for the Emperor not to suspect you. Hearing Su Jingya's words, King Qi felt even more distressed. Would his father and the kings believe him if he sought to prove his innocence? In this palace, who could genuinely believe in anyone's innocence? Yet if he chose not to act, it was inevitable that the wrath of King Wu and King Yu would be directed at him. And he had no inkling of who might be responsible for the attacks on the two kings. Who among his brothers possessed such capabilities? After much contemplation, King Qi could not fathom the perpetrator, suspecting instead that it might be others seeking to incite chaos within Chu. Alas, King Qi sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He ordered a sedan chair to be prepared and made his way to the palace under the cover of night. Upon arrival, he was summoned by the emperor and cautiously entered the imperial study. Your son pays his respects to father. What brings you here? Unable to sleep? The news of the assassination attempts on King Wu and King Yu had reached Jingchu swiftly, and naturally, Emperor Chu learned of it first. Upon hearing the news, he was incensed and quickly began to suspect his son, King Qi, Xiao Chenxuan. However, after sending people to investigate, it appeared that King Qi had not exhibited any unusual behavior recently, which alleviated some of the emperor's suspicions. Just as he had set aside his doubts, his son King Qi sought an audience in the dead of night. The emperor, recalling that several of his sons had been attacked, found himself at a loss for words. He had yet to pass from this world, and already his sons were displaying signs of unrest. The notion that they could turn against one another filled him with disappointment as he directly questioned King Qi. Seeking me out at such an hour? Do you know that someone has attempted to ambush your third and fourth brothers? It could not possibly be you. Upon hearing his father's suspicions, King Qi responded candidly. Father, if it were I would openly declare that they obstruct my path to the throne. However, I understand that my third and fourth brothers are the pillars of our royal family, invaluable in battle. Jingchu could survive without me, but it cannot afford to lose them. I would never sacrifice my nation's future for my own selfish gain. I beseech you, father, to see my sincerity. The emperor regarded King Qi for a moment, lamenting, I, Chu Jing, have lived with honor and integrity, establishing Jingchu as a realm of distinction. Yet, I find myself with a brood of ungrateful sons, capable of turning against each other. What a tragedy! It chills my heart to ponder that one day, you may do the same for the sake of my throne. You brothers have defended our borders for many years. Rather than showing kinship, you resort to treachery. How can I entrust the throne to you after such actions? King Qi was taken aback by the emperor's words, immediately kneeling and bowing low as he whispered, I would never dare, father. Since ancient times, filial piety and loyalty have been paramount. I have always kept this in mind and would never forget it. If my brothers have strayed, I implore you to hold me accountable for my failure to fulfill my duties as an elder brother. Humph. The emperor coldly scoffed and turned his attention away from the kneeling King Qi, focusing instead on the memorial documents before him. After a brief period, he finally spoke. You may rise. What is your opinion regarding the attacks on your third and fourth brothers? In all honesty, I absolve myself of any wrongdoing. King Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he slowly stood, only to stumble and fall again after kneeling for too long. Once he regained his footing, he continued, Father, there are reports of Liang forces in the vicinity. Could it be that other nations seek to incite discord within Jingchu for their own advantage? The emperor shot King Qi a disapproving glance. Humph. And how would they infiltrate Jingchu without inside knowledge? Have you squandered your years of military study? Convey to me an edict. Instruct the White Cavalry and the Dali Temple to swiftly investigate the attacks on King Wu and King Yu. As for you, as an elder brother, reflect on your responsibilities. Once your third and fourth brothers return, you shall lead your siblings to welcome them back. Now be gone. Thank you, father. The punishment of reflecting on his responsibilities served as a veiled acknowledgement of trust in him, did it not? Chapter 66. The Art of Ice Making. As the news of the assassination attempts on King Wu and King Yu spread like wildfire through Jingchu, Xiao Chenxuan and Xiao Chenhao were preoccupied with the task of creating ice cream in the residence of King Ji. Your Highness, the saltpeter you instructed us to procure has been delivered to the palace. Following your orders, we have excavated a cellar specifically for its storage. And Ting Yong reported with utmost respect, showing no hint of seeking praise. Excellent work. Please summon Steward Wang and ask him to bring me a copper basin. Oh, and do not forget to bring a basin of water as well. You shall soon understand that your efforts will not be in vain, Xiao Chenxuan replied with a nod. And Ting Yong, intrigued by the implication that their labor would bear fruit, set aside his curiosity and hurried off to fetch the steward. Brother, what is the purpose of this saltpeter? I hear your guards have been rummaging through others' latrines in search of it, leading some to believe the Ji residence is training toilet repairmen. I nearly laughed myself breathless when I heard that. Xiao Chenhao jested. Soon, you shall see the true utility of this saltpeter, Xiao Chenxian remarked enigmatically, choosing not to divulge its significance, even as he sent his guards on such peculiar errands. Brother, do enlighten me. What exactly will you do with this saltpeter? Xiao Chenhao pressed, curiosity piqued. Have you ever heard of turning stone into gold? Xiao Chenxian inquired, bemused by his brother's ignorance. Surely, you do not intend to transmute this saltpeter into gold? Xiao Chenhao replied, eyes wide with fascination. Do you think if I possessed such an ability, I would bother with running a tavern? I would simply conjure gold within the palace every day? Xiao Chenxian scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. Then what purpose does it serve? Xiao Chenhao insisted, perplexed. While I cannot turn stone into gold, I can indeed turn stone into ice. Xiao Chenxian declared proudly. What? Turning stone into ice? Brother, are you certain you are not feverish? Do you jest? Xiao Chenhao's curiosity morphed into skepticism. Xiao Chenxian, weary of explaining to his dim-witted brother, opted for silence. Shortly thereafter, Ting Yong and Steward Wang entered, each carrying a basin of water. Xiao Chenxian promptly seized the copper basin from Steward Wang, instructed Ting Yong to fetch a wooden barrel, and swiftly transferred half the water from the copper basin into the barrel, allowing the basin to float atop it. He then commanded, pour more water into the wooden barrel. And you, old Wang, place the saltpeter into the water. Upon receiving these instructions, both Wang and In complied without hesitation. Before long, steam began to rise from the copper basin, a coolness enveloped the room, and the water in the wooden barrel began to freeze, emitting a crisp cracking sound. The saltpeter quickly transmitted cold through the copper basin, causing the water within to solidify into a large, round block of ice. Wow, brother, look, it has truly turned to ice. The water has become ice. Xiao Chenhao exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Steward Wang, too, was ecstatic, realizing that his lord could indeed turn stone into ice. How prestigious it would be to share such an accomplishment. Throughout the ages, who has ever achieved the feat of turning stone into ice? Surely, only our lord can claim such a marvel. My lord, what sorcery is this? And Ting Yong inquired, equally intrigued. Sorcery? Hardly. This is the result of intellect. If only you had listened to my advice to read more alongside your training, you would not be so ignorant. Xiao Chenxian retorted with a smug expression. My lord, this is truly remarkable. How did you achieve this? Even Steward Wang asked, captivated by the spectacle. Why? It is my clever strategy, Xiao Chenxian said, stroking his chin as if he sported a beard. Ah, I see. The secret lies in the saltpeter. Xiao Chenhao interjected, finally grasping the crux of the matter. Indeed, little brother, you are not as dull as I thought. Well done, Xiao Chenxian praised, patting Xiao Chenhao's head like a mentor to a child. Xiao Chenhao shot a disdainful glance at his elder brother, brushing off the condescending gesture. This barrel is too small, and the copper basin is insufficient. Old Wang, please prepare more barrels and basins. We shall commence large-scale ice production. And Ting Yong, Go summon Wang Xin from the tavern. I will teach you all how to create ice cream, and later, we shall treat the recruits to the joys of summer ice cream. Xiao Chenxuan declared excitedly. Oh, and old Wang, coordinate with Wang Xin to establish an ice cream shop in the summer. We shall sell this delightful treat. And Ting Yong, imagining the luxury of consuming ice cream on a scorching summer day, dashed off to the tavern with fervor. Meanwhile, Steward Wang was equally exhilarated at the prospect of an ice cream shop, envisioning a bustling business in the heat of summer. Very well, my lord. I shall prepare to establish the ice cream shop on the bustling West Street, directly across from the Wanhua Pavilion. It is frequented by nobles, and surely, an ice cream shop there will thrive, Steward Wang said, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Chenxuan nodded, dismissing the trivialities of opening a shop. A good idea, but discretion is paramount. Ensure the ice is produced solely from the palace to avoid revealing our methods. Rest assured, my lord, when Wang Xin and the others return, I will instruct them to keep your ice-making technique a secret, Steward Wang affirmed solemnly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenhao had latched onto one detail, the establishment of the ice cream shop. Without hesitation, he clung to Xiao Chenxian, insisting on making that ice cream. Chapter 67. Xiao Chenhao deceives Emperor Chu. Observing Xiao Chenhao, who was on the verge of resembling his second elder brother, Xiao Chenxian felt a sense of helplessness. He had grown so rotund, spending every day indulging in food without a care, fearing that one day he might transform into a pig and simply collapse. With an annoyed kick to Xiao Chenhao's rear, he exclaimed, "All you do is eat. Have you seen yourself? You're almost a pig." Xiao Chenhao, feeling quite aggrieved, retorted, "Was it not agreed that once we made ice, we could enjoy ice cream? What does my weight have to do with that?" He directly countered Xiao Chenxian, "Brother, my weight has nothing to do with eating ice cream. Besides, I haven't even consumed your family's rice. Did the braised pig trotters in my manor vanish because you didn't eat my rice?" Xiao Chenxian snapped, clearly annoyed, as he picked up a block of ice and hurled it at Xiao Chenhao. However, Xiao Chenhao adeptly caught the ice block and promptly popped it into his mouth, crunching down with delight. "Wow, it's so refreshing. Brother, toss me another one." Xiao Chenxian was left speechless. This audacity was thicker than the bricks at the corner of a city wall. "If you want to eat, why not get up and fetch some fruit or something?" "Fruit? In this season, where would we find any?" Xiao Chenhao replied. "You have some in your manor. How can you not share with your dear brother?" Frustrated, Xiao Chenxian nearly cried out in disbelief. "With your appetite, I should keep it all for myself. Go find it yourself." "Brother, you're truly unkind. You don't even know where to find it? Where am I supposed to go?" Xiao Chenhao pondered. "Oh wait, perhaps the emperor has some tribute pairs. But let it be clear, if I gather all the fruits from father, you must provide all the ice blocks from the palace in return. Deal?" Upon hearing Xiao Chenhao's proposal, Xiao Chenxian fell into deep contemplation. If he were to open an ice cream shop, he would certainly need fruit. However, obtaining it this season was indeed a challenge. The palace, on the other hand, had plenty. But if he were to go and ask for it from their father, he might end up with nothing. Perhaps he would even have to give Xiao Chenhao half the shares of the ice cream shop. Little Fatty is quite suitable for this task. It's merely ice blocks, and those guards in training seem to have little to do. Perfect. I can have them dig a large pond and create an ice cellar. That way, I can have as many ice blocks as I desire. Not only for the palace, but the entire Jiangsu region could be supplied. Xiao Chenxian finally agreed. "Fine, but you must ensure father promises that all tribute fruits are to be given to me. In return, I will gladly offer him 10% of the ice cream shop's profits." "Haha, you'll give father a share? We're brothers. If you want to ask for tribute, at least you should give me a share too. You can see that I'm still growing. I need to eat. And it all costs money. You wouldn't want to see your brother starving, would you?" Hearing that his father would receive a portion of the profits, Xiao Chenhao acted innocent, using his own growth as an excuse to coax Xiao Chenxian into sharing some profits. Xiao Chenxian was speechless. He was nearing the point of becoming a pig himself, yet he still insisted that everything he ate needed to be paid for. A share of the profits? Even pigs during the new year don't eat this much. He sarcastically remarked. All right. In my military village, we raise so many pigs. One more tea make a difference." "Humph, I can't be bothered to entertain you," Xiao Chenxian replied, departing without another word. Thinking about the need to supply ice blocks for the entire palace in the ice cream shop, Xiao Chenxian hurriedly instructed Qin Juanxi to halt the training of the entire guard troop and immediately head to the Prince of Ji's manor to dig a pond. Father, your son has come to see you," Xiao Chenhao exclaimed, rolling like a snowball towards Emperor Chu, shouting as he ran. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's my dear Hao. At your age, you still act like a child." Emperor Chu paused his review of documents, standing up with a warm, affectionate smile that illuminated his face, embodying the essence of a loving father. "Isn't it because I miss you, father?" Xiao Chenxuan feigned innocence, ignoring his own bear-like figure, which had long departed from childhood. "Ah, you must be struggling to stay in the Prince of Ji's manner." Emperor Chu was not easily swayed by his son's words. "Not at all. Father, you toil daily reviewing memorials. I feel quite pained for you. I thought of you and rushed back to the palace, without even visiting mother. It seems my Hauer has grown considerate. So, what have you learned from your brother lately? I heard from the Grand Tutor that you haven't been to the palace school in quite some time." "Alas, father, you wouldn't believe it. My brother is knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography, far surpassing those tutors. I was just observing him as he can turn stone into ice. But I couldn't grasp the principle. Thus, I came to seek your wisdom. Turning stone into ice. Hauer, you're just trying to amuse me. Who in the world can turn stone into ice?" "Haha, father, you mustn't doubt me. My brother truly can do it." "Is that so? Then you should learn well from your brother. My study is quite stuffy. Once you master it, help cool it down for me." "Father, that is precisely what I was thinking." "Really? It seems my Hauer is quite mature now." "Hee. Father, I am no longer a child. I'm learning how to help you with your burdens." Xiao Chenxuan, at this moment, was simply boasting without much thought, saying whatever came to mind because he knew he was the emperor's favorite son. "Haha, good. I shall await my son's assistance." "Indeed, father. The matter is this. My brother can turn stone into ice. I know the palace is extremely hot, especially in Ganlu Hall and your study. I suggested he provide ice blocks to cool the palace, but my brother mentioned he could do so only with a considerable amount of fruit. Therefore, I was wondering if you could provide him with the tribute fruits, and in return, he would supply you with ice blocks." After hearing Xiao Chenxuan's words, Emperor Chu grew suspicious. Having lived for decades, he had never heard of turning stone into ice, let alone that it required a large quantity of fruit. "Oh, is that so? Or are you two simply looking to indulge in fruit?" "Father, you wrong me. My brother truly can turn stone into ice. How about this? I will bring you a batch of ice blocks tomorrow. Once you see them, you must supply me with the fruits. How does that sound?" "Oh, really, ice blocks? Then it goes without saying. How would I dare to deceive you without them?" After a lengthy fabrication, Xiao Chenxuan finally sensed that his father was beginning to believe him, and he felt a weight lifted from his heart. "Very well. If you can truly convert stone into ice, I shall agree. However, you two must ensure that sufficient ice blocks are provided for the palace during summer." Yes. I shall take your agreement as a promise, but words are not enough. Let us have it in writing." "Huh? What? I am the emperor, and my word is law. Do you fear that I might go back on my word?" Emperor Chu was taken aback by his son's demand for a written agreement, rubbing his ears to ensure he had not misheard. "How could I not trust father? I simply thought that when I go to collect the fruits, it would be more convenient to use your decree than to trouble you repeatedly." "Very well, I grant you this, but should the ice not arrive, and you dare take my fruits, I will ensure you regret it." Emperor Chu warned, unafraid of Xiao Chenxuan taking advantage of his authority. "Indeed, how could I, your humble son, possess such audacity?" Having successfully garnered the favor of his father, Emperor Chu, Xiao Chenxuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He not only secured a share in the ice cream parlor that belonged to his father, but also nonchalantly took a tribute pair from the emperor's study desk before departing, humming a cheerful tune. Observing Xiao Chenxuan's retreating figure, Emperor Chu finally realized the gravity of the situation. Alas, he had been outmaneuvered by this little rascal. How amusing. Chapter 68. A single shot to slay a bull? Xiao Chenxuan was quite disheartened. Constructing a pond felt akin to excavating a muddy waterhole, its water retention capabilities woefully inadequate. Despite the artisans of the Wang residence diligently treating the pond with glutinous rice, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. At that moment, the steward of the Jiwang residence, Wang Fuguei, entered, accompanied by the village head of Jiangjun village, Zhang Laosan. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Chenxuan, Zhang Laosan immediately broached the subject. "Your Highness, the spring plowing has concluded. Regarding your earlier mention of repairing the road from Jiangjun village to the imperial city, when shall we commence?" Repairing the road, Xiao Chenxuan mused, recalling his plan. He had previously insisted to Zhang Laosan that for prosperity, one must first pave the way. However, Merely excavating a muddy path would yield little significance. If they could construct a cement road, it would indeed become the first of its kind in the land, gaining renown throughout the realm. At this realization, Xiao Chenxuan comprehended the challenge with the pond's construction. It was not the quality of the glutinous rice that was lacking. Rather, the absence of cement in this era was the root of the issue. He resolved that the research and production of cement would be imperative. Fortunately, he had a general understanding of the manufacturing process. After deliberating, he addressed Zhang Laosan. Zhang village head, organized the workforce to begin road construction. I do not require much. The road must accommodate 3 carts side by side. 3 carts? Zhang Laosan's expression turned troubled. We are but a group of the elderly, weak, and infirm. How can we manage such a grand endeavor? Is there a difficulty? Speak plainly, and I shall endeavor to provide a solution. Your Highness, to create a 3-cart wide path, we must significantly widen the existing road, which will encounter numerous rocks. The able-bodied men from Jian'an village have either joined your guard or are working in your winery. The remaining villagers cannot possibly break down those stones. Xiao Chenxuan suddenly grasped the issue. If they could not break the stones, why not blast them? However, that would require gunpowder for the explosives. Gunpowder? He recalled that among the 4 great inventions, the invention of gunpowder had occurred quite early, utilized for military purposes as far back as the Tang dynasty. The Song court had even established gunpowder workshops to produce weapons like thunder cannons and fire arrows. With the renowned ancestor of firearms, the hand cannon, emerging in the Yuan dynasty. Given the current era of Tianshan, it was not far removed from the Sui dynasty. Gunpowder must have existed. Yet, its use was primarily relegated to festive celebrations, and true black powder might still require centuries of development if he did not act. Had he not tasked Zhu Laosan's 3 sons with experimenting on firearms? Why not expedite the development of black powder? This would serve both military and civilian purposes. Xiao Chenxuan looked at Zhang Laosan with newfound appreciation. Unbeknownst to him, this old man was indeed a benefactor. He had consistently provided new insights whenever Xiao Chenxuan faced difficulties. Zhang Laosan, feeling the scrutiny, grew bewildered. Your Highness, why do you gaze upon me? I am but a frail old man, hardly worth much in weight. Oh, Zhang village head, you are truly my fortunate star. Your presence during my predicaments always sparks new ideas. Now, do not worry about the road. I will resolve the issue of the stones. And remember to bring back a pig's trotter for the village head. After concluding, Xiao Chenxuan retrieved 100 taels of silver from his robes and generously rewarded Zhang Laosan. The latter was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how his presence had solved any of the prince's dilemmas. Once Zhang Laosan departed, Xiao Chenxuan promptly instructed Steward Wang to summon Zhu Laosan's 3 sons and all the stone masons of the Wang residence to his study. Upon receiving the summons, Zhu Laosan's sons were elated. They hurried to Xiao Chenxuan's study, clutching the firearms they had diligently researched. Upon arrival, they found the prince engaged in deep discussion with the stone masons and quietly withdrew, waiting for their lord to call upon them. After a while, as the artisans exited the study, the 3 brothers cautiously peered in. Amused by their antics, Xiao Chenxuan called out with a smile, "Come in. I have awaited your arrival. Your Highness, we greet you," they said, heads bowed and voices tinged with shyness. "Tell me, what have you devised?" Devised? The brothers bristled at the term, feeling it trivialized their work, yet they refrained from protest. At that moment, the second brother, Zhu Jian'an, cautiously produced a package from his back. Unwrapping it revealed a silver-white firearm measuring approximately 50 to 60 centimeters. As he unveiled it, Xiao Chenxuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pinched himself to confirm his reality, and exclaimed, "Geniuses, you 3 are truly remarkable. This is astonishing." Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback. Though he had never encountered a genuine firearm, as a skilled engineer, he had seen hunting rifles and had once disassembled and reassembled one. Pleased with the prince's commendation, the brothers stood taller, their confidence swelling. Xiao Chenxuan picked up the firearm and assumed a shooting stance, only for the eldest, Zhu Lei, to snatch it from him. "Your Highness, be careful. This rifle contains a firing mechanism improperly set by the second brother." Zhu Lei's heart raced with fear, worried that an accidental discharge could lead to dire consequences for his family, while Zhu Jianhong hung his head like a child anticipating punishment. "What is this firing mechanism?" Xiao Chenxuan questioned, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. "Your Highness, we named it the firing mechanism. Without it, this firearm lacks any lethality. Its true power lies in this mechanism," explained Zhu Lei with pride. Lethality? How far can it shoot? What can it kill? Xiao Chenxuan pressed further. As for distance, we have yet to test that. However, it can certainly kill a chicken. To test its lethality, we bought several chickens for experimentation, the brothers replied. Impressive. Can you show me this firing mechanism? The second brother promptly produced a small cloth bag and retrieved a paper wad from within. As he unwrapped it, the pungent odor of primitive gunpowder filled the room. Gunpowder? Xiao Chenxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just contemplated gunpowder, and here were these three men presenting a primitive version. Although its potency could not compare to black powder, it could still be used for festive fireworks. Your Highness, do you recognize this substance? Zhu Jian'an eagerly inquired. Indeed. Since you have managed to concoct this gunpowder, I shall take you to explore a more potent variant, one that can slay a bull with a single shot. What? With a single shot, a bull fell dead. The three brothers immediately widened their eyes and turned to gaze at Xiao Chenxuan in unison. Chapter 69. Gunpowder. Observing the remarkable talents of the carpenter Zhu Laosan's three sons, Xiao Chenxuan was exceptionally exhilarated. He had never anticipated that his casual mention of the musket would ignite such enthusiasm in them. In a mere few days, these three sons, under the guidance of an elderly Taoist from Jingchu, had not only researched but also constructed a groundbreaking musket. What thrilled Xiao Chenxuan even more was their extensive inquiries among various Taoists, ultimately leading to the discovery of primitive earth gunpowder for use in their muskets. He was confident that with his guidance, these brothers could refine and enhance the gunpowder in no time. With improved gunpowder, they could create rudimentary landmines and grenades, which would prove pivotal in siege warfare, mountain blasting, and other specific combat scenarios, causing widespread devastation. Furthermore, the old man Zhang Laosan's issues regarding road construction and mountain blasting would be effortlessly resolved. As a trained mechanical engineer, Xiao Chenxuan recalled that the optimal ratio for black gunpowder was not the long-cherished formula of 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal, but rather a composition of 10 grams of sulfur, 15 grams of charcoal, and 75 grams of nitrate. Once he was certain he had accurately remembered the proportions, Xiao Chenxuan proceeded to explain the simple process of making black gunpowder to Zhu Laosan's third son. During his explanation, he noted the boundless interest displayed by the three brothers. Determined, he resolved to establish a gunpowder and musket workshop without delay, with these brothers as its heads. He also contemplated acquiring a group of skilled craftsmen from his father to assist in the formulation of a novel black gunpowder and muskets. With these resources, not only would his safety be assured, but he would also be able to dominate the battlefield in the future. Fortunately, when he conceived the idea of manufacturing muskets and ice blocks, he had tasked Tingyong and others to scour the entirety of Chu for nitrate. To his surprise, they had gone to great lengths, even rummaging through toilets and tirelessly traversing various pharmacies throughout Chu. After much effort, they successfully located a nitrate mine and excavated a basement in his royal residence to store the extracted nitrate. With nitrate in hand, he could produce ice blocks without restriction, supplying the palace and fulfilling the needs of ice cream shops. In the summer, he could sell them at a premium to the nobility for relief from the heat, thus accumulating wealth. Furthermore, the used nitrate could be recycled, and if necessary, repurposed for gunpowder production. However, to create black gunpowder, he would need to procure significant quantities of sulfur and charcoal. As he had yet to find a sulfur mine, he would have to purchase it from pharmacies, though charcoal was easily obtainable. Eager to test the potency of black gunpowder, Xiao Chenxuan promptly instructed the guards to purchase sulfur from Jingchu's pharmacies. Once they departed, he continued to elaborate on the production and applications of black gunpowder, including its use in explosives, landmines, and grenades. During his discourse, the Zhu brothers realized just how knowledgeable the prince was, dispelling their earlier notion that their research was trivial. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned, panting, with less than 10 pounds of sulfur, having scoured several shops to gather it. Upon receiving the sulfur, Xiao Chenxuan felt a wave of frustration. The sulfur available in pharmacies was primarily utilized by physicians for treating minor ailments, so the supply was limited. Even if he offered high prices to clear out inventories, it was unlikely he could amass more than a few dozen pounds throughout all of Jingchu. He then instructed the guard to relay a message to Tingyong, urging him to search for sulfur throughout Chu, and to spare no expense in acquiring a sulfur mine if found. Although the guard was puzzled by the prince's intentions, he nodded in agreement and rushed off to convey the order. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenhao returned from the palace. boasting about how he had successfully convinced the Emperor of Chu to allow him unlimited access to fruits for his future ice cream shop. At this moment, however, Xiao Chenxuan, engrossed in thoughts of gunpowder, paid little heed to his brother's chatter. After a few perfunctory responses, he resumed his work with the Zhu brothers on gunpowder production. Seeing his brother preoccupied with the craftsman, Xiao Chenhao approached curiously, asking, "What are you working on?" Xiao Chenxian, disinterested in his brother's inquiries, focused on the gunpowder mixture. Judging by its appearance, he surmised that it was already very close to modern black gunpowder. After smelling the concoction, he became convinced of its quality and promptly declared to the Zhu brothers, "Let us conduct a simple test to assess its power." He recalled his childhood, when during festivities, he would collect unexploded firecrackers, wrap the gunpowder in paper, and create explosions by striking them with stones. Thus, he procured a sheet of Xian paper, wrapped a small amount of gunpowder, and instructed the guards to place the wrapped bundle on a large stone at the entrance of the royal residence. Then strike it with another stone. Following his instructions, the guard struck the paper-wrapped gunpowder bundle, resulting in a resounding explosion. "Wow, brother, what is this? It produces such a loud sound. Are you planning to use it to make powerful firecrackers?" Xiao Chenhao exclaimed with childlike delight. Xiao Chenxian chuckled softly and replied, "Do not be foolish. This substance has far greater applications than mere firecrackers." Surprised, Xiao Chenhao asked, "What else could it possibly be used for? If it's not for firecrackers, are you planning to give it to those Taoists for alchemy?" Xiao Chenxian, finding his brother's naivety amusing, suggested, "If you're interested in pestering the Taoists, you may seek them out yourself." Upon realizing that his brother was not using the substance for alchemical purposes, Xiao Chenhao's excitement waned, unaware of its true significance. For him, the idea of using it to disrupt the Taoist practices was far more appealing. Meanwhile, the relatively knowledgeable Zhu brothers were astonished by the prince's small experiment. They realized that the power demonstrated was exponentially greater than that of the igniters they had created. If this could be transformed into the explosives the prince described, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Chapter 70. Misfortune arises from the tongue. After successfully concocting gunpowder, Xiao Chenxian instructed the Zhu brothers to fabricate a simple earth turtle. Following a successful experiment, Xiao Chenxian, filled with elation, reveled in his newfound power, displaying a reckless demeanor as if he held dominion over the world. He paid no heed to Wang Xian, who had been summoned back to learn how to make ice cream, and instead retreated to his chamber to indulge in repose. However, come the dawn of the next day, upon opening his eyes, Xiao Chenxian discovered Xiao Chenhao and Wang Xian standing before his bed like specters. A hint of inexplicable mockery lingered on Xiao Chenhao's lips, startling Xiao Chenxian into a moment of panic, leading him to fear that he had dreamt of wandering the brothel of myriad flowers and engaging in inappropriate actions with the young lady, Shengwan Honger, which had been witnessed by the two. To alleviate his embarrassment, Xiao Chenxian bellowed, "Who permitted you to intrude upon my chambers without my consent?" Unfazed, Xiao Chenhao responded playfully, as if claiming ownership over the events. "Hey, brother, what are you saying? Aren't we brothers? Why would we need your permission? Hurry and get up. We agreed to make ice cream. You haven't forgotten, have you? I've been waiting for ages. Had it not been for the fact I wanted to hear your sleep talking, I would have roused you long ago, haha." Wang Xian, wide-eyed, gazed at the playful Xiao Chenhao, struggling to believe that a royal could be so cunning. It was evident that Xiao Chenhao was both clever and mischievous, fabricating tales despite the fact that they had just entered the room and their lord had already awakened. "What? Sleep talking?" Upon hearing Xiao Chenhao's words, Xiao Chenxian hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, only to realize that he had not been speaking in his sleep. Moreover, there was no drool to be found. It dawned on him that perhaps he had underestimated the situation. "Haha, little fatty, not bad. You've learned to tease your elder brother. Huh? You've grown quite bold. Haha, what are you saying, brother? I wouldn't dare. I merely heard you calling out the names of the ladies from the brothel in your sleep. By the way, which lady was it?" Having his fabrications exposed, the clever Xiao Chenhao took the opportunity to tease Xiao Chenxian, confident that his brother would not recall the details of his dreams. He felt free to speak as he wished. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chenxuan's dream had indeed taken him to the brothel, where he indulged in revelries. Realizing this, Xiao Chenxian sprang up, covering Xiao Chenhao's mouth, and exclaimed, "If you dare to spread rumors about me, do not blame me for silencing you, little fatty." At this, Xiao Chenhao immediately broke free from Xiao Chenxuan's grasp and burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha, brother, you've truly lost your senses. Dreaming of visiting that flower-filled place while on the brink of marriage? I admire your spirit. Oh, my poor sister-in-law, should I inform her of your escapades? Seeing Xiao Chenhao's unabashed merriment, Xiao Chenxuan realized he had been thoroughly humiliated. With a newfound determination to help his brother shed some weight, he secretly vowed, "Very well. If you desire ice cream, I shall ensure you consume it until you are thoroughly stuffed." Casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Chenhao, Xiao Chenxian promptly rose, quickly washed up, and ordered his guards to prevent anyone from entering his chambers without his permission, including the esteemed Prince Hui. Afterward, Xiao Chenxian had all the ice blocks from the ice cellar of the Ji Prince's residence transported to the palace, where he began his meticulous preparations for ice making. To entice Xiao Chenhao into trying the ice made from nitrate, Xiao Chenxian initially crafted several popsicles for the guards to sample. Hoping to whet Xiao Chenhao's appetite for the ice cream he had so carefully prepared. Once the ice cream was ready, Xiao Chenxian feigned nonchalance and began instructing Wang Xian on the art of ice cream making. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenhao, already enticed by the prospect of a treat, could hardly wait to indulge. Observing his dear friend nearly finished with his portion, Xiao Chenxian paused his instruction and approached Xiao Chenhao with a sly grin. Feigning concern as he gently inquired, "Little fatty, is it to your liking?" "Brother, it's absolutely delightful. I shall never fear the heat again." "Ha ha. This ice cream is refreshingly exquisite. Brother, may I have another?" Xiao Chenhao exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied and eager for more. "Is that so?" A mischievous smile crept across Xiao Chenxuan's face as he ignored Xiao Chenhao and summoned a maid, instructing her, "Prepare a special toilet just for Prince Hui. Remember, it is exclusively for him." The maid, perplexed, wondered at the necessity of a personal toilet in a residence bustling with so many people. "My lord, why?" "Do not question, simply follow my orders," he retorted, prompting her to comply. Xiao Chenhao, bewildered, stared at his brother, pondering why a special toilet was being prepared for him. The toilets in the Ji Prince's residence were shared among many, accommodating up to 8 individuals at once. His face reflected a myriad of questions. "Brother, what is the meaning of this? Why prepare a toilet just for me?" "Wait and see," Xiao Chenxian replied cryptically, patting Xiao Chenhao on the shoulder with a knowing glance before briskly leaving the residence to oversee the training of his guards. Left in confusion, Xiao Chenhao wondered what his brother meant. He had not even received another serving of ice cream. What a letdown. He called out to Wang Xian. "Wang Xian, have you learned all that my lord has taught you? If so, get me another serving of ice cream." "What nonsense is this?" Wang Xian, feeling embarrassed, recalled Xiao Chenxuan's instructions before leaving. He had been told that if Prince Hui requested ice cream, he should also prepare the toilet for him. Now, he was at a loss for how to respond. After a long pause, Wang Xian stammered, "Prince Hui." "Your Highness," my lord said. Frustrated by Wang Xian's stuttering, Xiao Chenhao could hardly contain his anger. "Is it so difficult to make ice cream? Why are you hesitating? Your lord is a prince. Am I not one as well? Hurry up." Wang Xian, usually reticent, grew agitated and blurted out Xiao Chenxuan's instructions. "Your Highness," my lord said, "if I were to make you ice cream, it would likely only be delivered to the toilet." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenhao's anger erupted. "What? You insolent peasant! How dare you insult me? I have had enough of your insolence." Seeing Prince Hui's fury, Wang Xian became increasingly anxious, his voice trembling. "Your Highness, I..." As Wang Xian struggled to articulate his thoughts, Xiao Chenhao, still preoccupied with his desire for ice cream, clutched his stomach and shouted, "Quick, take me to the toilet. My stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself." Wang Xian, fearing further delay, hastily assisted Xiao Chenhao toward the toilet. Little did Xiao Chenhao realize that misfortune indeed arose from his own words. Merely mocking his brother had set him on a path of torment for the next 2 days. Chapter 71. The Return of the Twin Kings. His Highness Prince Ji. The Emperor has issued a decree commanding all princes to accompany His Highness Prince Qi out of the city at dawn tomorrow to welcome our king and His Highness Prince Yu. Is it true that third brother and fourth brother have arrived? Xiao Chenxian expressed his astonishment. The news of the interception of Wang Wu and Wang Yu had only recently reached Jingchu, and now they were returning. Truly, they are the pride of the Chu royal family. Their swiftness is beyond compare. With their return, will Jingchu witness a grand spectacle? If so, I shall be treated to a marvelous show. These two are like tigers with sharp fangs, not at all like the docile cats within the imperial city. I wonder if these tigers will bite. Indeed, Your Highness should prepare early tomorrow to join the ministers in welcoming the two princes, the attendant reminded. Xiao Chenxuan nodded, eager to behold these legendary figures and their formidable presence. He promptly assured he would arrive on time and handed a silver ingot to the messenger. The next day, Wang Wu, Xiao Chenxuan, awaited Wang Yu's arrival on the road. As soon as Wang Yu appeared, Wang Wu erupted into laughter, mockingly addressing him. "Huh, third brother. How cowardly you are. A mere band of rascals has reduced you to such a state. Where is the valiant third brother I know from the battlefield? Oh, fourth brother, your tongue is quite sharp. If not for third brother knowing you are a seasoned general, I might mistake you for a shrew." Wang Yu, Xiao Chenwu, retorted without hesitation, kicking the burden of his ambush towards Wang Wu. "Third brother, you jest. Do I resemble someone who would ambush you? If I wanted to, do you think your loyal followers could stop me?" Wang Wu waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Oh, fourth brother, you're jesting. My men are no pushovers. Even if faced with a mountain tiger, they could surely pluck its fur. But I fail to comprehend how so many men from Liang could infiltrate unnoticed under your watch." Wang Yu straightened his back, boldly responding, "In truth, I am merely putting on a fade. I know very well I cannot withstand you. For you could fend off 1,000,000 troops from Liang with just a mere 100,000. Yet, I cannot admit defeat. Hee, I do not fully grasp this situation. I am here waiting for you, third brother, to analyze together who wishes to see us gone." Wang Wu remarked candidly. "Haha, fourth brother's words intrigue me. Who possesses such audacity to deploy so many cloaked figures and enlist the Liang army to eliminate us? The cost must be substantial." Wang Wu mused. "Third brother, your words suggest someone wishes to eliminate you, which implies your worth. If we were mere fools, who would bother to act against us?" Wang Yu chimed in. "Haha, fourth brother speaks wisely. It seems we are indeed obstructing someone's ambitions. Regardless, in this world, we should prioritize unity to aid our father in uniting the realm. Those who act in such a manner will not achieve greatness. You need not dwell on it, third brother. Fourth brother's reasoning is sound. Yet some may believe that to defend against external threats, one must first secure the interior," Wang Wu replied. "Third brother, you worry too much. Regardless of who they are. Should we fear? Let them come," Wang Yu declared boldly, enjoying the camaraderie with his brother. "Let us go. Some may be growing impatient." "Haha, you speak rightly, third brother. After you," Wang Wu responded, as Wang Wu and Wang Yu rode their majestic steeds, clad in gleaming silver armor. They exuded an imposing presence. Upon the arrival of Prince Qi and the others, they simultaneously pulled on the reins, causing their horses to neigh before coming to a halt. Their retinue stood in perfect formation, resembling an army. Upon dismounting, the two princes approached Prince Qi. "Greetings, second imperial brother," they both bowed respectfully. "Third brother, fourth brother, you have endured great hardships guarding the borders for so long. I am deeply concerned about your encounter with the ambushers. Father has sent me to lead our brothers and ministers in welcoming you back. He has also arranged a banquet in the palace tonight to celebrate your return and ease your worries. Second imperial brother, you are too kind. To serve the great cause of Chu, I would not hesitate to defend our borders or even die in battle," Wang Wu proclaimed, embodying the spirit of a true patriot. "Fourth brother speaks wisely. Expanding our territory and alleviating our father's burdens is our duty as loyal subjects. There is no need to speak of hardship," Wang Yu added. Concealed among the crowd, Xiao Chenxuan realized that the notion of Wang Yu being solely a warrior lacking in literary skill was a misconception. Beneath his rugged exterior lay depth and acumen. As for Wang Wu, Xiao Chenxuan mused that had he not been a prince, he might never have encountered such a commanding presence. Indeed, third brother and fourth brother are correct. We brothers should unite our efforts to assist our father in unifying the realm, Prince Qi declared, stepping forward as the crown prince of Chu. "Your words ring true. Second imperial brother," the other princes echoed. Prince Qi nodded and expressed concern for Wang Yu. "Third brother, I have procured a special ginseng pill for your recovery. Though it may appear ordinary, it is quite beneficial for treating hidden ailments. You should try it. While I cannot guarantee a complete cure, it should alleviate some of your battlefield injuries. Second imperial brother, you are excessively courteous. I shall accept it," Wang Yu replied, taking the ginseng pill and consuming it without hesitation in front of everyone. "Third brother is so forthright, not even fearing any tricks," Prince Qi jested. "We, your brothers, have grown up under your watchful eye. How could you harm us?" Wang Yu praised. "Haha, third brother is indeed refreshing. Today, I shall drink with both of you." Prince Qi declared. Certainly. We shall toast to you, second imperial brother, Wang Wu affirmed. Absolutely. Prince Qi responded, glancing at the sky. The sun is upon us. Father awaits in the palace for your return. Let us not linger and head back. Following second imperial brother's lead, they agreed. King Wu and King Yu promptly responded. And only then did the crowd follow King Qi in a grand procession back towards the imperial palace. Chapter 72 Doubt? King Wu, King Yu. During the banquet, the Emperor of Chu, seated at the head of the table, expressed great joy upon the safe return of his two sons to Jingchu, calling out directly. My sons are here. Upon hearing the Emperor's summons, both King Wu and King Yu promptly rose and responded with a respectful gesture. The Emperor gazed upon his sons, his countenance filled with delight, for among his 18 offspring, these two seldom caused him worry. They consistently prioritized the welfare of the state, alleviating many of his burdens, which brought him immense satisfaction. He raised his wine cup and addressed them. You both have valiantly defended our borders for many years, repelling the Liang and Han armies, thus rescuing our Chu from peril. Your contributions are invaluable, particularly you, Qian, who led a mere 100,000 soldiers against a million-strong Liang force. I am deeply gratified. Come, let us toast together. Thank you, Father, the two sons replied respectfully, raising their cups. After drinking, the Emperor set down his cup and spoke with a hint of melancholy. This recent verbal agreement among the 7 kingdoms has allowed the young talents of each nation to focus on hunting, leading to a temporary truce. It was my desire to have you both return to Jingchu to rest. Yet I did not anticipate that my longing would lead to an attempt on your lives during your journey. This nearly filled me with lifelong regret. Rest assured, my sons, I will uncover the culprits and assuage your anger. With these words, the Emperor's expression turned fierce, and he scanned the room filled with princes, causing them to lower their heads in fear. Thank you, Father. Such insignificant thieves need not trouble you. My brother and I have returned safely, have we not? King Wu stood again, his expression earnest. Thank you, Father. What my fourth brother says is true. Such trifles should not burden you. King Yu stood as well, casting a glance at King Wu, silently suggesting they handle the matter themselves. King Wu nodded in understanding. Upon hearing his son's words, the Emperor suddenly erupted with laughter. You two truly embody the pride of the Chu royal family. With such magnanimity, how could I worry about the world's peace? Father, you flatter us. They responded with a bow. Enough. I am somewhat weary. Now that you have returned to Jingchu, enjoy some merriment with your brothers, the Emperor declared, rising to leave. The others followed suit, bowing to the Emperor's retreating figure, offering their respectful farewells. Once the Emperor departed, the atmosphere of the banquet became considerably livelier. The princes engaged in mutual toasts, while numerous ministers also raised their cups in honor of King Wu and King Yu, showering them with compliments. However, Xiao Chenxuan sat alone in a corner, feeling rather isolated, as his good brother Xiao Chenxuan was still at his residence, unwell. Just then, King Yu approached him, holding a cup of wine and laughing heartily. Is that not my 8th brother? Why do you sit apart from the others? Are you troubled, fearing that your drunken confessions might slip out? Surprised by King Yu's approach, Xiao Chenxuan responded, 3rd brother, you jest. I have no thoughts to reveal. I merely possess a low tolerance for alcohol, thus I do not dare to drink with my esteemed brothers. Hearing his words, King Yu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Upon returning to Jingchu, he had heard much about this seemingly inconspicuous 8th brother, known for his poetic talents, military prowess, and remarkable skills in amassing wealth, including his ownership of the renowned tavern and the wine served at the banquet, 3 days drunk. Brother, you jest. Is not this 3 days drunk a product of your esteemed residence? Xiao Chenxuan was even more astonished. He had not anticipated that the seemingly rough King Yu would take notice of him so soon after his return and be so well informed about his affairs. If 3rd brother desires, I can provide ample supplies of the finest wine from my estate. Then I shall not be polite. Come, let us drink, 8th brother. King Yu laughed heartily, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp before wobbling back to his seat. To 3rd brother, Xiao Chenxuan raised his cup as well, clinking it with King Yu's before consuming its contents. After sitting for a moment, King Yu appeared to contemplate deeply before speaking again. 8th brother, what is your perspective on our brotherhood? The inquiry from King Yu caused Xiao Chenxuan a headache. He was uncertain how to respond. I do not grasp 3rd brother's intentions. I only know that we brothers must unite, showcase our abilities, and relieve our father's burdens to achieve the unification of our Chu state. Haha, you speak wisely, eighth brother. This aligns with my thoughts. I have indulged a bit too much and find myself uncertain about a matter. Would it be appropriate for us to discuss it? At this moment, King Yu feigned inebriation as he probed Xiao Chenxuan. Speak freely, third brother. I harbor no reservations. King Yu laughed heartily, giving Xiao Chenxuan a thumbs up before continuing. It is said that you possess vast knowledge, eighth brother. I have a matter that perplexes me. Might you assist me in analyzing it? Xiao Chenxuan felt bewildered, uncertain of what King Yu intended to discuss. If I am aware of it, I shall speak candidly. King Yu nodded, sitting up straight, and quietly inquired, eighth brother, do you think any among our brothers could have orchestrated the ambush against me? Shocked, Xiao Chenxuan's face briefly displayed anger, followed by a sly smile. Internally, he thought, how dare you attempt to outsmart me? Leaning closer to King Yu, he spoke softly. I know not of others' intentions, but if I were to conspire against you and fourth brother, you would not merely face peril, you would meet certain death, tenfold. Do you believe me? At these words, King Yu's drunkenness dissipated, and he turned to examine Xiao Chenxuan's serious demeanor. Sweat began to bead on King Yu's forehead as his heart raced, as though facing a formidable army. After a long pause, King Yu gradually regained his composure, contemplating the strength of his seemingly inconspicuous eighth brother, who could threaten both himself and fourth brother with such certainty. He glanced back at Xiao Chenxuan, who appeared unfazed, casually enjoying his meal, seemingly unthreatening. Embarrassed, King Yu forced a smile and feigned calmness. Oh, eighth brother, do you possess such abilities? Xiao Chenxuan laughed heartily, then casually remarked, third brother, do you wish to know the answer? If so, come to my residence tomorrow, and I shall show you an object that reveals how life and death can hinge upon a mere moment. With that, Xiao Chenxuan exuded confidence, tearing a chicken leg apart as if it were a human. In the aftermath of the impulsive exchange, Xiao Chenxuan thought, fortunately, I have gunpowder. Creating a makeshift explosive is feasible. As for the gunpowder, I am certain that once I settle the Zhu brothers, even the heavens themselves could not replicate it in such a short time. Hence, I need not fear exposing my strength and providing others with opportunities. Moreover, given my plan to assist Zhang Laosan in blasting through the mountains, I have resolved to demonstrate the power of thunder to King Yu tomorrow, ensuring he understands that I am not one to be doubted lightly. Chapter 73. The reappearance of Yangjiang General Sima. Have you ascertained the facts? In the Wu Wang residence, Xiao Chenxuan inquired of the guard captain, Sima Feiyun. As your highness anticipated, the circumstances surrounding the death of Minister Yang are indeed suspicious. Sima Feiyun replied, bowing his head respectfully. Oh, what is so suspicious? The Wu Wang appeared quite troubled. Yang Bing had been flaunting his association with the Wu Wang, making it known to all the high officials of Jingchu that he was an ally. Yet this detestable Yang Bing had been abusing his authority to secretly sell military supplies to foreign nations, embezzling military funds internally, and providing subpar equipment to the border troops. Meanwhile, I remained oblivious to his misdeeds, far away at the frontier. Now that Yang Bing is dead, I have been made his scapegoat. It is likely that many in Jingchu, ignorant of the truth, believe that I had a significant hand in Yang Bing's corrupt dealings. The sins of Yang Bing are grievous, and his suicide only solidifies my resolve to uncover the truth upon my return to Jingchu, thus proving my innocence to my father. Your Highness, on the surface, Minister Yang's demise is attributed to his foolish son, Yang Jiang, who repeatedly harassed a courtesan, offending King Ji. Consequently, Minister Yang filed a complaint with His Majesty to seek justice for his beloved son, inciting King Ji's wrath and leading to this whole debacle. However, the reality is more complex. It was Pei Xiang and others who instigated this situation, prompting His Majesty to investigate Minister Yang. Upon investigation, a substantial amount of unaccounted official silver was discovered in Minister Yang's estate. It was then that Minister Yang voluntarily confessed to various crimes, including the trafficking of military supplies. Subsequently, we are unsure of what Pei Xiang communicated to him, but it ultimately led Minister Yang to commit suicide by crashing through his door. Sima Feiyun relayed the findings to Wu Wang Xiao Chenxuan without hesitation. Ah, as you say, that old scoundrel Pei Zhixing is brazenly betraying me. It seems that Yang Bing's death was merely a convenient resolution for Pei Zhixing and his ilk, who feared that Yang Bing's inept son might provoke King Ji again, eventually bringing disaster upon us. Otherwise, I find it hard to comprehend why so many in the Ministry of War would follow Yang Bing to their deaths. But Pei Zhixing dares to openly betray me and eliminate Yang Bing, attempting to drag me down with him. Who is his hidden master? Wu Wang Xiao Chenxuan was utterly perplexed as to why his two generals would betray him and engage in mutual slaughter without fear of retribution. By the way, Your Highness, during the fall of the Yang estate, Minister Yang's son, Yang Jiang, was absent. It is said that at that time, Yang Jiang had both legs severed and was unconscious. During the search of the Yang estate by the Dali Temple, Yang Jiang was not found. Oh, did the Dali Temple not report this to His Majesty? Xiao Chenxuan's confusion deepened. Yang Bing had committed a crime warranting the extermination of his entire clan, and yet, Yang Jiang, a living person, had vanished. Why did my father not initiate a search for him? Your Highness, the memorial presented by the Dali Temple stated that both Minister Yang and his son had committed suicide, and their bodies were taken away by Pei Xiang. However, I dispatched someone to investigate, and the feedback indicated that the individual taken by Pei Xiang was not Minister Yang's son. He was unrecognizable, with severed limbs, making identification impossible. Huh, how intriguing. That old scoundrel Pei Zhixing plays his tricks before my father without fear of discovery. Huh, he is not concerned about being exposed and losing his life. Humph. Wu Wang Xiao Chenxuan's expression fluctuated, and those who knew him understood that a tempest of anger was brewing within. Immediately send someone to secretly search for Yang Jiang's whereabouts. I must know who possesses the audacity to rescue him, and whether he is aware of his father's misdeeds. If he knows, I shall carry out your command. With that, Sima Feiyun swiftly departed to arrange for the search. Uncle Chong, when can I depart this dreadful place? I truly cannot endure it any longer. Not only am I forced to consume porridge daily, but this wretched dwelling, whenever it rains, becomes utterly unbearable. I cannot bear to stay here even for a day longer. The most perilous places are often the safest. No one could have imagined that the missing Yang Jiang was presently hidden in a small cottage near the Yang estate, being cared for by a man named Chang Jiao. Chang Jiao promptly interrupted. Young master, you have just begun to stand on your legs. You must not act recklessly. Besides, who in Jingchu does not recognize you? The moment you step out, the Emperor of Chu will surely dispatch people to apprehend you. If you fall into the Emperor's hands, you will not survive. That would betray the sacrifice made by the master to save you, leading to his suicide. Young master, you cannot act impulsively, otherwise the master's death will be in vain. Tears welled in Yang Jiang's disfigured face as he gritted his teeth and sobbed. Young master? Huh, what young master is there? My father is gone, and I have committed a crime warranting the extermination of my clan. In this dilapidated shack, I cannot even step outside, let alone be a young master. Huh. Chang Jiao attempted to console him. Young master, you must not think this way. The world is vast. How can there be such a crime? As long as you fully recover, we can immediately go to the Tianshan Empire and seek refuge with Prince Zhao Yangyong. With Prince Zhao's protection, we will have the opportunity to avenge the master and eliminate that scoundrel, King Ji Xiao Chenxuan, if given the chance. You can also reveal the secrets of the Chu kingdom to Prince Zhao, which may lead to its downfall. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiang wiped his tears with his sleeve and forced a smile, before gritting his teeth and declaring, Yes, we will seek refuge with Uncle. We must go to Tianshan and ally with Uncle. Only then can we kill that bastard Xiao Chenxuan. It is all because of that scoundrel. If it were not for him, how could my father have been implicated? How could my estate have been destroyed? I will certainly kill him. If he does not die, my hatred will remain unresolved. Uncle Chong, you must help me. I know you are skilled in martial arts. You must find a way to take me to Tianshan. Once there, help me capture him. I want to personally carve him to pieces. As Chang Jiao observed Yang Jiang's twisted expression and his gestures reminiscent of a killer, a chill ran down his spine. Yet, in order to fulfill his master's directive, Chang Jiao understood that he must escort this young master to Tianshan, providing him the chance to create turmoil for King Ji, preferably by repeatedly attempting to assassinate him. Rest assured, young master, the master was always generous to me, Chang Jiao. No matter how arduous or challenging it may be, we must avenge the master. However, gazing at the shabby hut and his half-eaten bowl of porridge, Yang Jiang began to cry again. Uncle Chong, how can we reach Tianshan? It is so far away. With the Yang estate destroyed and my father gone, how can we afford the journey? Money? The master had long made arrangements. As long as you, Yang Jiang, remain alive and reach Tianshan with the opportunity to assassinate King Ji, money shall follow. There is no need for concern. Fear not, young master. The master left behind wealth for you. I simply have not had the opportunity to retrieve it. Once I do, we shall leave." Upon hearing that his father had left behind money for him, Yang Zhang's venomous gaze swept over Chang Jiu's face as he silently pondered. "Money that does not provide me with good food or shelter, forcing me to drink porridge daily in this wretched hut. Once I reach Tianshan, the first to die will be you, Chang Jiu." Little did Chang Jiu know that the stray dog before him had already marked him for death. Chapter 74. The relinquishment of the crown by King Yu the Knight was abruptly shattered by two thunderous booms, akin to the earth itself turning over, breaking the profound silence of Jingshu. Countless citizens were awakened by this sudden cacophony, some even raising their voices in confusion. How odd it is to hear thunder without a flash of lightning. Indeed, when the thunder struck, I felt as if the ground trembled beneath me, a woman exclaimed. "Did you feel that, dear?" "Yes, even the bed shook when you turned." "How intolerable. Am I truly that heavy?" A man chuckled. An elderly man, addressing his companion, remarked, "How strange. After living for decades, this is the first time I have heard thunder that rattles the ground." His companion replied, Yes, and yet, there is only thunder, with no lightning in sight. This summer is peculiar. It's sweltering before the season has even arrived. Now we hear thunder, but see no rain." At that moment, Yang Jiang, who had been sound asleep, was jolted awake by the thunder, his body drenched in cold sweat. As he opened his eyes, he was haunted by the visage of Xiao Chenxuan, which seemed to materialize before him like a ghost. "What is it, young master?" asked Chang Jiu, who had also been roused by the noise. Upon hearing the question, Yang Jiang replied, his voice trembling, "No, Uncle Chang, we must leave swiftly. I am terrified. Just now, I imagined that scoundrel Xiao Chenxuan's face appearing before me, his eyes looking as if they wished to devour me. It was terrifying. I must escape this cursed place." Chang Jiu shot Yang Jiang a disbelieving glance. Is the King of Ji truly that frightening? It was merely a nightmare, no need for such alarm. However, he thought to himself, throughout history, good omens have often proven futile while ill omens have borne fruit. If the King of Ji were to discover Yang Jiang's ineptitude, their plans would be in jeopardy. Yang Jiang was now capable of walking, so it would be wise to head to Tianshan Xindu without delay to avoid any further complications. "Very well, young master. Try to rest a little longer. I will make preparations for our departure at dawn." Hearing this, Yang Jiang finally relaxed his tense nerves, responding, "All right, Uncle Chang." As Chang Jiu prepared to exit, Yang Jiang seemed to remember something and called out loudly, "Uncle Chang, didn't you say my father left me a sum of money? Be sure to take it all. Otherwise, my life in Tianshan Xindu will be far from pleasant." Chang Jiu shook his head, bemused by Yang Jiang's preoccupation with money even in such dire circumstances. "Rest assured, young master, I will carry it with me." With that, Yang Jiang sighed with relief and drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, not far from Jian'an, Xiao Chenxuan was also startled by the explosive thunder. Rubbing his ears before addressing the man beside him, "How do you see it, third brother? If I do not wish for you to return to Jingshu, do you think you could manage to come back?" At that moment, King Yu, Xiao Chenwu, was rendered speechless, not by the explosion but by the astounding capabilities of his brother, Xiao Chenxuan. It took a considerable time for him to collect his thoughts. In the dim light, King Yu scrutinized Xiao Chenxuan, silently pondering. "My eighth brother is incredibly formidable. To summon heavenly thunder, obliterating a small mountain with a single strike. If it truly were him wishing to prevent my return, I would likely be reduced to nothingness. Eighth brother, how did you accomplish this?" Even third brother couldn't comprehend the thunder. All he saw was a flash of fire, and then, boom, that mountain was gone. Xiao Chenxuan laughed heartily, brushing off the dust from his clothing, responding enigmatically, "Third brother, some matters I cannot explain, but know this, I bear no ill will towards you." Seeing that Xiao Chenxuan was unwilling to elaborate, Xiao Chenwu suppressed his curiosity and turned his gaze back to the flattened mountain. After a moment, King Yu looked up at the pitch-black sky and reflected, both second and fourth brothers believe they possess the strength to vie for the crown prince position. How laughable. They remain oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of my eighth brother, we are likely inconsequential. He can summon heavenly thunder. Can we withstand such force? King Yu shook his head before inquiring, "Eighth brother, I do not comprehend why you wish for me to remain here at night." Xiao Chenxuan interrupted, laughing, "Third brother, there are matters I prefer to keep from too many eyes. I trust you, and that is why I have shown you this. Otherwise, Xiao Chenxuan had orchestrated this spectacle to astonish Xiao Chenwu, having instructed the Zhu Lei brothers to prepare the explosives earlier that morning. They had secretly installed the devices on the small mountain, waiting for the cover of night to execute their plan. As the shock wore off, Xiao Chenwu's eyes gleamed with fervor. If my eighth brother can bring down heavenly thunder in battle, what immense destruction could it wreak? Eighth brother, since you can summon heavenly thunder, do you think it could also be called upon during the clash of armies? If so, the unification of our Chu state would be imminent. I cannot summon the thunder myself, but I can certainly create earth explosives, Xiao Chenxuan replied with a sly smile. Rest assured, third brother, once I master the use of this heavenly thunder, I will deploy it on the battlefield, Xiao Chenxuan assured him. Upon hearing this, King Yu was swept up in excitement. With such prowess in his eighth brother, the unification of Chu would surely be within reach. He envisioned enemy armies reduced to ashes before him, a scene of utter devastation. However, a moment of despair washed over him. With such capabilities, his own chances of ascending to the throne seemed bleak. He sighed deeply and turned to Xiao Chenxuan with utmost seriousness. Very well. I shall await the day you reign supreme, unifying the realm. Should you ever require assistance, I would be honored to serve as your vanguard. Cleaving through obstacles for the unification of Chu, King Yu understood his own vulnerabilities in the competition for the crown prince title. One misstep could lead to his downfall. Yet, with his eighth brother's extraordinary powers, he realized that by relinquishing his claim to the throne and joining forces with him, he could still partake in the grand contest among the lords. With this thought, King Yu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Even the dust-laden air around him felt rejuvenated. Xiao Chenxuan's eyes widened in astonishment at King Yu's sincerity. Could it be that he is truly intimidated and wishes to become my subordinate? Ah, third brother, I do not quite grasp your intent, Xiao Chenxuan confessed. King Yu laughed heartily, addressing Xiao Chenxuan with genuine warmth. From now on, you shall call me third brother. We are siblings. There is no need for formality. Trust in me, for every word I speak is sincere. I genuinely look forward to fighting alongside you for the unification of our Chu state. Seeing the earnestness in King Yu's demeanor, Xiao Chenxuan finally understood the truth in the saying, political power arises from the barrel of a gun. It was remarkable that a seasoned warrior like King Yu could now lean on him for support. Indeed, third brother, we are brothers, and there shall be no formality between us. As long as you trust me, I shall not disappoint you. The King of Yu patted Xiao Chenxuan on the shoulder and said, how could third brother not trust eighth brother? From now on, whatever eighth brother wishes to pursue, I shall support him discreetly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenxuan readily replied, very well, let us restore this world to a state of clarity. Come, eighth brother, let us return to the manor for a drink. The seemingly rugged yet deeply thoughtful King of Yu, a man who could embrace both gain and loss, had resolved not to partake in the struggle for the throne. His spirits lifted, and upon hearing Xiao Chenxuan's invitation to drink, he burst into laughter, saying, let us go. I have long craved the pig-slaughtering feast and the 3-day revelry at your manor. Tonight, let us immerse ourselves in brotherly intoxication. Chapter 75. Poisoning from beast charcoal. Xiao Chenxuan was quite disheartened. The King of Yu was utterly unscrupulous, proclaiming that he would drink until he dropped, and indeed he did, collapsing in the bathroom. Fortunately, the vigilant guards of his royal residence discovered him in time. Otherwise, he might have spent the night peacefully slumbering in the restroom. Rising from his slumber, Xiao Chenxuan rubbed his forehead and sipped a bit of hangover soup before stepping out of his chamber. Little did he know, upon entering the grand hall of the palace, he was startled by the disheveled appearance of old Zhang San. The butler, Wang Fugui, was equally disheveled. Pacing about the hall during a meeting, Xiao Chenxuan promptly approached and inquired, Old Wang, what has transpired? Hearing his lord's query, the butler noticed that his master had appeared beside him without his knowledge. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his forehead and replied, My lord, it is dire news. Many villagers from General Village, having heard some rumors about this beast charcoal being suitable for cooking, rushed to excavate it without informing village chief Zhang. Today, many villagers have succumbed to this charcoal poisoning, and I am quite worried. What is this beast charcoal? I have never heard of it. Is it used for cooking? It cannot possibly be coal, can it? Xiao Chenxuan frowned and asked, Is anyone dead? Upon hearing the crown prince's inquiry, old Zhang San, with a quivering voice, responded, It is fortunate that thanks to your royal house, the butler immediately summoned the physicians from your estate to treat the villagers, saving their lives. Otherwise, The consequences could have been unfathomable. Thank heavens there were no fatalities. But why do you two look so mournful? Xiao Chenxuan pressed further. Since there were no deaths, why the long faces? He inquired. The butler, Wang Fugui, replied, My lord, I fear for the ignorance of the village children who may unwittingly use this beast charcoal. Xiao Chenxuan was perplexed. If this beast charcoal could cause poisoning, wouldn't it suffice to warn the children? He then asked, What is this toxic charcoal? Hastily, old Zhang San retrieved a small piece of charcoal from a pouch behind him and murmured, My lord, it is this, seeing the potato-sized piece of charcoal. Xiao Chenxuan burst into laughter. Meanwhile, both the butler and old Zhang San were bewildered. Why was the crown prince laughing when villagers were suffering from poisoning, and some nearly lost their lives? Why do you laugh, my lord? Old Zhang San queried, somewhat annoyed yet curious about the crown prince's reaction. I say, you old man, you possess a treasure yet are unaware of its value. Ha. Xiao Chenxuan remarked. My lord, surely you jest? What treasure could this beast charcoal possibly be? Old Zhang San was incredulous. Ha. Zhang, in your hands. This indeed may seem worthless or even toxic, but to me, it is a treasure. Saying this, Xiao Chenxuan reached for the beast charcoal, but before he could touch it, Wang Fugui swiftly interposed himself. My lord, it is unwise. This substance is toxic. How could you, with your noble status, dare to touch it? Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Chenxuan replied, What toxicity? This charcoal holds great potential. Quickly inform me. Where can I find this charcoal mountain? Relieved to hear his lord's enthusiasm, Wang Fugui recounted, My lord, it is the small mountain behind General Village, owned by the Su family. Today, upon learning of the villagers' charcoal poisoning, Sima Yu contacted Su Shangshu, and General Chun led a team to bury the exposed beast charcoal. Xiao Chenxuan was speechless. While he was contemplating mining, Yu Gang and Qin Juanxi had buried the exposed coal that required no labor to extract. However, upon realizing the coal mine was not his own but belonged to the old fox Su Jingya, he felt a pang of frustration. If he wished to acquire this mine, he would inevitably have to negotiate with that cunning old man. Wait, isn't Su Jingya as Sun Su Song? I seem to have frightened him before. It appears I must enlist my good brother Xiao Chenhao to handle this. Perhaps we can lure him to the Wanhuaguo and persuade him to sell the coal mountain to us. Sighing, Xiao Chenxuan pondered if his good brother had been cursing him for the past few days due to his recent illness. If he had indeed developed a grudge, perhaps offering him a share of the coal would pacify him. With a newfound clarity, Xiao Chenxuan was exhilarated, eager to inspect the coal mountain and assess its worth. Turning to Wang Fugui, he commanded, Let us go. Take me there swiftly. Eighth brother, what has transpired? Just as Xiao Chenxuan finished speaking, the voice of the King of Chu, Xiao Chenwu, echoed. Oh, third brother has awakened. Ha. I was just about to inspect a treasure. Since you are awake, let us go together. Upon hearing the word treasure, the King of Chu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What treasure could possibly be of such urgency to the extravagant prince, Xiao Chenxuan? What treasure is it that has you in such a rush? Xiao Chenwu inquired. Xiao Chenxuan, maintaining an air of mystery, replied, Come, you will understand when we arrive. The King of Chu teased. Oh, it must be something splendid. Let us go? I am eager to discover what treasure has stirred the affluent prince into such a flurry. Before long, the group arrived at the base of the coal mountain, a site of darkness where coal protruded visibly from the earth. Observing the people burying the exposed coal, the King of Chu was perplexed. Surely, this beast charcoal could not be the promised treasure. There were plenty of such coals near their defenses against the Han army. Eighth brother, is this beast charcoal indeed the treasure you speak of? Xiao Chenxuan laughed heartily. Ha. Third brother, you are correct. It is indeed this beast charcoal. Upon realizing that the beast charcoal was the treasure his younger brother spoke of, the King of Chu's interest waned instantly. I had anticipated something of greater value. This beast charcoal is worthless and even more inferior than wood, which can be used for cooking without the risk of poisoning. Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback. Who would dare claim that coal was inferior to wood? However, seeing the disappointed expression on the King of Chu's face, he quickly understood. In this era, people did not know how to utilize coal. They merely used it for cooking, extinguishing it immediately after the meal. Consequently, the coal never had the chance to burn fully, merely singeing its surface, making it appear less useful than wood. The toxicity from coal was evident. It had only burned superficially, resulting in the production of carbon monoxide, leading to poisoning. Gazing at the vast coal mine before him, Xiao Chenxuan felt elated. What others deemed useless beast charcoal appeared to him as a treasure trove. However, he first needed to obtain it from the crafty Su Jingye, and then devise a way to make this coal acceptable to the common folk. Whispering to the King of Chu, he said, "Ha ha, third brother, you are unaware. The beast charcoal you speak of is, to me, akin to a mountain of gold and silver." "What? Eighth brother, are you certain you are not jesting?" The King of Chu was incredulous. Xiao Chenxuan nodded affirmatively and proclaimed, "Let us go, eighth brother. Summon the plump fellow and have him bring Su Jingye's foolish son to Wanhuaguo. We shall find a way to secure this coal for ourselves." Upon hearing his younger brother's words, the King of Chu was left speechless. So, the wealth of the Prince of Jin was acquired through cunning schemes? Chapter 76. Turning stone into gold. Upon returning to the Duke of G's residence, Xiao Chenxuan and his companion were met with the sight of the haggard Xiao Chenhao, whose pale lips and ashen complexion suggested he was suffering greatly as he lay in bed. Upon noticing Xiao Chenxuan's arrival, Xiao Chenhao's bloodshot eyes glimmered with an uncontrollable fury, and he erupted in a loud tirade. "Xiao Chenxuan, you scoundrel! You've caused me to suffer for 2 days with this stomach ailment, and I will not let this go." Xiao Chenxuan struggled to suppress his laughter at the sight of his friend, who had visibly lost weight due to his distress, knowing that any hint of amusement could provoke Xiao Chenhao into a fit of rage. "Oh, my dear friend, you are taking this too far. I devised this method solely to assist you in shedding those excess pounds. Yet here you are, berating me. How can you not appreciate my heartfelt intentions? Does your conscience not ache?" Xiao Chenhao, consumed by anger, paid no heed to notions of conscience and retaliated. "You have humiliated me and now dare to speak of conscience? Look at me. Do you feel any remorse at all?" He broke down in tears, which stirred a sense of guilt within Xiao Chenxuan, prompting him to speak. "Little fatty, what are you thinking? Your discomfort brings me sorrow as well. Look, I have come to share some good news with you, if you will believe it." Though skeptical of his brother's words, Xiao Chenhao managed to inquire, "What good news could possibly come from you, the heartless one? If you do not reveal something of merit today, I swear I shall never forgive you." Xiao Chenxuan quickly responded, "Come now, little fatty. What of trust between friends? If you have doubts, why not ask third brother?" It was then that Xiao Chenhao realized he had been so focused on his grievances with Xiao Chenxuan that he had overlooked the presence of their third brother. Embarrassed, he wiped his tears and forced a wry smile. "Oh, third brother, have you come to see my misfortune as well?" The Duke of Chu surveyed the weary Xiao Chenhao, shot a glare at Xiao Chenxuan, and teased, "Little 18, you look quite handsome now that you've shed some weight. Your features are more defined, and you are not worse off than your older brother. It seems the young ladies of Jingshu may soon find themselves enamored with you." At the mention of young ladies being enamored with him, Xiao Chenhao's previous anguish vanished, and he sat up, brimming with excitement. "Really? Third brother, do I truly look good now that I've lost weight?" "Absolutely. Just ask your older brother." The Duke of Chu chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Xiao Chenxuan, bring me a mirror. If I truly look handsome now, I shall forgive you. Otherwise, I swear we shall never speak again." Xiao Chenxuan, knowing his friend's words were said in anger, eagerly fetched a mirror. "Here, take a look. This is all for your benefit." As Xiao Chenhao gazed into the mirror, he noted the clearer contours of his face and the absence of his previously chubby cheeks. Despite his pallor, he found himself quite dashing. He grinned foolishly, exclaiming, I look truly handsome. I even resemble our father a bit. Well, perhaps I am still a tad overweight. I have made up my mind. For the sake of the young ladies of Jingshu, I shall commit to weight loss." Xiao Chenxuan was at a loss for words. A boy of 13 or 14, weighing 170 to 180 pounds, had only lost a mere 20 pounds after days of distress. What was this newfound confidence? He shook his head in disbelief. Of course, who else could it be but you, little fatty? Indignant at being called little fatty once more, Xiao Chenhao protested loudly. "From this day forth, you shall not refer to me as little fatty. I also care for my dignity. Am I still fat?" Xiao Chenxuan and their third brother exchanged glances, opting to remain silent. Xiao Chenhao touched his own cheeks and then inquired, "By the way, brother, what was that good news you mentioned earlier?" I almost forgot." Xiao Chenxuan had thought his friend had forgotten his previous words about good fortune. "Little 18. It is as follows. I have discovered that beast coal has great potential and can earn us a fortune, and I thought of you." Xiao Chenhao was skeptical. "You truly believe I would fall for such a ruse? You lift a leg, and I know you need to relieve yourself. Speak plainly, what do you want from me?" "But mind you, I refuse to be shortchanged or deceived." Xiao Chenxuan was taken aback by his friend's newfound shrewdness. Could it be that a bout of illness had sharpened his wits? Well, I know you're a crafty businessman at heart, but what is it you truly desire? Nothing too complicated. Just persuade Su Song to sell us the coal mountain at the head of General Village. That's all you need to do, Xiao Chenxuan replied directly. Are you certain it is that simple? Xiao Chenhao asked. Indeed, it is that simple. Really? Is it truly that straightforward? Absolutely, just ask third brother. Xiao Chenhua nodded. Although he was unaware of Xiao Chenxian's intentions regarding the beast coal, he recognized his brother's desire to outsmart Su Jingya's family. Fine. For third brother's sake. I shall trust you. However, but what? Xiao Chenxian was caught off guard by his brother's cunning nature. Brothers must be fair with each other. You must allocate the shares properly, or else I swear I shall bring this matter to the attention of that sly old fox, Su Jingya. Do you believe me? Xiao Chenhao was well aware that his third brother might not know of Xiao Chenxuan's ability to turn waste into treasure, but he certainly did. Xiao Chenxian was infuriated, slapping Xiao Chenhao on the head with an irritated expression. Can you get this done? Just give me a straightforward answer. Seeing his brother enraged, Xiao Chenhao quickly adopted a subservient demeanor, nodding vigorously. Yes, absolutely. But you must clarify the shares first. We must be fair. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Chenxian made a decision. He would take one share, the Duke of Yu 3, and Xiao Chenhao would take 2. Any objections? The two shook their heads, knowing full well they had no grounds to oppose their father's share in this venture. Brother, enlighten me about the last time you turned stone into ice. And now you speak of turning stone into gold. I cannot fathom why you are intent on deceiving Su Song. The Duke of Yu, perplexed by the mention of turning stone into ice, rubbed his ears in disbelief and asked, What do you mean by turning stone into ice? Chapter 77. Acquiring the mountain. Young master, the envoy from the Duke of Hui has come to inform you that a banquet is being held at the Wanhua Tower, inviting you to join. Here is the invitation. In the Su residence, a young servant hurriedly approached Su Song, presenting him with an invitation bearing the Duke of Hui's name. The Duke of Hui? What could he possibly want from me? Su Song pondered, bewildered. The Duke, Xiao Chenhao, had invited him to gather at Wanhua Tower. Yet their acquaintance was tenuous at best. Their last meeting had involved a rather embarrassing incident with Yang Jiang, which had nearly ended in a confrontation. Su Song felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the grim visage of Yang Jiang and the unsettling memory of having broken his legs. The thought of the Duke's invitation sent a wave of dread through him. Was he being summoned for his demise? The young servant shook his head, revealing that no further details were provided. He too was perplexed. Why would a royal send an invitation to their young master? Did Su Song possess some hidden talent that had caught the Duke's attention? The servant had been instructed only to hope that the young master would arrive punctually. Su Song opened the invitation, and to his dismay, it was for that very evening. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned several servants and hurried out of the Su residence, making his way to Wanhua Tower with an air of trepidation. Upon arriving, drenched in sweat, Su Song was immediately greeted by Xiao Chenxian's voice. Ah, is that not young Master Su? I see you have met His Highness, the Duke of Ji. I did not expect you here as well. Seeing Duke Xiao Chenxian made Su Song's heart sink further. His father had warned him against offending the Duke, who, despite his benign appearance, was quite formidable. If it weren't for the Duke's intervention, the old official Yang might still be living a charmed life, having been intimidated by the Duke just days prior. Su Song found himself trembling uncontrollably. Haha, since it is my younger brother who has extended the invitation, please, young Master Su. Duke Xiao Chenxian laughed heartily, gesturing for him to enter. Su Song, filled with trepidation, lowered his gaze and respectfully replied, After you, Your Highness. Duke Xiao Chenxian pulled Su Song close, as if they were old friends, and led him to the reserved private room. Upon entering, they found the Duke of Yu and the Duke of Hui standing by the window, gazing intently at the bustling hall below. Duke Xiao Chenhao, in a rather undignified manner, had drool trickling down his chin, which he wiped away with his sleeve, somewhat embarrassed. Ah, young Master Su has arrived, he exclaimed. Su Song, feeling awkward, managed a strained smile and greeted the Duke of Hui. Haha, young Master Su, there is no need to be so formal. The other day, my brother and I encountered you, and while there was some unpleasantness, I find you quite agreeable. Today, I have invited my brothers to Wanhua Tower, and I specifically wanted you to join us. It would be beneficial for us to become acquainted, so we may support each other in the future. Do you not agree? Duke Xiao Chenhao said, his tone jovial. Your Highness speaks wisely, Su Song replied, though confusion clouded his thoughts. What were the three princes truly after? Surely, their interests were beyond his humble capabilities. My brother speaks the truth. Young Master Su is indeed amiable and understanding, would you not agree? Duke Xiao Chenhao added, winking playfully. Haha, my brother is right. I must admit, I am not as discerning as he. But young Master Su, we have met under rather unusual circumstances. Please, take a seat. Duke Xiao Chenxuan offered, pulling out a chair for Su Song. Su Song, feeling unworthy, immediately gestured for the three princes to sit first. Your Highness, it is an honor to be in the company of such esteemed princes. I cannot allow the Duke of Hui to treat us today. I must insist on hosting you all. To refuse my invitation would be to slap my face. Duke Xiao Chenhao feigned indignation, while secretly relishing Su Song's insistence. Su Song, standing once more, respectfully declared, to gather with three esteemed princes is a privilege that many noble families could only dream of. It would be remiss of me not to treat the Duke of Hui properly today. Understanding he must pay for the meal, Su Song was determined to uphold his reputation, lest it be said he could not hold his own in such company. Well, since you are so insistent, I shall relent. But let us not make a habit of this. Duke Xiao Chenhao sighed, feigning disappointment. Su Song, feeling awkward, called for the waiter to take their orders. But when he saw what the three princes had selected, he was taken aback. They had ordered rather ordinary dishes, which led him to realize he had misjudged their intentions. Your Highnesses are too modest. How can we dine on such simple fare? Without waiting for a reply, Su Song instructed the waiter to bring forth the finest dishes and wines available. He believed that since he was hosting, he could not be stingy, especially as these princes had shown interest in him. Young Master Su, how can we waste such provisions? It would be a shame, Duke Xiao Chenxuan interjected. Indeed, wastefulness is shameful, Su Song muttered, feeling a renewed sense of respect for the princes. As the meal commenced, Duke Xiao Chenhao inquired, Young Master Su, I have heard that the mountains adjacent to General Village belong to your family. Is that true? Su Song, momentarily perplexed, recalled the barren mountains that yielded little value. Earlier that morning, his father had mentioned that the Duke of Ji's envoy had contacted him regarding villagers from General Village foraging there and falling ill. Why would the princes inquire about these mountains? Indeed, Your Highness, those mountains are part of the Su estate. May I ask why you seek this knowledge? Duke Xiao Chenhao laughed heartily and replied, I merely wish to ascertain their ownership. Su Song, still puzzled, pressed, if it is not due to the villagers' misfortune, what is it that the Duke desires of those mountains? Duke Xiao Chenhao continued, You must understand, my relationship with my brother is quite close, and thus. Su Song interrupted, If there is something I can do for you, Your Highness, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you in any way I can. Xiao Chenhao rose and approached Su Song, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Haha, I truly require your assistance, young Master Su. Please, Your Highness, speak freely. Su Song replied respectfully, also rising to his feet. I wish to purchase several mountains from your family. It's as simple as that, Xiao Chenhao declared with unwavering resolve. Purchase mountains? Chapter 78. The two fools act up indeed. I wish to purchase the mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chenhao replied. Su Song found it perplexing that the Prince of Hui would take an interest in his family's mountains, which could yield no grain and were filled with toxic beast coal. Your Highness, I truly cannot comprehend why you would desire these mountains devoid of any worth. If you truly seek mountains, my Su family possesses other sites, resplendent in scenery and rich in streams and deer springs. If this fool only knew that the mountains he deemed worthless were as valuable as gold mines, he might just choke on his own disbelief. Xiao Chenhao chuckled heartily, maintaining a serious demeanor. Thank you, young Master Su. You know well that I share a close bond with my esteemed brother. Given my advancing years, the day of establishing my residence may be upon us. I intend to acquire those mountains of yours to build a residence, allowing me to be near my brother. It's as simple as that. Su Song, feigning enlightenment, nodded. So that is the case. The previously silent Prince of Yu then spoke up. Indeed, 18 is not a small age. After a year or two, taking a consort and establishing a residence is inevitable. Young Master Su, since my younger brother has taken a liking to your mountains, kindly consult with your father regarding the asking price. Let us settle this matter. A few worthless mountains, and he would still consult his father? What would others think of him? Su Song stood, thumping his chest in assurance. Your Highnesses, these few small mountains do not require my father's involvement. I can make the decision myself. Is that so? Indeed, I can make the decision. The three princes awaited this affirmation. Xiao Chenxuan shook his head helplessly, sighing, "Well, if the 18th wishes to be my neighbor, young Master Su, kindly state your price." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenhao feigned anger, slamming the table and exclaiming, "Brother, what do you mean? Do you not wish for me to be your neighbor?" "I certainly do. Did you not say that other mountains of your family are picturesque, replete with streams and deer? Unlike your general's village, where the hills are rife with toxic coal, I'm quite wary of visiting, lest I find myself in dire straits." "Oh, you still have some spirit. Indeed, you wish to be my neighbor, but is it merely to enjoy the fruits of my labor?" Xiao Chenxian retorted, rising in response. Su Song observed as the two princes quarreled over the purchase of his mountains, questioning their reputed bond as inseparable brothers. Embarrassed, he prepared to take his leave, only for Prince Yu to rise as well. "You too. Since the 18th wishes to reside in General's village, this is a courtesy to my brother. Today, I must say, my brother, your remarks were uncalled for towards the 18th. I shall impose a fine. You shall pay for the land. Do you have any objections?" Xiao Chenhao laughed, the earlier tension forgotten. "I shall heed my elder brother's words." Xiao Chenxian, with a huff, turned to Su Song and said, "Forgive us, young Master Su. Since my brother has spoken, I shall abide by his decision. Name your price." Su Song was taken aback. Had they not just rejected the purchase? Why was Prince Yu now inclined to buy? Doubts crept in. Could these seemingly worthless coal mountains conceal some hidden value? Surely not. His father was renowned as a cunning fox in Jingchu, and if there was something to be gained, he would have already acted upon it. Nevertheless, since this was a transaction, Su Song resolved to set a higher price. Otherwise, he would have no explanation to offer his father. "Your Highnesses, you are likely aware that these mountains were passed down through my family. While they may not hold great value, they cover a vast expanse, comparable to the size of General's village. Additionally, aside from the two toxic coal mountains, the others boast a pleasant environment, complete with several hot springs, though the paths are rather difficult. I have only ventured there once. If your Highness truly intends to establish your residence here, I would suggest prioritizing the smaller mountains." Xiao Chenhao nodded in agreement. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your guidance. Once I establish my residence, I shall certainly extend invitations for you to visit. Your mention of hot springs has piqued my interest. Do not hesitate to state your price, for my elder brother possesses ample funds." With that, Xiao Chenhao shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chenxian. Su Song hesitated to demand an exorbitant price, aware that regardless of Prince Ji's wealth, he could not afford to be unreasonable. Yet he could not set the price too low, lest he fail to justify it to his father. Su Song raised 5 fingers. "Let us settle on this. 5,000 taels of silver. How does that sound?" Su Song's price was neither high nor low. Given the continuous warfare in the state of Chu, the treasury had long been depleted, and should trouble arise in that region, he doubted they could even muster 100 taels. As for the battle-hardened Prince of Yu, he had never encountered such wealth and assumed Su Song was attempting to extort him, losing all favorable impressions he had of him. He stood in anger. 5,000. "Young Master Su, are you attempting to rob me? I have spent years at the borders and have yet to see such a sum." The Prince of Yu's loud demeanor startled Su Song, sending beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he trembled. "Your Highness, I truly do not seek much." Seeing the expressions on the faces of Xiao Chenxian and Xiao Chenhao, Prince Yu finally relented. He was a rough and tumble warrior, adept at fighting but utterly clueless in matters of business. Just as he regained his composure, he was struck by his brother's ensuing words. "Young Master Su speaks truthfully. The price is indeed not excessive. However, this 5,000 is simply..." Su Song assumed that since Prince Ji could not afford 5,000 taels, he would lower his offer to 4,500, which seemed reasonable. Otherwise, he would offend the 3 princes and have no explanation for his father. "What about 4,500? Ah, young Master Su, no wonder the 18th holds you in such high regard." Xiao Chenxian laughed heartily, even before Su Song could counter. Su Song, thinking that Prince Ji had accepted his price of 4,500, smiled awkwardly. "I am deeply grateful for your esteem, your Highnesses. Well, since young Master Su is indeed a person worthy of trust, I shall not be stingy. My offer stands at 50,000 taels." As soon as the words left Xiao Chenxuan's lips, all 3 princes gaped in disbelief. Su Song had initially asked for 4,500, yet he was now offering 10 times that amount. Was he unwell? Xiao Chenhao stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao Chenxian's forehead. He then turned to Prince Yu and said, "Brother, this fool hasn't caught a fever. Has he truly lost his senses?" Xiao Chenxuan was displeased. The three of them were poised to take advantage of a gold mine without offering a single token in return. This was utterly unacceptable. You two are the ones who have lost your senses. Xiao Chenxuan dismissed them, turning to Su Song. Young Master Su, I offer 10 times your price. But there must be conditions, otherwise, this transaction cannot proceed. Su Song found himself utterly befuddled. Had Prince Ji truly succumbed to some madness, or was he merely a simpleton? In a negotiation, one typically haggled, not unilaterally raised the price by such an extreme margin. Rest assured, Your Highness, in dealings concerning land, my Su family is quite capable. However, is your proposed price not excessively high? Fear not, young Master Su. I maintain that you are indeed a person worthy of association. Why concern oneself with material possessions? Speak your mind. Xiao Chenxuan replied, exuding a calm confidence, as if he were investing in a prized horse. Su Song was profoundly moved. The comparison between individuals was truly exasperating. His father maintained a close relationship with King Qi, yet whenever he visited the king's residence to seek his father, he found himself waiting for an interminable period, with the guards often displaying disdainful expressions. In stark contrast, King Ji openly expressed his esteem for Su Song, exhibiting such magnanimity. Fearing that he might miss the opportunity to cultivate King Ji's favorable impression, Su Song promptly arranged for someone to return and fetch the land deed. Chapter 79. The main residence of our county can also be sold, young master. The land deed has arrived. A young servant from the Su residence rushed over, panting heavily, and shouted towards Su Song before he even reached him. Xiao Chenxuan stood up and directly took the land deed from the servant's hands. He patted the servant on the shoulder and smiled at Su Song, saying, Young Master Su, your servant is quite impressive, very astute. It would be wise for you to nurture him. He will undoubtedly become a significant asset to you in the future. After speaking, Xiao Chenxuan took out a sum of silver and pressed it into the servant's hand, feeling quite satisfied. He vowed that this was the first time in his life he had encountered someone so eager to assist their master in dispersing wealth. Su Song felt a swell of pride at the praise for his servant, responding with a smile, Thank you, His Royal Highness, for your commendation. This fellow is indeed the cleverest in my household. After finishing his words, Su Song turned around and kicked his servant playfully in the rear, exclaiming in frustration, How can you remain silent when His Royal Highness has praised you and rewarded you with silver? What a dullard! Realizing his oversight, the servant quickly bowed respectfully to Xiao Chenxuan, expressing his gratitude before hurriedly retreating. Xiao Chenxuan glanced at the land deed before passing it to Xiao Chenhao and then addressed Su Song, Young Master Su. I have reviewed the land deed and found no issues. As for the 50,000 taels of silver, I have instructed my guards to prepare it. You may have your people take it downstairs directly. Su Song's heart surged with excitement at the thought of selling his small mountain, valued at 4,000 to 5,000 taels, for 50,000 taels. With a face alight with joy, he exclaimed, All right, splendid. Xiao Chenxuan continued, Young Master Su, since this is a land transaction, we should proceed to the Jingchu County office and have County Magistrate Zhou sign a contract for you and the Prince of Hui, to signify your mutual consent to the sale and ensure all is settled. Su Song, puzzled, asked, Your Highness, why must we go to the county office? The land deed is already in your hands, and I have received the payment. Is it really necessary to complicate matters? Xiao Chenxuan laughed heartily. It is not that I do not trust you, young Master Su, but when it comes to land transactions, it is prudent to have official verification. Hearing this, Xiao Chenwu and Xiao Chenhao exchanged glances, still puzzled as to why they needed to visit the county office when they already had the deed in hand. However, they soon realized that without official verification, their profitable venture in mining beast coal might attract unwanted attention from Su Jingya, known as the Cunning Fox of Chu, who was aligned with the King of Qi. If the King of Qi were to take interest in such a lucrative deal, he would likely not let it slip away easily. Yes, brothers must keep clear accounts, especially in a land sale. It is essential to have it notarized. Xiao Chenwu urgently added. Xiao Chenhao, the initiator of the land purchase, quickly stood and said to Su Song, Young Master Su, my brother is correct. If I pay 10 times the price for your mountains, and he were to back out, where would I find land to build my princely residence? Let us go to the county office now and sign the contract. I cannot trust my own brother. Xiao Chenxuan, feeling a bit helpless, playfully kicked Xiao Chenhao in the rear, disregarding whether he had been under the weather in recent days. Very well, I will heed your arrangements, sirs. Su Song thought to himself, Realizing that in case the Prince of Ji had a change of heart, the contract was necessary. He promptly arranged for his guards to transport the silver back to the Su residence while he accompanied the three brothers to the county office. To their dismay, they found the county office's doors firmly shut. The staff had already left for the day. Thus, they made their way to the home of County Magistrate Zhou Ming, rousing him from his slumber to bring him to the county office. Under the witness of County Magistrate Zhou Ming, Xiao Chenxuan and Su Song signed the contract, confirming their voluntary agreement to the transaction, with payment rendered in full. As soon as they finished signing, Xiao Chenxuan eagerly snatched the land deed from Xiao Chenhao's hands, grinning broadly and bursting into laughter. Upon learning that the Prince of Ji had paid 10 times the value for the Su residence's small mountains, Magistrate Zhou Ming felt a pang of envy and immediately inquired if Xiao Chenxuan had any further interest, indicating that he had land available as well. Xiao Chenxuan quickly replied that he would consider any mountains or lands for sale in Jingchu, assuring Zhou Ming that money would not be an issue if he found something appealing. This startled Xiao Chenhao and Xiao Chenwu, who feared that Xiao Chenxuan had lost his senses and hastily covered his mouth, leading him back to the Prince of Ji's residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming sat alone at the office, musing to himself, "This Prince of Ji has paid tenfold for a few worthless hills. I shall spread the word tomorrow and see if he continues to be so generous. If he desires the main residence of our county, I might just sell it as well. Has the Prince of Ji lost his wits? No, with the King of Yu and Prince of Hui also involved. Why such extravagant spending on those dilapidated hills owned by that old fox Su Jingye?" Back at the Su residence, Su Song was feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking that his father would be astonished at the 5,000 taels he had received for those insignificant hills, which he doubted could ever fetch such a sum. Upon entering the hall, he was met with the sight of his father, frowning heavily, seated in the grand chair that Su Song had purchased from the Prince of Ji's furniture shop, brandishing a wooden stick and glaring at him with fury. "Brat, how many times must I tell you? Things have been quite chaotic in Jingchu lately. I warned you not to wander about, and yet you dare to defy me. Do you wish for me to become the second Yangbing?" Su Jingye shouted, advancing towards Su Song as if to reprimand him. Su Jingye was infuriated. He had repeatedly cautioned his son Su Song about the dangers, especially with the two princes returning to Jingchu, having faced ambushes on the road. He knew that peace would not return easily afterward. Yet, his foolish son had taken his words lightly. Their family had maintained a single line for 3 generations, and Su Song had been spoiled by his mother, who coddled him excessively, leading to his current ineptitude. Su Jingye had hoped his son would study diligently, paving the way for his future, but it seemed futile. "Father, please listen to me. It was not my intention to go out. It was because the Prince of Hui sent an invitation to me." Su Song quickly explained upon seeing his father's anger. "You think I am a fool? The Prince of Hui would never invite someone like you." Su Jingye replied, unconvinced. He was all too aware of his son's character. Furthermore, he had close ties with the King of Chu, who was the political rival of Prince Ji. Given that Prince Hui was favored by the Chu Emperor, it was implausible that he would extend an invitation to his son, let alone one in writing. Desperate, Su Song decided to find a witness to support his claim. "Really? Father, just ask the servants in the household." Upon hearing that the household servants were aware of the invitation, Su Jingye's anger began to dissipate. "Oh, then tell me, why would the Prince of Hui send you an invitation?" "Father, I sold those small mountains near our general's village for 50,000 taels to the Prince of Hui," Su Song declared proudly, feeling as though he had struck gold, convinced that his father would no longer scold him. What? Chapter 80. The ancestral hall of the Su family is also for sale. What? You sold those dilapidated mountains near General Village to the Hui King for 50,000 taels of silver? Su Jingye, as the Minister of Personnel, a first-rank official, and a true courtier, stands above the other 5 ministers, making him one of the prominent figures in Jingchu. His discernment is naturally exceptional. However, 50,000 taels of silver, what an astounding figure, equating to 2% of the annual tax revenue of the Chu state. In fact, he had never earned such a sum throughout his lifetime. Su Song was quite pleased with himself. 50,000 taels. Even his father was astonished. Such a sum was beyond his lifetime's earnings. If it weren't for the modest fortune left by their ancestors, they would still be struggling financially. Indeed, his father, the Hui King, purchased the mountains to establish a residence, and this was all formalized in a contract signed in the presence of County Magistrate Zhou. As Su Song spoke, he presented the signed contract to his father. Su Jingye took the contract and fell into a long silence. pondering why the Huai king would spend such a considerable amount on their decrepit mountains, which he found utterly perplexing. My son, tell me, did you really sell only those few worthless mountains? Su Song sat back comfortably, crossing his legs and pouring himself a cup of tea, a smug expression adorning his face. Of course, just those few mountains, father. The moment I returned, you scolded me without hearing my explanation. I wish to ask you, if it were you, would you sell several mountains for 50,000 taels? Upon receiving his son's affirmative answer, Su Jingye grew even more bewildered. Why would the Huai king spend such a vast sum to buy these barren hills, which were nothing but desolate lands with treacherous paths and poisonous charcoal strewn about? What kind of residence could be built there? Su Jingye turned to scrutinize his son, realizing that he had matured and managed to engage in profitable dealings with the Huai king. Sell it, we must sell. This time, it was my mistake. And I scolded you without knowing the facts. I apologize. By the way, didn't you mention your interest in the daughter of Director Du? Tomorrow, I shall speak with Director Du, and, if he has no objections, I will arrange for someone to propose. Haha, father, you truly care for your son. Su Song was thrilled to hear his father speak of matchmaking for him, especially for Du Wei's daughter, Du Wei. After their unexpected encounter, Su Song was smitten and had gone to great lengths to discover her identity. He had sent numerous gifts to the Du residents, all of which had been politely declined. If Director Du were to agree, how could Du Wei refuse? After all, it is the parents' wish and the matchmaker's word. Du Wei, no matter how bold she was, could not go against her father's wishes. The thought of soon embracing his beloved filled Su Song with excitement, causing him to drool without regard for his image. Su Jingye, witnessing his son's demeanor, was not angered. Instead, he was quite pleased, bursting into laughter. Haha, my son is thinking of women. I too wish to hold a grandchild soon. Realizing his father's teasing, Su Song finally snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and letting out a silly chuckle. Su Jingye looked at his son and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Good, my son has grown up. Now tell me, why would the Huai king, who is no fool, spend 50,000 taels on our mere mountains?" Su Song chuckled again before answering. The Huai king is no fool. He hasn't spent a single coin. Su Jingye was even more perplexed. Not a single coin. The contract clearly stated that the payment was to be made in full, voluntarily. If the Huai king did not pay, could it be that his foolish son had accepted money without realizing it? Not a single coin. You didn't receive any payment? Su Song, reveling in his father's confusion, replied, "Father, what are you saying? Am I a fool? How could I sell without receiving payment?" It was the Ji king who was confused. I initially asked for 5,000 taels, but both the Huai king and the Yu king found it too high. To appease these three lords, I lowered the price to 4,500, yet the Ji king insisted on 5,000. He even insisted that the land sale required official witness, dragging me to the county office to have magistrates so certify the contract. Upon hearing Su Song's words, Su Jingye was momentarily taken aback. 3 kings were present, but upon learning that the Ji king refused 4,005 and insisted on 5,000, he burst into laughter. Haha. The Ji king, known for his poetic prowess, heard to have been knocked into a pond by a wild boar, and now his mind is muddled. I had thought it mere rumors, but it seems true. If he is so easily swayed, my son, do not hesitate, if he desires it. I would even sell our ancestral hall. After finishing his tea, Su Jingye began to devise a plan to use the Ji king's folly to his advantage and remove him from the list of potential heirs. By the way, my son, the Ji king also shouted at Magistrate Zhou, claiming that any family in Jingchu willing to sell land or mountains could set any price they wished, as long as he, the Ji king, found it to his liking. I wonder if he has truly lost his mind. Just after he declared this, the Yu king and the Huai king covered his mouth and returned him to the Ji king's residence. Upon hearing this, Su Jingye's eyes lit up with cunning intentions, and he resolved to give the Ji king a surprise the following day. What did you say, my son? The Yu king? How did the Yu king come to be mingling with the Huai king and Ji king? Surely, you must have been mistaken. Su Song lifted his cup, mimicking his father's earlier behavior, swirling the lid over the cup before taking a sip. How could I be mistaken? Both the Huai king and Ji king call him third brother. Who else would dare? Very well, my son, you may return to your room. I have matters to attend to. Su Jingye, feeling muddled, pondered the unexpected connection among the 3 kings. Why, upon returning to Jingchu, did the Yu king not seek out his would-be assailants, but instead associate with the Ji king, especially given the latter's current state? Reluctantly, Su Song left for his quarters. Once he departed, Su Jingyam muttered to himself, "The Yu King returns to Jingchu, yet instead of investigating those who would do him harm, he chooses to associate with the Ji King, who is in such a state. How intriguing. Tomorrow, I shall deliver a surprise to the Ji King." A carefree young man approached the butcher's shop and greeted the owner. "Hey, old Wong, your meat looks exceptionally fresh today. How much is it per pound?" The butcher smiled. "Ah, isn't this young Master Li here to buy meat for Li's manager? A rare guest. Haha, it's 10 copper coins per pound." "What? 10 copper coins? Are you serious? At that price, I'll take 10 pounds for 20 copper coins. Will you sell it or not? 20 copper coins per pound? Young Master Li, are you joking? You find 10 copper coins too high and offer me 20? The butcher was taken aback, wondering if Li's son had lost his senses. Amused, the young man exclaimed, "What nonsense! Hurry up, will you sell or not?" All right, I'll pack it up for you right away." The butcher, eager to make a profit, swiftly cut the meat. After paying, the young man mused to himself, "No wonder, spending money like this feels so exhilarating." A similar scene unfolded in various corners of Jingchu Southwest Street. In a jade shop, a young wealthy gentleman inquired, "How much for this jade?" 10 silver taels. The shopkeeper replied, "What? 10 silver taels? Isn't that a bit steep?" "Ah, young sir, this is premium jade, sourced from..." The shopkeeper continued, but before he could finish, the wealthy gentleman interrupted, "What kind of business are you running? No explanations needed. 50 taels, wrap it up." Upon receiving the jade, the wealthy young man staggered as he made his way outside, laughing boisterously. "Ha! No wonder. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Damn it, in the past, I used to bully those honest folks, refusing to pay them. Compared to this, it's utterly laughable." Watching the young man's departure, the jade shop owner was left in a state of shock, exclaiming, "Is 10 taels considered too expensive? I should have kept 50 silvers for myself. Are the youth of today truly this foolish?" The bustling west street of Jingchu was filled with such scenes, all mimicking Xiao Chenxuan's extravagant purchases, which was quite amusing. Even the maids out shopping for groceries were swept up in the absurdity.